Wu Jiangshan. Jiangshan, wake up. A girl's voice persistently called his name in a soft tone near his ear. Wu Jiangshan opened his eyes, his vision blurry for a few seconds. Almost immediately, his sense of smell awakened, as the intense scent of strong liquor mixed with a sour stench assaulted his nostrils. Before he could clearly discern who the girl beside him was, a wave of nausea surged in his stomach. Gripping the dark edge of the Kong, a traditional heated bed tightly, he leaned out and violently retched, spilling contents all over the place. Are you all right? The girl beside him appeared, quite worried. Wu Jiangshan tightly closed his eyes, his head and stomach both in torment. Yet he waved his hand dismissively. It was merely drunkenness. Ever since he established a seafood stall and became a small-time boss, he had found himself drunk at the table 10 or 8 days out of the month. Over the past 2 years, he had grown accustomed to it, but he was puzzled about which woman's bed he had ended up in this time. Wait a minute. Bed? Gong. Wu Jiangshan opened his eyes wide, and before him was the dark, polished edge of the wooden Kong. A little further away lay a long bench with half a red candle, burning its flickering flame, served as the only source of light in the dim room. Using that scant illumination, Wu Jiangshan slowly turned his head. Lying beside him, no, rather sharing a quilt with him, was a girl who appeared to be only 18 or 19. The girl was exceptionally pretty, with high cheekbones and large eyes, a small mouth, and particularly long eyelashes, her face resembling that of a doll. However, the hint of fair skin visible beneath the tattered quilt seemed to contrast starkly with her face. Wu Jiangshan thought the girl looked somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't recall when he had met someone as exquisite as her. Jiangshan, are you feeling any better? Are you still staring at me? As Wu Jiangshan continued to gaze at her intently, the girl shyly pulled the worn quilt closer to herself. As she spoke, a flood of memories burst forth within Wu Jiangshan, who suddenly widened his eyes, scrambling to his feet. His gaze swept around the room, taking in the dimly lit mud-walled hovel that was bare save for the long bench on the floor and the expansive Kong beneath him. The walls and ceiling were plastered with assorted scraps of paper, and aside from the long bench on the ground, there was only this large Kong on which a jumble of clothing lay strewn about. At the end of the Kong stood a wooden window, draped with a black, tattered curtain to block the wind. Wasn't this the secret hideaway of Zhong Dagǔ's family? The very place he had used to engage in mischief during his middle and high school years? Jiangshan, what's wrong with you? The girl, startled by his sudden movement, looked up to find him bare-skinned, quickly covering her face in embarrassment. Wu Jiangshan's eyes fell upon his own body, realizing his once bare belly had disappeared, as had the elaborate tattoos of dragons and tigers on his arms, along with the pockmarks and scars that had marred his skin. He swallowed hard and confirmed. You are Zhang Danna? What do you mean? Weren't you just eager to see? If you want to look, then hurry up. I have to go back soon. Zhang Danna thought Wu Jiangshan was joking with her. With their clothes already off, how could he not recognize her? A mix of embarrassment and a slight pout formed on her lips. Wu Jiangshan was utterly dumbfounded sharing a Kong with Zhang Danna at Zhong Dagǔ's house. He raised his hands and slapped his own face hard. It hurt. Yet the scene before him did not change. This was not a dream. Was he back in high school? Had he returned to 1986? Wu Jiangshan, why are you hitting yourself? Zhang Danna was perplexed by his actions. She found him utterly charming. Otherwise, how could she, a high school girl, dare to be in bed, devoid of clothes, in the 1980s with the threat of harsh punishment for such impropriety? Seeing Wu Jiangshan slap his own face pained her, and she quickly set aside her shyness, sitting up to grasp his hand. What do you want? To promise to agree to whatever you ask, just don't hurt yourself. Zhang Danna bashfully lifted the quilt, revealing her youthful form, which, despite the disheveled surroundings, appeared as beautiful as a work of art. Wu Jiangshan, a man who had experienced countless women to the point of numbness, felt a rush of youthful ardor. Typically an action-oriented person, Wu Jiangshan now hesitated, his heart sinking with ice-cold dread. In 1986, at his friend Zhong Dagǔ's home, wrapped in a quilt with Zhang Danna, only to be caught by her father, Zhang Jun. The deliberately suppressed memories surged forth in waves. Wu Jiangshan suddenly realized that if everything before him was indeed real, that meant Zhang Jun would be arriving any moment now. Oh no, get dressed quickly. Panicking, Wu Jiangshan frantically searched for his clothes on the Kong, tossing Zhang Danna's garments towards her. He hurriedly slipped into his underpants, saying urgently, "Hurry up, your dad's coming." Zhang Danna was startled by his sudden urgency, tugging at her lacy camisole while asking curiously, "How do you know my dad is coming?" How could he explain that he had already lived through this very scene? He desperately wanted to avoid the ordeal of being dragged out of the bed and beaten half to death, then shamed and taken home like a dead dog, all while his family suffered because of his mistakes to placate Zhang Jun's wrath, just to keep him out of prison for his criminal behavior. Wu Jiangshan felt a rush of relief had returned just in time. Things had not yet spiraled out of control. Zhang Danna. Once dressed, Wu Jiangshan felt a little steadier. He was overwhelmed with complex emotions despite having chased countless women afterward. Zhang Danna would always be the first woman in his life, the one he could never forget. However, after that fateful incident, Zhang Danna had been sent away by her father to another province, and Wu Jiangshan had lost all contact with her. Though he had tried to erase that memory over the years, every time he found himself embarrassingly drunk, he would fleetingly see Zhang Danna in his mind, only to realize upon waking that it had all been a dream. Perhaps men always harbor a special sentiment toward their first love, and the adverse consequences of this audacious, stolen encounter with Zhang Danna had become an inextricable regret in Wu Jiangshan's life. Looking at the innocent girl before him, her beauty so vivid it seemed to exude water, both anxious and willing to succumb to his desires, Wu Jiangshan swallowed hard, pondering whether, now that he had been reborn, he might have the opportunity to amend his past regrets. Shaking his head, Wu Jiangshan recognized that now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He needed to prevent a repeat of tragedy. Zhang Danna, listen to me. After careful consideration, I realize what we just did was wrong. We are still students, and our study should come first. You should go home, now it's too late, and it would be bad if your family found out. As he spoke, Wu Jiangshan helped Zhang Danna adjust her clothing, shouldering her backpack, and hastily ushering her out the door. It wasn't until Zhang Danna was pushed out of Zhong Dagǔ's courtyard and witnessed Wu Jiangshan tightly tying the yard gate with baling twine that she finally reacted. Wu Jiangshan, what do you mean by this? Danna, it's getting late. You should go home, and he'll come and find you at school in a few days, and we can talk then. Wu Jiangshan, still uneasy, thought about the possibility that Zhang Danna might tell Zhang Jun that he had undressed her, and he certainly didn't want to face another beating. By the way, if your dad asks, just say you came here to do homework, and absolutely do not mention anything else. Chapter 2. The First Love Girl. Zhang Danna stood bewildered as Wu Jiangshan hastily retreated into the house, her soft calls met with silence. She hesitated to raise her voice, fearing the neighbors might overhear. It was Wu Jiangshan who had sweet-talked her into coming over, yet now he inexplicably cast her aside. Reflecting on his earlier demeanor, although they had not crossed any final boundaries, his actions felt somewhat dismissive, leaving Zhang Danna feeling quite aggrieved. In truth, she had harbored feelings for Wu Jiangshan since middle school. He was strikingly handsome, standing out effortlessly among his peers. Like a radiant flame, he exuded a vibrant confidence that was utterly captivating. The girls at school whispered about him, and Zhang Danna had heard many tales regarding his charm. Yet she had always been too shy to converse with him. It wasn't until they entered high school that they finally had the opportunity to interact. Coming from a well-off family, Zhang Danna always donned the latest fashions. Her beauty, complemented by good nutrition, made her the object of secret admiration among her male classmates. In the 1980s, a generation awakened by Teresa Teng's songs began to engage in what they deemed the bravest and most romantic acts, such as slipping love letters into Zhang Danna's desk or approaching her under the pretense of asking for help with homework, all the while too timid to admit their affections. However, Zhang Danna dismissed those who would sneak glances at her. Instead, she found herself drawn to Wu Jiangshan, who unabashedly collected the love letters like discarded trash in front of her and her admirers, causing her heart to race. Wu Jiangshan was daring, assertive, and mischievous. He would embrace her, boldly clasp her hand before their classmates, and, as he did today, bring her to secluded places. Zhang Danna couldn't fathom why she found it so difficult to refuse him. Perhaps it was because he didn't need to write her love letters. Everyone at school already knew she belonged to Wu Jiangshan. Her affection for him was fierce and passionate. Yet being so suddenly cast aside left her feeling uncomfortable and confused. What had she done wrong? Why had Wu Jiangshan's demeanor shifted so drastically? Unable to call out for him any longer, she resolved to untie the rope securing the courtyard gate to confront him directly. Just then, a commotion of hurried footsteps echoed from the path behind her. A figure with a flashlight approached rapidly, and Zhang Danna recognized Zhang Jun immediately, feeling a sudden urgency akin to being caught in a compromising situation. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Zhang Jun, accompanied by his two brothers, furrowed his brow as he scrutinized his daughter outside the courtyard. Her clothes and hair were neatly arranged, which eased his worry somewhat, but his tone remained stern. Why are you standing here so late at night instead of coming home? I came to study with a classmate and was just about to head back. Zhang Danna quickly recalled Wu Jiangshan's words, feeling relieved she hadn't acted foolishly. Let me see which classmate you're studying with. Zhang Jun abruptly yanked the rope securing the gate and entered the house. The Zhang family's 3 earthen rooms were divided, with the kitchen in the center and a room on each side. Earlier, while Wu Jiangshan and Zhang Danna were in one room, Zhong Dagǔ had been in the other, straining to eavesdrop. Upon hearing the commotion, Wu Jiangshan had sent Zhang Danna out. Zhang Jun entered the candlelit room where he spotted Wu Jiangshan and Zhong Dagǔ seated at the table, each engrossed in a book, with notebooks and pens scattered about, lending the impression that they were indeed studying. Ah, isn't this Uncle Zhang? What brings you here? Did you miss Danna? Wu Jiangshan quickly stood, feigning surprise. Zhang Jun scrutinized Wu Jiangshan for a long moment. You must be from Wutuan, right? Yes, uncle, you have a good memory. I am Wu Jiangshan, a classmate of Danna's. From now on, study during the day. And remember, Danna is a girl. You are all approaching university age, not children anymore. Try not to get too close. It could lead to misunderstandings. Zhang Jun instinctively disliked Wu Jiangshan, not for any particular reason, but due to the wildness that emanated from him, making him seem irrepressible. As someone responsible for maintaining order, Zhang Jun had apprehended countless thieves and petty criminals. And he sensed similar traits in Wu Jiangshan. His bright eyes and rebellious appearance did not inspire confidence. In Hushantown, news of any family's troubles spread quickly. Seeing his daughter with these 2 boys unsettled Zhang Jun, yet without any evidence of wrongdoing. He refrained from making accusations that would tarnish his daughter's reputation. After exchanging a few words, he noted Wu Jiangshan's respectful demeanor and his promise to maintain distance from Zhang Danna before exiting the room. Before leaving, however, he cast a glance into the other room. Inside, an odd odor lingered. Zhang Jun covered his nose, noting that the bed was relatively tidy, and he chose not to pry further. Wu Jiangshan escorted Zhang Jun out of the courtyard, exhaling a sigh of relief as he watched him and his brother's guide a glancing Zhang Danna away. Had he managed to evade disaster? It felt like a narrow escape. Now, he could only hope that Zhang Danna wouldn't inadvertently reveal anything upon returning home. Even if Zhang Jun were to return, Wu Jiangshan knew he could not confess the truth. The bullet had been chambered, but it had not been fired, and he felt emboldened by that fact. After securing the gate once more, he ushered the curious Zhong Dagǔ back inside. Jiangshan, what just happened? Why did Danna's dad show up? Zhong Dagǔ had refrained from asking earlier, but now that Wu Jiangshan appeared relaxed, he seized the moment. How would I know? Damn, I was terrified, Wu Jiangshan replied, unable to explain the surreal nature of the situation. Yet, perhaps this marked a turning point in his fate. He had not spent the night with Zhang Danna nor faced Zhang Jun's wrath, suggesting that the ensuing events might unfold differently. Wu Jiangshan felt a surge of excitement, instinctively reaching for his pocket, only to realize he had not yet succumbed to the habit of smoking. He smacked his lips, glancing at Zhong Dagǔ, who appeared gaunt, his hair disheveled and clothing ill-fitting, revealing a thin frame. His blue trousers were rolled up, exposing his dark ankles, and his feet were clad in worn shoes. Wu Jiangshan's mind wandered to the image of a friend whose life had been marred by the consequences of theft, a shadow of his former youthful self. Overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of his best friend, he could not help but pat Zhong Dagǔ on the shoulder, though he struggled to find the right words. Zhong Dagǔ chuckled, Jiangshan, you're incredibly lucky. If you had been a moment later, Danna's dad would have caught you in the act. Wu Jiangshan joined in the laughter. Indeed, I am fortunate. Dagǔ, you are lucky too. Chapter 3. Good buddy Zhong Dagǔ is unlike Wu Jiangshan. He holds an urban household registration while Wu Jiangshan hails from a rural background. However, the urban existence of Zhong Dagǔ is fraught with much greater hardship than that of the rural lad Wu Jiangshan. Zhong Dagǔ dropped out of elementary school before completing his studies. He is motherless, raised solely by his father, a notorious figure in town known for petty theft. Years ago, during a theft, he was caught and injured someone, leading to his imprisonment during a stringent crackdown, resulting in a severe sentence. In the 1980s, shortly after the promotion of family planning, families typically had many children. At that time, Zhong Dagǔ, a mere adolescent, was at an age when he needed sustenance. Yet the infamous reputation of his father meant that none of his relatives were willing to take him in. Thus, the young Zhong Dagǔ found himself alone, living in their dilapidated earthen dwelling, foraging for food, and raising himself. It was when Wu Jiangshan came to town for middle school that he first encountered Zhong Dagǔ. Initially, he assumed Zhong Dagǔ was a homeless child, often witnessing his classmates bully him. They would trick Zhong Dagǔ into consuming raw frog legs and insects, offering him candy or steamed buns in return. Sometimes, Zhong Dagǔ would actually eat those revolting things, only to discover that the candy wrappers contained small stones, leading to raucous laughter at his expense. Wu Jiangshan, a mischievous boy, was never inclined to partake in such childish antics. Thus, when he saw a group of classmates lead Zhong Dagǔ to a riverbank and push him into a pre-dug muddy pit, he leapt in to confront them. He fought valiantly against several assailants, occasionally being thrown into the foul mud himself, emerging as a muddy figure. Zhong Dagǔ, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but laugh foolishly, eventually climbing out of the pit and throwing a stone at the head of one of Wu Jiangshan's attackers. From that moment on, Zhong Dagǔ ceased to engage with those who taunted him, following only Wu Jiangshan. The 3 earthen rooms of Zhong Dagǔ's home became Wu Jiangshan's clandestine sanctuary within the town. Unfortunately, in his previous life, Wu Jiangshan had squandered countless opportunities and failed to assist Zhong Dagǔ. By the time he recognized the folly of his ways and sought redemption, it was too late. The world had irrevocably changed. This current situation feels akin to a fleeting dream, a mere illusion. Wu Jiangshan, filled with exhilaration from the stroke of fortune, vowed not to allow history to repeat itself for himself or Zhong Dagǔ. Dagǔ, it seems I have experienced an exceedingly long dream, he mused. What kind of dream? Zhong Dagǔ absent-mindedly inquired while carefully extinguishing a candle, leaving only a small wick still flickering. Wu Jiangshan gazed at the feeble flame, swaying with Zhong Dagǔ's breath, overwhelmed with emotion, reflecting on the nightmare he had endured, grateful that he had awakened from it. Zhong Dagǔ, however, would never comprehend the depths of Wu Jiangshan's feelings. Instead, he was more curious about what Wu Jiangshan had been doing with Zhang Danna inside. In the dimly lit room, Zhong Dagǔ playfully approached Wu Jiangshan, making a gesture with his thumbs. Did you see anything just now? Did you too, heh? Wu Jiangshan affectionately ruffled Zhong Dagǔ's hair. When I achieve success, I shall find you the most beautiful woman, and you can close the door, turn on a 100-watt bulb, and gaze freely. Zhong Dagǔ chuckled foolishly. Even though many families in Hushan town had already installed electric lights, he felt he could never afford the electricity bill and thus had not connected any wires. He doubted his ability to illuminate a 100-watt bulb, but believed Wu Jiangshan could find him a woman willing to share a bed with him, one as stunning as Zhang Danna. To Zhong Dagǔ, Zhang Danna, who wore elegant dresses and fine shoes, was a goddess forever beyond his reach. Wu Jiangshan found amusement in Zhong Dagǔ's naivety, but could not mock his rusticity, as he too only recently learned that girls wore crop tops. The short candle would not last long. Zhong Dagǔ's family lacked even a light bulb, making a television impossible. They extinguished the candle early and lay down. Zhong Dagǔ fell asleep swiftly, while Wu Jiangshan lingered in reflection, unable to find rest. Wu Jiangshan's family resided in Wutuan, several miles from Hushan town, which governed 18 villages. The only schools available for middle and high school were in Hushan town. Wu Jiangshan's admission to high school indicated his intelligence, yet once enrolled, he lost all motivation for study, completely abandoning himself. As he staggered through his senior year, he attended school infrequently. Before the events of that night, he had already been skipping classes and residing at Zhong Dagǔ's house for several days. While his peers diligently prepared for the impending college entrance examinations, he had no intention of participating, merely waiting for graduation to receive his certificate. The teachers had long since given up on him, hoping he would refrain from attending and disturbing other studies. His parents, too, recognized his lack of promise and devoted their efforts to nurturing his twin sister, Wu Mingxiu, born merely 10 minutes before him. She did not disappoint, gaining admission to a prestigious university in the capital. Yet her future was jeopardized due to his entanglement with Zhang Danna. Now, having returned to the past, Wu Jiangshan found himself in a position to resolve the troubles he had once caused, hopeful that his sister could now pursue her studies in the capital without hindrance. But what about others? The one thing that Wu Jiangshan could never forgive himself for was the death of his grandfather. He recalled returning home, dragged back like a dead dog by Zhang Jun, demanding an explanation from Wu Jiangshan's parents. In that era, the defilement of a schoolgirl was a grave matter. If word got out, Zhang Danna's life would be irrevocably ruined. Zhang Jun, having only one daughter, was furious yet could not disregard her reputation. However, he was equally unwilling to allow Zhang Danna to be with Wu Jiangshan. As a member of the town's border police, he could easily ensure that Wu Jiangshan spent a lifetime behind bars for his crimes. Yet, for the sake of his daughter, he felt compelled to suppress the incident. Ultimately, peace was bought with money, Wu Jiangshan's liaison with Zhang Danna cost the Wu family dearly, as they drained their finances to pay Zhang Jun 500 yuan. In 1986, when the average monthly salary for a worker was only 30 to 40 yuan, this sum represented years of toil for a family of farmers. Despite this, Zhang Jun remained dissatisfied, knowing that the Wu family could produce no further funds. The issue with Zhang Danna seemed to be resolved with the payment. Yet for many years to come, Zhang Jun and the Wu family remained at odds. Wu Jiangshan turned over in bed, the memories becoming clearer. He recollected that a month after that incident, his grandfather suddenly fell ill. The town hospital was inadequate, and they could not even afford a ticket to the provincial capital. Everyone said that if it weren't for Wu Jiangshan's misdeeds, depleting their resources, his grandfather would not have been deprived of medical assistance. This sentiment lodged itself in Wu Jiangshan's heart like a thorn, surfacing to torment him even years later. As the sole male descendant of the Wu family, his name, Jiangshan, was bestowed by his grandfather, reflecting the immense expectations placed upon him. Yet, Wu Jiangshan had betrayed that trust, dragged home like a miscreant. And it was due to his own licentiousness. He could scarcely imagine the heartache his grandfather must have felt at that moment. The old man had fought fiercely for a lifetime, preferring to risk everything rather than allow the Wu family's reputation to be tarnished. It would not be an exaggeration to say he died from the anguish he endured. Wu Jiangshan felt a weight pressing upon his chest and longed for a cigarette at that moment. He irritably sat up, awakening Zhong Dagǔ. "Jiangshan, why aren't you sleeping?" Dagǔ inquired. "Dagǔ, do you wish to earn some money?" Wu Jiangshan had come to a realization. Heaven had granted him a second chance in life to rectify everything, including his grandfather's fate. Visiting a major hospital in the provincial capital was no trivial expense, even without the incident involving compensation to Zhang Jun. The family's current situation would only suffice for a single checkup in the provincial city, with the subsequent treatments costs remaining uncertain. Moreover, the old man would never agree to deplete his three sons' savings for his own medical care. Thus, earning money had become an urgent matter. Zhong Dagǔ yawned. "Where do we earn that?" Leaning against the wall, Wu Jiangshan's eyes sparkled in the darkness. "There's money to be made everywhere." Dagǔ rolled over, muttering, "You're dreaming again." Wu Jiangshan smiled in the shadows. He was not dreaming. It was 1986, and earning money was far easier than it would be 2 or 3 decades later. However, he had no time to devise a long-term plan. His only desire was to quickly gather enough funds. Within a month, better yet, within half a month, he needed to accumulate enough money to take his grandfather for examination and treatment in the provincial capital. He was unsure of the exact amount required, but the more, the better. Given the sudden onset of the old man's illness, it was likely a heart or cerebrovascular issue, possibly requiring surgery. During this time, he also needed to persuade his grandfather to agree to accompany him to the provincial city. The immediate challenge was that he lacked capital. Without funds, how could he procure anything? Sitting in the darkness, Wu Jiangshan pondered quietly, while the sounds of mice scurrying across the ceiling and gnawing at the beams echoed like a wild celebration in the night. This revelry finally ceased before dawn, and Wu Jiangshan remained awake throughout the night. "Dagǔ, wake up." Zhong Dagǔ opened his eyes, glancing around the dim room, muttering, "Why aren't you sleeping? The dawn is almost here. Don't sleep anymore. Get up quickly. Today we need to acquire some things that won't cost us anything." "Things that won't cost us anything?" Zhong Dagǔ sat up. Wu Jiangshan smiled. "We're going to the reed marsh to catch fish." Chapter 4. Fishing and collecting eggs at the reed pond. The reed pond is a delightful spot, situated on the outskirts of the town. In the summer, it teems with fish, shrimp, and crabs, while wild chickens, ducks, and waterfowl hide among the reeds. Come autumn and winter, the landscape is adorned with the golden hues of withered reed leaves, perfect for gathering to fuel fires for cooking. Wu Jiangshan recalls that in 20 years, the pond will become a protected wetland, restricting local residents' access. However, at present, they can freely enter to fish and hunt birds, with no specialized tools at their disposal. The two rummaged through Zhong Dagǔ's home, discovering a few iron wires. They fashioned a deep pocket from a large piece of cold cloth, securing the opening with iron wire and attaching 3 ropes to ensure stability when lifting it. A hook was tied on as well. Zhong Dagǔ's household was so impoverished that they were left with only half a bag of potatoes. The two boiled a couple of potatoes, each consuming one for breakfast, while stuffing the remainder into their pocket. With a water bucket in hand, they set off. On their way, Wu Jiangshan stealthily plucked a sturdy bamboo pole from a neighbor's yard, which would serve as a fishing rod. Having grown up in the countryside, Both boys had honed their skills in catching fish and shrimp. Without a bicycle, they trudged for nearly 2 hours before reaching the reed pond. Wu Jiangshan, preoccupied with thoughts of earning money, hurriedly sought a prime spot to tie the hook to the bamboo pole. He picked a broadleaf to serve as a fishing float, while Zhong Dagǔ crushed a potato and tossed it into the water, followed by a stone to weigh down the cloth bag. They knew they needed to wait a while before retrieving it, so they continued deeper into the pond, searching for wild duck eggs. Jiangshan, what do you plan to buy with the money you earn? The fish here aren't valuable. If you want to make money, we might as well collect scrap metal. Zhong Dagǔ remarked. Wu Jiangshan had roused him early to fish, and Zhong Dagǔ bore no ill will, assuming Wu Jiangshan wished to purchase something. They had previously devised ways to earn money for food cravings. Fish and shrimp in the pond were commonly caught by locals for their own consumption, making it unlikely anyone would spend money on them. Collecting scrap metal, though only worth a few cents per pound, could yield several dimes in a day. Is that even feasible? I need several hundred yuan, Wu Jiangshan pondered, calculating that with travel expenses, 500 or 600 would suffice for a visit to a reputable hospital for his grandfather's health check. Zhong Dagǔ stared in astonishment. Hundreds? It was beyond his imagination. My grandfather is unwell, and I wish to save enough to take him to a large hospital in the provincial capital. Upon hearing this, Zhong Dagǔ understood. Jiangshan, you are truly filial, but how can we ever save enough from selling fish? Never fear, I have a plan. Let us start with a small trial, and we can reassess later, Wu Jiangshan replied. He had contemplated this all night, recognizing his lack of skills, but being adept at enjoying life. In his previous life, he had spent years idling, but with age creeping up, he opened a roadside stall, starting modestly with a small booth and a few tables, managing everything from cooking to cleaning. Eventually, he expanded into a seafood eatery with over 20 tables. His culinary skills were commendable, but having started late in a fiercely competitive market made progress difficult. In a future filled with street vendors, he believed he could earn a living with his skills. Surely, he could captivate the taste buds of a population just beginning to enjoy a variety of food in the year 1986. After much contemplation, he decided that the reed pond held treasures that wouldn't cost him a dime, conveniently alleviating his current financial predicament. He was confident that with his culinary talents, he could prepare delicious meals from the small fish, shrimp, and shells he gathered. However, he feared that no one would dare to sample his roadside delicacies. In Fox Mountain Town, the rapid development following the reform and opening up policy seemed to have hit a slow-motion button, lagging at least a decade behind larger cities. While the provincial capital likely boasted private cars, in Fox Mountain Town, bicycles remained a precious commodity. Only those working in factories could save for months to afford one, and few could bear to part with their hard-earned cash. Families like Zhong Dagǔ's, who lacked even a light bulb, were commonplace in the surrounding villages. The term individual business was known to the locals only through the small radios in their homes, leaving them unaware of its true implications. The real surge in private entrepreneurship began only after 1993, when many workers were laid off, including numerous civil servants who ventured into business. Yet, in the current atmosphere of Fox Mountain Town, who among the common folk would consider starting a business? Only those who felt desperate and deprived would contemplate such a venture. Those with stable salaries believed they were secure in their government jobs, looking down on the notion of street vending. Residents of nearby villages had yet to develop any entrepreneurial consciousness. They were content with growing a few vegetables or raising chickens and ducks to trade for ration tickets in town. After all, the term speculation had not yet fallen out of use. Wu Jiangshan's ambition to be the first to set up a street stall in Fox Mountain Town was tempered by his fear that no one would be brave enough to sample his food. Nevertheless, he recognized that he must take the plunge. Mere availability of ingredients was not enough. To make the food palatable, one must not skimp on the seasonings. The notion that small fish and shrimp were unappetizing stemmed from a reluctance to use generous amounts of oil and spices. With empty pockets, Wu Jiangshan and Zhong Dagǔ needed to earn some money for seasonings first. The reed pond was abundant with wild ducks and chickens, yet without a hunting rifle. It was challenging to catch them by hand. Finding wild duck eggs required skill, and Zhong Dagǔ was proficient in this art, having foraged for food in the pond during times of hunger. After meandering through the area for over an hour, the two had collected a dozen wild duck eggs, which would serve as their seasoning funds. The cloth bag had been submerged long enough. It was time to retrieve it. Raising the bag required finesse. Lifting it too quickly would cause water to spill, potentially breaking the bamboo pole, while lifting it too slowly might frighten the fish and shrimp away. With sleeves rolled up and feet firmly planted, Wu Jiangshan began to lift the bamboo pole steadily. The cloth was tightly woven, making it laborious to raise. But Wu Jiangshan's stature meant he could manage it alone. Zhong Dagǔ would have found it quite a struggle. They focused intently, gradually raising the bag until it was above the water's surface, freeing them of concern for the fish and shrimp escaping. Wu Jiangshan hastened his movement slightly, stepping back as Zhong Dagǔ descended the bank to help lift the waterlogged bag. By the time they hoisted the bag onto the bank, much of the water had drained out, and Wu Jiangshan poured the remaining contents into the bucket, which now contained a mix of carp, grass carp, shrimp, and loach. Filling it halfway, Zhong Dagǔ frowned upon inspection. These are too small. Never mind, let us try another spot and fill the bucket before heading back. Wu Jiangshan's suggestions were always met with Zhong Dagǔ's agreement as they ventured off with the heavy bucket and a pouch of wild duck eggs in search of their next location. Chapter 5. Selling duck eggs and spicy stir-fried fish and shrimp. The two remained in the reed marsh until well past noon, their bodies covered in swollen mosquito bites. Upon returning home, they had no time to clean the fish and shrimp. They hurriedly found a piece of cloth, wet it, and rubbed it over the welts. This simple method proved effective, and after a brief wait, the itching subsided. Zhong Dagǔ fetched water to clean the fish and shrimp, squeezing out the entrails and rinsing them in a basin, placing the small shrimp in another. Wu Jiangshan rummaged through Zhong Dagǔ's kitchen and unearthed half a bag of stale salt and half a jar of lard, with neither soy sauce nor any scallions, ginger, or garlic in sight. He wrapped the dozen or so wild duck eggs in an old piece of clothing, informed Dagǔ, and stepped outside. Considering the time, which coincided with the lunch break for workers heading back to their jobs or schools, he dashed to the entrance of the nearest knitting factory. Hushan town boasted two major factories, a knitting factory and a food processing plant, both of which employed a significant portion of the town's population. Securing a position in these factories meant earning 30 to 40 yuan a month, with annual raises, making it a stable job for the townsfolk. Upon arrival, Wu Jiangshan noticed the day shift workers returning from their lunch break, streaming toward the factory. He squatted in a conspicuous spot and carefully laid the wrapped wild duck eggs on the ground, taking a moment to catch his breath. Standing up, he adjusted his clothing and began to quietly call out to the married women passing by. It wasn't that he was shy. Rather, in this era, shouting didn't guarantee attracting customers. It often made the curious hesitate to approach. "Excuse me, ma'am, would you care to buy some wild duck eggs? They're quite affordable." "Oh, ma'am, wild duck eggs are more nutritious than chicken eggs. Why not take a few home to steam for the children?" Wu Jiangshan's somewhat furtive demeanor suggested he had something special to offer. Two female workers approached, inquiring about the price. "I'll give you a good deal. Chicken eggs are selling for 18 cents each these days, while my wild duck eggs are just 20 cents each." 20 cents? That seems a bit steep, especially since they're not larger than chicken eggs. One of the women nudged her companion, signaling a desire to leave. Wu Jiangshan quickly interjected, "Sisters, these eggs are great for beauty. Eating them improves your complexion, and their nutrition far surpasses that of chicken eggs." "Utter nonsense. Eating a duck egg won't make you more attractive." The two women laughed, and just then, a few more female workers joined them. Wu Jiangshan seized the opportunity. "Whether or not they make you beautiful, why not buy a couple to try? You can wash them with some white liquor, coat them in salt. And with the heat now, they'll be pickled in just a few days. Pair them with rice porridge for breakfast, and it's a heavenly delight. Who doesn't know that salted duck eggs are delicious? You've made us crave them." "Fine, I'll take 6. "Excellent." Wu Jiangshan swiftly gathered 6 duck eggs. Lacking a container, the woman paid him, and he carefully placed the eggs into his cloth bag. "Ma'am, I'll be back here this evening selling my exclusive homemade snacks. Do come and sample them." With chicken and duck eggs selling well, and wild duck eggs recognized as a delicacy, Wu Jiangshan's prices were reasonable, and his cheerful demeanor and sweet tongue helped him sell the remaining eggs in no time, totaling 3 yuan and 40 cents. He rolled up the tattered cloth he used to carry the duck eggs and headed directly to the supply and marketing cooperative. Here, he found an abundance of spices, chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, white sugar, and soybean paste. Utilizing his charm and persistence, he convinced the young ladies at the cooperative to provide him with 2 glass jars, a pound of soy sauce, and a pound of loose white liquor. After spending more than half of his earnings, he realized he still needed scallions, ginger, and garlic. Pondering briefly, he returned to Zhong Dagǔ's home with the spices. Zhong Dagǔ had finished preparing the fish and shrimp and had even boiled a few potatoes, waiting for Wu Jiangshan to return. Surprised by the numerous items Wu Jiangshan had bought, Dagǔ exclaimed, "Why did you buy so many spices? When will you ever finish them?" Wu Jiangshan, equally famished, bit into a potato skin without peeling it, mumbling, "This much will last us 2 days, at least." Zhong Dagǔ, puzzled by Wu Jiangshan's intentions, also took a potato and sat down beside him. Noticing the soybean paste Wu Jiangshan had brought, he felt a pang of desire. Wu Jiangshan urged him to bring a bowl over and served him a generous scoop. Dipped in the savory paste, the boiled potato was a culinary delight. And Zhong Dagǔ nearly licked the bowl clean. "Dagǔ, I noticed the neighbor has scallions growing in their yard. Why don't you go ask for a few?" Zhong Dagǔ quickly shook his head. "I wouldn't dare." After a moment, he glanced outside. "Maybe I could sneak a couple for you later," Wu Jiangshan retorted. "What a ridiculous notion. Is it really worth stealing 2 scallions?" Wiping his mouth, Wu Jiangshan retrieved 2 larger fish from the basin, threaded them onto a piece of grass rope, and set off to knock on the neighbor's door. A woman in her 50s emerged, inquiring from behind the gate what he needed. With a cheerful smile, Wu Jiangshan raised the 2 fish. "Auntie, I forgot to buy scallions for the fish stew at home. I noticed you have some in your yard. Would you be willing to trade a couple of scallions for these fish?" Trading fish for scallions? Why not? The woman, seeing the fish was substantial enough for a pot of soup, promptly pulled a few scallions from the ground. Wu Jiangshan called out once more, "Auntie, if you have any garlic, could you spare a few cloves as well?" Though reluctant, the woman couldn't refuse after already pulling the scallions. So she returned with an entire bulb of garlic. With scallions and garlic in hand, Wu Jiangshan happily returned home, gesturing to Zhong Dagǔ, who scratched his head in embarrassment. With most of the ingredients gathered, Wu Jiangshan glanced at the sky, contemplating starting the cooking process now to have enough time to sell before evening. Rolling up his sleeves, he began washing pots, chopping scallions and garlic, and preparing the seasoning. Zhong Dagǔ, watching with keen interest, asked, "Can I help with anything? Just keep the fire going for me." In the absence of a gas stove, they used a traditional clay stove fueled by straw and firewood. With Zhong Dagǔ's family using reeds gathered from the marsh and branches collected from the hills. As Wu Jiangshan instructed Zhong Dagǔ on controlling the flames, he poured half of the lard from the jar into the pot. Once he had some money, he planned to buy soybean oil, as the flavor of lard was lacking and its color was less appealing. Fortunately, it was summer, otherwise, it would have solidified in colder weather. While Zhong Dagǔ managed the fire, he watched as Wu Jiangshan skillfully added ingredients, frying the oil, stewing the fish, and stir-frying the shrimp. Soon, the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air, though the spiciness made Zhong Dagǔ sneeze repeatedly. Before long, bowls of bright red, glistening fish and shrimp emerged from the stove, and just the sight of them promised a delectable feast. Chapter 6. The first snack stall. Wu Jiangshan took a bowl, scooped out a few small fish and a handful of shrimp, and handed them to Zhong Dagǔ. "Eat, savor my culinary skills. Once you've finished, we shall embark on our selling venture." Zhong Dagǔ swallowed hard, picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks, and upon tasting it, his eyes lit up with delight. The flavors were both savory and spicy, with a hint of sweetness and a delightful crispness lingering on his palate. "How is it?" "Absolutely delicious. This is the finest delicacy I have ever tasted, even better than meat. If only we had some rice to accompany it." With such praise, I am filled with confidence. Wu Jiangshan chuckled. This dish was not only a perfect companion for rice but also an excellent pairing with alcohol. Zhong Dagǔ utilized all the decent bowls in his home, a pot of spicy stewed mixed fish, and half a pot of spicy stir-fried river shrimp. With no plastic bags available, they covered everything with 2 bowls and wrapped them in a couple of clean garments. Zhong Dagǔ shouldered his family's rickety table, and the duo set off. They positioned the table in the same spot where he had sold duck eggs earlier, arranging the bowls. Shortly after they were ready, the workers from the knitting factory finished their shift. A few female workers who had previously purchased duck eggs noticed Wu Jiangshan had begun selling something new. Without needing an invitation, they approached, drawn in by the enticing aroma wafting through the air. The scent was a tantalizing blend of spices that ignited their appetites. Looking into the bowls, they saw fish and shrimp swimming in a vibrant, glistening broth, intensifying their cravings. "Young man, are you selling stewed fish? What is the price?" one inquired. Wu Jiangshan beamed with delight. "My dear lady, see this generous bowl? Just 1 yuan for a heaping serving. Fish and shrimp are priced the same, and you may mix them as you wish." 1 yuan? That is rather steep. The women, initially eager to purchase, began to back away, realizing that for the same price, they could buy a pound of meat. Observing their retreat, Wu Jiangshan quickly grabbed a bowl and filled it with 2 spicy stir-fried river shrimp and a small piece of stewed fish, offering it to them. "Oh, please don't rush off. Try a taste first. If you don't wish to buy, that's perfectly fine." One of the factory workers, clad in her uniform, hesitated but accepted the bowl. "Tasting is free, right?" "Of course. It's merely a gesture of goodwill to treat you ladies to a bowl." "You're quite the smooth talker." Wu Jiangshan, agile and quick, filled 2 more bowls with fish and shrimp, distributing them to others. "We are short on bowls, so please make do. Everyone should have a chance to sample our craftsmanship, featuring our exclusive secret sauce, slow-cooked to perfection. Tasting something free posed no danger." And the first worker who received a bowl eagerly plucked a shrimp and bit into it, instantly enveloped by its fresh, savory flavor. The others followed suit, their eyes widening with delight. This taste, it's absolutely exquisite. Located in the northern coastal region, the folks here were not accustomed to the spiciness favored by those from the south. Hence, Wu Jiangshan moderated the amount of chili, resulting in a gentle hint of spice that mingled with the fragrant oil and sauce infused with peppercorns, creating a delightful tingling sensation on their taste buds. Although life had improved for many, with families to feed, no household could indulge in lavish feasts daily. The fish and shrimp, swimming in the rich, oily broth, were irresistibly delectable. The harmonious blend of sauce, oil, and the fresh essence of fish and shrimp was utterly captivating. Even the droplets that landed on their fingers were licked clean. Wu Jiangshan was generous, allowing many to taste. For today's sales were less significant than opening up the market. His willingness to use abundant seasoning ensured the food was nothing short of delightful. Unlike others who prepared fish and shrimp, few would be so liberal with ingredients. A single taste would leave them yearning for more. "Could you lower the price a bit?" One worker, having devoured several shrimp, felt increasingly addicted but hesitated to ask for more. "Sister, did you bring a lunchbox? If so, it's just 1 yuan for a full box, or even half a yuan if you prefer. I'll fill it generously." Setting up shop in front of the factory had its advantages, as workers typically brought their own containers. In these times, there were no plastic bags or disposable utensils. To purchase such fare, one had to come equipped with their own bowls or boxes. "All right then, I'll take half a yuan's worth." With one person leading the way, others saw how generously Wu Jiangshan served and were eager to buy. "Hey, lad, give me 1 yuan's worth. This flavor is superb. It will pair perfectly with a drink for my husband tonight. I'll have 1 yuan's worth too, but make sure you give me a bit extra. I bought duck eggs from you earlier today." Regardless of whether they were purchasing a full box or half, those who had tasted did not hesitate to pay. Soon, even those who had initially held back found themselves compelled to try. In less than half an hour, the 2 bowls of fish and shrimp prepared by Wu Jiangshan and Zhong Dagǔ were completely sold out. The factory workers were numerous, and many who arrived later missed out, some regretting their hesitation as they inquired if Wu Jiangshan would sell again. "Of course, my friends. We will be here every noon and evening from now on. Enjoy your meal, and remember to bring your own bowl or lunchbox. For 1 yuan, regardless of the size, I'll fill it to the brim." The fish and shrimp, along with the complimentary tastings, brought in a total of 11 yuan and 50 cents. Zhang Dagǔ had not contributed much, as he was shy and struggled with words. Unlike Wu Jiangshan, whose culinary creations proved profitable, the fact that they had made 11 yuan and 50 cents astonished him. He had never imagined someone would spend a yuan on such a bowl of mixed fish. Even more surprising was that they had run out. "Jiangshan, this truly can be profitable?" Zhang Dagǔ felt a surge of excitement. "Let us gather more fish to sell tomorrow." "Why wait until tomorrow? Let us go tonight." "Tonight?" "Yes, we're going to catch some crabs." Zhang Dagǔ thought to himself that crabs had little meat and weren't worth pursuing, but then reconsidered. If Jiangshan could make fish and shrimp taste so delightful, surely crabs in that broth would be equally enticing. "Jiangshan, you're truly skilled. When did you learn to cook so well?" Wu Jiangshan patted Zhong Dagǔ's shoulder. "It's a natural talent. Impressive. Isn't it? Next time, I'll make a larger batch so you can enjoy a proper feast." "No. Let us sell first and use the profits for your grandfather's medical expenses before I indulge," he chuckled. The two, in high spirits, gathered their belongings and headed home. Wu Jiangshan intended to treat Zhong Dagǔ, but alas, night had fallen, and the co-op was closed. They settled for potatoes to resolve their dinner dilemma. After satisfying their hunger, they prepared to catch crabs. Catching crabs was quite simple. All one needed was a bucket and a flashlight or gas lamp to scavenge along the mudflats. Unfortunately, Zhong Dagǔ's family lacked even a flashlight, let alone a gas lamp. Their only light source was a candle, which was easily extinguished by the wind. However, for children like them, this was hardly a concern. They rummaged through the corner of the yard and found 2 broken tin cans that Zhong Dagǔ had collected earlier. Even with jagged edges, they tied them with string to a stick and affixed the candle to the bottom, creating a makeshift windproof lantern. If only they had more intact glass, they could have crafted a more visually appealing lantern that would shine brightly. Chapter 7. The Midnight Crab Hunt Without Bicycles. The two had to traverse deep into the reed marshes on foot, which would take quite some time. They gathered their belongings, donned long-sleeved shirts and trousers, secured their pant legs, and each carried a bucket while holding glass bottles as they hurried towards the marshes. The marshes at night were shrouded in darkness. Even with the moonlight, the shadows appeared to conceal all manner of mysterious creatures. Occasionally, the sudden sounds made by waterfowl or other animals could easily startle the timid. Both Wu Jiangshan and Zhong Dagǔ were bold. They navigated through the marshes, with Zhong occasionally venturing to the water's edge to search for wild duck eggs. After more than 2 hours of walking, they finally reached the muddy shore where they would collect crabs. The dulu crab, a small crustacean with somewhat square shells, was unique to the coastal areas north of Hushan town, and it was rarely seen elsewhere. These crabs could be stir-fried or eaten raw after pickling. Though they possessed little meat, they offered a delightful flavor. Dulu crabs only emerged from their burrows at night, scuttling about in abundance. Interestingly, the light from their lantern illuminated the small mud burrows, leading the crabs to become confused and disoriented, unable to find their way back home. As a result, they scurried chaotically across the muddy shoreline, making it easy for Wu and Zhong to collect them simply by bending down and scooping them into their buckets. They continued until their buckets were overflowing, at which point it was already midnight. Although catching crabs was effortless, walking and bending over in the muddy marshes was physically demanding. Hence, few would expend such effort and time at night for these meager crustaceans unless they were particularly craving them. Exhausted and hungry, with their bodies covered in mud, they began their journey back while carrying the heavy buckets. Zhong Dagǔ produced 2 wild duck eggs and handed one to Wu Jiangshan. The two cracked the eggs and swallowed them raw, despite the strong taste. However, they did provide a much-needed boost of energy. They returned to Zhong's home in one breath, pouring the crabs into a large basin, estimating they had collected over 30 pounds. After covering the basin with a wooden board and pressing it down with bricks, they rinsed off the mud from their bodies and feet in the courtyard, applying soap to the mosquito bites before collapsing onto the bed in a deep slumber. When they awakened, it was already past 9 in the morning. Wu Jiangshan shook off his drowsiness, feeling sore and stiff, and glanced at Zhong Dagǔ, who lay sprawled like a dead pig, choosing not to wake him. In the kitchen, Wu lifted the wooden board to find the crabs still lively, with several immediately attempting to escape. In a flurry, he recaptured them and replaced the board, then surveyed the sparse kitchen with only a few potatoes left, feeling a pang of hunger. After washing the pot and basin, Wu began to stir-fry the dulu crabs. The 2 remaining wild duck eggs, which Zhong had found, were placed at the edge of the pot to roast. Wu considered that once they sold this batch, he would need to buy some grains. Otherwise, they would lack the energy to venture into the marshes again. With over 30 pounds of dulu crabs, he added the remaining red chili peppers and spices, along with the last half-can of lard and some cooking wine, resulting in a vibrant, greasy dish that filled the kitchen with an enticing aroma. The scent wafted into the courtyard, drawing the attention of neighbors. Wu Jiangshan noticed an elderly woman peering in from outside and filled a large bowl, bringing it to her. "Thank you for your green onions yesterday, Annie. I've cooked some dulu crabs. Would you like to take some home to try? Oh my, these crabs smell divine. How much oil did you use?" The elderly woman, a bit shy, admitted her fondness for dulu crabs, but lamented that her son was too lazy to venture out at night to catch them. "No worries, we're neighbors. It's no trouble at all. Please, don't hesitate." Upon hearing Wu's words, the elderly woman accepted the offering, saying, "You're quite the charming young man. I'll make sure to return the bowl later." "Ah, no rush," Wu replied, returning to the kitchen to serve the crabs. Zhong Dagǔ had awakened and, seeing Wu hard at work, quickly assisted in preparing the dishes. He couldn't help but notice that Wu had changed over the past few days. He had become quite adept in the kitchen, speaking and acting with the poise of a true adult. Before Zhong could formulate his thoughts, the elderly woman returned with the clean bowl and offered a small bundle of green onions. Wu expressed his gratitude profusely, showcasing the empty bowl and the fresh green onions to Zhong. "Look, we've saved on buying onions." Zhong scratched his head and chuckled. "Should I tidy up the yard and plant some green onions and vegetables? It's about time. Let us wait until our business stabilizes before we do that. By the way, Jiangshan, Are we selling just this today? How much will you charge for a bowl? I'll sell them for a yuan each. But I can manage the sales myself. Dagǔ, let us divide the tasks. I'll sell the crabs during the day while you fish in the marsh and gather more eggs. Zhong had no objections. His shyness made him hesitant to sell. So we taking the lead was perfect. All right, Jiangshan, I'll take an extra bucket today and bring back more fish. Wu looked at Zhong's skinny frame and shook his head. You won't be able to carry too much. It's a long walk back and forth. They shared the 2 roasted duck eggs, then prepared to leave. The wooden board used to compress the crabs was cleaned, and a large basin was placed underneath. With a smaller basin on top, Wu emptied his backpack, filling it with 2 large bowls and chopsticks, being the stronger of the 2. He slung the backpack over his shoulder, carrying the full basins as they stepped out. Before departing, he reminded Zhong, don't linger. Be back by 3 or 4. Zhong tidied the kitchen but ignored Wu's advice, taking 2 water buckets and fishing gear, also filling a bottle with water before locking the door behind him. Wu Jiangshan arrived at the knitting factory just as the workers were getting off for the day. Upon his arrival, several familiar customers who had bought fish and shrimp the previous day were already waiting. Why are you so late? We thought you weren't coming to sell today. My child devoured a basket of pancakes with that fish meat yesterday and is asking for more. I need to buy extra today. Wait, where are the fish and shrimp? Why are you selling dola crabs? Surrounded by a crowd of workers, Wu finally had a chance to respond after setting down the boards and basins. Wiping the sweat from his brow. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the same as before. You can taste before you buy. Fish and shrimp will be available tomorrow. Though many were eager to purchase fish and shrimp, they were just as willing to buy the dola crabs after sampling them. The spicy stir-fried dola crabs sold remarkably well, with Wu hardly needing to persuade anyone. Worried it might not taste good? Try one. Think it's too pricey? Come, have a few for free. If you don't want to buy after tasting, that's fine. Chapter 8. Purchasing grain from the supply and marketing cooperative having grown accustomed to bland flavors. One would find the delectable snacks crafted by Wu Jiangshan utterly irresistible. As for the possibility of others emulating his culinary techniques, Wu Jiangshan remains unperturbed. His creations are far from merely a mix of chili and sauce. It is said that each cook imparts their unique essence to their dishes, and even with identical ingredients, the outcome differs significantly. Moreover, Wu Jiangshan's secret chili sauce, which has been the cornerstone of his thriving business in his previous life, is a proprietary blend he has meticulously developed, rendering it unlikely for anyone to replicate the same taste. As anticipated, today saw an even larger crowd eager to purchase his wares, many having brought their containers in advance. Regardless of size, each container is priced at a mere 1 yuan, which may appear to disadvantage Wu Jiangshan. However, the elusive dola crab, with its spindly legs, cannot be packed densely, making it impossible to fill a box with a full kilogram. The fruits of his labor from a long night of crabbing vanished in an instant, and Wu Jiangshan, clutching 2 greasy, sauce-laden empty bowls and a bulging bag of cash, felt his weariness dissipate. Upon returning home, he discarded the bowls and wooden board in the kitchen and emptied his bag, revealing a substantial sum, mostly comprised of small denomination notes, which appeared quite impressive. After counting and adding the previous day's sales, he found himself with a total of 44.9 yuan. In the contemporary factory setting, a worker's monthly wage hovers around this figure, meaning he had earned in 2 days what others make in a month. Yet, Wu Jiangshan felt the earnings came slowly. Currently, only he and Zhong Dagǔ were toiling, and under the circumstances, their situation was relatively favorable. After neatly stacking the money into his pocket, Wu Jiangshan rummaged through the grain bag at Zhong Dagǔ's home, discovering it empty. Considering he also needed to purchase oil and other condiments, he cleaned several bottles to toss into his cloth bag. His clothes, caked with dried mud, were of little concern as he quickly wiped his face and set off with the bag. It was imperative to acquire grain, while selling snacks had proven fruitful. Subsisting solely on potatoes was not sustainable. As a rural resident, his family's grain supply was insufficient, necessitating the exchange of grain coupons, which were unlikely to be granted to him. Although Zhong Dagǔ held an urban household registration, his family's circumstances were unique, and the meager ration they received was insufficient for their needs. Neither of them possessed even a single surplus coupon. As Wu Jiangshan walked towards the cooperative, he contemplated spending a few extra cents to procure some premium grain. Outside the supply and marketing cooperative, a long queue formed, and it dawned on Wu Jiangshan that tomorrow was Saturday, a day off for many, with limited supplies. Numerous individuals had arrived early to purchase meat and eggs for their families to enjoy the following day. Lacking coupons, Wu Jiangshan realized that queuing would be futile. He stood aside, contemplating whether to buy some ready-made food that did not require coupons when he noticed a man in his 20s lurking at the edge of the crowd. This man, Sun Yozhong, was familiar to Wu Jiangshan, a notorious ill-well in the town during his previous life. Even in his 40s, Sun Yozhong had shamelessly sought employment at Wu Jiangshan's food stall just to secure a meal. However, Sun Yozhong had since improved his circumstances. Aided by a relative employed at the grain station who could discreetly procure grain coupons, he had been known to sell these coupons, boasting about his exploits over drinks at Wu Jiangshan's stall. To acquire grain coupons, one needed only to seek out Sun Yozhong, though the latter did not recognize Wu Jiangshan at present. Given Wu Jiangshan's understanding of Sun Yozhong's character, approaching him for coupons seemed unwise and might lead to complications. Prioritizing his earnings, Wu Jiangshan opted to bypass any potential trouble and headed directly into the cooperative. After a short while, he emerged with 2 bottles of soybean oil, approximately 5 pounds of broken rice, and a cloth bag filled with condiments. Regardless of the era, where there are profits to be made, risks are often taken. Purchasing grain without coupons was permissible with an added monetary incentive. However, discreetly approaching the cooperative's sales staff could yield a price reduction of a few cents per pound, and given Wu Jiangshan's current financial constraints, every cent mattered. Upon returning to Zhong Dagǔ's home, Wu Jiangshan found his companion still absent, suspecting that Zhong Dagǔ had disregarded his advice. Organizing his purchases, Wu Jiangshan rubbed his temples. The duo's reliance on their feet for transportation was becoming increasingly burdensome. Each round trip consumed at least 2 hours, and a single person could only carry 1 or 2 buckets at a time. To earn several hundred yuan in a fortnight, they needed a more efficient method of transport. Acquiring a bicycle would cost over 100 yuan. Even if Wu Jiangshan managed to save that amount, he would hesitate to spend it. In their community, owning a bicycle was akin to possessing a treasure. He reflected on the few acquaintances who might lend him a bike, settling on one, Zhang Danna. The mere thought of approaching her brought a pang of discomfort. The shadows of his past lingered, and while he had narrowly avoided tragedy, seeking her out seemed daunting. Having previously mentioned visiting her at school in a moment of desperation, he now regretted the idea of abandoning Zhang Danna. She was his first love, and the thought of her being with someone else provoked a visceral reaction. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Jiangshan rose with determination, locking the door behind him. Why should he shy away from borrowing a bicycle? This reincarnation was not an excuse for retreat. With resolve, he headed towards the first middle school. Deep in thought about his current circumstances, Zhang Jun would undoubtedly look down upon him. Although he remained indifferent to Zhang Jun's opinions, it was clear he lacked the means to compete. However, he could take his time, not necessarily abandoning Zhang Danna, nor must he confront Zhang Jun directly. He was no longer the naive youth he once was. Years had passed, and he could now empathize with Zhang Jun's feelings, seeing a poor country boy with no ambition as unworthy of his daughter. As Wu Jiangshan walked down the street, he couldn't help but chuckle at his musings. Indeed, one must consider others' perspectives. Were he in Zhang Jun's position, he would be infuriated as well. Thus, he would proceed with caution. Zhang Danna was someone he could not easily forsake. Stroking his slightly longer hair, he resolved that this time he would not be merely a foolish young man fixated on fleeting desires. He aimed to win Zhang Danna's heart and make Zhang Jun cede with envy. Chapter 9. Sister Wu Mingshu in Fox Mountain Town. The Seoul High School stands as the only institution for education among the town and its surrounding 12 villages. Back in the 1980s, the entrance was not automated. The school comprised merely 3 or 4 aging buildings adorned with mosaic tiles, supplemented by a couple of single-story houses, all encircled by a rough, white-painted stone wall. When Wu Jiangshan arrived at the entrance of the high school, it was just past 3 in the afternoon, and the students were engrossed in their lessons inside. Wu Jiangshan, a student of this very institution, found the sensation of returning after many years to be extraordinarily surreal, akin to traversing the boundaries of time. As he pondered this, a man in his 50s, donning a liberation cap, emerged from a small room adjacent to the gate. Calling out to him, "What are you up to?" "Ah, old Su, are you here to welcome me?" Wu Jiangshan squinted and smiled, recognizing the familiar scowl of old Su, who always carried a rubber baton wherever he went. Upon closer inspection, old Su remarked, "I thought a rogue had wandered in." "Haha, old Su. Don't be in such a hurry. In a few months, I will officially take up my post." "Post? What post?" Old Su was puzzled. Wu Jiangshan laughed heartily. A post as a rogue, of course. Goodness, you rascal, hurry up and get inside if that's the case. Recognizing Wu Jiangshan, old Su turned to head back. Knowing he could not deny entry to a student of his school, regardless of the latter's casual demeanor. With a cheerful response, Wu Jiangshan dashed past old Su towards the classroom building. In the senior year, during the final sprint towards exams, every student was deeply engrossed in their studies, and the corridors were devoid of idlers. Before searching for Zhang Danna in his class, Wu Jiangshan realized that since his rebirth, he had yet to truly see his family. Unable to resist, he approached Class 1 and peered through the door, catching a glimpse of his twin sister, Wu Mingshu, diligently studying. Wu Mingshu and Wu Jiangshan bore a resemblance, both possessing thick eyebrows and single eyelids, yet her features radiated a gentler softness. Although she was born a mere 10 minutes prior, she had borne the title of sister, dedicating her life to supporting him. In his previous life, Wu Mingshu had forsaken her university aspirations to marry a man from a neighboring village, who, despite his decent circumstances, turned out to be a scoundrel with a chaotic lifestyle and treated her poorly. Wu Jiangshan had attempted to confront him several times, yet each encounter seemed to exacerbate her suffering in her marital home. Recalling the past, Wu Mingshu had aged prematurely, her hair turning white by her 30s. Her face lined with the burdens of a life devoid of hope. Yet at this moment, she exuded vitality, seated in the middle of the classroom. Donning a crisp white shirt and blue trousers, her dark hair slicked back, revealing her forehead, and braided at the back. In stark contrast to Zhang Danna, she appeared somewhat rustic, yet Wu Jiangshan felt a wave of emotion welling up in his eyes. "Mishu, is that your brother by the door?" A girl behind Wu Mingshu noticed Wu Jiangshan and discreetly poked her with a pin. Upon raising her head, Wu Mingshu's gaze met Wu Jiangshan's. Startled by the discovery, he snapped out of his reverie, realizing he had been caught. He hurriedly wiped his eyes and turned to flee. But Wu Mingshu had already dashed out and grabbed hold of his shirt from behind. "Wu Jiangshan, you truly excel at this. You've skipped classes for several days without a word. Your homeroom teacher has asked about you multiple times. Why not just wait until after the college entrance exams to return?" Turning back, he chuckled, "Sister." Only then did Wu Mingshu notice the redness in his eyes. Slightly taken aback, she also observed his disheveled appearance and frowned. "Have you been fighting again?" They stood at the classroom door, and not wanting to disrupt others, she pulled him around the corner of the staircase before releasing him. "Speak up. What trouble have you stirred up? You've not attended school or returned home these past few days." Gazing at the spirited Wu Mingshu, juxtaposed against the memory of her weary, hope-deprived self, Wu Jiangshan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He quickly lifted his head, not wishing to let his sister see his distress. "I didn't get into a fight. We can head home together in a few days." Wu Mingshu sighed, accustomed to her brother's troublesome ways. She could not fathom the reality of his rebirth, merely assuming he was once again embroiled in trouble. Yet, it was rare to see him cry, perhaps this time he had encountered a significant predicament, or worse, had suffered a loss. "What happened? Tell me. Sister promises not to scold you, all right?" Despite being born just moments apart, Wu Mingshu had always embodied the role of an older sister. "Sister, I'm truly fine. I just got some sand in my eyes outside. It should have cleared up by now, and it doesn't hurt anymore." Wu Jiangshan rubbed his eyes, grinning. "Don't rub them. Your hands are dirty." Upon confirming that Wu Jiangshan was indeed unhurt, Wu Mingshu instinctively began to lecture her brother. "If you've decided not to participate in the exams, then don't come at all. You should help our parents with some chores back home instead of wandering aimlessly around town." Wu Mingshu reached into her pocket and handed him 2 dimes. "Since you have no interest in attending university, you must consider what you will do in the future. If you continue to loiter about, you will end up as a vagrant." Looking at the coins in his palm, Wu Jiangshan recalled his aspirations of expanding his food stall before his rebirth, yet lacking the necessary funds. His sister, unbeknownst to him, had visited the town, silently offering him several thousand yuan before departing. He pondered how long it must have taken her to save that money. The guilt weighed heavily on him. She had sacrificed her promising future because of his missteps. He suddenly embraced the slightly shorter Wu Mingshu, holding her tightly. "Sister, I'm sorry. I was foolish before. I promise I won't trouble you any longer. You focus on your studies, and I will earn money to support your university education." Startled by her brother's unexpected embrace, Wu Mingshu was taken aback. Hearing his words left her momentarily speechless. Although they were twins, Wu Jiangshan had been spoiled by their grandparents, disregarding any form of discipline. Take the college entrance exams as an example. Being in senior year, he would skip classes at will. a practice that would have earned him a thrashing in any other household. Yet, at home, their grandmother indulged him, leaving him free to pursue whatever he desired without fear of reprimand. Meanwhile, she often felt compelled to oversee him, which annoyed him. Thus, this was the first time Wu Jiangshan had approached her so affectionately. Now that she was 18, no longer a child, even such a brotherly embrace made Wu Mingxu feel a bit shy and unaccustomed. She gently pushed him away, sensing that in the few days apart, he had matured considerably. Examining Wu Jiangshan closely, she recognized his familiar features but dismissed any doubts about him being in trouble as a reason for his newfound solemnity. Deep down, she hoped for his academic success. If you can refrain from causing trouble, I would be grateful. I have our parents to support me in my studies. You need not worry. Besides, I've heard that there are scholarships in university, and I am confident I will secure one. Chapter 10. Borrowing a bicycle. Wu Jiangshan smiled. Of course, sister, with your exceptional academic performance, you will undoubtedly secure a place in the finest university, and scholarships will be a mere formality. Flattery will get you nowhere. She replied. The younger brother, displaying a remarkable sense of maturity, brought forth 2 dimes and offered them to Wu Jiangshan. Here, don't waste it on trivialities. And avoid wandering about aimlessly. Just stay home when you have nothing to do. Wu Jiangshan gazed at the 2 dimes nestled in his palm, a mixture of amusement and exasperation washing over him. He pondered how Wu Mingxu had managed to save such a sum. Their family was not affluent, and with so many mouths to feed, they could scarcely spare pocket money. They attended high school in the town, living on campus, with their meals covered by grain tickets provided to the school and a daily allowance of merely 15 to 20 cents for food. In total, their family allocated around 4 to 5 yuan monthly, which meant that Wu Mingxu's funds were likely accrued from her meager food allowance. Observing his sister's frail figure filled Wu Jiangshan with concern, yet he hesitated to mention his plans to sell snacks, fearing that his sister's nurturing nature would lead her to pry into his affairs. At this critical juncture before the college entrance examinations, Wu Jiangshan deemed Wu Mingxu's studies far more important than anything else. He intended to postpone informing her about taking their grandfather for a medical appointment. Sister, will you come home tomorrow during the holiday? Wu Mingxu pondered for a moment and shook her head. Teacher Lu plans to help me review English this week. I'll return next week. That is fine. I'll pick you up next Friday, and we can go back together, Wu Jiangshan mused. Realizing that by then he would have saved enough money to persuade their grandfather to accompany him to the provincial capital. Where will you be these next few days? You don't need me to pick you up. You should hurry home, Wu Mingxu insisted. Sister, don't worry about me. I have a place to stay. Wu Jiangshan replied, pressing the money back into her hand. I have enough for myself. With exams approaching, make sure you eat well, or you won't have the strength to perform. Wu Mingxu was taken aback. He had often approached her for money, but now he was offering it willingly. All right, I'll take my leave. You should return home, he said, waving as he strode downstairs. Wu Mingxu watched him depart, sensing a significant change in her brother. However, as he remained tight-lipped, she decided to return to her classroom with a resolve to discuss matters with him during the holiday. Meanwhile, having descended the stairs, Wu Jiangshan stealthily returned, glancing toward Class 1 before dashing to the entrance of Class 3. Upon finding the classroom empty, his courage surged. He peeked inside, and students who noticed him chuckled. After all, he was the notorious troublemaker of the class, occupying the coveted central seat at the back. Wu Jiangshan had no intention of entering the classroom. He waved at Zhang Danna before withdrawing his head. The other students erupted in playful banter, prompting a blushing Zhang Danna to rush outside, only to find Wu Jiangshan absent. Turning around, she spotted a hand beckoning her from the staircase. Hastily, she approached and, as she rounded the corner, collided with a sturdy embrace. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me, she exclaimed. This is school. If anyone sees us, we'll be in trouble. Wu Jiangshan, mindful not to overstep, released her after a brief embrace. Zhang Danna, clad in a delicate yellow knee-length dress with a matching headband, appeared particularly graceful. Wu Jiangshan had been too flustered on the day of his rebirth to notice her fully. Reflecting now, he realized her allure was truly captivating. What brings you here at this hour? Zhang Danna asked, glancing up before quickly averting her gaze. The prospect of Wu Jiangshan seeking her out delighted her. Yet the recent teasing from classmates left her feeling bashful. When you returned home that day, did your father suspect anything? She inquired. Shaking her head, Zhang Danna replied. My dad simply said he wouldn't want me studying with you anymore. And what did you say? Did you agree with him? Perhaps we should avoid meeting then. Hearing her words, Wu Jiangshan felt a sense of relief. understanding that the matter had been put to rest, allowing him to indulge in playful banter. How rude. I didn't say anything, Zhang Danna retorted, playfully pinching Wu Jiangshan's arm. Ouch, why did you do that? He protested, feigning injury. That's what you get for teasing me, she teased back. Well, consider us even now, he said, rubbing his arm. I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Speak, she urged, her face brightening with curiosity. Could I borrow your bicycle? Of course, Zhang Danna replied, assuming it was a trivial request. She retrieved a key from her dress pocket and handed it to him. Here. Wu Jiangshan took the key, chuckling. Would it be all right to borrow it for a few days? What? How will I get home after evening classes? She exclaimed. Wu Jiangshan scratched his head, realizing he intended to catch crabs that night and wouldn't have time to escort her home. No worries, you can use it. I'll walk back with my classmates. She quickly added, noticing his hesitation. But how will you explain it to your father? Wu Jiangshan inquired, raising an eyebrow. That's none of your concern. I have my ways, she replied, her eyes twinkling. Wu Jiangshan found her demeanor utterly endearing, pinching her cheek and planting a kiss on her forehead. You've lost your mind, Zhang Danna exclaimed, pushing him away but unable to suppress her laughter. By the way, I've been thinking about our last encounter. It truly was inappropriate. Indeed? Wu Jiangshan replied cautiously, wondering what she meant. Would she now wish to distance herself due to the previous incident? Zhang Danna fidgeted, her hands gripping the hem of her dress. I almost made a grave mistake. Thankfully, you regained your composure in time. You still thought of me. And I appreciate it. Wu Jiangshan found himself slightly bewildered by Zhang Danna's train of thought but soon grasped her intent. It seemed she had reflected on the implications of their previous encounter and felt grateful to him, which he found endearingly naive. Danna, I acted impulsively that day, fortunately. Nothing harmful occurred. In retrospect, I still feel a bit apprehensive about it. His words were genuine. He truly feared a repeat of that incident. He took her delicate hand in his. With exams approaching, I cannot afford to distract you. Once you finish, I promise to take you out for some fun. Zhang Danna attempted to pull away but found her hand firmly held. Blushing, she nodded in agreement. Can I come find you during the holiday? Absolutely. I'll be at Dagǔ's house. Chapter 11. Capturing a mallard. Having borrowed a bicycle, Wu Jiangshan prepared to venture into the reed marsh to fetch Zhong Dagǔ. As he pedaled out of the bicycle shed, he caught sight of a figure peering at him from the corridor window above, instantly recognizing it to be the young girl. Zhang Danna. He waved and blew her a playful kiss, causing her to flinch in surprise before disappearing from view. Wu Jiangshan chuckled, savoring the innocent thrill of first love. A delightful sensation indeed. With a silly grin, he rode away from the first high school. Meanwhile, deep within the reed marsh, Zhang Dagǔ held his breath. His body coated in mud, crouched among the reeds, fixating on a green-headed wild duck ahead. He slowly inched closer, and, when within half a meter of the duck, he suddenly lunged forward. Fortune was on his side today. He had managed to catch a nesting duck, which typically remained still unless disturbed. Zhang Dagǔ pounced on the nest, carefully grasping the flapping duck while ensuring not to crush the eggs beneath. After a struggle, he finally subdued the duck by its wings. With the wild duck in one hand and the nest in the other, he climbed up to the bank, observing the two buckets brimming with fish and shrimp. As well as a pouch full of duck eggs, he felt a twinge of worry. Although he had gathered a significant haul, he was overwhelmed by the weight of his bounty. Throwing it away was unthinkable. After all, it represented money. Zhang Dagǔ secured the duck by tying its wings and legs, stowing it in a deep pocket meant for fishing. He placed the bamboo pole, which he would need the next day, upright in the reeds, and carefully packed the duck eggs back into the nest, wrapping them in his clothing before placing them atop the duck's head in the bag. He then strapped the bag to his back and lifted one bucket of fish to leave, but after only a few meters, he had to pause to catch his breath, inching forward like a tortoise. By the time he reached the marsh's exit, dusk had begun to settle. He placed the two buckets down, gingerly setting the bag with the duck and eggs aside. His stomach growled with hunger. The water he had brought was long gone. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhong Dagǔ leaned against his knees, panting heavily. A cheerful bell rang out ahead, and as he looked up, he saw a figure approaching on a bicycle. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Wu Jiangshan. I told you to take one bucket, but you insisted on showing off. If I hadn't come, how would you have made it home tonight? Wu Jiangshan scolded, simultaneously handing Zhong Dagǔ a cloth bundle from his bike's handlebars. Confused, Zhong Dagǔ opened it to find two large steamed buns, causing his stomach to rumble audibly. Jiangshan, did you buy these? They must have cost several dimes without a ticket. He exclaimed. Just eat them. Stop talking nonsense, Wu Jiangshan replied, glancing at the 2 buckets filled to the brim. Looks like you had a good haul today. Zhong Dagǔ, heedless of the dirt on his hands, took a big bite of a bun, cheeks puffed out. What else is in that cloth bag? He asked. Wu Jiangshan leaned in, rummaging through the bag, and burst into laughter. You've outdone yourself. You even caught a wild duck. This is a feast. As they shared a laugh, Zhong Dagǔ suggested, let us sell it. Once you save enough money, you can take your grandfather for a checkup, and then we can catch more. Wu Jiangshan felt a surge of gratitude for having a friend like Zhong Dagǔ, but he knew their bond didn't require verbal acknowledgement. He hoisted the 2 buckets, weighing 30 to 40 pounds, and now that he had a bicycle, Wu Jiangshan had not only purchased the buns, but also brought along a bundle of rope and a wooden plank. He secured the plank to the back, hanging the 2 buckets at either end, tying them down securely with rope to prevent spillage. Hop on, he instructed, gesturing to the back seat. Zhong Dagǔ chuckled, quickly finishing the last of his bun, then grabbed the cloth bag containing the duck and eggs, slinging it over his shoulder before sitting on the wooden plank at the rear. Whose bicycle is this? He inquired. Zhang Danna's, Wu Jiangshan replied. Upon hearing her name, Zhong Dagǔ refrained from voicing any concerns about scratching the paint. After all, Zhang Danna and Wu Jiangshan were close. It would be unreasonable to get upset over a bicycle. By the way, how did you do today? How much did you sell? Zhong Dagǔ asked. Over 30, Wu Jiangshan replied, nearly causing Zhong Dagǔ to topple off the bike in disbelief. You sold over 30 in a single day? Let us drop these off at home. You can rest while I go catch another couple of buckets of crabs. Wu Jiangshan was filled with vigor, although the venture was still in its early days. It was evident that the townsfolk were receptive to the snacks he was selling. I'll come back with you, Zhong Dagǔ insisted. We can catch even more. Determined to capitalize on the opportunity, he was ready to put in the effort. No, you should rest at home. Tomorrow morning, you can help me sort through the fish and shrimp. I'll prepare everything to sell before noon. Now that we have a bicycle, it's much easier. Though eager to earn money, Wu Jiangshan recognized that working tirelessly day and night was unsustainable. They needed to alternate their efforts. All right, you can sleep in tomorrow morning. I'll take care of this, Zhong Dagǔ agreed. With no electricity at home, working at night was inconvenient, but the fish would remain fresh overnight. After returning home, Wu Jiangshan urged Zhong Dagǔ to get some rest while he emptied the 2 buckets, contemplating the wild duck for a moment. It wouldn't yield much when cooked. Selling it alive seemed more prudent. He secured the duck, donned a long-sleeved shirt to protect himself, and grabbed a makeshift lantern made from a can before hanging the buckets on his bicycle and heading back to the marsh. As he pedaled, Wu Jiangshan mused that if he could earn 30 yuan a day in half a month, he could accumulate 450 yuan, enough for a trip to the provincial capital. He intended to take his grandfather for a thorough checkup, as the sudden illness that had befallen him in his previous life felt like a ticking time bomb in Wu Jiangshan's mind, though he remained unaware of when it would detonate. With the bicycle, he reached the marsh in just half an hour, still cautious not to pedal too vigorously in the dark. Upon arriving at the muddy banks deep within the marsh, he set his bicycle aside, lit a candle, and placed it in the jar, and in the pitch-black marsh, he caught 2 full buckets of crabs. By the time he returned home, it was already midnight. Zhong Dagǔ had left the door open for him. Wu Jiangshan made no noise as he entered, closing the yard gate behind him, securing the crabs, and wheeling his bicycle into the kitchen. Without even washing up, he discarded his dirty clothes onto the floor and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep almost instantly. His slumber was deep and dreamless, and when he awoke, the sun had long risen. Zhong Dagǔ had already cleaned the fish, removing their innards, and had prepared a pot of rice. After Wu Jiangshan got up, he first stewed the fish and then stir-fried the shrimp and crabs with spices. They each served themselves a bowl and prepared 2 bowls of rice. Just as they finished eating and were ready to set up their stall, a voice called out from outside the yard. Wu Jiangshan, are you there? Chapter 12, Selling Snacks with Zhang Danna. Zhang Danna. Wu Jiangshan walked into the courtyard, and upon seeing that he was alone, he opened the gate. What brings you here? He inquired. Didn't I say I would come to find you on the weekend? My father is out in the countryside today, and with no one at home, I sneaked out. Zhang Danna had donned a fresh pink dress and white block-heeled sandals, walking into the courtyard with her hands behind her back. Wu Jiangshan had just finished cooking and was drenched in sweat, without a shirt on. Upon seeing Zhang Danna, he hastily pulled on an old vest hanging on the drying line. As Zhang Danna stepped into the kitchen, her little nose twitched as she exclaimed, "What is that delightful aroma?" Without waiting for an answer, she entered the kitchen. Zhong Dagǔ was squatting on the ground washing dishes, feeling shy to speak with Zhang Danna, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Upon noticing the large bowls filled with vibrant red fish, shrimp, and crabs, Zhang Danna gasped in astonishment. So many fish and crabs. How did you catch so many? Will you be able to eat all of this? Wu Jiangshan followed her inside. These are for sale. Why don't you taste and see how they are? Zhang Danna's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this what you've been busy with? Did you prepare all of this? Wu Jiangshan nodded, scooping a few small shrimp into a bowl and walking over to her, playfully holding a bright red shrimp to her lips. Open up. Feeling shy, Zhang Danna had no choice but to comply as he presented the shrimp to her mouth. His finger brushed against her soft tongue for a fleeting moment, awakening something within him. Is it delicious? He asked. Zhang Danna nodded, oblivious to his mischief. It's incredibly tasty, so fresh, and not fishy at all. She licked her lips, rosy and enticing, which made Wu Jiangshan's mouth water. It's a bit spicy, but it has a hint of sweetness. The spice makes it even more enjoyable. Noticing that Dagǔ had finished packing the fish, shrimp, and crabs into bowls, Wu Jiangshan went inside to grab his satchel. He picked up his muddy clothes from the previous day, realizing he had nothing else to wear and thus had to settle for Dagǔ's old vest. With the knitting factory's closing time approaching, Wu Jiangshan secured everything onto his bicycle. Zhang Danna, hearing that he was setting up a stall, expressed her eagerness to accompany him. Dagǔ suggested she stay behind to tidy up while he continued fishing. They had too much to sell today. Too many large bowls to carry. Otherwise, Wu Jiangshan would have lent Dagǔ his bicycle, making it necessary to pick him up later. As Zhang Danna surveyed the bicycle she had lent out just a day ago, now caked in mud and nearly unrecognizable, she chose to remain silent. The back of the bicycle was laden with a wide wooden board, unable to carry anyone else. Wu Jiangshan pushed the bike forward, with Zhang Danna walking behind, helping to steady the stacked bowls. She looked at Wu Jiangshan's worn vest, his dirty pants, and the liberation shoes, noticing the countless mosquito bites on his exposed arms and neck. Instead of feeling disgusted, she felt a twinge of sympathy. Wu Jiangshan, what made you decide to sell these things? Do you think you can sell them? Wu Jiangshan turned back with a smile. You'll find out soon enough. You're not studying for exams, are you? Is this what you plan to do? Although Zhang Danna didn't think less of him for this, she felt he could choose a more respectable path. After all, he had completed high school. You can't do this forever. A street stall won't suffice. You'll surely need to expand, at least into a chain of eateries. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Danna asked, what do you mean by a chain of eateries? Wu Jiangshan sighed with a smile, not answering her question. Opening several chain restaurants had been his greatest dream in his past life. He had awakened too late then. But perhaps this life presented him with a chance for success. Zhang Danna, waiting for his response, looked up at his back, sensing a feeling of melancholy. They arrived at the knitting factory just as the workers were finishing for the day. Wu Jiangshan unloaded the goods and set them up, and a group of female workers with lunch boxes quickly gathered around. Zhang Danna was pushed aside. She felt awkward selling and didn't know how to call out to customers like Wu Jiangshan did. So she could only watch him expertly collect money and serve the women. Today's sales went exceptionally well, almost as if they were being snatched up. The workers at the factory had learned that there were snacks sold just outside the gate. Many had tasted the food over the past few days, and some bought extras for their night shifts, heating them up in the middle of the night, filling the workshop with enticing aromas that tempted others who hadn't yet purchased. Wu Jiangshan's small fish and shrimp were fresh, spicy, and fragrant, making them particularly appetizing. After tasting his offerings, they found their own potatoes and greens tasteless by comparison. With the previous day's experiences, even more people came to buy today. Spending 50 cents for half a lunchbox was just right. With several hundred people in the factory, even if everyone only spent 50 cents, the fish, shrimp, and crabs they prepared after a day's work wouldn't last the day. Once the rush subsided, only a small portion of spicy stir-fried crabs remained. When serving, a few crab legs inevitably fell off, yet they could still fill 1.5 lunchboxes. Wu Jiangshan didn't hold back, selling it all to one of the female workers for $1, filling 2 lunchboxes to the brim. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he began to tidy up when he noticed Zhang Danna had vanished, leaving the bicycle standing alone. After securing the empty bowls and wooden boards to the bicycle, Wu Jiangshan saw Zhang Danna running towards him, her bright pink skirt fluttering like a joyful butterfly. Here, I saw you sweating profusely. Thought you might need something to quench your thirst. She handed him a bottle of orange juice. Wu Jiangshan accepted it without hesitation, gulping down half the bottle. This refreshing drink was pure and delightful. As he drank, Zhang Danna pulled out a small, pristine handkerchief, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. She hesitated, wanting to wipe the sweat from Wu Jiangshan's forehead, but fearing being seen, unsure of what to do. "I thought you had gone home," Wu Jiangshan said. Noticing her little antics, he leaned closer, winking at her. Zhang Danna quickly dabbed his forehead and face, then held the handkerchief tightly, turning her face away, stifling a smile. After finishing the last of the orange juice, Wu Jiangshan stuffed the bottle into his cloth bag for future use. He then secured the items from the back of the bicycle to the handlebars. "I'll first drop these off at Dagu's, then I'll take you home. Is that all right?" "But you still have work to do this afternoon," Zhang Danna protested, feeling discontented. She had finally found time to come out, but hadn't he been there long? "Yes, I need to pick up Dagǔ. I'll be back in the evening to sell again." Didn't you see how well business was going? Missing even one sale would be a loss. Zhang Danna had never lacked money. So seeing Wu Jiangshan toil away selling things on the street made her wonder why he was exerting himself so much for such little returns. After all, how much could one bowl even sell for? How could he possibly make enough in a single day? "Why are you working so hard?" Chapter 13. The second brother cannot cause trouble. Wu Jiangshan did not conceal anything. He immediately recounted his desire to earn money and take his grandfather to the provincial capital. "Behave. Once I gather enough funds for my grandfather's medical checkup, you will have finished your exams and be on break. I will treat you to a movie then." He reached out and affectionately ruffled Zhang Danna's hair, a feeling of tenderness distinct from familial affection blossoming within her heart. Zhang Danna did not shy away, but rather felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, especially knowing that Wu Jiangshan's intentions were to honor his grandfather. The young girl felt quite pleased with her discerning eye, as her father had often remarked that those who are not respectful to their elders are certainly not good people. Understanding that Wu Jiangshan was preoccupied with serious matters, Zhang Danna, being quite sensible, refrained from asking him to accompany her for leisure and obediently took a seat in the back. "Let's go." Huxian town was not large. With a bicycle, it took merely 10 to 20 minutes to traverse from one end to the other, and a few minutes from the knitting factory to the Dagǔ family residence. In those few minutes, Wu Jiangshan mischievously pedaled swiftly, startling Zhang Danna to cling to his waist. As they encountered uneven roads, he maintained his speed, occasionally applying sudden brakes, causing Zhang Danna's soft, fragrant body to jolt against his back. Before long, Zhang Danna's well-developed chest began to ache from the jolts, and in irritation, she clenched her fists to punch the mischievous culprit in front. They playfully bickered until they reached the entrance of the Zhong Dagǔ home. Wu Jiangshan instructed Zhang Danna to wait outside while he placed some empty bowls and wooden boards inside. Suddenly, he noticed a tethered wild duck in the corner of the kitchen. Today, he had seen Zhang Danna forget about the duck, and seeing it still alive, he decided to leave it be, planning to sell it near the supply and marketing cooperative the next day when he went to buy some seasonings. He took off his money pouch and concealed it in a tattered quilt on the Kong, intending to retrieve it later that evening. After locking the door, Wu Jiangshan mounted his bicycle once more to escort Zhang Danna home. Zhang Danna's father, Zhang Jun, worked at the Border Defense Police Station, which is why their home was conveniently located on the edge of town for his commute. From the outside, Zhang Danna's courtyard appeared modest, but inside were 3 bright, spacious rooms with 2 additional side rooms flanking the courtyard. Unlike Wu Jiangshan's home, which had a muddy yard, theirs was paved with cement and even featured a small flower bed, exuding cleanliness. Zhang Danna's mother was a surgeon at the town hospital and often away from home. With no one present, Zhang Danna invited Wu Jiangshan inside to sit for a while. This was Zhang Jun's domain, and Wu Jiangshan felt a twinge of apprehension. The shadows of past encounters haunted him, fearing Zhang Jun might catch him alone with Zhang Danna. However, Zhang Danna seized the moment, pulling him into the yard, prompting Wu Jiangshan to lower his head and silently warn his second brother, "Don't cause any trouble, just behave." Upon entering the house, they found themselves in a living room adorned with a sofa and a tea table, covered with beige floral mats. Opposite the table stood a cabinet housing a television, likely color, also draped with a beige knitted cover to prevent dust accumulation. Beside the television was a landline telephone, covered with a square handkerchief. In Huxian town during this era, having a telephone was not merely a matter of desire, it required both wealth and connections. Wu Jiangshan glanced down at the ivory-colored marble floor tiles, unable to suppress a furrowed brow. The current decor of Zhang Danna's home would remain timeless even a decade later. This was his first time entering Zhang Danna's abode. Previously, he had only called out to her from the wall, aware of her family's good fortune but oblivious to its true extent. No wonder Zhang Jun looked down upon him, likening him to a toad yearning for a swan's affection. "Please, have a seat," Zhang Danna urged as she led Wu Jiangshan to the sofa. Observing his dusty, mud-stained pants, he felt reluctant to sit. "Oh, please, it's fine," she insisted, pushing him down before dashing to the kitchen. She returned with a plate of chilled watermelon, placing it on the tea table. "Have a piece to quench your thirst. I'll apply some medicine for you." Zhang Danna handed him a slice of watermelon and rummaged beneath the table for a medicine box. With her mother being a doctor, their home was stocked with various medications. Seeing the swollen bites on Wu Jiangshan's skin made her feel itchy just looking at them. From a small amber glass bottle, she delicately extracted a piece of alcohol-soaked cotton with tweezers and carefully dabbed at his mosquito bites. "There's no need for such trouble. I've already applied soap," Wu Jiangshan dismissed nonchalantly, devouring a piece of watermelon. Having grown up in the countryside, he was accustomed to rough living, not overly sensitive. "You shouldn't take it lightly. My mother says excessive mosquito bites can lead to illness," Zhang Danna replied, focused on treating each bite, starting with his arms, then moving to his neck and chest. Her diligence was evident as she meticulously addressed each bite, and their proximity allowed Wu Jiangshan to feel her gentle breath against his skin, the faint scent of either soap or floral water wafting into his nostrils. As he inhaled the fragrance, memories of their time together in the Zhong Dagǔ home flooded back, not from this reincarnation, but from their past encounter when they had crossed a line. With a heavy sigh, he realized how utterly enchanting this girl was. She was incomparable to any of the fleeting romances he had known before. "Danna, have you decided which university you wish to attend?" Wu Jiangshan asked, attempting to divert his thoughts. He knew he must maintain his composure, not only due to Zhang Jun, but also because of the lingering guilt he felt from their past. "Of course, I want to go to Capital University. But with my grades, it seems hopeless," Zhang Danna replied, tidying the medicine box after finishing with his bites. "Once the pre-exam scores are released, Teacher Wang mentioned that if I work hard, there might be a chance for a provincial university." Wu Jiangshan nodded, remembering that in his previous life, Zhang Danna had gone to an unknown destination. This time, if she were to attend a provincial university, it would indeed be easier for him to visit her. "The provincial university is quite good. I could visit you there." In truth, he regretted not returning to the past a year earlier. Had he done so, he would have strived to attend university himself. However, he was not one to dwell on dissatisfaction. Since he had not experienced university life, he resolved to earn money to improve his family's circumstances. At the very least, once he achieved success, being with Zhang Danna would surely earn him Zhang Jun's approval. Unlike in his previous life. "Are you serious? You will really come to see me?" Zhang Danna's eyes sparkled with joy, as she had feared that once she left for university, their chances of meeting would dwindle. "Of course, the provincial capital isn't far," he reassured her. Zhang Danna's smile lit up her face, revealing a small, sharp canine tooth. "I will definitely get into the provincial university." Yet, Wu Jiangshan harbored an unspoken thought. Regardless of which city Zhang Danna attended, he would make it a point to visit her. He needed to ensure that she wouldn't be swept away by the university boys, though he knew the likelihood was slim. Should it really be that way? Gazing at the youthful and radiant Zhang Danna, Wu Jiangshan, who had always been popular with women, found himself unexpectedly lacking in confidence. Chapter 14. The proper way to experience first love. After a brief visit at Zhang Danna's home, Wu Jiangshan was preparing to leave. It was during this visit that he realized the disparity between himself and Zhang Danna. Whether in ancient times or the present, the notion of social compatibility holds true. Nevertheless, Wu Jiangshan believed that this gap would gradually diminish until he ultimately surpassed it. In his previous life, he had not fared well. He had never known great wealth or status, and even when his family and friends were in need, he lacked the means to assist them. The memory of being mercilessly beaten by Zhang Jun and insulted had become a driving force in his life. Zhang Danna was reluctant to see him go. She couldn't quite comprehend why, but merely seeing Wu Jiangshan brought her immense joy. This feeling was inexplicable, reminiscent of the first time she laid eyes on him. As if that single glance had predetermined everything. However, fearing a sudden return of her father, she had to escort Wu Jiangshan to the door. As Wu Jiangshan mounted his bicycle to leave, Zhang Danna suddenly recalled something and called for him to wait. She dashed back inside and soon emerged with a small blue round box, which she pressed into his hands. "This is some cooling oil. Apply it when you go into the reed marshes. It should help keep the mosquitoes at bay," she explained. Wu Jiangshan nodded appreciatively, pocketing the gift without hesitation. "Thank you. I'm off now." "Wait, there's more." Wu Jiangshan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Zhang Danna bit her lip, and retrieved a roll of money from her skirt pocket. "This is my saved-up pocket money. Please take it for now. You need it for your grandfather's checkup, and it shouldn't be delayed. You can repay me later." Wu Jiangshan did not accept it. The playful grin on his face vanished. He looked at the roll of money in her pale hand, bound with a hair tie, which appeared to contain at least 200 yuan. "Zhang Danna, don't misunderstand. I mean no offense. Just, you need this for your grandfather? So please keep it for now." Seeing Wu Jiangshan's serious demeanor, Zhang Danna recalled his usual nature and quickly clarified, "I don't want you to misinterpret my intentions." Her cautiousness prompted Wu Jiangshan to reflect on his past, when he had been unambitious and felt looked down upon by others. He pinched her cheek lightly, smiling. "You should keep it for yourself. I'll borrow it when I truly need it." Zhang Danna, relieved that he was not angry and had not outright rejected her, nodded happily. "Just remember to tell me when you do need it. Don't hesitate. Your grandfather's health is important." Wu Jiangshan chuckled. "You silly girl. Don't just give your precious things away to anyone." Zhang Danna, misinterpreting his comment as a reference to the money, smiled, revealing two charming dimples. "You're not just anyone. I'm willing to help you." The phrase, "the hardest to bear is the kindness of a beauty," resonated with Wu Jiangshan, making him feel utterly captivated. Perhaps this was the true essence of first love, a sensation devoid of possessiveness, filled only with a sweet warmth, akin to pink bubbles rising and bursting in his heart. This feeling was exquisite, even more delightful than being ensconced in blankets. Upon leaving Zhang Danna's home, Wu Jiangshan hummed a cheerful tune as he rode his bicycle directly to the reed marsh to fetch Zhong Dagǔ. His body felt rejuvenated, and his heart, invigorated by the interaction with his first love, regained its youthful spirit. Yet, this blissful mood was short-lived. Upon encountering Zhong Dagǔ, anger surged within him. What happened? Zhong Dagǔ had a swollen face, dried blood beneath his nose, and his clothes were in tatters, resembling a muddy mess. Evidently, he had been beaten. "I ran into Lan Yong and the others. They wanted my fish, but I didn't give them any," Zhong Dagǔ replied, setting down 2 buckets, grinning sheepishly. "Not a single one. Just my neck got torn, so I'll have to make a new one." "How many of them? You didn't fight back?" Wu Jiangshan asked, surprised. Despite Zhong Dagǔ's lean physique, he was known to fight fiercely, often leaving others at a disadvantage. "Just 2. I was afraid of the fish dying." Zhong Dagǔ chuckled innocently, which only infuriated Wu Jiangshan further. "You fool." It was unclear whether he was scolding Zhong Dagǔ or Lan Yong. "Where are they now?" "They went inside. I saw Lan Yong and the others with surf rods. They must have gone to the beach to fish." Wu Jiangshan assessed Zhong Dagǔ. The lad was resilient and seemed relatively unharmed. However, he could not simply let this transgression go unpunished. "Head home first. If you can't carry it, take a break. I'll find them." Zhong Dagǔ scratched his head. "What if they're still there?" "I can help you." "There's no need. How long have they been gone?" "About an hour." Zhong Dagǔ pondered for a moment. "All right, head home and wait for me." With that, Wu Jiangshan pedaled his bicycle deeper into the reed marsh. After a short while, Zhong Dagǔ could no longer see him and continued on with the 2 buckets of fish and shrimp. Wu Jiangshan pedaled vigorously along the earthen dam, flanked by lush reeds that swiftly retreated, creating a green and yellow curtain. This curtain had its end, leading to the sea. The dense reeds near Hushan town were situated close to the mouth of the Liao River. Crossing the marsh would reveal the Bohai Bay, though a small inlet. It offered opportunities for fishing, attracting the occasional visitor. As Wu Jiangshan rode along the stone dam for about 200 meters, he spotted a bicycle hidden among the reeds, camouflaged by the foliage. He stopped near the bicycle and ascended the dam to peer down, observing 2 individuals fiddling with their fishing rods at the water's edge. They had likely just arrived, finding a suitable spot to cast their lines. After a moment of scrutiny, Wu Jiangshan recognized Lan Yong, though he could not identify the other person. Lan Yong was a former classmate from middle school, and Wu Jiangshan had once dealt with him on account of Zhong Dagǔ. Little did he know, he would once again confront Lan Yong for Zhong Dagǔ's sake. Opting not to reveal his presence, Wu Jiangshan approached the bicycles instead. Noticing one was new, a Phoenix brand double-bar bicycle, likely belonging to Lan Yong. He fiddled with the lock, but couldn't open it. So he decided to simply lift the bicycle and ride away on Zhang Danna's bike. After riding a considerable distance, Wu Jiangshan finally stopped, picked up a stone, and smashed the lock open. Instead of retrieving the bicycle immediately, he rode back to a more concealed area near the muddy shore where he had previously collected crabs, hiding the bicycle within a dense patch of reeds. Having completed his preparations, Wu Jiangshan glanced at the sun, tempted to return and toss those 2 into the sea. However, having just acquired a new bicycle, he knew he couldn't risk being spotted. With a casual lick of his lips, he plucked a slender reed and placed it between his teeth, pedaling away. Chapter 15. The bicycle incident today. Time slipped away, and Wu Jiangshan realized he would miss the factory's closing hours to sell more goods. He decided against asking Zhong Dagǔ to pack the fish, leaving them in the basin instead. As for the wild duck, which he intended to sell outside the supply and marketing cooperative the following morning, he changed his mind upon seeing Zhong Dagǔ's bruised face. Wu Jiangshan swiftly slaughtered the duck, chopping it into small pieces, frying and stewing it, finally adding a generous amount of sugar to thicken the sauce, creating a delicious braised wild duck dish. Throughout the process, Zhong Dagǔ stood nearby, drooling in anticipation. When Wu Jiangshan finally handed him chopsticks and invited him to eat, Zhong Dagǔ was momentarily stunned. Really eat? Typically, even a morsel of meat was a rare treat for him. He had longed for a taste of wild game, but he would never have imagined such a feast. The liberal use of oil and spices, along with the sugar. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wu Jiangshan sat on a small stool, chuckling at Zhong Dagǔ, who clutched the bowl, hesitant to dig in. What a ridiculous situation. A duck delivered right to your lips, and you hesitate? Wu Jiangshan laughed, placing the bowl on his lap. If you won't eat, then I shall. He popped a piece of the braised duck into his mouth, savoring the rich flavor. Seeing this, Zhong Dagǔ pushed his chopsticks aside and quickly grabbed a large piece, his eyes immediately gleaming with delight. What followed was a whirlwind of eating, each bite leading to the next, and Wu Jiangshan realized that if he didn't act fast, Zhong Dagǔ would finish it all. They soon found themselves in a playful competition for the last morsels. Meanwhile, at the edge of the reed pond, Lan Yong and his cousin and Tihua emerged, their faces covered in grime. They had long missed dinner, their stomachs growling with hunger. It's all your fault for insisting I ride that new bicycle, which my father just bought. When I get home, I swear I'll make my father furious. Lan Yong shouted angrily, and Tihua, equally frustrated, grumbled about their long walk from the seaside, feeling both tired and anxious. What does this have to do with me? Didn't you say we were here to fish? Seeing Lan Yong in such a state, and Tihua chose to remain silent, realizing he needed to keep on good terms with Lan Yong's father, who he hoped would help him secure a job at the food factory. The two trudged towards town, with Lan Yong racking his brain for an explanation to give at home. Suddenly, Tihua spoke up, "Brother, do you think it could have been that kid we encountered in the reed pond? There was no one else around. How could our hidden bicycle have vanished?" Lan Yong squinted thoughtfully. Zhong Dagǔ? Does he have the audacity? He stopped in his tracks, disdain etched across his face. You might be onto something. Perhaps he did steal my bicycle. His father is a thief. The whole family is a bunch of crooks. Then what are we waiting for? Let's find him, Lan Yong exclaimed, leading Tihua directly to Zhong Dagǔ's home. At that moment, Wu Jiangshan and Zhong Dagǔ had just finished their meal and were in the house counting money by candlelight. Zhong Dagǔ gazed in astonishment at the pile of cash Wu Jiangshan had laid out. This was the total earnings from the past 3 days, minus expenses for grains, oil, and spices, leaving them with, how much is left? Zhong Dagǔ asked, shifting his gaze from the money to Wu Jiangshan's face. 104 cents. Zhong Dagǔ trembled, pointing at the stacks of cash. Is there really 100 here? Count it yourself, Wu Jiangshan replied, feeling a mix of satisfaction and anticipation. With this pace, by next Friday, he would definitely have enough to take his grandfather to the provincial capital for a checkup. Zhong Dagǔ's eyes widened with joy. I believe you, Jiangshan. You are truly remarkable. You've earned a bicycle in just 3 days. Bicycle? Huh. Wu Jiangshan shook his head, grinning as he stuffed the money into his backpack, hiding it beneath an old blanket on the bed. Now, let us tidy up and go crab catching. He intended to surprise Zhong Dagǔ, keeping the bicycle theft under wraps. Zhong Dagǔ, noticing Wu Jiangshan's unscathed appearance, didn't inquire further about any altercations with Lan Yong. As they secured their bucket to the bicycle, Lan Yong and Tihua arrived. From the gate, Lan Yong spotted a bicycle and, knowing that Zhong Dagǔ's house lacked electricity and only a candle flickered on the stove, he couldn't be certain if it was his. Nevertheless, in his heart, he was convinced that it was indeed his stolen bicycle. So it was you, Zhong Dagǔ. You dared to steal my bicycle. Lan Yong shouted from outside the gate. Do you believe I'll call the police and have you arrested? Zhong Dagǔ was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the situation. Wu Jiangshan had already approached the gate, greeting Lan Yong through the wooden barrier. Oh, isn't this the son of Director Lan? You are Wu Jiangshan? Lan Yong stammered, taking a few steps back. Having left middle school to work at the food factory, he hadn't seen Wu Jiangshan for a while. But he remembered all too well the fierce beatings he had received from him back in school. He then recalled how Wu Jiangshan had often stood up for Zhong Dagǔ, leading him to find their association unsurprising. Wu Jiangshan, I used to think you were quite the character. Who would have thought you'd be mixed up with a thief? A thief? What have I stolen? Your bicycle. Today, Zhong Dagǔ stole my bicycle, and now he is caught red-handed. What more do you have to say? Lan Yong declared. He watches Wu Jiangshan open the gate, prompting him to step back defensively, shouting, What do you want? I warn you, this isn't school anymore. If you dare touch me, I will call the police and have you all arrested. Wu Jiangshan couldn't suppress his laughter at Lan Yong's cowardice. He gestured toward the bicycle in the yard. Open your eyes and take a good look. Is this your bicycle? And Tihua, who had not attended school in Hushan Town, did not recognize Wu Jiangshan or Zhong Dagǔ. He had merely accompanied Lan Yong to confront Zhong Dagǔ. Seeing Lan Yong so intimidated by Wu Jiangshan, he felt disdain for him. However, if retrieving the bicycle was possible, he would assist Lan Yong. Noticing Lan Yong's reluctance to enter the yard, he stepped inside and examined the bicycle closely, frowning slightly. Well, is it my bike? Lan Yong called from outside. Brother. It doesn't seem to be. What? Lan Yong, forgetting his fears, rushed into the yard for a closer look, and indeed, it was not his. He couldn't fabricate a lie. His bicycle was a dual-bar model, while this one was a single bar, with different branding and handlebars. How could a beggar like you afford a bicycle? Zhong Dagǔ, tell me, did you sell my bicycle for this old one? With no chance of recovering his bike and fearing a beating at home, Lan Yong could only shift the blame onto Zhong Dagǔ, who he found less intimidating than Wu Jiangshan. I didn't steal your bicycle. After contemplating for a moment, Zhong Dagǔ regained his composure. If you don't believe me, you can search. Search for what? Wu Jiangshan glared, marching up to Lan Yong and seizing his collar, throwing him out with a forceful yank. Chapter 16. The Bicycle Incident 2. In Taiwa pushed Wu Jiangshan. Why did you hit him? Wu Jiangshan retaliated with a slap, catching in Taiwa by surprise. The sound echoed in his ears, leaving them buzzing. Though stronger than Lan Yong, and Taiwa, feeling the sting, was about to retaliate when suddenly he was pulled back. Falling to the ground, dragged down by the seemingly simple-minded Zhong Dagǔ. Zhong Dagǔ pinned and Taiwa down, preparing to land a punch. Wu Jiangshan quickly intervened. Despite Zhong Dagǔ not fighting back earlier in the reeds, it was merely a matter of choice. Should he decide to retaliate, it would be with deadly force. Having lived for decades, Wu Jiangshan had matured beyond impulsive youth, recognizing that Zhong Dagǔ's rationale was flawed. Moreover, it was his stolen bicycle, not Zhong Dagǔ's. Wu Jiangshan restrained Zhong Dagǔ and seized in Taiwa by the collar, tossing him out of the courtyard. Get lost, he shouted, slamming the gate shut behind them as he ushered Zhong Dagǔ inside. Lan Yong, having been thrown to the ground, felt as if he had been split in two. Groaning in pain, seeing his cousin tossed out as well, he dared not utter a sound. It had been nearly 2 years since they last met. And Wu Jiangshan had grown significantly taller, towering over Lan Yong by an entire head. Previously, he had struggled to stand against him, and with the current height difference, he felt even more intimidated. And Taiwa helped Lan Yong to his feet, rubbing his sore face, which felt swollen. Brother, what shall we do? Is this how it ends? Lan Yong remained silent, their commotion drawing the attention of neighbors on either side of Zhong Dagǔ's home. However, with only a half-grown child remaining in the Zhong household, and their reputation being less than savory, no one was eager to help or inquire. They merely peered from the shadows, curious yet uninvolved. Lan Yong felt humiliated, muttering a curse. Let us go. The bicycle wasn't even his. And he couldn't be sure Zhong Dagǔ had stolen it. As for Wu Jiangshan, Lan Yong didn't suspect him. Although Wu Jiangshan was rough around the edges, he had never stolen anything. What concerned Lan Yong more was how he would explain this to his father. It was too late to delay matters further. If my dad decides to hit me, you have to step in. And Taiwa objected. Why should I? I didn't lose it. If you say you lost it, my dad won't hit you. Why should I take the blame for this? That bicycle was yours to ride. And Taiwa felt a surge of anger. What about my uncle? Will he still pay me any mind? What will happen to my job at the factory? Help me take the blame, and I'll speak well of you to my dad, ensuring you get a spot at the factory. Lan Yong scoffed. If you don't help me and I get beaten by my dad, I won't be able to help you get in. Hurry up. I'm starving. Watching Lan Yong walk away, and Taiwa clenched his fists, filled with the urge to confront his cousin. What a scoundrel, taking advantage of my enthusiasm. He grumbled, jogging to catch up. At Zhong Dagǔ's home, Wu Jiangshan observed the two leave through the window, waiting a moment before calling Zhong Dagǔ to follow. They locked the door and pushed the bicycle away from home. Once they reached the reeds, Zhong Dagǔ finally asked, "Did you take their bicycle?" "Huh. I never imagined that scoundrel would suspect you. Once we sell it, all the money will be yours." Zhong Dagǔ bore no resentment for being made to take the blame. Chuckling, "I don't want it. You keep the money. I intended to teach them a lesson, but upon seeing their bicycle, I thought, why not just hide it in the mudflat? Isn't that more satisfying than beating them up?" Zhong Dagǔ nodded knowingly. "Yes, let us frustrate them. However," after a moment of silence, he added, "in the future, let me handle such matters. I'm skilled at it." Wu Jiangshan abruptly halted the bicycle, nearly causing Zhong Dagǔ to tumble off. "What's wrong?" Wu Jiangshan, without looking back, took a deep breath, continued pedaling until they began catching crabs in the mudflat. Remaining silent, Zhong Dagǔ's earlier words struck a chord in Wu Jiangshan's heart. In truth, when Lan Yong had approached him at Zhong Dagǔ's home, claiming his bicycle was stolen, Wu Jiangshan had already regretted his actions. The two, lanterns in hand and buckets hanging from their arms, diligently caught crabs until they filled 2 full buckets, and the night deepened. "Tomorrow, I'll find a way to get 2 more buckets. With bicycles, we can catch even more." Zhong Dagǔ wiped the mud from his forehead. Wu Jiangshan said nothing as he tied the buckets to the bicycle and had Zhong Dagǔ push it while he ventured into the reeds to retrieve Lan Yong's bicycle. "Hey, it's quite new," Zhong Dagǔ remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Once I save enough money, I'll buy you one," Wu Jiangshan promised. "I don't want it. I can't ride." Wu Jiangshan slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked that detail. "Learn. It's not difficult. Come on. Let us start practicing." Wu Jiangshan took the bicycle with the buckets and urged Zhong Dagǔ to ride Lan Yong's new one. "Don't be afraid to fall. If the tire gets damaged, it's not our bike anyway." Zhong Dagǔ laughed heartily, imitating Wu Jiangshan as he pushed off, but when he tried to lift one leg, the handlebars swerved, sending him crashing into the reeds. Wu Jiangshan's laughter echoed through the desolate area. Fortunately, no one was around to hear. After pulling Zhong Dagǔ out, they shared a hearty laugh, and Wu Jiangshan earnestly taught him how to ride, stabilizing him until he found his balance. Fortunately, Zhong Dagǔ wasn't a child anymore. He managed to steady himself and pedal through the reeds, albeit clumsily. Upon reaching the edge of the reeds, Wu Jiangshan instructed Zhong Dagǔ to ride Zhang Danna's bicycle to take the crabs home while he dealt with Lan Yong's bicycle. Fearing he might spill the crabs, Zhong Dagǔ chose to walk alongside. He assumed Wu Jiangshan was simply looking for a place to sell the bicycle discreetly. However, once Zhong Dagǔ left, Wu Jiangshan picked up a stone and began scratching Lan Yong's bicycle, ruining its paint. He then mounted the dilapidated bike and rode towards the other end of town. By late night, the streets were deserted. Wu Jiangshan reached a spot near the food factory, stopping to wreak further havoc on the bicycle. In the end, both wheels were twisted beyond recognition, the tires flattened, and the handlebars and seat were removed and discarded at the base of the building, leaving only the seat in his possession. He should have sold it secretly for at least 50 yuan. That had been his plan. Yet, having heard Zhong Dagǔ's earlier remark, he had a change of heart, choosing to act foolishly. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. While Zhong Dagǔ had unwittingly labeled himself a thief, Wu Jiangshan could not allow him to bear that burden alone. To remove the label from another, one must also remain untainted. Discarding the bicycle seat, Wu Jiangshan strode quickly back to Zhong Dagǔ's home. Chapter 17. The Bicycle Incident 3. Early in the morning, Lan Zhengwo awoke with a throbbing headache at his temples. Last night, Lan Yong had returned home, infuriated, revealing that Taiwa had lost the bicycle. It was a brand new bicycle that he had not even had the heart to ride himself. And now these two mischievous youngsters had managed to lose it in a single day. What was even more aggravating was that it was Taiwa who had misplaced it, which only added to his frustration. If it had been Lan Yong, he could have vented his anger with a good thrashing. But since Taiwa was the child of his sister-in-law's family, he felt hesitant to resort to violence. Taiwa, however, had a good attitude about the mistake, promising that once he was able to earn money, he would surely buy a new one for his uncle. Earn money? Lan Zhengwo knew full well that his sister-in-law had sent her child to stay with him for half a month with the sole intention of getting Taiwa a job at the food factory. Although Lan Zhengwo had worked at the factory for many years, rising to the position of production supervisor, he could not simply arrange for anyone to be employed there. The town was filled with people vying for connections to get in, and why should a mere country boy, with no skills, be granted entry? Even if he were a relative, every family had a few who were eager for a stable job. If he were to force someone in, who would accept that? The factory was not solely under his control. What truly dissuaded Lan Zhangwo from helping was the poor conduct of his sister-in-law and her husband. They had sent their teenage son to consume his family's food for half a month and had arrived with only a few homegrown vegetables. Not even bringing a pack of fruit. It was brazen of them. In front of his wife, he could not show his displeasure, lest he be accused of looking down on her family due to his newfound status. Feeling stifled at home, Lan Zhangwo got up early and went downstairs without having breakfast. He needed to check the bicycle repair shop in the town, as he had heard that lost bicycles often turned up there. If he could not find the bike, he would have to visit the police station. A bicycle costing 130 yuan was no small amount. It simply could not be gone without a trace. He pondered who at the police station could assist him, unless the thief was hiding it at home, as it was unlikely anyone could ride around a new bike without drawing attention in the small town of Hushan. His thoughts were optimistic. But as he navigated through the cluttered hallway, he spotted a heap of scrap metal across the entrance. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a bicycle. Though at that moment, it was more aptly described as scrap. Strangely enough, the pile looked somewhat familiar. He hurried over, grasped the handlebars, and examined the brand on the mudguard. Indeed, it was the Phoenix brand bicycle he had purchased. Lan Zhangwo was reluctant to believe it was his, yet deep down, he knew this was likely the case. Just yesterday, his bike was stolen, and now this heap of scrap appeared right outside his building. What a coincidence! These little rascals had crossed someone. Otherwise, who would dare commit such a heinous act against such an expensive bicycle? The paint on the frame was horrendously scratched, and even if he managed to straighten the wheels and reattach the handlebars and chain, it would still be unrideable, especially since it was missing a seat. Was he expected to ride it like a stick? Lan Zhangwo felt his head pounding, as though it might explode. He circled the pile of bicycles several times until the sounds of neighbors stirring upstairs brought him back to reality. Everyone in the building knew he had just bought a new bicycle. If they saw him with this wreck, it would surely become fodder for laughter at the factory. How could he maintain his standing there? He bent down, grabbed the heap of scrap, clutching one wheel while pulling the twisted handlebars and front wheel, and rushed into the stairwell, knocking over the various objects piled in front of neighboring doors. Just before the neighbors could emerge to scold him, he finally made it back to his home. Lu Shuang had just set the breakfast table, which included porridge with steamed buns, her homemade spicy pickled cucumbers, and a greasy salted duck egg. This breakfast was considered among the finest in the town. Her husband, Lan, worked as a supervisor at the food factory, earning over 80 yuan a month, not including any additional benefits or connections he might leverage. Thus, Lu Shuang was regarded as living the best life among her sisters. And Taiwa, her sister's son, had been idling at home since finishing elementary school, and both her sister and brother-in-law had turned to Lu Shuang for favors. Though she could not bring herself to refuse, she felt uneasy that Lan Zhangwo had yet to arrange a job for the boy. Lu Shuang was worried about losing face with her family if she could not deliver on her promises. Consequently, she had harbored some resentment towards Lan Zhangwo lately, preparing big meals daily for her nephew while neglecting her husband. Just as she called the two children to eat, Lan Zhangwo returned, slamming the heap of bicycles to the ground with a loud crash, startling both Lan Yong and Taiwa, who were still groggy from sleep. Lu Shuang was about to scold him for his madness when Lan Zhangwo charged at Lan Yong, delivering a resounding slap that sent Lan Yong crashing onto the table. Lu Shuang's carefully prepared breakfast was overturned, and a pot of scalding porridge spilled all over Lan Yong. With a yelp, he awoke the entire building. Yong! Lu Shuang shrieked in alarm, rushing to help her son, who was rolling on the floor, trying to shake off the boiling porridge. Lan Zhangwo, taken aback by the unexpected force of his own slap, stood frozen in place, while Taiwa was left paralyzed with fear, watching the scene unfold. Lan Yong, just waking up and dressed in a tank top, had suffered severe burns across his chest and neck. Lu Shuang, ignoring her husband, quickly dragged Lan Yong to the kitchen, pouring cold water over him. Once the initial burning sensation subsided, blisters began to form on his skin. Lu Shuang rummaged for some soy sauce to apply to the burns. But only then did Lan Zhangwo snap back to reality, exclaiming, "Don't put that on. Hurry and take him to the hospital." Ignoring his warning, Lu Shuang smeared a chunk of soy sauce onto Lan Yong's skin. The commotion in the Lan household had awakened the entire building, and soon neighbors gathered outside, murmuring among themselves. Moments later, Lan Zhangwo and Lu Shuang emerged, each holding their son, who was covered in soy sauce and whining in distress. hurriedly making their way down the stairs, pushing through the crowd of onlookers. Inside the house, Taiwo remained, feeling abandoned and shaken. He glanced around the disheveled living room and finally his gaze landed on the pile of scattered bicycles at the door, seemingly uncovering the reason behind his uncle's sudden rage. Chapter 18. Encountering a business copycat, Wu Jiangshan remained oblivious to the chaos he had caused the Lan family. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have laughed heartily. Just last night, on his way, he felt a sense of reflection, realizing that one should not compromise their principles for a mere 100 or so yuan. Yet, upon completing his task and lying on the kang at Zhong Dagǔ's home, he found himself filled with regret. Principles? Do they hold a candle to the allure of money? Even upon waking the next morning, Wu Jiangshan lamented his childish antics from the previous night, feeling that his prank had only benefited that scoundrel Lan Yong. Unaware that Lan Yong was at the town hospital writhing in pain, Zhong Dagǔ rose earlier than Wu Jiangshan. Over the past few days, Wu Jiangshan had taken him to catch fiddler crabs and fish, transforming them into delectable dishes to sell. Although the earnings were not shared with Zhong Dagǔ, it had instilled in him a newfound zest for life. Moreover, Wu Jiangshan did not forget him. He bought him food, steamed buns, and even shared the wild ducks that could be sold for profit. To Zhong Dagǔ, this kindness was more gratifying than simply receiving money. Zhong Dagǔ was a simple soul, content with existence and the absence of hunger. Having been deceived in his youth, he wasn't foolish, but the lack of friends weighed heavily on him. Adults in the town discouraged their children from playing with him, leaving Zhong Dagǔ feeling somewhat lonely. The taunts of other children, urging him to eat frogs and insects, only deepened his solitude. However, after meeting Wu Jiangshan, he no longer felt the need for those friends. After Wu Jiangshan awoke, the two shared a modest meal before parting ways. In the following days, they collaborated effectively, selling out their daily catch of fish, shrimp, and crabs, causing Wu Jiangshan's bag to grow increasingly heavy with money. Zhang Danna seemed preoccupied with exams, and Lan Yong had remained quiet, not troubling Zhong Dagǔ again. Then, on Friday, as Wu Jiangshan pushed 2 pots of fiddler crabs to sell near noon, he noticed a new stall nearby. A middle-aged woman, perhaps in her 40s, stood behind it, her gaunt face betraying her emaciation. She sold food, occupying the very spot where Wu Jiangshan had established a stall. As he drew near, he observed that her offerings consisted of items from the reed marshes, 2 pots brimming with small shrimp, 2 large pots of assorted fish, and a single pot of fiddler crabs. The preparation appeared similar to Wu Jiangshan's. The food was stir-fried and soaked in a sauce that was laden with chili. Yet the broth lacked vibrancy, indicating a miserly use of oil. Wu Jiangshan refrained from commenting and set up his own stall nearby. Placing his bicycle aside and arranging his 2 pots of crabs on a wooden plank, the woman craned her neck to glance at his pots, rolled her eyes, and turned away. Wu Jiangshan licked his back teeth, frustrated that a competitor had emerged so swiftly, clearly indicating that his sales at the knitting factory gates had drawn attention. It wasn't long before the factory workers poured out, a bustling crowd of laborers emerging despite Wu Jiangshan's week-long presence. While it was unlikely that anyone would eat the same thing daily, the sheer number of workers ensured that some had yet to sample his wares. As some approached his stall, the opportunistic woman intercepted them midway. "Hey, Dahua, Xiuzhen, come over here. Liangzi, aren't you going to greet your sister-in-law?" Wu Jiangshan, holding an empty bowl, squinted as he watched several people be lured away by the woman's calls. "Hey, sister-in-law, you're selling this too now? My brother earns quite a bit at the factory. Surely that's enough?" "Oh, I can't do anything else. My husband Sue says I'm a good cook, so I might as well use this skill to help out at home. Come, which one do you want? I'll give you extra." As the middle-aged woman enticed the workers to her stall, she slyly undermined Wu Jiangshan, proclaiming, "We all know each other, out of respect for Sue. I'll serve you more. Besides, who knows if the food from a stranger's stall is clean? It could be unsanitary. You can trust me. Look how clean this fish is. I'll take 50 cents worth, sister-in-law." Some female workers, feeling shy, opted to buy half a box to taste. The woman swiftly snatched up a box and filled it to the brim. 50 cents won't get you much. Come on, take a full box. I'll give you more. With the food packed into the boxes, it felt awkward to refuse, especially among acquaintances, so each bought a box. Meanwhile, her stall thrived. Her loud proclamations seemingly aimed at Wu Jiangshan, provoking a bemused reaction from him. He chose not to call out to the crowd. Instead, he focused on selling to those who remained, yet the woman's interference had nearly emptied the area, leaving him with pots of crabs still unsold. Casting a glance to the side, He noted that 3 pots had already been cleared away. He knew the next wave of customers would not arrive until evening, and he lacked the patience to linger in the sun. Gathering his belongings, he decided to depart. It was inevitable that some would covet his daily earnings. Yet he wondered why they couldn't innovate. Hey, young man, you one tea need to come tomorrow. You one tea sell anything. Do you know who my husband is? The woman, having pocketed a substantial sum, called out with her hands on her hips as Wu Jiangshan prepared to leave. Wu Jiangshan turned and approached her stall. What do you want? I know the security at the factory well. Standing tall, his serious demeanor could be intimidating, leading the woman to feign courage in an attempt to intimidate him. Who is your husband? Wu Jiangshan ignored her, crouching down to sample one of her small shrimp. The earthy, fermented taste was overwhelming, lacking any seasoning to mask the raw flavor of the river shrimp, starkly inferior to his own creations. I'll tell you. My husband is a technician at the factory. Everyone knows him. Even if I don't call them over, they'll still come to buy from me. Well, I wish you prosperous business. Wu Jiangshan had no desire to engage in a dispute with the woman, having faced numerous competitors in his past life. He understood that those who had tasted his food would discern quality with their palates. If she wished to sell her food at a lower price, she might last a few more days, but ultimately, who would knowingly purchase inferior food at the same price? Packing up his belongings, Wu Jiangshan rode away on his bicycle, still with some fiddler crabs unsold, deciding to check near the supply and marketing cooperative, feeling it was time to move on from the knitting factory. Chapter 19. Understanding the trendsetters of Hushan Town. The moment I laid eyes on you, a smile graced my face. Your graceful demeanor is simply enchanting, and being in your company banishes all worries. Not long past noon, during the time designated for lunch and a brief respite, the sun reached its zenith, casting an intense warmth over the day. As Wu Jiangshan pedaled his bicycle, he had yet to reach the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative when he was greeted by a lively melody. Beneath the eaves of an old house across from the cooperative, a group of young men clad in floral shirts and bell-bottom trousers perched themselves, indulging in cigarettes. A black cassette player, adorned with 2 large speakers, resonated with the vibrant voice of Sun Qing, singing "The moment I see you, I smile." The exuberance of youth and the cheerful tune wafted through the air, as if a refreshing breeze had swept by, infusing a dash of color into the otherwise drab gray and blue hues of the street. In the past, Jiangshan regarded these trendsetters of the ADS as quite unsophisticated. Yet at this moment, he recognized that such youthful vitality was indeed a welcome respite from the monotony of life. Spotting the shade beneath the wall, he decided to park his bicycle there. The fashionable young men, mostly in their 20s and seemingly unemployed, swayed their heads to the music. Their curiosity piqued as they noticed Wu Jiangshan setting down a small basin. "Hey, buddy, what are you up to?" inquired the only one among them with permed hair, as he approached Wu Jiangshan, intrigued by the basin of prepared mud crabs. "I fried a few crabs and came to see if I could exchange them for some cash." Wu Jiangshan replied with a grin, rummaging through his bag to produce a bowl, offering, "Here, try some." The inquisitive young man wasted no time. He grabbed a dripping mud crab and popped it into his mouth. After savoring the flavor, he tilted his head and spat out the shell remnants with a satisfied wow. "This tastes great." Jiangshan, pleased with the compliment, invited the others to sample the delicacy as well. These young men, unabashed in their bold fashion, eagerly accepted the offer without a hint of shyness. "This is delicious, but there's plenty of it in the reed marshes. Can you really sell it?" one of them remarked as he hesitated. "Brother, sure, it's abundant in the marshes, but someone has to catch them, doesn't he? Besides, even if you do catch some, can you make it as delicious as I do?" Wu Jiangshan chuckled in agreement. "So how do you sell it?" "By weight. Look at this big bowl. Doesn't it look appealing? Just 1 yuan per bowl," Wu Jiangshan explained, filling it generously, though in reality, it was not even a full pound. He had previously sold from a food box that could barely hold more than 1 bowl. 1 yuan? That is not cheap. The group, dressed stylishly yet evidently short on cash, felt a twinge of embarrassment at the price, their hands hovering indecisively over the bowl. The young man with the perm wiped the grease off his fingers and asked, "We're just inquiring, not buying." "No worries, brothers. I had some leftover from another sale. And since it's hot today, I thought I'd come share a bit," Jiangshan reassured them, pushing the bowl forward. "You all should have a taste on the house. We're fated to meet, aren't we?" Having exchanged a few pleasantries, Wu Jiangshan recognized the young man before him. In his previous life, this individual was the first to venture into logistics in town. With some connections, he acquired the first large truck in Hushan, which led to a thriving freight business. and he became one of the first to prosper in the area. Yet, here he was in 1986, still toting a cassette player on the street. Every age group has its social circles, and though Wu Jiangshan was a few years younger, he had only crossed paths with these youths fleetingly in his past life, lacking any substantial acquaintance. Likewise, these young men, having graduated years ahead of him, were unlikely to have heard of Wu Jiangshan's reputation in school. However, since fate had brought them together, Wu Jiangshan deemed it prudent to establish connections. Hushan Town was not vast, and despite his rebirth, he remained emotionally tethered to his family. Moreover, having spent considerable time in the town during his former life, he recognized that fostering relationships here would serve him better than venturing aimlessly into unfamiliar cities. It was only after engaging in business that he truly understood the significance of networking. His former acquaintances, those who only sought to indulge at the dining table, proved unreliable in times of need. None could offer genuine assistance when it mattered most. As for this future logistics mogul, Wu Jiangshan could not predict if he would ever require his help. Nevertheless, he understood well the adage that having more friends opens more avenues. Upon hearing Wu Jiangshan's words, the impression of him among the Hushan Town trendsetters shifted positively. People in this era retained a certain innocence. Coupled with their similar ages, there was little generational gap, making it easier to bond. With only a small amount of crabs left, Wu Jiangshan decided against selling them and instead treated the group. Thus, a delightful scene unfolded across from the cooperative, where several young men in floral shirts indulged in the crabs, their mouths greasy and shells scattered around them. As the cassette player transitioned to Monica, Wu Jiangshan became well acquainted with these young men over the course of 2 songs. The young man with the perm introduced himself as Jinli. Wu Jiangshan had only known his surname in his previous life. Other young men also shared their names, but Wu Jiangshan could not recall any of them, indicating they had all blended into the crowd in his past. Friendship among youth blossomed swiftly, now that they were friends. Jinli felt compelled to ensure Wu Jiangshan did not lose out. Noticing Jiangshan's tattered clothes and worn shoes, he presumed he was struggling financially. However, the mud crabs Jiangshan prepared were simply too delectable. The flavors permeated even the shells, and had it not been for their unswallowable nature, they would have devoured them whole. The brothers couldn't help but exclaim how delicious the dish was, with its spicy and savory notes perfectly aligning with their youthful palates. Though hesitant to eat for free, they found it impossible to resist, craving more after each bite. In no time, Wu Jiangshan's remaining mud crabs were devoured. He poured out the leftover broth and secured his belongings to the back of his bicycle. Jinli intercepted a vendor pushing a foam box filled with popsicles, purchasing several and distributing one to each person. Wu Jiangshan graciously accepted, continuing to chat with them while enjoying the popsicles. "Hey, will you be back tomorrow to sell?" Jinli inquired. "If you are, save me a whole bowl. I want my old man to try it." Though Jinli was short on cash that day, he felt compelled to ensure he didn't take advantage of Jiangshan's generosity. He planned to return the next day with money to purchase more, supporting Jiangshan's business. Wu Jiangshan, aware that he needed to pick up Dagǔ and then his sister later, thought he could indeed return tomorrow. "All right, brother. Shall we meet here at noon tomorrow? Make sure to prepare extra." "Agreed. Let us make it happen." Chapter 20. The first return home after rebirth before departing. Wu Jiangshan made a brief visit to the supply and marketing cooperative across the street to purchase some seasonings. He then returned the empty basin to the Dagǔ family, noting that today's sales were rather disappointing, yielding only 23 yuan. After spending over 3 yuan on seasonings, he was left with 19 yuan and 4 jiao. In recent days, they had managed to catch over 30 kilograms of fish and shrimp daily, often toiling until the early hours of the morning, amassing 4 to 5 dozen kilograms. Their expenses were limited to seasonings, oil, and their modest meals, primarily consisting of their own catch, supplemented by wild duck eggs that Dagǔ had gathered, which Wu Jiangshan opted not to sell, but instead cooked to replenish their strength. At this moment, Wu Jiangshan's backpack held a total of 500 yuan, with a few additional coins. After a week of relentless hard work, they had earned this amount, which felt weighty in his hands, each yuan a testament to their labor. He had not exchanged the money for larger bills, as it was mostly in small denominations, bound with twine and stuffed into his backpack. This time, he had chosen a more concealed spot to store it, avoiding the old quilt on the con. Once organized, he glanced at the sky, realizing it was time to pick up Dagǔ, who he presumed had caught a good haul today. He first bought 2 steamed buns and a bottle of soda before cycling to the reed marsh, where he found Zhong Dagǔ still busy with his fishing nets. 3 buckets overflowing with fish on the shore. Wu Jiangshan called him over, handing him the buns and soda, prompting Zhong Dagǔ to sit down and enjoy his meal. Dagǔ, once we get home, let us prepare these for dinner. Would you mind selling them tonight? Wu Jiangshan suggested. Zhong Dagǔ, aware that Wu Jiangshan intended to fetch his sister from Wutan, felt slightly uneasy about selling. Today, a few others have started selling fish and shrimp near the knitting factory. Did you see anyone else at the marsh during the day? Wu Jiangshan inquired. Zhong Dagǔ nodded. Yes, 2 men came by to fish, but they left when they saw me. Concerned about competition, Zhong Dagǔ expressed, Jiangshan, if others are selling, will we be able to sell our fish? Fear not, the market is vast, Wu Jiangshan reassured him. After Zhong Dagǔ finished his meal, Wu Jiangshan decided it was time to return, lifting the net and emptying it into the buckets. I'll come back tomorrow morning. It doesn't matter if you don't sell everything today. Save some for yourself and share with the neighbors, he advised. Zhong Dagǔ scratched his head. Why should I feed those ungrateful folks? They speak ill of us behind our backs. Those who eat from your hands will be less likely to bite the hand that feeds them. If you don't sell everything, it'll spoil. And you might as well feed the dogs, Wu Jiangshan remarked. Jiangshan, you make a good point, Zhong Dagǔ mused, feeling more at ease. The two rode home together, quickly preparing the fish and shrimp for dinner. Once finished, Wu Jiangshan strapped on his money-laden backpack, pondering briefly before assisting Zhong Dagǔ in setting up their stall at the knitting factory entrance. Although a rather imposing woman was present, this location offered better sales potential compared to others. They could explore new markets upon his return. Upon arrival, the woman was already there, and her demeanor soured upon seeing Wu Jiangshan. Noticing the leftover fish from earlier, he added 2 new buckets, unsure of their freshness, given how few households had refrigerators nowadays. Auntie, you're quite diligent, arriving so early, Wu Jiangshan greeted, but she ignored him. Undeterred, he helped Zhong Dagǔ arrange their goods, advising, no need to greet anyone. Just sell to those who come to buy. If you can't sell everything, return home. Tonight, skip crab fishing. I need the bike. Zhong Dagǔ nodded in understanding, and Wu Jiangshan, sensing the time was pressing, pedaled off to school. Upon reaching the entrance of the first high school, he found Wu Mingzhu waiting with her luggage, frowning at his disheveled appearance. Can't you smell yourself? What happened to your clothes? Wu Jiangshan chuckled. I haven't been home, but I'll change today. Let us hurry and get on the bike. Where did you get this bicycle? She questioned. I borrowed it from someone. Who would lend you such an expensive bike? As Wu Mingzhu hung her luggage on the handlebars and settled onto the back seat, Wu Jiangshan pedaled away. Noticing his silence, she playfully slapped his back. Come on, who did you borrow it from? It's someone you don't know, he replied, hesitant to reveal his connection to Zhang Danna, aware that Wu Mingzhu would surely inform their parents, leading to unwelcome inquiries. After pedaling for over 20 minutes, they turned onto a bumpy dirt road. Another 10 minutes later, they approached Wutan, where a dark mountain loomed ahead, lined with houses. Entering the village, Wu Jiangshan felt a surge of complex emotions. The Wu family is back, are they? On holiday? An elderly woman greeted them as she emerged from the fields. Hoe in hand. Second aunt, Wu Mingzhu politely acknowledged. You're back. Just got back from the fields, huh? Wu Jiangshan quickly chimed in, feeling his earlier tension dissipate. Most of the villagers shared the Wu surname, all related, creating a sense of familiarity. As they greeted various villagers, Wu Jiangshan finally arrived at his family's courtyard. He stood quietly, absorbing the scene before him, as distant memories surged back, vivid as if they had occurred just yesterday. This was the place of his birth and upbringing, as if he had never truly left. Their courtyard was spacious, with 3 main rooms at the front. To the right lived his grandparents, and to the left, his uncle's family. The main house was flanked by 2 rows of side rooms, 3 in each row, where his second uncle's family resided on the left, and Wu Jiangshan's family on the right. Near the entrance, a stone wall had been built, with a thatched shed for the cows, while the backyard held ample space for pigs, chickens, and ducks. Wu Jiangshan's father was one of 3 brothers, his eldest uncle, Wu Xiaowei, and his second uncle, Wu Xiaodong, with his father named Wu Xiaodang. The trio had produced 4 daughters and 1 son, Wu Jiangshan, creating a lively household. What are you thinking? Let us go inside. Wu Mingzhu dismounted the bike, casting a curious glance at her brother as she carried her luggage into the yard. Snapping back to reality, Wu Jiangshan pushed the bike inside. The chimney above the kitchen was still smoking, indicating that dinner had just been prepared, despite 2 of his sisters being married. The remaining families still had substantial meal preparations each day. Fortunately, in those times, people were less concerned with gourmet meals. Mere sustenance was enough to elicit contentment. Wu Jiangshan parked Zhang Danna's bike in the cow shed, gathered his thoughts, and with a beaming smile, he rushed inside, calling out at the top of his lungs, "Grandpa? Grandma? Dad? Mom? We're home." Chapter 21. The Wu family had not divided their household. The three daughters-in-law took turns cooking. Upon hearing the commotion from Wu Jiangshan, the second aunt-in-law, who was busy in the kitchen, poked her head out, exclaiming, "Our high school student is back." Before she could finish her sentence, a frail old lady rushed out of the room. "My eldest grandson has returned. Hurry, let me take a look." In the family, Wu Jiangshan held the utmost respect for his grandfather, but it was his grandmother who indulged him the most. Her favoritism was blatant, to the extent that one might think she wished to give him her very heart. "Grandma, take it easy." The old lady, who had lived through the pre-liberation era and had bound feet, despite her small stature, moved with remarkable agility. Many elderly women in the village had bound feet, yet none could match her speed. She hurried to Wu Jiangshan, her height barely reaching his chest. This petite grandmother had raised 3 sons and cared for 4 grandchildren. She gazed up at her precious grandson, her face a mixture of joy and concern. "Why do you look so thin? Have you not been eating well at school? Or have you been studying too hard?" The second aunt-in-law rolled her eyes and returned to the kitchen, thinking it laughable that Wu Jiangshan could ever be worn out from studying. Only the old lady would believe her eldest grandson was capable of excelling in his studies. Wu Mingshu had long grown accustomed to her grandmother's disregard for her. After greeting her grandmother and the second aunt-in-law, she made her way to her parents' room. "I'm not tired." "Grandma, how are you? Where's Grandpa?" Upon hearing Wu Mingshu enter the room, the old lady took Wu Jiangshan into the main room, chattering away. "Your grandfather took your dad and the others to the fields, and they haven't returned yet. They'll be back once dinner is ready." Wu Jiangshan did not see his mother or aunts. They were likely busy with chores as well. Come, she urged, leading Wu Jiangshan into her room, shutting the door behind them and securing the latch. Then, in a secretive manner, she produced a set of keys to unlock a cabinet that bore a padlock. "Your grandfather doesn't return often, and I fear these treats might spoil." The old lady began to retrieve treasures from the cabinet, revealing paper-wrapped cakes, jars of hawthorn and peach preserves, a tin box of fruits, and several apples that were beginning to dehydrate. "Quick, eat. Don't let your aunts know," she whispered conspiratorially into Wu Jiangshan's ear. Wu Jiangshan's eyes glistened with emotion. This scene was all too familiar. Each time relatives visited, his grandmother would lock away the gifts they brought, ensuring that only Wu Jiangshan could partake. "Oh dear, it's grown moldy. If you had returned last week, it wouldn't have spoiled," she lamented, seeing the green fuzz on the cake. She carefully wrapped it again, placing it aside, as the moldy portions were not fit for her beloved grandson. Opening the tin box, she revealed an assortment of intricately shaped Chinese pastries. With a warm smile, she encouraged Wu Jiangshan, "These are still good. Go ahead and eat." Wu Jiangshan set his backpack aside, eagerly grabbing a piece of pastry. Knowing that refusing would only upset his grandmother, he savored the treats, feeling a surge of gratitude for this cherished love, a feeling he had come to expect as his rightful due. As he enjoyed his grandmother's offerings, he vowed to earn a fortune to provide even better and more plentiful treats for his grandparents, so much that she would no longer need to hoard them away, treating them like treasures reserved solely for him. The moldy cake would not go to waste. In these times, who had truly been well fed? During the famine years, not only moldy cakes but even roots were chewed upon. Wasting food was a grievous sin. The old lady had no qualms about sharing. She opened the door and handed the cake to the second aunt-in-law, saying, "Cut off the moldy parts and steam the rest for dinner." The second aunt-in-law glared at the old lady, furious at the favoritism shown to Wu Jiangshan. If he hadn't come home, she would rather let the cake spoil than share it with anyone else. Yet, despite her frustration, she dared not act on her anger, begrudgingly preparing the cake for dinner. After Wu Jiangshan had finished a jar of preserves, a half-box of fruits, and nibbled on an apple, he patted his belly, declaring he could eat no more. Only then did his grandmother joyfully return the remaining items to the cabinet, leaving an apple outside. "This one is for your sister. If you want more, just tell Grandma." The old lady was aware that her other 2 daughters-in-law held grievances, but with limited provisions, she could only prioritize one. She had given birth to 3 sons, yet they had only blessed her with 1 grandson. How could she not treasure him? The preference for sons over daughters was a product of the times. In their village, households with more male heirs enjoyed greater influence. In farming, without a son, how much could a group of women accomplish? Once daughters grew up, they would marry and become part of another family. Without Wu Jiangshan, the household would lack even someone to carry on the family name. As for Wu Mingxiu, being born of the same mother as Wu Jiangshan, the old lady extended her affection to her as well, especially since she excelled in her studies. Thus, compared to the other granddaughters, she was also favored. Wu Jiangshan acknowledged her and took the apple to his parents' room. Upon entering, he found his sister tidying up her belongings. During his visits home, he always slept in his grandparents' room, making this little space essentially Wu Mingxiu's sanctuary. Sis, Grandma sent you an apple. Just set it aside. I'll eat when dinner's ready. I'm not hungry right now. Once Wu Mingxiu finished organizing, she presented Wu Jiangshan with a set of clothes. It's not dark yet. Hurry and wash up and change. Oh, I'll wash at the reservoir. Why go to the reservoir? You'll just come back covered in dirt. What if you fall in? Who will come to get you? Wu Jiangshan laughed heartily, sis. Your words sound even older than Grandma. Go on. Grandma spoils you, but I want tea. Wash in the backyard, not at the reservoir. Okay, got it. Wu Jiangshan relished the care and guidance of his older sister, admiring her spirited demeanor and wishing for it to remain forever. In the backyard, there was a large water vat filled with sun-warmed water and a shower stall for summer bathing. Wu Jiangshan quickly grabbed a basin and soap, washing himself clean and changing into fresh clothes before entering the main room. Grandpa, Uncle, they've returned from the fields, and dinner is set. Upon seeing her son, his mother, Song Xiangjuan, hurried over, taking the basin and dirty clothes from him. Having not seen him for over half a month, she longed for her son, gazing at him with affection. Mom, Grandpa, Uncle, Aunt, Sister, Dad. After greeting everyone in the main room and kitchen, Wu Jiangshan glanced at the dinner spread before him. Thin rice porridge, corn pancakes, 2 plates of homegrown vegetables, and a large bowl of steamed cake. The meal was simple, lacking even a hint of oil. The family gathered around a large round table, bustling with excitement as they prepared to eat. Wu Jiangshan shifted his stool closer to his grandfather, feeling overwhelmed with emotion as he watched the old man, vibrant and healthy, seated beside him. Was this not the essence of rebirth? To bring back those who had departed and hold them close once more? Chapter 22. A family. The old gentleman tilted his head to observe him, then, with a smile, retrieved a boiled egg from the basket and placed it in his hand. The egg was warm, and as Wu Jiangshan held it, a sense of warmth enveloped his heart. He cracked the egg against the table, peeled off the shell, and placed it into his grandfather's bowl of congee with a charming smile, saying, Grandfather, you eat. Why aren't you eating? You'll be hungry tonight. And you mustn't call your grandmother to make you food. Before Wu Jiangshan could respond, his second aunt chuckled. He has tea even touched the ground since entering the house. And mother has already filled him up. What more does he need? This is our family's treasure. How could we let him go hungry? His second uncle nudged his wife under the table, and she retorted with a playful slap. What are you nudging me for? Their grandmother, seeing the second aunt's lack of understanding, chose not to scold her and instead retrieved another egg for Wu Mingxiu. The family only boiled 2 eggs a day, one for the grandparents and the rest to be saved for grain stamps. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough to eat after paying their taxes. This caused some discontent in the second uncle's family, particularly with the third sister, Wu Meihua, who felt slighted. After all, Wu Mingxiu was also a granddaughter. Why should she be the only one to enjoy an egg? Wu Mingxiu, though surprised by the attention, had grown accustomed to being overlooked in her household, where her younger brother often received the benefits. Therefore, she felt no resentment. Grandmother, please eat. What use is it for this old lady to eat? I'm not going to college. You're the one studying hard, so you should eat more. Thank you, grandmother. Wu Mingxiu said happily as she began to enjoy her egg. Wu Meihua, irritated, wanted to voice her displeasure but dared not, given her father's warning gaze. Grandfather remained cheerful and silent as he lifted his bowl to eat. The second aunt's eyes almost popped out, but once the old gentleman began his meal, she refrained from speaking. Despite the Wu family's agricultural background, they held strict rules about talking during meals. The eldest uncle and his wife acted like invisible beings, quietly eating. Their 2 daughters had married off, eliminating any rivalry among the younger generation. Everyone knew the family dynamics well, but with the grandparents exerting authority, only the second aunt occasionally made snide remarks, which were relatively harmless. Wu Jiangshan, however, was never one to follow the rules. As a child, his grandfather would pretend to scold him, always raising his hand high but gently lowering it. He felt a deeper bond with his grandparents than with his own parents. Having lived with them since childhood, with his grandmother taking care of his needs. As the old gentleman ate, Wu Jiangshan observed him closely. At that moment, his grandfather appeared quite healthy for someone over 70, working in the fields daily, no less industrious than his father and uncles. Yet, the thought of the grandfather's demise just over a month after his previous life weighed heavily on Wu Jiangshan's heart. He secretly hoped that if his grandfather had indeed been angered to death, this time he would not provoke him, ensuring his grandfather's safety. But how could he dare to gamble on such a notion? He needed to take his grandfather to the provincial capital for a thorough checkup as soon as possible. After the meal, Song Xiangjuan rummaged through Wu Jiangshan's soiled clothes, preparing to wash them. She noticed the pants were riddled with holes and the shoes worn out, leaving her too exasperated to sigh. Wu Jiangshan took out the chessboard, and the two sat at the kitchen door, illuminated by the light. The aunts tidied the kitchen, while the uncles and father each attended to their own tasks or washed up. Wu Mingzhu returned to her studies, and the second uncle's third sister, Wu Meihua, who was a year older than Wu Jiangshan, had graduated from middle school and was helping out at home. With no television in the house, she grabbed a small stool and settled nearby to watch. Playing chess was the old gentleman's only hobby. The board and pieces were carved by him, worn smooth over the years. Wu Jiangshan had learned chess from his grandfather since childhood, and for many years afterward. He had yet to encounter a peer who could match his skill. "Grandfather, have you ever been to the provincial capital?" After making a move, Wu Jiangshan steered the conversation toward the provincial capital. His grandfather shook his head. "I've spent my entire life here in the village, hardly visiting the town." "Grandfather, let me take you to the provincial capital for a visit." His grandfather chuckled. "What would an old man like me do in the provincial capital? Just to stroll around. To see the big city." "Huh, what good would that do?" His grandfather shook his head. "The big city is for you young people to explore. I'm old now, preferring to stay at home, tending to the fields and house." Wu Jiangshan fell silent, having anticipated this response. It was improbable to convince his grandfather to leave home for the provincial capital. What if he directly suggested taking him for a medical checkup? He quickly dismissed that idea. He understood his grandparents well. Regardless of any symptoms, they would never seek help, fearing the expense. After exchanging several more moves, the old gentleman suddenly checkmated him. Wu Jiangshan glanced down, realizing he had become distracted and made careless moves. How had his own old mentor managed to corner him? "Grandfather, did you cheat?" The old gentleman noticed Wu Jiangshan's lack of focus and ceased the game. As he entered the house, Wu Jiangshan sighed and began to tidy up the chessboard. "Jiangshan, do you wish to go to the provincial capital?" Wu Jiangshan looked up to find his third sister, Wu Meihua, beaming with interest. "If you're planning to ask grandfather for money, could I go along too?" Having overheard Wu Jiangshan earlier, she thought he intended to request funds for a trip to the provincial capital. "Sister, what would you do in the provincial capital?" "What could I do?" "Just to broaden my horizons, of course. Look, I'm already 20, and I rarely even visit the town. If I could go to the provincial capital, it wouldn't be a wasted life, would it?" Regarding this sister, Wu Jiangshan felt ambivalent. She inherited many traits from her mother, jealousy, and a penchant for holding grudges. Yet they had grown up together. When grandfather was alive, he could keep her in check, but once he was gone, the second aunt was the first to demand a division of the family. Initially, grandmother opposed the idea of dividing the family, but the second aunt, in pursuit of her goals, dredged up old grievances and openly clashed with grandmother, hurling accusations of deceit. Later, it was the second aunt who led the charge to demand repayment from his father and spread rumors about their family in the village. Wu Jiangshan remembered all these events. Though he wished to forget them, he believed that fate had granted him a second chance not to seek revenge over trivial matters. If he did not tread the same path, those events would not have occurred. This was a new life altogether. "Sister, I'm not asking grandfather for money. I merely mentioned it casually. A ticket to the provincial capital costs nearly 20, and grandfather wouldn't indulge me like that." As he spoke, Wu Jiangshan finished putting the chess pieces away and stood up. "But in the future, if my brother becomes capable and wealthy, he will surely take you along for new experiences, be it the provincial capital or even the capital city." Wu Meihua watched as Wu Jiangshan entered the house, spitting on the ground in disdain, her expression mirroring her mother as perfectly. "When you become capable, what can you possibly achieve? Off to the capital city? What a grandiose dream." Chapter 23. A misunderstanding between siblings. Wu Jiangshan placed the chessboard back in the cabinet of his grandparents' room and turned to see his grandmother neatly arranging the bedding. Preparing for sleep, he obediently climbed onto the Kong. His grandfather switched on the radio, which was affixed to the doorframe, filling the room with soothing lullabies. The music would play until 7:30, marking the time for slumber. The family lay quietly on the kong, extinguished the lights, and closed their eyes, listening to the broadcast until they drifted off to sleep. However, Wu Jiangshan found himself restless, lying beside his grandfather with his small pillow, which he had used since childhood. He whispered, "Grandpa, are you asleep?" "No. Why?" his grandfather replied. Wu Jiangshan turned over, resting his head on his arms atop the cool mat, and began to ramble. "Grandpa, I see many elderly folks in town, like you and Grandma, going for regular health checkups. I think it's a good idea. When will you and Grandma go for a checkup?" Before his grandfather could respond, his grandmother interjected, "Those are city folks. Country elders like us don't need such fuss. If people found out, they would laugh at us." His grandfather concurred, "Your grandmother is right. We've never been to a hospital in our lives. At our age. What is the point of such modern concerns? Times have changed, but we must progress." Wu Jiangshan pondered this. Suddenly, he realized convincing the old man to visit the provincial city would be challenging. Perhaps starting with a checkup in town would be more manageable. If the doctor found any issues, they could then persuade his grandfather to go to the city, making the process simpler. He didn't wish ill upon his grandfather. He was simply fearful of past occurrences repeating themselves. Life has its destined span, and can one avoid death simply by fearing it? His grandfather's voice was gentle, imbued with a deep understanding of life and death, which stirred discomfort within Wu Jiangshan. His grandmother softened the mood. "Grandpa and I are in good health. We haven't even seen our eldest grandson marry yet. We're not going anywhere." Wu Jiangshan buried his face in the pillow, feeling defeated. Yet his resolve to take his grandfather for a checkup remained unwavering. If he couldn't persuade his grandfather directly, perhaps he could find an opportunity to discuss the matter with his parents the following day. With these thoughts weighing on him, he fell asleep, only to be met with a disturbing dream. He envisioned Zhang Danna coming to elope with him. Just as they were about to leave the house, Zhang Jun burst in, gun in hand, firing a shot. Wu Jiangshan awoke in a daze, wiping sweat from his forehead, his shirt drenched. Despite the frightening nature of the dream, he did not waver in his feelings for Zhang Danna. He could not live a lifetime in fear of Zhang Jun. He even contemplated that once Zhang Danna finished her exams, he might cautiously approach Zhang Jun, gradually familiarizing himself, before eventually winning her heart. Unbeknownst to him, a patchwork quilt had been draped over him, undoubtedly placed there by his grandmother, explaining why he was so sweaty. He threw off the quilt and checked the clock. It was just past 6. He still needed to return to town today. Opening the door, he found his mother preparing breakfast by the fire, while his grandmother sat at the entrance, weaving shoe soles. "Has the eldest grandson risen? No school today? You can sleep a bit longer. Your mother will call you when breakfast is ready." His grandmother beamed upon seeing Wu Jiangshan, setting aside her work to approach him. "Are you hungry? Grandma has fruits for you." "Grandma, I'll skip that and eat breakfast later." "Breakfast is good. I'll ask your mother to make you a steamed egg cake." Wu Jiangshan couldn't help but smile ruefully, beginning to understand his second aunt's perspective. They all ate at the same table, yet he received special treatment. How could that not cause discomfort among others? "Grandma, you and Grandpa should keep the eggs to nourish your health." "I'm fine. My dear grandson, you're truly filial. Grandma hasn't wasted her affection on you. If you're awake, go wash your face. Your grandfather will be back soon, and we can eat." "All right," Wu Jiangshan replied, slipping on his shoes and heading to the backyard to wash his face. After freshening up, he crossed through the main room and entered his parents' quarters, where Wu Mingxu was already awake, diligently studying. Upon his entrance, she glanced up briefly before returning to her work. "Sister, it's a holiday. Take a break today. You've studied enough. Why are you still so tense? I need to finish my work without distractions. If you're looking for something, hurry up and don't bother me. I need to memorize my questions in the morning. You wouldn't understand." Wu Jiangshan shrugged. "I'm looking for Dad." "Where is he?" "He has gone to the fields." Upon hearing this, Wu Jiangshan turned to leave. After he exited, Wu Mingxu paused, staring at the door in a daze. She recalled overhearing their parents whispering last night about arranging a marriage for Wu Jiangshan, discussing wedding plans and house construction, noting the family's financial constraints. Knowing she would incur expenses for her college education, Wu Mingxu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Just as she was lost in thought, Wu Jiangshan returned, lugging his tattered backpack, the color barely discernible. "Sister, can you spare a moment to discuss something?" "What is it?" Wu Jiangshan peeked outside, closed the door, and secured the latch. "What are you doing?" Wu Mingxu's curiosity intensified as she observed her brother's secretive actions. Once the door was secured, Wu Jiangshan turned to her with a smile. Sister, I have a surprise for you. No matter what you see next, don't be too shocked. With that, he emptied his backpack onto the Kong, and a stack of cash spilled out, forming a small mound. Wu Mingshu gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment as she approached the pile of money. She couldn't help but reach for a bundle, examining it closely. Most of the bills were of small denominations, with the largest being a single yuan. The money before her was real, not a figment of her imagination. Where did you get all this money? Wu Mingshu's voice trembled as shock enveloped her. I earned it, along with Zhong Dagǔ. Upon hearing Zhong Dagǔ's name, Wu Mingshu's heart raced with alarm, her voice rising. Did you steal something? She slapped Wu Jiangshan. What did you steal to amass this much money? Do you realize this is illegal? Did you steal money? Sister, calm down. Keep it down, or someone might hear us. Wu Jiangshan's earlier good mood evaporated instantly. Why was it that the mere mention of Zhong Dagǔ made her suspect him of theft? Sister, this money isn't stolen. Dagǔ and I caught fish and shrimp from the reed pond and sold them. Wu Jiangshan, you're lying. Wu Mingshu's eyes welled with tears. But she lowered her voice, fearful that someone would overhear and take her brother away. Can fish from that shabby pond sell for this much money? Do you think I'm oblivious just because I study at school every day? As she spoke, her tears flowed freely. Why are you so irresponsible? You have books to study, yet you're associating with thieves and have accumulated so much money. If you get caught and sent to prison, what will our parents do? Do you want to drive Grandpa and Grandma to despair? Chapter 24. Preparing to perform, Wu Jiangshan found himself in a state of bewilderment. Was his reputation truly so tarnished? Was he so untrustworthy? He had chosen to confide in Wu Mingshu not only because they shared the same lineage, but also because she was the most educated member of the family. Poised for her upcoming examinations, one would assume she would be more open-minded than others. Yet, why did she seem to perceive him in the same light as everyone else? Wu Jiangshan refrained from urging Wu Mingshu to remain calm. Instead, he took a seat at the edge of the Kong. Sister, you hardly know Zhong Dagǔ. On what basis do you assume he is like his father, a petty thief? I had thought your education had broadened your perspective. But it appears you are no different from the townsfolk. As he spoke, he packed bundles of money into his backpack. This money is the result of our tireless efforts. Day and night, a testament to our hard work. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire at the knitting factory. I spend a week selling snacks at their entrance. Ask any worker, my honesty will be evident. Wu Mingshu gazed at her brother, who remained calm and composed in his explanation. She wiped her face and asked, Are you truly not deceiving me? Did you earn this money from selling fish and shrimp? Have I not made myself clear? If even you harbor such doubts, I can only imagine how our parents would react, Wu Jiangshan replied. A palpable sense of despondency etched across his face. Wu Mingshu suddenly felt a stranger to her own brother, as though he had matured before her eyes, articulating his thoughts with reason and substantiation. Reflecting on Zhong Dagǔ, she realized she had only heard of his reputation from others. I'm sorry, Jiangshan. Upon seeing such a large sum, I became flustered. Just how much is this? 500. 500. Wu Mingshu was taken aback once more. Such an amount was unfathomable. Their entire family earned far less in a year. The most prosperous factories in town reportedly paid their workers around 38 yuan a month, while the local primary school teachers earned merely 21 yuan. How can I believe that you made this much from selling fish and shrimp for a week? Sister, when you visit town, I will show you. But for now, there is a more pressing matter I wish to discuss. Wu Jiangshan stowed away the money, and as Wu Mingshu could no longer see it, she felt a slight alleviation of her anxiety. I remain skeptical of your claims, yet I will temporarily place my trust in you. I will certainly visit next week. She asserted with a hint of stubbornness before inquiring, What do you wish to discuss? I am working tirelessly to earn money to take Grandpa for a medical examination. But he refuses. I devised a plan and need your cooperation. Is Grandpa unwell? This question sent a wave of concern through Wu Mingshu. No. It's just that he is aging, and a checkup would be beneficial. Wu Mingshu regarded Wu Jiangshan with curiosity. What prompted this sudden thought? People of our generation rarely consider health checkups. Even when children are ill, adults simply administer a large white pill. Before Wu Jiangshan could respond, they were interrupted by Song Shangjuan's voice from outside, calling, Big Shuang, Little Shuang, come eat. Big Shuang, Little Shuang were the childhood nicknames for Wu Jiangshan and Wu Mingshu. Song Shangjuan, having married into the Wu family, was blessed with a pair of twins, earning her the reputation of a fortunate daughter-in-law. In their youth, the siblings bore an uncanny resemblance, and the villagers often referred to them in that manner. As they grew older, their grandfather insisted on using their proper names. though Zhang Xiaojuan would still affectionately use the nicknames on occasion. Coming, Wu Jiangshan shouted in response. Let us eat first. We can talk later. Sister. Taking Grandpa for a checkup is ultimately a good thing. Please consider it carefully. Wu Mingshu nodded, and Wu Jiangshan glanced around, stowing his bag in the wardrobe. Wu Mingshu felt a twinge of anxiety. Will it be all right? What if we lose so much money? What is there to fear at home? Wu Jiangshan replied confidently. Wu Mingshu, unaccustomed to handling money, felt apprehensive. Before leaving, she locked the door securely with a padlock before joining the family for dinner. At the dining table, the fare was simple, consisting of broth and steamed pancakes. However, in front of Wu Jiangshan sat a bowl of rich sauce with a fluffy egg cake. And as he surveyed the expressions and gazes of his family members, he perceived countless things he had never noticed before. After breakfast, the family dispersed for their daily chores. And Wu Jiangshan returned to the room with Wu Mingshu, observing the newfound distance between the siblings. Zhang Xiaojuan felt a sense of joy and chose not to intrude upon them. Speak. What is your plan? Wu Mingshu inquired as she closed the door. Unable to contain her curiosity. I thought about it, and you were right. Grandpa and Grandma should have checkups. Should we ask our parents to persuade them as well? I had contemplated that, but you saw the money. Father would likely strike me before I could explain. Wu Mingshu replied with a hint of bitterness. Why did you suddenly reveal such a large sum? Who wouldn't be frightened? Wu Jiangshan shot her a look of mild annoyance, choosing not to dwell on her skepticism. I considered that a straightforward conversation would not work, so we must resort to deception. Deceive them? How? I will pretend to be ill, claiming I have a headache and stomachache. The dilapidated health clinic in our village can only treat colds. We will certainly need to go to the town's hospital. Wu Mingshu's eyes widened in disbelief. You are quite audacious, Wu Jiangshan. Well, there seems to be no other option, he replied with a chuckle. Do you not fear scaring Grandpa and Grandma into a fit? Your point is valid, but I cannot think of an alternative way to get Grandpa to the town hospital. What ideas do you have? Wu Mingshu hesitated before sighing. Given her understanding of their family, this approach seemed the most feasible to convince Grandpa and Grandma to leave their village. Very well, but do not act too convincingly. We must not frighten them. Rest assured. Sister, just carry my bag. I will retrieve the money once we reach the town hospital. Reluctantly, Wu Mingshu nodded. The thought of carrying such a large sum made her uneasy. Should I take it all? It's all in small bills. Yes, take it all. After Grandpa is checked, I will exchange it for larger denominations. With their plan solidified, Wu Jiangshan departed to the main house to prepare for his performance, while Wu Mingshu remained behind, feigning study. The prospect of deceiving their family, something she had never done before, filled her with trepidation. Meanwhile, Wu Jiangshan, with no one in the fields, realized he must perform his act of illness in front of Grandpa. If he did not, Grandma might become alarmed at home, prompting him, for the first time, to wield a hoe and venture into the fields in search of his grandfather. Chapter 25, the stomachache that alarmed the entire village, although he had never engaged in farm work. Wu Jiangshan was not so ignorant as to lose track of his family's land. He carried a hoe, walking along the ridges of the field, surrounded by towering cornstalks, densely packed with ears of corn soon to ripen. As he entered the field, the rows of corn stood like verdant walls, blocking the breeze from all directions, enveloping him in a sweltering heat that surged through his body. At this time, pest control for the corn relied primarily on manually catching insects. As each stalk required careful inspection, pesticides were not widely used, mainly due to their high cost, which farmers, just managing to meet their basic needs, could hardly afford. Thus, his grandfather and others devoted their days to tending the crops, fearful of losing even a single plant to pests. Wu Jiangshan was the only male descendant in the family, raised to be robust and strong. Logically, he should have learned to work the fields by now, but his grandmother was reluctant to let him, especially after he gained admission to high school. The family believed that becoming a university student was far superior to farming. However, they never anticipated that Wu Jiangshan would stray from his studies, eventually drifting through 3 years of high school without any earnest effort, having never labored in the fields. He remained unaware of the hardships of farming, with only a few occasions during vacation spent alongside his grandfather, where he merely played with crickets in the soil. Now, back in this life, walking through the stifling fields, he was already drenched in sweat before even beginning to work. It was easy to imagine the immense toil endured by his grandfather and father, laboring from dawn till dusk. They invested much yet reaped little, all while dutifully contributing their share of grain to the state. Farmers of this era were undoubtedly the most exhausted and selfless individuals. Upon reaching his family's cornfield, Wu Jiangshan found his grandfather and uncle. They were astonished to see him approaching with a hoe and stared for a while in disbelief. The heat was oppressive, and there was little for him to do. They suggested he return home. His grandfather removed his straw hat and waved it gently to cool him, smiling as he watched. This gesture filled Wu Jiangshan with guilt for contemplating deceiving his grandfather. "I'll help you with the work. Staying at home is no trouble," he said. Wu Jiangshan, with the hoe on his shoulder, intended to lend a hand before commencing his act, but suddenly found himself at a loss for how to begin. His father and second uncle were in another part of the field, while his eldest uncle was with his grandfather, wandering through the corn rows without a clear purpose. His grandfather chuckled. "There is not much to do in the field now. Just check for any pests. You can come back to help when it's time to harvest corn in over a month." Regarding Wu Jiangshan's decision not to attend university, his grandfather never pressed him about it. Reaching into the pocket of his cloth jacket, he pulled out a dime. "Head home. It will get hot soon. Take this and buy an ice pop at the crossroads." Wu Jiangshan held the dime, feeling a mix of emotions, and nodded in agreement. After taking a few steps back, he steeled himself, clutching his stomach and exclaiming, "Oh." He bent over and stood motionless on the ridge. "Jiangshan, what is wrong?" His grandfather approached, and Wu Jiangshan immediately scrunched his face in pain. "Grandfather, I suddenly have a stomachache." "How did your stomach start hurting?" "Try rubbing it," his grandfather suggested. Wu Jiangshan shook his head, slowly sitting down on the ground. "Oh, it hurts terribly." He was both nervous about performing poorly and fearful of overdoing it and scaring them. The heat was unbearable, and sweat poured down his forehead. Upon seeing him, his grandfather instantly grew anxious and called for his eldest uncle. "Quick, come here." Uncle Wu Xiaowei, hearing the call, hurried out from the cornfield, and upon seeing Wu Jiangshan clutching his stomach while crouched on the ridge, he rushed over, asking repeatedly what was wrong. Wu Jiangshan waved his hand, shaking his head. "I can't take it anymore. It hurts too much. Grandfather, please take me home. I need to lie down and see if it gets better." His grandfather, in a panic, urged his eldest son to carry Wu Jiangshan back. But Uncle Xiaowei found it impossible to lift him. Fearing his act would fail, Wu Jiangshan quickly stood up, hunched over, and asked his grandfather and uncle to assist him as they made their way home. As they walked, pretending to be sick, word spread through the village about Wu Jiangshan's stomachache. His second uncle's family and his parents, hearing the news, rushed back from the fields, concerned about the severity of the situation. Some were genuinely worried, while others merely sought to witness the spectacle, offering a plethora of advice based on their own past experiences with stomachaches. Some suggested he had eaten something bad and should relieve himself, while others claimed he had caught a chill and should warm up by rubbing his stomach. His second grandmother, living in the front row of houses, even sent over a small bowl of liquor, insisting it would cure him. Surrounded by a crowd, Wu Jiangshan felt overwhelmed as his grandparents prepared to administer the liquor. Realizing the situation could spiral out of control, he quickly downplayed his symptoms. "I think it doesn't hurt as much anymore. I just said it was a bit of discomfort." With the excitement dissipated, the villagers returned to their tasks. His second aunt playfully remarked, "This isn't a grandson. It's more like an ancestor." Hearing this, Song Xiangyuan felt embarrassed and hurriedly asked Wu Jiangshan, "Are you truly all right?" But Wu Jiangshan, still not having achieved his goal, replied, "Ugh, Mom, it feels like it's coming and going. Sometimes it hurts, sometimes it doesn't. What could be wrong? We should hurry to the clinic." His grandmother was distraught, having only just welcomed him home a day ago. The clinic lacked proper equipment. Failing to provide any insights, they needed to visit the town hospital. Wu Mingzhu nervously interjected, "Mom and Dad, I heard the town hospital has an ultrasound machine that can quickly reveal what's wrong inside." "What is an ultrasound machine?" his grandmother asked. "It's like a TV. It can show what's inside your stomach," Wu Mingzhu explained. Yet, the elderly woman struggled to comprehend how one could see inside a person's stomach. Grandfather waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of that. Mingzhu studies a lot, so she must be right. Let us take some money and head to the town for a checkup." His grandmother, hearing this, did not ask further questions and hurriedly ushered her son and daughter-in-law out. "Eldest, second family, you should all get back to your work." Uncle Xiaowei's family returned to the fields, while his second aunt was pulled away by her husband. Third sister, eager to join the excitement, was also called back by her second uncle. Wu Mingzhu, aware her grandmother was preparing to fetch money, discreetly slipped away. The elderly woman then retrieved a key, opened a cabinet, and from a hidden compartment in her bundle of clothes, pulled out a handkerchief containing money and food coupons. Wu Jiangshan, clutching his stomach, observed all of this, grappling with a tumult of emotions. He had urged his grandfather to get a checkup, yet his grandfather was adamant against it. Now, with just a mention of a stomachache, both his grandparents immediately agreed to go to the town hospital. Grandfather, you accompany me. Grandmother, you should come too. Since they were going for an examination, it would be best to take both elders for a general checkup. Chapter 26. Sibling cooperation. Wu Jiangshan was still preoccupied with the bicycle, as it was quite inconvenient to return to town without it. Thus, he called upon Wu Mingshu to push it along. Wu Xiaodang drove the ox cart ahead, while their grandparents and mother, Zhong Dagǔ, accompanied Wu Jiangshan as he sat in the cart. Wu Mingshu, burdened with a bag of money, huffed and puffed as she pushed the bicycle from behind. Only she was aware that Wu Jiangshan was not ill. He was merely deceiving everyone, and she harbored no concern for him. Therefore, with every few steps, she mimicked the cyclist she had observed, wobbling and delighting in her playful antics. The ox cart moved at a leisurely pace, and throughout the journey, their grandmother fanned Wu Jiangshan, anxious that he might overheat, occasionally rubbing his belly for comfort. Their grandfather, habitually squinting, quietly observed, occasionally inquiring if Wu Jiangshan felt any better. Wu Jiangshan could only respond at times that he was fine, and at others that he was still in pain, leaving his closest family members in a state of anxiety. Upon finally arriving at the town, the ox cart halted at the entrance of the town hospital. Zhang Dagǔ first assisted her in-laws in disembarking, then moved on to help her son. Wu Xiaodang, being somewhat knowledgeable about the hospital's procedures, secured the ox before hurrying inside to inquire which room dealt with abdominal pain. Wu Mingshu parked the bicycle in the hospital's bicycle shed and locked it before rushing to catch up. Her performance with her brother was far from over. Noticing that her father was already seeking out a doctor, Wu Mingshu, under Wu Jiangshan's subtle cue, remained by her grandparents' side. Soon enough, Wu Xiaodang returned with Wu Jiangshan to the door of a consultation room, but the doctor insisted that not too many people could enter. Wu Jiangshan quickly requested his parents to accompany him, leaving their grandmother in a state of impatience. Their grandfather reassured her, saying, "What use is it for you to go in? The doctor will tell you things you wouldn't understand." After some consideration, their grandmother acquiesced. Wu Mingshu, sensing that Wu Jiangshan had created the opportunity, felt a twinge of nervousness. She had never lied before. She reassured herself that this was an act of filial piety, a kind-hearted fib for the sake of their grandparents, thus alleviating some of her pressure. In that era, the town hospital lacked modern equipment such as ultrasounds. Wu Mingshu had only heard of such things from her teachers discussing the provincial capital. The medical facilities in the town were rather rudimentary, and most doctors relied on traditional methods of diagnosis through observation and experience. Wu Mingshu feigned interest in another area while discreetly asking a doctor about her grandparents' health, and upon receiving his agreement, hastily called for them. "Grandpa, Grandma, the doctor wants to talk to you." Their grandmother felt a wave of nerves at the sight of the doctors in white coats. "What do they want to ask?" she queried. "I don't know. Just answer truthfully," Wu Mingshu replied, pulling her grandparents along. Their grandfather remained somewhat apprehensive. "What about your brother?" "He is with Mom and Dad." "Perhaps the doctor wishes to inquire about Jiangshan," Wu Mingshu reassured him. Thus, she skillfully led the two elders, who had seldom ventured beyond their village, into another. The attending doctor, an older gentleman, kindly instructed them to take a seat. He first measured their grandmother's blood pressure. Her grandfather's was normal, while her grandmother's was slightly low, which the doctor deemed acceptable for elderly individuals. He then used a stethoscope to listen to their chests, and the two elders remained still, following the doctor's instructions. Wu Mingshu observed the doctor's demeanor with bated breath. "Does the old gentleman often feel chest tightness?" the doctor inquired. The grandfather, beaming, shook his head. "Only when it's hot." The doctor nodded, finished his examination, and indicated to Wu Mingshu that all was well. She quickly asked, "Doctor, how is my grandpa and grandma's health?" "Nothing serious. The old gentleman has a slight heart murmur, which is quite common among the elderly. Just avoid stress and excessive exertion. The old lady is in good health, ensure she consumes nourishing foods," the doctor replied. "It's rare to see elderly folks like them coming for checkups. They certainly have good fortune." He smiled at the grandparents. "Is this your granddaughter? How filial." The grandfather nodded, beaming, while the grandmother smiled in agreement, losing her usual authoritative demeanor. Upon exiting the consultation room with her grandparents, they found Wu Jiangshan and the others waiting anxiously. "Eldest grandson, how is your stomach? What did the doctor say?" Wu Xiaodang asked, casting a glance at Wu Jiangshan. "Mom, he is just fussing." The doctor pressed his belly for a while and found nothing wrong, he replied. Wu Jiangshan chuckled, squeezing in beside his grandparents. I don't know what happened. As soon as I went in, the pain disappeared. Oh, this place must be magical. No medicine needed, and the pain is gone. If it's gone, let us go home. Grandma will give you a jar of peach preserves. Wu Xiaodang interjected, Mom, don't spoil him too much. He is nearly 20, and he cries out over a little stomachache. How are you being a father? If the child is in pain, can it be fake? What if there is something serious? Aren't you concerned? Song Xiaojuan quickly tugged at her husband, preferring her own child over others. Their grandmother shot a disapproving glance at her husband and took Wu Jiangshan's hand, showing no signs of resentment for the trouble he had caused. At that moment, their grandfather began to grasp the situation, pointing a finger at Wu Jiangshan, though he was not angry. Causing a fuss is harmless in these times. You don't need to register to see a doctor, and if no illness is found, there is no charge for treatment. Since no illness was detected, we spent nothing. Once they exited the hospital, they boarded the ox cart to return home. Wu Jiangshan pulled his sister aside, took her backpack from her shoulders, and quietly inquired about the doctor's words. Wu Mingshu informed him, and he felt a sense of reassurance. It appeared that his grandfather's heart was not severely compromised. It was merely exacerbated by anger. Now reassured by the doctor's words, he resolved to share this with his parents later. Mom, Dad, Grandma. I will be home a bit late. I've made plans to hang out with friends, he announced as he retrieved the bicycle from the shed. You all go ahead. I'll return in the afternoon. With that, he pedaled away. Their grandmother called after him twice, but to no avail, slapping her thigh in frustration. This child. His stomach just got better, and he is off gallivanting. Let him be. We should head home, their grandfather remarked. Despite his infrequent outings, he had lived long enough to see through the ruse of the younger generation, especially after Wu Jiangshan's words from the previous night. However, he appreciated the child's filial concern for their health, and thus found no reason to be upset. Wu Xiaodang guided the ox cart back to Wutuan with his wife and daughter, while Wu Jiangshan pedaled swiftly to the home of Zhong Dagǔ. Inside, he discovered an abundance of fish, shrimp, and crabs in the kitchen, while Zhong Dagǔ snored loudly in the back room, clearly having stayed up late the night before. Chapter 27. Claiming territory. As Wu Jiangshan glanced at the sky, he noted that it was getting late. He began cleaning the fish, shrimp, and crabs. By the time he had washed and drained them all, Zhong Dagǔ had yet to awaken. Normally, Wu Jiangshan would have prepared the snacks himself, as Zhong Dagǔ was of little assistance in cooking aside from tending the fire and washing the dishes. However, today he had discovered that his grandfather's health was indeed concerning, and he had saved enough to travel to the provincial city, which was now a certainty. It would be a pity to halt this business abruptly, especially since others had already begun to follow suit. Although their offerings were subpar, if he ceased selling, the market would inevitably be claimed by others. It was better for his good friend to earn the money than to let strangers profit from it, whether in his previous life or this one. Zhong Dagǔ had always been Wu Jiangshan's closest companion, their bond akin to that of brothers. Thus, Wu Jiangshan was willing to share his exclusive secret recipe with Zhong Dagǔ. Hey, wake up. It's almost dark, he urged, giving Zhong Dagǔ a gentle shove. Zhong Dagǔ merely rolled over and continued to sleep, his exposed arm nearly covered in mosquito bites. Wu Jiangshan smacked his forehead and rummaged through the disheveled bedding and clothing, retrieving a small blue round box. He had completely forgotten about the cooling oil that Zhang Danna had given him. After applying some for himself, he dabbed a bit onto Zhong Dagǔ's arm. Observing the blissful expression on his friend's face as he continued to slumber, Wu Jiangshan mischievously applied a bit of the cooling oil to Zhong Dagǔ's dark, callous soles, then found an old fan and began to fan his feet. After a few minutes, Zhong Dagǔ instinctively twisted his body before awakening with a bewildered expression. Ha ha ha, Zhong Dagǔ, you wet your pants. Wu Jiangshan laughed uncontrollably, nearly falling over as Zhong Dagǔ, still dazed from sleep, gazed down in shock at the wet stain on his trousers. Once he regained his composure, Zhong Dagǔ simply chuckled foolishly, unfazed as he rummaged through the pile of discarded clothes at the edge of the bed and pulled out a filthy pair of pants to change into, tossing the soiled ones aside without a hint of embarrassment. Wu Jiangshan was taken aback by his friend's nonchalance, and at that moment, he realized he had been sleeping in the spot closest to the edge of the bed. Jiangshan, didn't you say you had something to do this afternoon? Why haven't you started yet? Zhong Dagǔ asked while splashing water on his face. It's almost noon. I'll tend the fire for you today. Wu Jiangshan chuckled. Today, you'll be in charge of cooking. What? Can I really do it? Zhong Dagǔ questioned, visibly anxious. With me, your master chef, guiding you, what is there to fear? Wu Jiangshan replied. igniting the fire under the pot and pulling up a small wooden stool to sit in front of the stove. As the pot heated, he poured in oil. Zhong Dagǔ appeared conflicted. Are you really letting me do this? If I mess it up, we won't make any money. Wu Jiangshan focused on stoking the fire. I'm heading back to the village this afternoon. If I take my grandfather to the provincial city afterward, we'll have to stop this business altogether. Zhong Dagǔ was stunned. But we make dozens in a single day. How can we stop? Exactly. So today, pay close attention. After today, you will run this by yourself, Wu Jiangshan encouraged. All the profits will be yours. That won't do. This idea was yours. When you're not around, I'll help sell for you. Wu Jiangshan did not press further. What was his was also Zhong Dagǔ's. There was no distinction. He began instructing Zhong Dagǔ on the various seasonings, and soon, bowls of bright red fish and shrimp emerged from the pot, alongside a large vat of spicy stir-fried crabs. Zhong Dagǔ followed Wu Jiangshan's instructions meticulously, as if he were a machine controlled by Wu Jiangshan. After they tasted the dishes, they agreed the flavors were just right. Wu Jiangshan then took Zhong Dagǔ to the entrance of the knitting factory where they would sell their goods. Today, they had an impressive array of large and small bowls laid out. The elderly woman from the previous day was also present, her stall having grown in size with the addition of a young man in his 20s, whom Wu Jiangshan recognized as Sun Yozhong from outside the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon seeing Sun Yozhong, Wu Jiangshan hesitated, wanting to leave Zhong Dagǔ to handle the money at the cooperative, but his concern compelled him to stay momentarily. The elderly woman had observed Zhong Dagǔ selling alone the day before, timid and unable to speak up, resorting to veiled insults. Zhong Dagǔ, being a simple soul, remained silent and tended to his stall, managing to sell quite a bit. Today, however, the woman was unwilling to concede and had brought her nephew to completely drive Wu Jiangshan and Zhong Dagǔ out. She had realized that the workers preferred to buy from across the way, despite having increased the seasoning in her own offerings. Don't worry, I've got this, Sun Yozhong assured her. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Jiangshan was also present. As he approached Wu Jiangshan and Zhong Dagǔ's stall, Sun Yozhong wasted no time and kicked over a pot of stewed fish, the savory aroma wafting into the air as the oil-soaked broth seeped into the ground. Zhong Dagǔ's forehead bulged with veins, but Wu Jiangshan swiftly intervened. Brother Sun, what's the meaning of this? Oh, you little brat recognize me, huh? Who in Hushan town doesn't know your brother Sun? Sun Yozhong retorted, grabbing Wu Jiangshan by the collar. Since you know who I am, listen carefully. That woman over there is my aunt, and from now on, this area near the knitting factory is her territory to sell. On what grounds? When did this place belong to anyone? Wu Jiangshan laughed lightly. On the grounds that I can make you eat dirt, little brat. Feel free to test me. Zhong Dagǔ glared at Sun Yozhong coldly, who retaliated by kicking at him. What the hell are you staring at? Wu Jiangshan pulled Sun Yozhong aside, gesturing to Zhong Dagǔ behind him. He's a fool. Brother Sun, don't take it personally. We're just trying to make a living here. As he spoke, Wu Jiangshan dragged Sun Yozhong a few steps away. The latter struggled but soon realized that this young man was not only tall but also surprisingly strong. Brother, let us talk in a quieter place. We're all from Hushan town. We see each other often. You should be magnanimous, Sun Yozhong suggested, misinterpreting Wu Jiangshan's humility as submission. Feeling smug, he had no intention of letting them off easily, especially after learning that the old woman could earn dozens a day selling fish and shrimp. This was far easier than sneaking out grain tickets from home to sell. However, the old woman had mentioned that these two boys possessed a secret recipe, making their offerings enticing. Thus, as he noticed Wu Jiangshan trying to appease him with a smile, he coldly chuckled to himself, thinking, let us see how this negotiation goes. If they reveal that secret recipe, it will solve everything. In Chapter 28, Compensation in Grain Coupons, Wu Jiangshan escorted Sun Yozhong to a flat house alley across from the knitting factory. Zhong Dagǔ, initially apprehensive, was relieved upon their disappearance, confident in Wu Jiangshan's prudence. He disregarded the old woman's piercing gaze and salvaged the overturned fish, discarding it near a ditch, which soon attracted feral cats. In the alley, Sun Yozhong threatened Wu Jiangshan, accusing them of illegal business operations and speculative profiteering, terms he had recently learned. Wu Jiangshan retorted, questioning the legitimacy of Sun Yozhong's aunt's enterprise. Sun Yozhong countered, citing her affiliation with the knitting factory. An altercation ensued, with Sun Yozhong attempting to strike Wu Jiangshan, who deftly intercepted his blows. Despite Sun Yozhong's age advantage, Wu Jiangshan, taller and stronger, retaliated with a headbutt and a knee strike, incapacitating Sun Yozhong. Wu Jiangshan then proceeded to kick him while he was down, asserting his dominance. Wu Jiangshan relieved Sun Yozhong of a bundle of grain coupons and a sum of money. However, he returned the money, instead confiscating 30 pounds of grain coupons and 10 pounds of oil coupons as compensation for the damaged fish and disrupted business. He justified the oil coupon seizure by contrasting his own generously oiled recipe with Sun Yozhong's aunt's meager preparation. Wu Jiangshan cautioned Sun Yozhong against seeking retribution, alluding to the dubious origins of the grain coupons. He warned that any harassment towards his brother's stall would be met with exposure to the authorities, including Sun Yozhong's uncle, Sun Chong, a low-level leader at the grain station. Sun Chong and Sun Yozhong engaged in illicit trade of grain and oil coupons for profit. This information was unknown to even Sun Yozhong's aunt, who was his competitor. Sun Yozhong, intimidated by Wu Jiangshan's knowledge and physical superiority, was forced to endure the humiliation in silence. Meanwhile, at the knitting factory, the crowd of snack buyers was divided, with fewer customers than when Wu Jiangshan had operated the stall alone. Many potential patrons avoided the stall to avoid being seen by the old woman. Wu Jiangshan observed Zhong Dagǔ's sales, offering assistance by serving customers and arranging the goods. However, he lacked the salesmanship to attract customers. Sales were meager, amounting to only a few yuan. Wu Jiangshan informed Zhong Dagǔ of his impending trip to the supply and marketing cooperative, promising to return the basin and then head back to the village. He entrusted Zhong Dagǔ with the bicycle and assured him that Sun Yozhong would not cause further trouble. He also advised him to ignore the old woman. Wu Jiangshan declined Zhong Dagǔ's offer of the day's earnings, instructing him to keep the money for food and supplies. He suggested that Zhong Dagǔ forego the nightly crab scavenging due to the diminished business, promising to find a new location upon his return. The old woman, anxious about Sun Yozhong's prolonged absence, repeatedly glanced at Wu Jiangshan, who deliberately ignored her. Unable to abandon her stall, she remained in place, consumed by worry. After his conversation with Zhong Dagǔ, Wu Jiangshan departed with a basin of crab, leaving the bicycle behind for Zhong Dagǔ's use. Chapter 29. A great unity with brother Qian. The blossoms of spring, the winds of autumn, and the setting sun of winter. Such melancholic reflections filled my youthful mind. Once so naive, Wu Jiangshan hastened to the supply and marketing cooperative, and before he approached, he was greeted by the melodious strains of a song wafting through the air. The title of the song eluded him, yet its lyrics stirred a sense of sorrow within this young man, who bore the soul of an elder. Just as he was about to conjure some poetic phrases to express his rejuvenated spirit, he noticed a group of stylish individuals squatting against the wall across from the cooperative. Their flared trousers tightly clung to their ankles, while their floral shirts resembled a riot of colors. Though flowers may be classified as school beauties, class beauties, factory beauties, or village beauties, this group's appearance certainly failed to meet any of those standards. After racking his brain, Wu Jiangshan finally settled on a fitting analogy. They resembled a row of blooming scallions, aptly termed scallion flowers. "Brother Qian," he called out, seeing the group swaying to the music, fully immersed in the song. "Brother, you've arrived? We agreed on noon. Why are you so late? You're practically sunburnt." Wu Jiangshan quickly apologized. "Brother, I ran into some trouble at the knitting factory entrance, so I arrived late. I'm sorry, everyone." "What kind of trouble? Do you need help?" Although this was only their second meeting, the first had left a favorable impression after Wu Jiangshan treated them to his delicious crab dish. Their fondness for him soared, especially since the crab truly was delectable. Seeing Wu Jiangshan arrive again with a full platter, their eyes sparkled, as if they were about to embrace him. "It's just a minor issue," Wu Jiangshan replied, feigning a look of deep concern. Brother Qian observed him thoughtfully and then beckoned his friends to enjoy the crab. "Today, it's on me," as a platter of crabs was shared among the floral shirts. Brother Qian, not partaking, offered Wu Jiangshan a cigarette. "Do you smoke?" Wu Jiangshan examined it. "Yeah, you? Imported? This is my first time smoking this, brother. Isn't it pricey?" Brother Qian lit it for him, winking. "I don't know how much it costs. I swiped it from my dad." Wu Jiangshan chuckled knowingly, squatting beside Brother Qian to indulge in the smoke. "Not bad. Quite classy, unlike them. They waste good cigarettes." Brother Qian watched Wu Jiangshan's adeptness and assumed he was like him, having pilfered cigarettes at a young age. Wu Jiangshan smiled. In his past life, he had been quite the chain smoker. "What happened?" he asked. "I'm not familiar with this area, but I know a few people around the cooperative and knitting factory." "You might know them too, Brother Qian." "Who?" "Sun Yozhong." "Huh. I thought it was someone else. Just that good for nothing. Did he extort money from you?" Brother Qian scoffed. Everyone in the area knew Sun Jiuzhong, not only for his ration tickets but also because he was truly a despicable character. He was just a pauper with a thick skin. He hung around with me for a while, but once he got a connection and made some money, his arrogance skyrocketed. As Brother Qian spoke of Sun Jiuzhong, his disdain was palpable. Wu Jiangshan shook his head. It was nothing serious. He just warned me about selling crabs and shrimp since a relative of his is in the same business. A greasy youth nearby wiped his mouth and interjected. With your build, why fear him? Just beat him up. Wu Jiangshan chuckled. Harmony brings wealth, my friend. Hey, brother, that good-for-nothing only bullies the weak. The more you avoid conflict, the more he'll take advantage. You need to show him some strength, and he won't dare trouble you again. Brother Qian nodded in agreement. Exactly. Some people can't be dealt with kindly. Wu Jiangshan found it amusing. It seemed many were familiar with Sun Jiuzhong, indicating how unpopular he was. He recalled the middle-aged man who had ingratiated himself at his food stall in a previous life. And it was hard to reconcile that image with the current Sun Jiuzhong. Just grab that good-for-nothing and bag him. Why bother with a bag? None of us fear him. The banter continued, each taking turns boasting while indulging in the crabs. By the time Brother Qian realized, the platter was empty. He swallowed hard, lamenting. I was too busy showing off and didn't get to eat. Are you coming back tomorrow? Bring another platter. Your crabs are too delicious. Just the smell makes me crave more. With so many people, one platter isn't enough. It's torture to leave half-eaten. Brother, I need to head back to the village soon. But my friend Zhong Dagǔ is selling at the knitting factory entrance. He has this, and also his secret stewed fish and spicy river shrimp. Just mention my name. And you can eat for free. Absolutely not. We're not freeloaders. Brother Qian pulled out a bill. Here as for today as crabs. If it's not enough, I'll cover the rest next time. Brother, I didn't come just for the money from this platter. What? Is it too little? Brother Qian smirked. Pulling out 2 more bills, is this enough? Wu Jiangshan gazed at the 3 crisp bills, deep in thought. Brother, do you have any more? Brother Qian was taken aback. You're quite greedy. With an empty platter in hand, Wu Jiangshan departed, while Brother Qian patted his pockets, stuffed with thick stacks of cash, making his hips appear particularly broad. The remaining scallion flowers swayed to the music, laughing merrily. Brother Qian joined in, having initially thought Wu Jiangshan meant to swindle him. Hence not inquiring about the price of the crabs, simply handing him 10. Wu Jiangshan had initially refused, leading Brother Qian to believe he thought it too little. Easily realizing that the platter was worth more than 10. When he revealed 3 bills, Wu Jiangshan's request for more infuriated him. His friends, always surrounding him, may have harbored thoughts of benefiting from his generosity, but should anyone consider Brother Qian a soft target, he wouldn't hesitate to sever ties and treat them with indifference. Unexpectedly, all the bills in his pocket were exchanged by Wu Jiangshan, who merely sought change, even offering him 2 yuan as a service fee. Brother Qian found the situation both amusing and perplexing. He had dined on a platter of crabs for free and had earned 2 yuan. Though these amounts were trivial, Brother Qian was not perturbed by the loss. Instead, Wu Jiangshan's actions intrigued him. He wished to develop a friendship with him, despite their differing tastes, especially regarding those flared trousers. Let us go to the knitting factory entrance, Brother Qian declared, pulling out a wad of cash. Today, it's on me for some small fish and shrimp. When they arrived at the knitting factory entrance, they found Zhong Dagǔ, but Wu Jiangshan had already left. Not heading home, but rather being led away by Zhang Danna. Chapter 30. A meeting in the grove. The bicycle had been lent out, and since then, there had been no sign of him. Zhang Danna had silently cursed Wu Jiangshan countless times this week, although he had promised to take her out during the holiday. She could hardly wait. Seizing the weekend while her parents were busy, Zhang Danna went to Zhong Dagǔ's house, only to find no one there. She continued her search outside the knitting factory, hoping to spot Wu Jiangshan, but all she found was the awkward Zhong Dagǔ, staring blankly at an elderly woman. Where is Wu Jiangshan? She inquired. He. Zhong Dagǔ stammered, feeling overwhelmed by Zhang Danna's beauty, which rendered him unable to meet her gaze or speak freely. When Zhang Danna spoke to him, he faltered. I asked about Wu Jiangshan. Yes, over there. Zhong Dagǔ pointed behind her, revealing Wu Jiangshan returning, whistling cheerfully while carrying a small basin. Wu Jiangshan. Zhang Danna pouted, huffing as she approached him. Zhong Dagǔ couldn't hear their conversation, but he saw Zhang Danna playfully punch Wu Jiangshan, who merely laughed and ruffled her hair before tossing the empty basin to Zhong Dagǔ, saying he was leaving. Observing their retreating figures, Zhong Dagǔ thought that a girl as splendid as Zhang Danna deserved someone like Wu Jiangshan. He contemplated his own worth, fearing that no respectable girl in Hushan town would ever consider marrying him. Yet, he felt lighter knowing Wu Jiangshan had promised to find him a beautiful girl in the future to wait for. Wu Jiangshan was unaware that his offhand remark had become a steadfast belief for Zhong Dagǔ. He was troubled about where to take Zhang Danna next. In these times, there were no CAFS or Western restaurants, and the town's only cinema showed films based purely on luck. Standing on the street, both were anxious about being seen by acquaintances, primarily Zhang Danna's family. In an era where young men and women sought secluded spots for whispered conversations, they either ventured into the small grove or the cornfields, places that afforded privacy without any cost. Wu Jiangshan glanced at Zhang Danna, who looked enchanting in her white dress, her hair flowing gracefully in the breeze, giving her an ethereal appearance. It was peculiar. He mused that there had never been a time when she looked anything less than lovely. Are we just going to walk like this? Where do you want to take me? Zhang Danna asked. How about we sit at Zhong Dagǔ's house for a while? I need to head home later. Upon hearing Zhong Dagǔ's name, she recalled an embarrassing incident that had occurred under the covers with him, which now filled her with shame. It's not appropriate to go there when he isn't home. Wu Jiangshan pondered for a moment. Then shall we go up the mountain? There's south really no better place. Zhang Danna nodded in agreement. Children in Hushan town had been climbing the mountain alone since they were little, often with friends, wielding homemade torches as they explored caves or catching fireflies late at night. Yet, as they grew older, such adventures became rare. They walked along the path to the mountain, where the heat kept most people away. Wu Jiangshan stopped a vendor selling ice pops and bought one for Zhang Danna, handing it to her before discreetly taking her other hand as they walked to a secluded spot. Whenever they encountered someone, they would casually let go, repeating this until they reached the base of the mountain, where Zhang Danna's cheeks had turned a rosy hue. As they ascended the trail, they might still encounter others. Wu Jiangshan, quick-witted, led the shy Zhang Danna into a side grove of pine trees. The dense foliage shielded them from the sun, providing a refreshing coolness, with gentle breezes drying their sweat. The cool wind invigorated Zhang Danna, prompting her to shoot Wu Jiangshan a playful glare. Why did you bring me here? It's a bit scary. Deeper in the grove lay a cemetery, a place where daring children once played hide and seek. Zhang Danna had always been too timid to enter such areas, but with Wu Jiangshan holding her hand, her fear began to dissipate. Let us not go deeper. Let us sit here and chat. She nodded, and Wu Jiangshan found a fallen tree trunk that appeared relatively dry and laid his jacket on it. Sit on my jacket. Don't get your dress dirty. This small gesture warmed Zhang Danna's heart instantly. She pressed her lips together, smoothing her skirt as she sat on his jacket, her face glowing with happiness. How is your grandfather? She asked. Wu Jiangshan recounted the tale of how he had feigned a stomachache to bring his grandfather to the town hospital, causing Zhang Danna to giggle and call him wicked. When he mentioned his grandfather's heart condition, she became concerned. Should I ask my mom? Wu Jiangshan considered this. If he casually mentioned it to his grandfather, they might discover the issue. If there were acquaintances at the hospital, surely they could help find a specialist for a thorough examination. Yet, he hesitated, thinking of the hospital's lack of resources. Even if they diagnosed the problem, they would not have the proper medicine or equipment. It would be wiser to go directly to a larger hospital in the provincial capital. I'll talk to my parents this afternoon and prepare to go to the provincial city. That sounds fair. Zhang Danna lowered her head. If you go to the provincial city, you might not come back for a long time, right? Yes, it's best you focus on your studies. If you don't get into the university you want, I do feel responsible. Zhang Danna chuckled. How shameless. I wouldn't be thinking about you every day. In the grove, they spent nearly an hour before emerging. Most of the time, Zhang Danna animatedly spoke about her school, her cheerful demeanor reminiscent of a little bird. Wu Jiangshan listened, occasionally squeezing her hand or wrapping his arm around her waist. Each embrace was met with playful jabs from her, and he found the exchange delightful, far more enjoyable than a massage chair. I lent the bicycle to Dagǔ. If you need it, just ask him for it. At the foot of the mountain, they parted ways, and Wu Jiangshan gently touched Zhang Danna's smooth face, this time receiving no retaliation. That's fine. You can use it. I told my dad that I lent it to a needy classmate from a distant place. Zhang Danna covered her mouth, laughing with her eyes sparkling. I'm leaving now. When you return from the provincial city, you must come find me. Wu Jiangshan nodded, watching her reluctantly walk away. He longed to embrace her but knew it wasn't the right time. Standing still, he watched as she turned a corner before he finally departed, unaware that after he left, Zhang Danna lingered a while longer, casting glances back at him. Chapter 31. The family meeting as Wu Jiangshan made his way home. The stars had already begun to twinkle in the night sky. After having dinner, he proceeded to his parents' room, calling upon his sister Wu Mingshu, intending to convene a small family meeting. His mother had already prepared the bedding and was getting ready to sleep. Upon seeing Wu Jiangshan, she inquired, "What? Are you sleeping here tonight?" "No, I need to discuss something with you," he replied. Wu Mingshu quietly sat at the edge of the bed, while their parents looked on with curiosity about what Wu Jiangshan had to say. "Did we not go to the hospital today? My sister took Grandpa for a checkup, and the doctor said his heart isn't in good condition," Wu Jiangshan stated, glancing at his sister, who nodded in agreement. "The doctor mentioned that there are murmurs in Grandpa's heart," Wu Mingshu added. "What does that mean?" asked Song Xiangjuan. "It means his heartbeat is irregular. There is something wrong with his heart," Wu Jiangshan clarified. Their father, Wu Xiaodong, sat at the head of the bed, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "Mom, Dad, heart issues are not trivial. Grandpa is getting older. If we don't take care, it could lead to serious problems. I propose we persuade him to visit a major hospital in the provincial capital for a thorough examination." "To the provincial capital?" Song Xiangjuan glanced at her husband. "That would cost a significant amount, wouldn't it?" "Even if it costs money, he needs to be seen," Wu Xiaodong finally spoke up. "If nothing is found, then fine. But if something is discovered, how can we not treat him?" Song Xiangjuan's expression faltered slightly. "I'm not saying we shouldn't seek treatment for him. But there are his elder brother and second brother to consider. It's not solely our decision." "Don't worry about the money. I will find a way," Wu Jiangshan reassured them. "You just need to convince Grandpa to agree to go. As for his brothers, why should we rely on them for financial support? What could they possibly oppose?" Song Xiangjuan shot Wu Jiangshan a disapproving look. "You're still in school. What means do you have? Just the travel expenses to the provincial capital will amount to quite a bit." "I have saved enough for Grandpa's medical expenses for the trip," Wu Jiangshan asserted, pulling out his money from his bag. He had exchanged his smaller bills for more substantial denominations, and despite having several bundles, it no longer appeared as daunting as before. Spilling across the bed. This sight astonished both Wu Xiaodong and Song Xiangjuan. Wu Mingshu, observing the bewilderment on her parents' faces, found it somewhat amusing. Having been startled herself earlier, "Xu Shuang, where on earth did you get all this money?" their mother asked, suddenly realizing the implications and hurriedly adjusting the curtains to prevent any prying eyes from seeing inside. Wu Xiaotong's expression darkened, signaling the growing tension. No one in the family would believe that this money was earned by Wu Jiangshan bit by bit. As his previous demeanor suggested, he was only ever in need of money without any visible means of earning it. "Dad, please don't get worked up." Wu Jiangshan backed away a step. "I saved this money from my previous earnings. What could you possibly do to earn so much? I caught wild creatures in the reed marshes near the town, fish, shrimp, and crabs, and then cooked them to sell outside the knitting factory to the workers." The room fell silent, as his parents seemed to process Wu Jiangshan's words. "That can't possibly fetch such a sum," his mother mused, appearing more receptive to the notion, believing in her son's potential, albeit a bit prematurely. However, Wu Xiaodong remained unconvinced. "Those small fish and shrimp from the marshes are not worth as much as the fish from our reservoir. I sold them cooked. They sold quite well." "Nonsense," Wu Xiaodong retorted sharply. "You can cook? When did you learn to cook?" His irritation peaked, and in a fit of anger, Wu Xiaodong seized the broom and made his way to the door. Wu Jiangshan, seeing this, swiftly dodged into the outer room, slamming the inner door shut and bracing against it with his body. Wu Xiaodong pushed against the door several times without success, his fury intensifying. "Open the door. Instead of learning something useful, you've learned to lie. If you don't explain where this money came from today, I'll make you regret it." "Dad, I told you not to get agitated. Why can't you trust me?" Wu Jiangshan pressed against the door, feeling increasingly despondent, regretting his past laziness. "Sis, stop being a spectator and help me out here." Song Xiangjuan also intervened. "He has grown up now. Don't resort to violence. Let him explain." "What is there to explain? So much money. Do you really believe he earned it? Even a factory director wouldn't make that in a month. Whether it's true or not, let us just ask around." Wu Mingshu finally spoke up. "My brother said he has been selling for over a week outside the knitting factory. We can find out." "Right, Dad. Tomorrow I'll take you to see for yourself." "Will that suffice? You think everyone else is like you, idling away their time, neglecting work on the farm? You think I'm going to let you get away with this?" Wu Xiaodong pushed against the door with all his might, but it wouldn't budge. "You see, I told you so, but you wouldn't believe me. Now you refuse to check even after I offered to show you. Dad, don't you have any sense of reason?" Seeing his father resolutely intent on punishing him, Wu Jiangshan resorted to his trump card. "If you persist, I will call Grandma." "You little brat, Are you trying to threaten me? Enraged, Wu Xiaotang pushed against the door with considerable force, creating a gap. And the two of them collided against the door, causing it to rattle violently, the glass nearly shaking loose. Grandma, Dad is going to hit me, Wu Jiangshan yelled, unashamedly raising his voice. At this distance, it was unlikely Grandma would hear him. However, Wu Xiaotang was genuinely intimidated, relenting his force against the door. He glared through the glass at Wu Jiangshan, brandishing the broom. Seeing his father relent, Wu Jiangshan quickly offered a way out. Dad, I swear everything I said is true. Tomorrow morning, let us go see my little stall. If I'm lying, you can punish me. Song Xiangjuan, having gotten off the bed, pulled Wu Xiaotang back. All right. Let us not disturb the old lady. Xu Shuang has said so, just go check. I'll go tomorrow. But if you're lying, just wait and see how I deal with you. Calling your grandma won't help. Wu Jiangshan wiped the sweat from his brow but hesitated to open the door immediately. Then I'll go sleep now. We'll talk about it after you see the truth tomorrow. As he was leaving, Wu Jiangshan called out to Wu Mingxu, who had been quietly observing. Wu Mingxu, you better have my back. Don't expect me to save up for your dowry anymore. Wu Mingxu scoffed. You should first focus on marrying someone yourself. Wu Jiangshan waved a fist at her, and his father shot her a glare, prompting him to quickly flee. After the commotion settled, Wu Mingxu announced her intention to study and retreated to her own room, leaving Song Xiangjuan and Wu Xiaotang to exchange glances at the scattered money on the bed. Dear, seeing all this money makes me uneasy. I think I should go secure the door. Chapter 32. Seeing is believing. Song Xiangjuan tucked the money back into Wu Jiangshan's tattered bag, then rummaged through the cupboard to find a piece of cloth to wrap it up. Securing it tightly in the far corner of the cupboard and placing some clothes on top for good measure, hiding it meticulously. Alas, we were just pondering where to earn money to marry off Jiangshan, and the child has managed to earn it himself. A sense of pride illuminated Song Xiangjuan's face as she recalled, when I was pregnant with these two children, their maternal grandfather consulted Lu Banshan from the village, who proclaimed that my two children would surely amount to something in the future. Such superstitions. Wu Xiaotang snorted, checking the door. It was intact. He locked it, climbed onto the bed, and noticed his wife gazing intently at the cupboard. With a hint of annoyance, he remarked, Have you never seen money before? Song Xiangjuan ignored his comment, turned off the lamp, and lay down, but sleep eluded her. After a while, she turned over and nudged Wu Xiaotang, saying, How do you think we should explain this to your father? This matter is not as simple as the child perceives it. Wu Xiaotang remained silent, and Song Xiangjuan continued, We cannot proceed as Xiao Shuang suggested. It requires money, and everyone should contribute. We can pitch in more, lest the two uncles harbor grievances. Your father did not have only you. What would outsiders think if they knew? Women tend to overthink. Wu Xiaotang also turned over, facing away from her. But after years of marriage, Song Xiangjuan knew he was listening. The next morning, shortly after breakfast, Wu Jiangshan urged his father to accompany him to the town. When the grandparents inquired about their destination, Wu Jiangshan replied that he was nearing graduation and wanted his father to accompany him to school. Upon hearing this, the grandparents urged them to hurry, perhaps influenced by his son's words from the previous night. Wu Xiaotang told his father not to work in the fields and to rest at home. While Aunt Air tidied the table, she muttered, With so few laborers, who else will work? Out of respect for his sister-in-law, Wu Xiaotang refrained from responding, though he felt irritated. The grandfather waved his hand, telling them not to worry and to attend to important matters. As the younger generation, Wu Jiangshan said little, pulling his father out the door. Zhong Dagǔ began his day early. Last night he rode his bicycle to collect a bucket of dulu crabs. Upon rising, he stood by the stove, reflecting on the order of the seasonings before commencing his cooking. As the delightful aroma wafted through the room, a smile graced Zhong Dagǔ's face. He tasted a crab and found it delicious, yet it somehow felt inferior to what Wu Jiangshan prepared. After boiling water and thoroughly cleaning the basin used the previous day, he recalled Wu Jiangshan's words, Taste is secondary, cleanliness and hygiene are paramount. Zhong Dagǔ, like a soldier under Wu Jiangshan's command, always adhered to his instructions. When Zhong Dagǔ pedaled his bicycle toward the knitting factory just before the end of the workday, he unexpectedly spotted Wu Jiangshan conversing with a middle-aged man. Jiangshan, what brings you here? I thought you were heading to the provincial capital? Wu Jiangshan glanced at his father, shrugged, and replied, I had no choice. My old man doesn't he believe that I earned this money and insisted on seeing it for himself. Upon hearing this, Zhong Dagǔ realized that the man before him was Wu Jiangshan's father, and he awkwardly stammered, Uncle. Wu Xiaodang nodded, observing the boy, who was of similar age to his son, yet appeared thin and tattered, with worn shoes exposing his toes and clothes that were both ragged and filthy. Even worse than what they wore while working in the fields. Fortunately, since the Wu family did not reside in town, Wu Xiaodang had no prior knowledge of Zhong Dagǔ's circumstances and thus held no negative impression. Father, this is Zhong Dagǔ, my good friend. We run this small stall together. Previously, Dagǔ helped me catch fish, and I handled the selling. Wu Xiaodang had already noticed the two bright red basins of fish, shrimp, and crabs on the bicycle. Zhong Dagǔ had not prepared much today, just two basins, one for fish and shrimp cooked together, and the other for stir-fried dula crabs. He approached the basins, picked up a small crab to taste, and selected a shrimp. Zhong Dagǔ quickly pulled out a pair of chopsticks from his pocket and handed them to Wu Xiaodang, who waved them away, savoring the spicy flavor and exclaiming, "Did you make this?" Zhong Dagǔ smiled shyly, saying, "Jiangshan taught me how to prepare it. He cooks better than I do." Wu Xiaodang glanced at Wu Jiangshan, remaining silent, unsure whether to believe him. Before long, the knitting factory closed for the day. Wu Jiangshan asked Dagǔ to stay with his father while he went to sell. Today, the old woman across the way did not show up. Wu Jiangshan speculated that Sun Yozhong must have said something to his aunt after returning home. As numerous workers emerged, they rushed over upon seeing only Wu Jiangshan's stall. He hardly needed to speak. He simply collected money and filled their containers. The factory workers had grown accustomed to this routine, bringing an extra empty container each day specifically to buy fish, shrimp, and crabs. Wu Xiaodang watched in astonishment, marveling at how effortlessly money was being made. Within 10 minutes, the two basins of fish, shrimp, and crabs were entirely sold out, leaving a crowd of disappointed customers lamenting that they hadn't gotten any. Zhong Dagǔ chuckled, "Uncle, now others are learning to sell like us." Previously, when Jiangshan sold alone, he could earn 40 or 50 in a day, having toiled in the fields for a lifetime. Wu Xiaodang could not comprehend how his family struggled to make a living, year-round seeing little profit, barely consuming the eggs from their chickens and ducks, instead trading them for grain, while his son could earn as much in a day as a factory worker's monthly wage by preparing a couple of dishes. The scene before him defied belief, yet once he accepted it, he was gripped by fear. Was this endeavor legal? He couldn't risk being imprisoned over a few coins. Once the crowd dispersed, Wu Jiangshan approached, clutching a handful of money, grinning broadly. "Well, Dad, do you believe me now? You're not allowed to sell anymore." "Huh? Why not?" Wu Xiaodang glanced around and whispered, "What you're doing is speculative trading. It's illegal." Wu Jiangshan found it amusing, nearly in tears from laughter. "Dad, that's an outdated notion. I'm not trading illegal goods. I'm earning a profit through my labor and hands. It's legal." "Really?" Wu Xiaodang felt uncertain. "Indeed. Our teacher at school said so, Dad. Many people in big cities are starting their own businesses, opening shops with government-issued licenses. Once we get Grandpa's medical bills sorted, Dagǔ and I can save up and open a shop too." "Open a shop?" "Yes, something like the supply and marketing cooperative." Wu Xiaodang fell silent. If even the teacher said so, then it must be true. In the eyes of the Wu family, teachers were educated individuals, more knowledgeable than mere farmers. With the restoration of college entrance examinations not yet a decade old, no one dismissed education as unimportant. Contemplating this, Wu Xiaodang felt further disillusioned at the thought of his son foregoing college for this venture. However, he was relieved that another child was dedicated to studying. One can earn money, while the other can pursue education. Perhaps this arrangement is not so bad after all. Having been sold too swiftly, Wu Xiaodang was preoccupied with astonishment and forgot to inquire with the workers. However, after observing for a while today, Wu Xiaodang was convinced that the hundreds of yuan were indeed earned by Wu Jiangshan and not ill-gotten gains. Having proven the source of his money to his father, Wu Jiangshan had passed the first hurdle. After chatting with Dagǔ for a few words, Wu Jiangshan prepared to return with his father. At this moment, Dagǔ retrieved some money from his pocket. "Jiangshan, yesterday a group of people, claiming to be your friends, bought all of what I had left unsold and gave extra money. Look." Wu Jiangshan knew immediately that it was Qian Jinli and his associates. "It's fine. Keep it. There's someone surnamed Qian among them. He's a new friend I've made. In the future, if he brings people over, just let them eat and take the money if they give it to you. If they don't ask for it." Zhong Dagǔ nodded, indicating that he understood, and asked Wu Jiangshan if he wanted the money, as he felt uneasy with over 100 yuan in his pocket. Wu Jiangshan chuckled at his timidity. 100 makes you uneasy. Wait until you save up 1,000, and you won't feel uneasy anymore. Keep this money for yourself." I'll take the few dozen yuan from today's sales. I left in a hurry and didn't bring any money. In reality, he had fled in such haste last night that he had left all the money in his parents' room. All right, then go ahead and get busy. Uncle, goodbye. Wu Xiaoting nodded at Zhong Dagǔ, and the father and son walked away. Seeing this, Zhong Dagǔ was reminded of his own father, who was still imprisoned, and felt another wave of envy. For the first time, he had the idea of visiting his father in prison. He now had the money to buy a bus ticket. Wu Xiaoting was preoccupied with his thoughts the entire way, not noticing that his son had taken him to the supply and marketing cooperative. By the time he realized it, the two of them were already inside the store. Looking at the dazzling array of goods in the cooperative, Wu Xiaoting couldn't help but feel his pocket, remembering that Wu Jiangshan had just taken a few dozen yuan from his friend, and only then did he feel relieved. Right. So much money, and you just took it like that? Wasn't that earned by the two of you together? Wu Xiaoting was an honest and upright man. He didn't want his son to take advantage of others, monopolizing the money earned by both of them. The Wu family didn't do things that way. It's fine, Dad. Dagǔ and I don't differentiate between each other. We agreed that my grandpa's medical treatment comes first. Let's take a look at nutritional products. The doctor said grandma's blood pressure is low and needs to replenish her qi and blood. Wu Xiaoting nodded repeatedly. The old lady was so thin that her skin was sticking to her bones. The family would get some good things but would be reluctant to eat them, and they would all end up in this little rascal's stomach next door. The more he thought about it, the angrier Wu Xiaoting became. He raised his foot and kicked Wu Jiangshan, then looked around as if nothing had happened. Wu Jiangshan turned his head, looking bewildered. The supply and marketing cooperative only sold meat in the morning. It was past that time now, so there was none. There were also no nutritional products to speak of. Milk and milk powder were nowhere to be seen. The only instant drink was malt extract. Wu Jiangshan asked about the price, took 2 packets of bagged malt extract, and asked about sugar cubes. Without sugar coupons, they wouldn't sell them. Wu Jiangshan only had grain and oil coupons, and he wanted to save them for use in the provincial capital, as even eating in restaurants required coupons when traveling. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. 2 packets of malt extract cost 6 yuan, and he bought some dates for 1 yuan and 40 cents, which made Wu Xiaoting click his tongue repeatedly. It was easy to earn money now, but it was also so easy to spend it. This stuff was only bought as gifts during the new year. No one was willing to buy it for themselves to drink. The father and son bought their things and hurried back. On the way, Wu Jiangshan asked Wu Xiaoting how he planned to tell Grandpa. Wu Xiaoting thought about it and said that he would first discuss it with his eldest and second brothers, and then the two of them fell silent again. Wu Jiangshan had already grown taller than Wu Xiaoting. He could turn his head and see the top of his father's head, occasionally catching a glint of silver in the sunlight. Wu Xiaoting was younger than Zhang Danna's father, but he looked much older than Zhang Jun due to years of working in the fields. Wu Jiangshan felt a pang in his heart. Before his rebirth, he had never noticed that his father already had white hair at this time. I discussed it with your mother. Once you graduate, we'll find someone to be a matchmaker for you. We used to worry that our family's conditions weren't good enough, and no girl would be willing. But now that you can earn money yourself, your mother and I aren't worried anymore. What? Matchmaking? Wu Jiangshan was stunned. That feeling from just now was gone in an instant. What's the rush? How old am I? Then what do you want to do if you don't study, graduate, and get married? Your grandpa and grandma are still waiting to hold their great-grandson. Dad, now it's all about free love. Don't interfere in my affairs. What did you say? Wu Xiaoting glared. I see your wings have hardened, and you don't need me to take care of you anymore? Anyway, I don't want to get married now. The state stipulates that men can't get married before the age of 22. Wu Xiaoting didn't care at all. If there's a suitable one, we'll take a look first. If it works out, we'll have the wedding banquet first, and then go through the marriage registration when you're old enough. Isn't it the same? Seeing the impatient look on Wu Jiangshan's face, Wu Xiaoting advised, marriage is a lifelong event, and it's not easy to decide. We can't have a daughter with a bad temper in our family. Dad, if anyone's getting married, it's my sister first. How could I jump ahead of my sister? Besides, my third sister isn't married yet. What's the rush for me? I want to be in charge of my own life. With that, Wu Jiangshan strode away. Even though he was dating Zhang Danna now, he hadn't thought about getting married. Marriage was too distant for him. In his previous life, he was already in his 30s and hadn't thought about getting married, and he had never lacked women around him. The forest was so big. How could he hang himself on one tree? The father and son didn't speak the rest of the way. Wu Jiangshan carried the things and went straight to his grandparents' room after arriving home. Grandpa and the others had gone to the fields again. The family not only had cornfields but also several acres of vegetable fields, so everyone was busy every day. Grandma was sewing and mending at home. Seeing Wu Jiangshan return, she quickly went to get him food. Grandma, I bought you malt extract. When you have time, make a bowl and drink it. There are also dates. I'll wash them for you, and you can eat them as snacks. Oh dear, why spend this money? How expensive must this be? Quickly take it back and return it. We don't want it. Grandma anxiously patted Wu Jiangshan's arm. Why did you buy these things, child? Grandma, have you forgotten that the doctor said your blood pressure is low and told you to eat some nutritional products? After you eat these, you won't feel dizzy anymore. We won't listen to the doctor. Grandma is already so old. It won't grow meat or make me taller. It'll all be wasted. How can it be a waste? Grandma, if you eat these and keep your body strong, you'll be ready to see your great-grandson. Wu Jiangshan's words struck a chord in the old lady's heart. Grandma held Wu Jiangshan's arm, so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Grandma didn't raise my eldest grandson for nothing. While Grandma went to get the food, Wu Jiangshan opened the malt extract, then went to his parents' room, took the thermos, made 2 bowls, gave one to Wu Mingshu, and brought one to Grandma, forcing her to sit next to him and drink. Grandma, is it sweet? Yes, it's really sweet and fragrant. Everyone says that couples who have been together for a long time will have a marital resemblance. Grandma's smiling eyes at this moment were really similar to Grandpa's. Grandma, just taste it. You can drink the rest. It'll make you taller if you drink it. The old lady was still reluctant, always thinking of giving good things to Wu Jiangshan. How could Wu Jiangshan allow it? But he also understood Grandma, so he said that he would make it himself when he wanted to drink it after eating. Only then did the old lady drink it with a smile. Chapter 34. The return of the eldest sister. Father returned home, but did not rest. After a brief meal, he headed back to the fields. Wu Jiangshan assumed he would take the opportunity to converse with his uncles, for his father was not one to linger. With some leisure time on his hands, Wu Jiangshan intended to speak with his sister, only to be told by Wu Mingshu that she had to return to school that afternoon and needed to focus on her studies, thus dismissing him. Left with no choice, Wu Jiangshan found himself in his grandmother's room, reclining on the Kong and chatting with her, eventually dozing off without realizing it. He was uncertain how long he had slept when he was jolted awake by the sound of a child crying, initially thinking it was a dream. He soon discerned the cries were accompanied by a woman's sobs and a cacophony of shouting and footsteps. Sitting up, he rubbed his face and noticed the old clock on the cabinet indicated it was only 2:30 in the afternoon. The commotion from the kitchen seemed to be the voice of his aunt, apparently scolding someone. Just as he contemplated getting up to investigate, his grandmother entered the room. Did you not sleep well? Were you awakened by the noise? What's happening? I can hear a child crying, he asked. His grandmother glanced towards the adjoining room, her expression darkening. Your eldest sister has returned with her child. Eldest sister? What has happened? Is aunt scolding her? What else could it be? The couple is quarreling. In marriage, how can one avoid conflicts? Whenever they fight, she runs back to her mother's home to cry, lacking any dignity. The old lady was exasperated. If she had any resolve, she would remain at her mother's until her husband came to apologize. Yet time and again, it is always the eldest granddaughter who cannot endure it and returns in disgrace. Back and forth, and her in-laws must think little of her. Wu Jiangshan listened intently, piecing together the situation. After their family's division prior to his rebirth, he had become almost adversarial with his uncles over financial matters, neglecting to inquire about the well-being of his married sisters. Both his elder and second sisters had married into nearby villages, whether their lives were decent or dire. They likely muddled through as best they could. The thought of his own sister, Wu Mingshu, married to a scoundrel, ignited a flame of indignation within him whenever he recalled how she had aged prematurely before even reaching 30. I must see my sister, he declared. He climbed out of bed and pushed open the door, making his way to his uncle's house. Upon his arrival, Wu Hong quickly wiped away her tears. His uncle had returned as well, still clad in work pants, covered in mud, and smoking a pipe. His aunt, still fuming, ignored Wu Jiangshan, not believing he could remedy the situation for his sister. Wu Jiangshan noticed the frightened child in tears and beckoned, "Come here, Daba, your uncle has some jujubes for you." He returned to his grandmother's room, fetching a handful of jujubes to offer to the 5-year-old Daba. Wu Hong looked at her younger brother with surprise. But as she raised her gaze, she noticed the dark circles under her sister's eyes. Did your brother-in-law hit you? Wu Jiangshan asked. Wu Hong began to cry again, nodding silently. Why? Daba is about to start school, and the tuition I saved for him was taken by him to gamble and lost. I merely spoke a few words. Wu Jiangshan pressed his lips together, observing the snot-nosed child devouring the jujubes, before turning to leave. His aunt and uncle paid him no mind. Resigned to their sighs of despair, Wu Jiangshan rummaged through his grandmother's room, discovering an old shirt made from recycled fabric, worn over a vest. "What do you need that for? It won't last long. Didn't your mother make you some fine clothing?" she remarked. "Those are much nicer." "Ah, grandmother. I am just stepping out. If I am not back for dinner, do not wait for me," he replied, changing into the outfit before dashing out. Despite her calls to stop, "Let him be. He is no longer a child." The grandfather emerged from the backyard, having washed his hands, and entered his brother's house. The villagers had come to summon them, and they all returned together. Wu Hong, upon seeing her grandfather, ceased her tears. "All right, since you are back, stay here until your in-laws send someone. Our Wu family daughters are not without support just because they are married," the old man said, providing Wu Hong some reassurance. His words stirred the pent-up grievances within Wu Hong. She had not intended to return to her mother's home to cry, with only Wu Jiangshan as her sibling. Their age difference had created distance, and she truly felt she lacked support. However, her grandfather's words instilled a sense of security in her, alleviating her fears. Wu Jiangshan's whereabouts were known to his grandfather, who did not obstruct him. He understood that once the elders were gone, the younger generation must unify. At this moment, the old man recognized Wu Jiangshan's mischievousness, yet deemed it preferable to being timid and unable to uphold the family name. Meanwhile, Wu Jiangshan had stealthily exited without his parents or sister noticing, making his way to a friend's house in the same village. "Dagwang," he called out from outside the courtyard. A young man of similar age emerged. "Jiangshan, I saw Uncle San today, and he mentioned you were home. I was thinking of coming by after dinner to play." "Forget about that for now. Where is your bicycle? How did you know I bought one?" Dagwang exclaimed with a grin. "What, do you want to take a look? Bring it out. I need to borrow it for a bit." "What? That's brand new. I can't bear to ride it." "Have you lost your mind? Why buy a bicycle if you won't ride it? Hurry up. I'm in a hurry." Though reluctant, Dagwang, faced with Wu Jiangshan's insistence, begrudgingly fetched a shiny new bicycle. Wu Jiangshan grinned widely. "I'll return it to you tonight." Dagwang clutched the handlebars tightly. "Jiangshan, this is new. Be careful riding it. If you scratch it, my dad will kill me." "Understood," Wu Jiangshan replied nonchalantly, mounting the bicycle and riding off steadily. Dagwang felt a sense of relief, though he soon realized he had yet to ask where Wu Jiangshan was headed. The village where Wu Hong was married, named Qianjin Village, was not far from Wutuan. It took less than 20 minutes to reach by bicycle. Wu Jiangshan had only accompanied his family to the village during the wedding and had not returned since. His memories of the following decades were now clearer than ever, making him feel somewhat disoriented upon entering the village. Tall and robust, riding a brand new bicycle, Wu Jiangshan attracted curious glances from the villagers, who speculated about his origins. Unfazed by their scrutiny, he inquired about his brother-in-law's home and approached the gate. His brother-in-law, Zhou Libao, was the second son in his family, and the house was unlocked. As Wu Jiangshan entered the courtyard, an elderly woman emerged, puzzled. "Who are you looking for?" "Excuse me, is Zhou Libao residing here?" Chapter 35. At the door, Wu Jiangshan leaned his bicycle to the side, adjusted his attire, and smiled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. This elderly woman was none other than Zhou Libao's mother. Zhou Libao was known for gambling with others outside, and although many came seeking him, it was the first time for such a young fellow to do so. She glanced at Wu Jiangshan's bicycle with envy and said, "He is inside. You may go in." "Thank you, ma'am." Wu Jiangshan, embodying the demeanor of a well-behaved child, entered Zhou Libao's room. This was the room where his sister lived, a small annex. Upon entering, he found himself in the kitchen. The kitchen was a mess, pots and pans scattered all over, and there was no decent furniture in sight. He lifted the curtain to enter the inner room, where a man in his 30s lay on the heated bed, his feet dangling over the edge, filthy and unkempt. Recognizing Zhou Libao's appearance, Wu Jiangshan knew he had not made a mistake. He did not call out immediately, but stepped outside to secure the outer door. Upon re-entering, he closed the inner door as well. "Zhou Libao?" Wu Jiangshan called out a few times, rousing him from sleep. Zhou Libao sat up, surveying his surroundings, but did not recognize him. "Who are you? Are you Zhou Libao? Is your wife named Wu Hong?" Zhou Libao frowned. "I am. What's the matter?" He looked at the young man by the door, whose face bore a roguish expression, failing to recognize Wu Jiangshan, as he was just a child during their wedding. Seeing that Zhou Libao did not recognize him, Wu Jiangshan grinned. "I am your ancestor." Still groggy from sleep, Zhou Libao was taken aback as this young man leaped onto the bed and kicked him in the head. Zhou Libao's skull struck the bed, leaving him dazed. Before he could shout, Wu Jiangshan seized him by the collar, gripping his throat tightly, making it hard for him to breathe. Zhou Libao could only beat against Wu Jiangshan's arms, yet he could not free himself from the vice-like grip. As Zhou Libao's face turned crimson from the lack of air, Wu Jiangshan, with clenched fists, delivered 2 powerful punches to his eyes. "How dare you hit my sister? I will retaliate tenfold." Zhou Libao felt as though he was on the brink of death. He sensed his eye sockets might shatter, blood trickling forth. And the constriction around his throat magnified his fear 1,000-fold. Wu Jiangshan caught a whiff of a foul odor and looked down to find Zhou Libao had wet himself from fright. Witnessing this, Wu Jiangshan released his grip, fearing he might inadvertently cause Zhou Libao's demise, which would lead to his own downfall. "Remember me. My name is Wu Jiangshan. Wu Hong is my sister. Tomorrow, you will go to Wu Tun and kneel to beg for my sister's forgiveness. If she forgives you, this matter will be temporarily settled. Do you understand?" Squatting beside Zhou Libao's head, Wu Jiangshan's towering figure imposed a heavy sense of intimidation, his wolf-like eyes fixed on Zhou Libao. Not receiving an answer, he raised his hand as if to slap him. Terrified, Zhou Libao instinctively shielded his head, still reeling from the series of blows he had just endured. "Just understand this. Zhou Libao, you must treat my sister well from now on. If I find out you ever dare to harm her again, I will not be so accommodating next time." Wu Jiangshan waved his hand dismissively at his head. "You often find yourself alone outside. I hear you love to gamble until the late hours. If you were to fall into a ditch and perish one night, no one would know, would they?" Zhou Libao was on the verge of tears, genuinely frightened by Wu Jiangshan's menacing threats, feeling every bit of his sincerity. Seeing Zhou Libao's cowardice, Wu Jiangshan leapt off the bed. "I am leaving. You had better not make me return. Remember to come to my house tomorrow, and don't come empty-handed. By the way, who gave you that bruise on your face?" Zhou Libao, huddled in fear on the bed like a quail, failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Wu Jiangshan, seeing his stubbornness, jumped back onto the bed. After a few more minutes, Wu Jiangshan, satisfied with the encounter, hopped off the bed and opened the door to leave. Zhou Libao's mother greeted him. "Are you leaving?" Wu Jiangshan politely replied with a smile, "Ma'am, I am leaving. It will soon be dark, and I must return home for dinner." As he rode away on his bicycle, Zhou Libao's mother watched him for quite a while. Turning back, she realized there was still no movement from her second son's room, assuming he was still sleeping in. "Lazy boy," she thought. "He can't even be compared to that young man who just left. Second son, hurry up and get up. You'll miss lunch again." Zhou Libao's mother entered his room, catching a whiff of an unpleasant odor, and began scolding her daughter-in-law for her laziness, accusing her of not tidying up the house and stinking it up. Upon entering the inner room, she was taken aback to find her second son lying on the bed. His face swollen, blood and mucus smeared all over, his pants soaked. He lay there, shivering, and Zhou Libao's mother let out a terrified scream. By the time Wu Jiangshan returned to Wu Tun, dusk was approaching. He returned the bicycle to Wu Dagǔ and hurried home. After all, engaging in physical altercations is exhausting. And Wu Jiangshan was quite famished. Upon arriving home, he found the family had finished dinner. His grandmother instructed his aunt to keep his meal warm for him. Hearing this, he felt no urgency, first shedding his worn clothes and washing his face and hands thoroughly in the courtyard. Initially, he had anticipated Zhou Libao would put up a struggle, so he wore an easily damaged outfit, hoping to claim some money from him if the clothing got torn in the scuffle, as he was currently desperate for cash. However, he soon realized that Zhou Libao was utterly inept, lacking even the will to resist. Such a man could only act tough at home, venting his frustrations on his wife. Once clean, Wu Jiangshan lifted the pot lid to serve himself some food when his mother, Zhang Danna, approached. "Where have you been?" "Out playing," he replied. Noticing the dry rice and a bowl of untouched egg custard, a clear indication that his grandmother had prepared a special meal for him, Wu Jiangshan wasted no time, scooping rice into the custard and devouring it hungrily. "Why do you eat as though you've never had a meal in your life?" Zhang Danna remarked with a roll of her eyes. "Your sister has returned to school, and I thought you might help her with some things. Just give her some money. If she wants something, she can buy it herself." Zhang Danna playfully swatted Wu Jiangshan. "You little rascal, do you think money grows on trees?" Afterward, she glanced over at the room where his aunt was, refraining from further comments about Wu Jiangshan's money troubles. "Mom, has Dad said anything?" "Well, your sister has just returned. Let us wait a bit." Wu Jiangshan nodded, pondering whether Zhou Libao would come the next day. If he did not, he would have to pay him another visit to ensure he was thoroughly intimidated. Zhang Danna asked him if he would be sleeping in his grandparents' room that night. and upon receiving no objection, she returned home. Chapter 36. A visit of apology. On the following day, Wu Jiangshan awaited the arrival of Zhou Libao at his home. Should the afternoon pass without Zhou's appearance, he would venture once more to Qianjin village. As noon approached, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. It was Zhou's eldest son, accompanied by the portly and bruised Zhou Libao, who carried 2 packages of cake and 2 bottles of hawthorn preserves. Upon hearing the commotion, Wu Jiangshan stepped outside and positioned himself at the entrance of the main house. When Zhou Libao caught sight of him, his legs weakened in fright. Zhou's eldest son furrowed his brow, squinting as he scrutinized Wu Jiangshan. Yesterday, he had heard from the villagers that something had befallen Wu's family, prompting him to race home from the fields. His mother could only weep and utter incoherent phrases, while his younger brother lay on the heated bed, beaten to a pulp. After much coaxing, he managed to calm his mother and take Zhou Libao to the village clinic for an examination, which revealed nothing serious, merely superficial injuries. Upon returning home, he inquired about the assailants, but his mother could not identify Wu Jiangshan, only describing him as a tall young man riding a new bicycle. When he asked Zhou Libao, his brother stubbornly claimed to have inflicted the injuries himself, refusing to divulge the truth. Zhou's eldest son recognized his brother's cowardice, and upon hearing Zhou Libao's insistence that he must fetch his wife the next day, he began to piece together the situation. Today, with gifts in hand, he approached the in-laws' door, where he found a tall and robust young man standing, clearly not to be trifled with. At that moment, he realized who had visited their home the previous day. Just then, Wu's family gathered to prepare the meal, and upon hearing the visitors, they emerged to take a look. Wu Hong, spotting her elder brother and Zhou Libao, pulled her child back, unwilling to let him outside. "Is this Jiangshan from the third uncle's family?" Zhou's eldest son inquired with a smile. "You've grown so much, I hardly recognize you." Wu Jiangshan remained silent, with the elders present. It was not his place to speak. Did they think today was merely a festive occasion for familial visits? The elder gentleman took a few steps forward. "Ah, you are Wu Hong's elder brother. Please, come in and sit." The elder sister-in-law and the elder brother offered no pleasantries, their faces betraying satisfaction at witnessing their son-in-law's disfigurement. The second sister-in-law urged the third sister to join the group in the main house to observe the unfolding drama. When the elder gentleman invited the Zhou brothers to take a seat, the second sister-in-law feigned surprise, exclaiming, "What happened to the eldest son-in-law's face? Who did this to him?" Among those present, the Zhou brothers understood the implications, while Wu's elder gentleman and his wife grasped the situation to some extent. Wu Hong, concealed within the house, also connected the dots to Wu Jiangshan. Realizing this, they decided to avoid discussing the matter. However, the second sister-in-law's bold inquiry provoked the elder gentleman's irritation. "Second sister-in-law, go boil some water and brew a pot of tea. Isn't today your sister-in-law's turn to cook?" The second sister-in-law, confused by the sudden command, was reprimanded by her husband for her lack of awareness. "If your father asks you to go, then go. Do you think your word holds any weight here?" Feeling humiliated in front of outsiders, she stormed off. "Xiao Wei, call Hong over. The children should gather together, and they can speak openly." Is this how a family should live, amidst constant bickering? The elder brother agreed, and his wife fetched Wu Hong and the children. When Dabao saw his father's bruised face, he shrank behind his mother. The elder gentleman is right. Couples must resolve their disputes amicably. Fighting on the heated bed is one thing, but holding grudges is another, Zhou's eldest son remarked. "My brother has been spoiled by our mother since childhood, which isn't a grave fault. He has been married to his sister-in-law for many years. For the sake of the children, shouldn't we let bygones be bygones?" His words rang hollow as Wu Jiangshan leaned against the doorframe, listening intently. He towered over Zhou's eldest son, who appeared quite authoritative as he spoke. Meanwhile, the elder sister-in-law cast furtive glances at Wu Jiangshan, as if he were a thief. She wondered how her sister had ever chosen him. No one from Wu's side interjected, leaving Zhou's eldest son feeling increasingly awkward, his temper rising. Yet, he failed to reflect on the frequency of these altercations. This was, after all, the first time he had come to offer an apology. Zhou's eldest son felt no guilt for the incident, asserting that Zhou Libao's injuries had cost them over $1 at the clinic. They had been married for several years and only recently welcomed a child. For the sake of the child, small disputes could be resolved. After all, they were farmers without ulterior motives. His father had passed away early, leaving their mother in ignorance, and his brother had relied on him for guidance. Zhou's eldest son shifted the conversation. "Regardless, Jiangshan, you visited the village yesterday and struck your brother-in-law. That was not appropriate. Your actions have made it difficult for your sister to live with him in the future." Upon hearing this, Song Xiangjuan immediately bristled, directing her ire toward Wu Jiangshan. Did you strike your brother-in-law? Wu Jiangshan chuckled. Goodness, I haven't seen my brother-in-law in years. Had you not mentioned it was him? I wouldn't have recognized him. He pushed past the elders standing in front of him and approached Zhou Libao, bending slightly to scrutinize him closely. Zhou Libao sat at the edge of the heated bed, and Wu Jiangshan towered over him, evoking memories of the suffocating experience from the previous day. Suddenly, a wave of urgency washed over him, and he shuddered uncontrollably. Brother-in-law, why don't you tell us who did this to your face? Zhou Libao, under Wu Jiangshan's intense gaze, felt as if he might wet himself. Even with his elder brother at his side, he dared not speak the truth. How old could Wu Jiangshan be, yet possess such ferocity? If he grew older, Zhou Libao dared not imagine the consequences of offending him. I did it. I did it myself, Zhou Libao hastily proclaimed, rising to his feet and sidestepping Wu Jiangshan to approach Wu Hong. Hong, I was wrong. I promise I won't hit you again. Please come home with me. Wu Hong regarded Zhou Libao's pitiful state with no sympathy. Their years of marriage had been eroded by his behavior. Yet, in 1986, divorce was a disgraceful affair. Wu Hong had never contemplated leaving him. But to feel pity for him was out of the question. She merely wished to protect their child. Seeing Wu Hong's lack of response, Zhou's eldest son interjected, Sister-in-law, as a couple, you must continue to live together. Your husband has apologized. Let's consider this matter settled. Are you suggesting that if I were to beat someone, a simple apology would suffice? Wu Jiangshan retorted as he took a seat beside Zhou's eldest son. Our Wu family does not lack for relatives. If you wish my sister to return home and live a good life, sincerity is required. The elder sister-in-law looked at Wu Jiangshan with gratitude. She had only resorted to scolding, having heard similar sentiments from her husband and father-in-law earlier. Merely scolding would not resolve the matter. Wu Hong would still have to return home, and it was their daughter who would ultimately suffer. However, neither the elder brother nor the elder sister-in-law were adept at reasoning. They were genuinely taken aback that the youngest had taken the lead. Chapter 37. The Wild Horse. Wu Jiangshan. What is there left to comprehend? Zhou Libao was indeed beaten by Wu Jiangshan. And did you not see the fear in his eyes, so terrified that he dared not meet Wu Jiangshan's gaze? Grandfather and grandmother sat nearby, their eyes narrowed as if they were asleep. The head of the Wu family had suddenly become Wu Jiangshan, who showed no sign of intimidation as he fixed his gaze on the back of Zhou Libao's head. Brother-in-law, when seeking help, one must appear humble. Zhou Libao shivered and fell to his knees before Wu Hong, startling her momentarily, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Zhou Laodao was thoroughly infuriated, leaping to his feet. What kind of man kneels before his wife? How will you stand tall in the future? He tried to pull Zhou Libao up, but Zhou Libao shrugged off his hand. Mind your own business. This is a matter for my family. Even if he had knelt, standing up afterward would still bring shame. He might even receive another beating. Zhou Libao's words deeply wounded Zhou Laodao, implying that his efforts and resources were merely meddling. Enraged, Zhou Laodao kicked his younger brother twice. Don't come to me with your family's troubles in the future. After saying this, he could no longer stay, pushing through the crowd and leaving Zhou Libao behind. Once Zhou Laodao departed, Wu Jiangshan extended his hand to help Zhou Libao up. Oh, brother-in-law, what are you doing? We are all family, and there are children present. Wu Hong quickly realized the situation and added, you need to live well with me in the future. I have no grievances. We are a couple, and you should consider me as well as the children. Zhou Libao nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his face. Wife, I will not dare again. If I strike you once more, let me meet a terrible fate. This was spoken for Wu Jiangshan's ears. The couple reconciled. And the grandfather declared that they should keep their son-in-law for lunch, even asking the eldest aunt to slaughter a chicken. This was indeed a high honor. Zhou Libao, still unaware of the roller coaster of emotions he had been on since Wu Jiangshan's arrival yesterday, felt a surge of relief as the storm passed. However, his heart still ached a bit. The eldest aunt hurried to prepare the meal, and the old man's order to kill a chicken was a gesture to enhance Wu Hong's reputation. She had previously harbored some resentment towards her in-laws for favoring Wu Jiangshan, but her grievances dissipated considerably. After all, a household must be led by a man. The eldest uncle patted Wu Jiangshan on the arm, unable to find the words to express gratitude. Song Xiangjuan was in the kitchen preparing the meal, her heart swelling with joy at her sister-in-law's praises for Wu Jiangshan. Meanwhile, her father, Wu Xiaoting, had listened quietly without offering an opinion. After the matter concerning his niece was settled, he called Wu Jiangshan over, his expression stern. You've grown bold, going into someone else's village to cause trouble. If you had been caught, do you think you could have outmatched them? Wu Xiaodeng was not trying to threaten Wu Jiangshan. The Zhou family was firmly established in Qianjin village, just like their own Wu family. Could they afford to be bullied by outsiders? I understand, father. I promise not to act rashly next time. Wu Jiangshan replied readily, but if the situation arose again, he would still go. Some individuals are simply like that, prone to bullying the weak while fearing the strong. If he did not confront Zhou Libao, would Zhou Libao have come to kneel today? At lunch, as they feasted on chicken, the previously angered second aunt could not help but join them, bringing her daughter along. They acted as if nothing had happened, their chopsticks flying as they ate. Today, the second aunt spoke little, and Zhou Libao found himself lost in thought, contemplating how Wu Meihua would need Wu Jiangshan's support when she married. The old man decided how to distribute the 2 chicken legs, giving one to Zhou Libao and the other to Wu Jiangshan, while the second aunt had objections but dared not voice them. Everyone else was fully aware of the implications. Giving Zhou Libao a chicken leg was a way to encourage him to treat Wu Hong well, thus ensuring the Wu family would regard him as a valued guest. Offering a chicken leg to Wu Jiangshan was a reward, which he accepted without hesitation, devouring it eagerly. The injuries on Zhou Libao's face appeared even more ghastly today. Half of his face was swollen and distorted, and his eyes were puffy from the blows he had received. At the dining table, Song Xiangjuan observed closely, filled with trepidation. How could this child be so reckless? If Zhou Libao had been blinded, it would not only cause turmoil within the Zhou family, but also draw complaints from the eldest uncle's family. How could Wu Hong live with a blind man? As the Wu family members harbored their own thoughts, Zhou Libao felt a sense of relief. By yielding, he could avoid further beatings. It was as simple as that. Thus, he joined Wu Jiangshan in savoring the chicken leg, feeling an immense sense of relief. After finishing lunch, Wu Hong did not continue to hold a grudge. She took to bow and returned with Zhou Libao. Before leaving, she tearfully thanked Wu Jiangshan. Brother, I owe you so much this time. Wu Jiangshan embraced a bow, his smile radiant. Are we still speaking like this, sister? But sister, remember, men are much like children. If your husband misbehaves in the future, do not lose your temper with him. If things escalate to violence, you will only suffer. Just appease him. Men respond well to that. If he refuses to change, come back and tell me in secret. Wu Hong, who had been crying, found herself laughing uncontrollably at Wu Jiangshan's words. You speak so wisely for someone your age. When you find a wife, will she manage you like that? Will you listen? Haha, that depends on the individual. Wu Jiangshan chuckled, pondering the plethora of advice available online for women on how to tame their husbands. He mused to himself, is there a woman capable of taming him? Absolutely not. He is a wild horse. After bidding farewell to Wu Hong and the others, Wu Jiangshan began to press his father, Wu Xiaodeng, who had been preoccupied with concerns about the old man's health. He called for his elder brother and second brother, and they all gathered together. Father, Jiangshan had a stomachache and went to the hospital. The doctor also examined you and mother. We cannot delay your heart condition any longer. Wu Xiaodeng glanced at his elder and second brothers. I wish to take father to the provincial hospital for a thorough examination. Elder brother, second brother. Do you have any objections? Oh dear, the provincial hospital? How much will that cost? The second aunt exclaimed. Wu Xiaodeng frowned. Sister-in-law, all the money we earn goes into the family pot. Although our harvest has been modest in recent years, we can afford to check on father's health. If necessary, the 3 of us brothers can contribute more. What do you expect us to contribute? All the money is with mother. We have nothing. The second aunt, fearing she might have to dip into her own purse, immediately opposed the idea. You can step aside. Our parents are here. Your opinion isn't needed. The eldest sister-in-law and younger sisters remained silent, while the second aunt felt humiliated in front of her brothers. She scolded her husband, who was equally furious, and the tension escalated. Chapter 38 finally reached an understanding. Father, mother, do not be vexed by Lu Fong. She is simply a person of loose tongue. The second uncle hastily clarified to the grandparents, I consent to the treatment for father. Whatever the cost may be, I will bear it. Ah, my dear second son. Your mother once inquired about Lu Fong's family, and it is well known that they are quite brazen in Lu family village. Yet you insisted on marrying her despite her reputation. Just look at the situation now. Before the grandmother could finish her words, the grandfather interjected. Mei Hua is already grown. What purpose does it serve to dwell on the past? Hearing this, the grandmother fell silent, for in the Wu family, it was uncommon for a daughter-in-law to contradict the men, save for the one who was rather muddled. We understand your filial piety, however. Your mother and I are of an age where we may not have many years left. There is no need to cause unnecessary turmoil. The grandfather spoke with a gentle smile. Life is to be lived forward. Let not all our funds be spent on our old age. Do not worry about the finances. I will not touch the family's savings. I can earn enough to cover your medical expenses, Wu Jiangshan declared, astonishing the entire family. He had resolved that since his initial motive for earning was to pay for his grandfather's treatment, there was no need to conceal it any longer. His uncles held little financial means, and there was no necessity to keep it hidden from the family. You are still in school. Where will you earn money? Due to Wu Hong's situation, the attitudes of the eldest uncle and aunt toward Wu Jiangshan had improved significantly. The eldest uncle, concerned that Wu Jiangshan might not comprehend, explained. Jiangshan, traveling to the provincial city requires taking a train. I heard the ticket costs over 10 yuan. The aunt chimed in, we do not have a train station here. One must first take a bus to County. I know the fare to County is 2 yuan and 70 cents per person. Hong Er's uncle went there a few months ago. I will take grandfather, and I will cover all travel and medical expenses myself. Wu Jiangshan approached his grandfather. Grandfather, our family is not lacking in funds for treatment. I will earn even more in the future, so please come with me. The grandmother patted him on the shoulder. Child, where do you think you can earn money? You are merely talking nonsense. Wu Jiangshan looked at his father, Wu Xiaodang, who realized his son intended to pay for the expenses himself. He had no objections, having visited the market yesterday. He knew that a small stall could earn several dozen yuan a day, even if they were to stop him in the future. The money Jiangshan had earned would likely suffice. Father, mother, Jiangshan speaks the truth. He has been selling fish and shrimp in town with his friends and has saved 200 yuan, which is enough for his checkup in the provincial city. The family was astounded. Such words coming from Wu Xiaodang assured them of the truth regarding the 200 yuan. However, none had anticipated that Wu Jiangshan could actually produce such an amount. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiangshan glanced at his father, surprised that he had such insight. Then turned back to his grandfather. Grandfather, do you believe me now? There is no need to worry about money. I will earn it back. My dear grandson. The grandmother said, pulling Wu Jiangshan closer. You are not in school? How did you come to sell fish? I am about to graduate high school. I have no classes left. I did not pass the pre-exams, so I cannot take the college entrance examination and have sought work early. There are plenty of fish and shrimp in our reservoir. Are they truly worth that much in town? You aren't borrowing money just to deceive your grandparents, are you? Wu Jiangshan chuckled. I processed them and specifically sold them to factories. The factory workers earn dozens of yuan a month, and by selling them at a lower price. I have many buyers. He then turned to his grandfather. Grandfather, I have not spent a single cent. I wish to save it to honor you, and you must give me the chance. The grandfather chuckled. Good. It is wonderful that you can earn money. However, do save some for when you build a house in front of the courtyard to marry your wife. Grandfather, why the urgency to marry? With my handsome and charming looks, I will surely find a partner. Laughter erupted as the family enjoyed his jest, with the grandmother calling him thick-skinned. The eldest uncle and aunt exchanged glances, both feeling that the third son's boy had indeed changed. The second uncle felt somewhat surprised but was relieved that they would not have to provide financial assistance. The money lay in his wife's hands, and asking for it would inevitably lead to conflict. Seeing that his grandfather remained unmoved, Wu Jiangshan pressed on. Grandfather, if you do not take care of your health, you may not witness my marriage or even the arrival of great-grandchildren. Do you not wish to hold them? You mischievous child, what nonsense are you spouting? Song Xiangjuan, who had remained silent, finally spoke, pinching his arm. Wu Jiangshan, clutching his arm, dashed to his grandmother. Your third daughter-in-law hit me. Come here, let me soothe it. The elderly couple found amusement in the child's antics, though they heeded his words. Old man, the child has a heart full of filial piety. Why not accompany him on this trip? Finally, the grandmother aligned with Wu Jiangshan, who nodded vigorously. Grandfather, let us consider it a journey. You have worked tirelessly all your life. It is time to see what the big cities are like. The grandfather observed his three sons for a moment. Each of them displayed filial piety in their own way. The second son tended to retreat from challenges, but he did not blame him. The daughter-in-law was formidable. The eldest and third sons conducted themselves commendably. His only grandson was strong-willed. And the grandfather felt assured that Wu Jiangshan would fare better than his uncles and father in the future. Wu Jiangshan was the apple of his eye, naturally. He wished to see him marry and start a family. Very well, I shall accompany you, but we will not use Jiangshan's money. Your mother and I have saved over 400 yuan, originally intended for your wedding house. We shall use that instead, regardless of which funds were utilized. The grandfather's agreement filled Wu Jiangshan with joy. You should come along with grandfather. I will show you around the provincial city. The elderly lady quickly shook her head. I cannot go. I cannot bear to leave my chickens and ducks. In truth, she was reluctant to part with the money. But since her health was stable, and as long as her nutrition was adequate, Wu Jiangshan refrained from further persuasion. Life at home would only improve in the future. He would earn even more money and could take his grandmother wherever she wished. With the decision made to take the grandfather to the provincial city, preparations began. Wu Jiangshan's family was still somewhat uneasy about him going alone, so ultimately, they decided that the third son, Wu Xiaodang, would accompany him. The others would not join to avoid wasting travel funds. They needed little. The three men would pack just 2 changes of clothes for the trip. However, they first needed to visit the commune to obtain an introduction letter for travel, and then go to the town grain station to exchange their local grain coupons for universally accepted ones. Once the plan was set, Wu Xiaodang went to the commune to secure the travel introduction letter, which would facilitate train travel and hotel accommodations. As for the grain coupons, they had 30 pounds from Sun Yozhong and 10 pounds of oil coupons from their previous dealings, so there was no need to spend any additional money. They would simply exchange them when they reached the town. Chapter 39. Release of tension. The following day, Monday, the Wu family arose early, not to toil in the fields, but to send the elder patriarch off to town. Uncle Wu Xiaowei readied the ox cart for their journey to the town, and the entire family gathered, including the second aunt, who had been displeased the previous day, now accompanied by the third sister. The second aunt had heard from her husband that Wu Jiangshan had earned 200 yuan and intended to take the elder to the provincial capital for a medical checkup, without requiring them to share the expenses. This thought rekindled her spirits. Third sister Wu Meihua, upon learning this, pleaded with her father to ask their grandfather to take her along, as she too wished to visit the provincial capital. However, a train ticket cost over 10 yuan, and without needing to inquire, the second uncle firmly declined, leading to a night of scolding from the second aunt. This morning, she was particularly insistent, eager to push Wu Meihua onto the cart. Second aunt, we are going to a hospital, not for leisure. Perhaps another time. Wu Jiangshan interjected. Jiangshan, you must not be heartless. Now that you can earn money, what harm is there in taking your sister to the provincial capital for a bit of experience? The second aunt retorted, pulling at the cart's frame. What if a fine young man from the city takes a liking to her? If she becomes a city dweller, she would surely care for you. Realizing her intentions, the elderly matriarch grew furious. Is this what a mother says? Is this the sort of thing a respectable girl would think? Not only do you wish to parade her about, but you also hope she'll ensnare a city man? What would the villagers think? It was no wonder proposals had come for the third granddaughter, with the second uncle's wife being so picky. Her aspirations for a city son-in-law quite evident. The second aunt, feeling slighted by the elder's harsh words, protested. Mother, can you not show some fairness? Why is it only your eldest grandson who can go to the hospital? Meihua is even older than Jiangshan, more attentive, and can care for the elder just as well. Why should Jiangshan go and not Meihua? I will cover the expenses, second aunt. If my sister wishes to go, it can be arranged. You will pay for her round trip, lodging, and meals, Wu Jiangshan countered, unable to restrain his frustration at the second aunt's meddling. The second aunt was momentarily taken aback. If you are paying, then we can go ourselves, can't we? Why would we need you? Enough already. It has been said that father has a weak heart. If you continue this ruckus, do not blame me for my temper. The second uncle interjected, casting a glance at their father. At that moment, the second aunt, feeling cornered, dramatically collapsed onto the ground, wailing. The elder sighed, contemplating whether they should cancel the trip altogether. Grandfather, we must go. The letter of introduction is already prepared. Wu Jiangshan insisted, stopping the elder from disembarking. He urged his uncle to take the cart ahead, hoping to spare their grandfather from further agitation. He remained in the courtyard to intercept the third sister and second aunt, who were intent on following. Uncle, the doctor has warned that grandfather's heart is fragile. He must not be angered, for it could lead to serious consequences. As a younger member of the family, I cannot say much. Please consider this, Wu Jiangshan said, gently placing his hand on the frail shoulder of the elderly matriarch. Grandmother, please do not be upset. If the second aunt feels wronged, then let her know that the funds are not solely from the second uncle's family. I have my own savings, he added, receiving a nod of appreciation from the elderly lady. Your kindness is not in vain, dear child, she replied. Without regard for the discontent of the second uncle and aunt, Wu Jiangshan bid farewell to his mother and dashed after the departing cart. Song Xiaojuan and the eldest sister-in-law exchanged glances as the second aunt continued her tirade on the ground, and they assisted the elderly matriarch back inside. The second uncle glared at the third sister, who quickly retreated, leaving the couple in the courtyard. The second uncle, feeling drained, squatted down, covering his face in despair. For years, his wife had disrespected their parents, leaving him unable to hold his head high among his brothers. All these years, you have secretly sent things to your family. And I have said nothing. When I went out to earn a little money, you took it all, forbidding me from telling mother, and again, I said nothing. Lu Fang. In our Wu family, no one fears their wife except for me. The second aunt, sensing the shift in tone, quieted down. I am not afraid of you. I simply do not wish to stoop to your level. You often oppose my parents, and while I may scold you occasionally, have I ever laid a hand on you? What is it, Wu Xiaodong? Do you wish to strike me? Go ahead, try. As she spoke, the second aunt lunged at him, pushing him to the ground, and then began to beat him in a frenzy. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of villagers, who gathered outside, laughing at the spectacle of the second couple wrestling on the ground. The elderly lady, observing from inside, felt a swell of embarrassment for the Wu family. Yet, despite her authoritative demeanor regarding Wu Jiangshan's affairs, she was far more agreeable than other meddling mothers-in-law. She believed that taking the elder away was indeed wise. Keeping him at home could lead to undue stress. Call those two inside. Must they put on a show for the villagers so early in the day? Do we not care for our family's reputation? Yes, I will go, the eldest sister-in-law replied, though reluctantly, realizing it was her duty to intervene. After she left, Song Xiaojuan patted the elderly lady's hand and whispered, Mother, Jiashan is doing well now. As for money, if they are unwilling to contribute, let it be. Our family can cover it all. You and father need only be aware to avoid any discord among the sisters-in-law. Leading a household truly requires a man's touch. With Jiashan's success, his sisters now have a solid foundation. They are simply misguided, she reflected. Song Xiaojuan nodded repeatedly, rest assured, Mother. Regardless of what happens among the sisters-in-law, Jiashan will always look after his sisters. Meanwhile, the eldest sister-in-law had successfully summoned the second couple back indoors. The onlookers gradually dispersed, realizing the entertainment was over. Yet, in the days to come, the events of today would undoubtedly become a source of amusement. The elderly matriarch sat at the edge of the Kong, gazing at the disheveled second uncle, who appeared like a bird's nest after being manhandled by his wife. Feeling quite disheartened, where are the men who fear their wives? Even the weakest man possesses strength beyond that of a woman. The second uncle is simply cowardly. Second uncle's wife, please refrain from making a scene outside. Family matters should be discussed behind closed doors. If you have grievances, express them candidly while your father is away. I can take charge of the situation, she asserted. Mother, we have no issues. Please do not overthink it. I will return home to discipline her shortly, the second uncle replied, attempting to placate the elderly lady. The second aunt, however, shook herself free. Mother, if I am to speak, I shall speak. These words have been bottled up in me for years, and I can no longer hold them in. No one can stop me now. The elderly matriarch did not grant her a warm reception. If you can no longer contain yourself, then speak. But I see you stirring trouble more often than not. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Chapter 40 Encounter with the Lan family. I wish to separate our household, I declared. My second uncle's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Have you lost your mind? I said I want to divide our family, I reiterated. My second aunt let out a sharp cry, wiping her face as she glanced at Grandma. I haven't given you a grandson, only a granddaughter, and I've only borne Meihua. You've long held a grudge against us, seeking to drive us away and leave everything to your eldest grandson. Ignoring my second aunt's outburst, Grandma turned to her son. Second, do you wish to divide the family as well? I will not separate. My parents are still alive, and there is no rationale for division, my second uncle asserted resolutely. Lu Fang, if you can endure, then stay. If not, you may leave. Wu Xiaodong, you dare to expel me? My second aunt, taken aback by her husband's words, let out a wail and lunged at him, and soon they were grappling in the room. The elderly matriarch was visibly agitated, seizing a broom and striking it down. I am still alive. Song Xiaojuan and the eldest sister-in-law hurried to usher the couple out, then tended to Grandma's distress. Mother, your daughter-in-law is merely speaking in anger. Please do not let it affect your health, the eldest sister-in-law advised. With father and Xiaowei away, what would we do if you fell ill? After catching her breath, Grandma remarked, we have just begun to enjoy a good life. If she finds me unfair, let her wait for your father and the men to return. If she wishes to separate, so be it. I will see how she fares then. Mother, my sister-in-law is just upset. even if she wishes to separate. My brother cannot agree. Please, do not let it trouble you. Grandma waved her hand dismissively. At my age, what can I not understand? You all go about your business. Once the eldest and third daughters-in-law were also sent away, Grandma sat alone in the room, fuming. After a while, she retrieved her sewing kit and began to mend shoes, thinking she ought to make more clothing for her eldest grandson, for he was the most dutiful. Zhong Dagǔ reminded her sister-in-law to keep an eye on Grandma before returning to her own quarters. With the family in such disarray, there was no telephone to inform Wu Jiangshan and the others. Zhong Dagǔ felt weary and uncertain of her sister-in-law's thoughts. Yet, she mused. Perhaps a separation would not be such a terrible thing. Meanwhile, Wu Jiangshan and his two grandsons, having departed from Wu Tuan, were entirely unaware of the turmoil at home. They had already reached the town. Their eldest uncle first took them to the grain station. Wu Xiaotang was oblivious to the fact that Wu Jiangshan had food coupons and was considering whether he could procure some grain with cash. Wu Jiangshan insisted on handling it himself, exchanging for 20 pounds of general grain coupons, only to realize that each pound required an additional ounce of oil. Fortunately, he had oil coupons as well. After completing the exchange, their uncle escorted them to the bus station for the ride to County. There was another bus in the afternoon, and he purchased tickets for all three, each costing 2 yuan and 70 cents. Once the tickets were secured, Wu Jiangshan instructed his uncle to return home, stating that the brigade in the village had a telephone. If he could not return soon, he would call to inform the family. Seeing his nephew manage things so adeptly, Wu Xiaowei felt a pang of aging. They found a spot at the station to wait for their bus, which would not depart for another half-hour. The station was sparsely populated. At that moment, Wu Xiaotang handed his tattered backpack to Wu Jiangshan. Here, you take this. Wu Jiangshan accepted it without comment, slinging it over his shoulder and feeling the money his father had brought along. Not long after they settled, a middle-aged man rushed past, accompanied by a young man dressed in long sleeves despite the summer heat, his collar securely fastened. Lan Yong? As he drew closer, Wu Jiangshan recognized him. It was indeed Lan Yong, the same person who had dismantled his bicycle into scrap a week prior. He had forgotten about him, as there had been no sign of activity from Lan Yong since then. The middle-aged man beside him bore a resemblance to Lan Yong and was undoubtedly his father. Lan Jiangwo. They took a seat not far from Wu Jiangshan and his companions, nodding at the elderly gentleman and Wu Xiaotang. A gust of wind carried a strong medicinal scent from Lan Yong's direction. He appeared unwell, lacking his usual vitality, and leaned against his father's shoulder without acknowledging Wu Jiangshan. Lan Jiangwo retrieved a glass of water from a sizable bag and offered it to Lan Yong. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wu Jiangshan inquired, Uncle Lan. What happened to Lan Yong? Oh, who are you? I am a classmate of Lan Yong's from middle school. I wasn't sure at first, but now I see it is indeed him. At the mention of his name, Lan Yong glanced at Wu Jiangshan but remained silent, merely lowering his head to drink. Oh. He accidentally burned himself. We have been at the town hospital for a week, and it hasn't improved. He has developed a fever. So I am taking him to the provincial hospital for further examination. Wu Jiangshan raised an eyebrow at the unfortunate news. A burn? It was no wonder Lan Yong had not pursued the bicycle issue. He likely had other concerns on his mind. Wu Jiangshan could never have imagined that Lan Yong's injury stemmed from an incident involving him. Burns are quite serious. Have you tried Badger Bomb? Wu Xiaoting chimed in, intrigued by the plight of his son's classmate. We have tried everything, even folk remedies, Lan Yong's father replied, shaking his head, filled with self-reproach. The doctors said even if it heals, there will definitely be scarring on his chest. My wife has been relentless, and our home is in disarray. I had no choice but to take leave from work. When a child is hurt, it weighs heavily on the parents, Lan Jiangwo sighed. Are you also heading to the provincial city? Yes, I am taking the old gentleman for a checkup at the provincial hospital. You are fortunate indeed, old man. Your children are truly filial. Lan Jiangwo's words were sincere. In these times, it was not that children were unfilial, but the circumstances made it so that few considered taking their parents for medical examinations at the provincial hospital. The cost of travel alone was considerable, and for a family like Lan Yong's, it was simply unfeasible. Who would want to put their elderly through such a journey? The grandfather smiled benevolently, nodding in agreement. Lan Jiangwo, reflecting on his own parents who had passed away a few years prior, felt a pang of guilt. When they were alive, he would merely buy them some medicine for minor ailments, never thinking to take them for checkups. In contrast, he felt a deep sense of unfiliality as he observed his ailing son, Lan Yong, and realized that when he grew old, this son might not be able to care for him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they became somewhat acquainted. Upon learning that Wu Jiangshan and his companions were farmers from Wutuan, Lan Jiangwo's respect for them deepened. As the adults conversed, Wu Xiaodong learned that Lan Jiangwo was an official at the food factory, prompting him to feel a bit intimidated. In his mind, this was a person of great stature, and he contemplated whether he should bring back a gift for him, hoping to secure a position for Wu Jiangshan at the food factory in the future. In Wu Xiaodong's view, being a formal worker at the food factory meant working for the state, a stable position indeed. After all, Wu Jiangshan's venture into small-scale snacks could not compare to the security of employment at a large factory. Chapter 41. Dining out. After a brief conversation, the car to County arrived. Everyone boarded the vehicle and settled into their seats. Lan Yong sat in the front alongside his father, while his grandfather and father occupied the seats behind them. Jiangshan took the liberty of sitting in the window seat across from them. Lan Jianguo rummaged through his large bag and produced a soft cake, insisting that the elderly gentleman enjoy it during the ride. Despite the persistent refusals from both the grandfather and father, the three of them began passing the cake back and forth over the seat back. Ultimately, Lan Jianguo simply handed it to Jiangshan. You and Xiaolong are classmates. There is no need for formality. Thank you, Uncle Lan, Jiangshan replied without hesitation, then promptly passed the cake to the grandfather. Oh, Director Lan, how can I accept this? Perhaps I should offer you some money instead? Wu Shatong hurriedly reached into his pocket to pay, which led to more polite back and forth between the two middle-aged men. Jiangshan found the situation rather dull, and once the bus was in motion, he leaned back and prepared to take a short nap. The journey from Hushan Town to County would take nearly 3 hours. As the bus began moving, the seats were not yet filled to capacity, yet the noise inside was considerable. Some passengers were traveling to visit relatives, even bringing live chickens and ducks aboard, coupled with the unpleasant odor of sweat emanating from the crowd. Additionally, the strong scent of medicinal ointment from Lan Yong added to the discomfort of the air. Fortunately, it was summer, and as the windows were opened, the breeze soon dispersed the stale air within the bus. Seated next to Jiangshan was a middle-aged woman, who immediately pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds upon sitting down. She began cracking them noisily, perhaps feeling a bit self-conscious about her eating habits, and nudged Jiangshan to inquire if he would like some. When he turned to look, he was greeted by the sight of 2 drooping peaks, which the thin fabric of her clothing barely concealed. Thankfully, Jiangshan possessed a well-informed spirit that allowed him to remain calm as he shook his head and turned away. It seemed that women of this era, particularly in rural areas, had not yet adopted the habit of wearing undergarments. As summer approached, the varied shapes of these mountains certainly provided young men with quite the spectacle. He quickly dismissed the thought of selling women as lingerie. After all, selling fish, shrimp, or turtles was acceptable, but selling women as undergarments would undoubtedly lead to trouble. With a jumble of thoughts swirling in his mind and the cacophony of the bus surrounding him, Jiangshan gradually drifted off to sleep. The bus did not travel directly to County. It made several stops along the way. Each time they halted, Jiangshan would open his eyes to observe. His grandfather appeared to be in good spirits, gazing out the window at the fields and occasionally engaging his father in conversation about farming matters. Lan Jianguo, perhaps feeling stifled, would occasionally turn around to interject. Jiangshan felt relieved that his grandfather was not experiencing motion sickness, and with the sound of sunflower seeds being cracked beside him, he continued to doze off. After an indeterminate distance, the bus pulled over, and the driver called out that it was time for a restroom break, as there would be no further stops on the journey. Consequently, both men and women disembarked to attend to their needs, men to the roadside, women to the rear of the bus. Grandfather, are you tired from the ride? The old man chuckled and shook his head. Not at all. What is there to tire from just sitting? Seeing his grandfather in good spirits lifted Jiangshan's mood, since the old man did not need to use the restroom. Jiangshan assisted him down from the bus to stretch his legs. Once everyone returned from their brief respite, they boarded the bus again and resumed their journey. By late afternoon, around 4 o'clock, the bus finally entered County, and the buildings on either side began to multiply. Jiangshan was familiar with the area and knew that in a few years, it would transform into a county-level city, due to its proximity to the border. It was also a popular tourist destination, having developed quite well over the past decade. Upon arriving at the County bus terminal, everyone disembarked amidst a bustling commotion. Lan Jianguo and his son were also heading to the train station to catch a train to the provincial capital's hospital, so the two families decided to travel together. They first inquired at the train station and learned that the next train to the provincial city would depart at 7:30 in the evening, arriving around midnight, with another option available for the following morning. Given Lan Yong's condition, they opted for the evening train. After purchasing their tickets, they regrettably found that, lacking connections, they could not secure seats together, so they sought out a nearby restaurant for dinner. It was the first time for both the grandfather and father to dine out, and they felt quite anxious upon entering, unsure of what to do. Lan Dagǔ, being somewhat of a director, was knowledgeable in social customs and recognized that the Wus had never been to a restaurant. He took the initiative to order for the group. There were 5 men in total, so he ordered 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, a fish, and a basket of steamed buns. Lan Dagǔ considered ordering a bottle of wine, but upon learning that both the grandfather and Wu Jiangshan did not drink, he decided against it. The restaurant they chose was state-owned. Known for its generous portions, typically, 2 or 3 dishes would suffice for a family. However, with a table full of men and Wu Jiangshan being particularly tall and robust, Lan Dagǔ opted for additional dishes. Observing the situation, Wu Jiangshan realized that Lan Dagǔ intended to treat them. But he had sufficient funds and knew that neither his grandfather nor father were inclined to take advantage of others. As the saying goes, accepting favors makes one feel indebted. Thus, Wu Jiangshan decided to seize the opportunity while the food was being served to excuse himself to the restroom and discreetly settle the bill. The total cost of the meal, aside from the grain coupons, was 5 yuan and 70 cents, a price incomparable to future inflation. However, considering the average salary of workers at that time, such a level of expenditure would not be something an ordinary family could easily afford. Nowadays, people often lack sufficient sustenance. And while Wu Jiangshan may not have been as robust as his son, he could certainly hold his own in terms of appetite, regardless of any embarrassment. Wasting food was absolutely out of the question. Except for the ailing Lan Yong, who barely touched his food, the remaining dishes were consumed by the other 4 men. When it came time to pay the bill, Lan Dagǔ insisted on covering the cost, only to discover that it had already been taken care of. He turned to Wu Jiangshan. "Old Wu, how could you let your child settle the bill? Given that I ordered the food, it is only right that I treat you." Wu Jiangshan looked bewildered. And before he could respond, Lan Dagǔ realized he had misconstrued the situation. It turned out that Wu Jiangshan had taken it upon himself to pay, rather than following his father's suggestion. "Uncle Lan, it doesn't matter who pays. We will be traveling together from now on. Since none of us have ventured far, we'll need your guidance, so please don't feel shy about it." Upon hearing this, Lan Dagǔ was taken aback. Among the 3 generations of the Wu family, it was the youngest who was adept at handling financial matters. Jiangshan's maturity in speech and conduct was far beyond that of Lan Dagǔ's own son, Lan Dong, who, even before his injury, spent his days indulging in food and play without attending to serious matters. In contrast, Lan Dagǔ felt an overwhelming sense of envy. "Old man, Brother Wu, you have truly raised a fine child. I foresee that Jiangshan will surely achieve great things in the future." "Oh, it's not that simple. He has always been a handful, causing us no small amount of worry. Steadiness, like your son Lan Yong, is truly commendable." The 2 families exchanged pleasantries, while Jiangshan raised an eyebrow at Lan Yong, who, having received a fair share of beatings from him, quietly turned his head away. Chapter 42. The green train having had their fill, the group arrived at the train station, which appeared far more formal than the bus terminal. It was the first time for both the grandfather and the father to travel by train. Upon entering the platform, they gazed in wonder at the long green train before them. "This train seems spacious enough to accommodate quite a number of passengers, doesn't it?" the grandfather inquired with a cheerful smile. "Indeed, this journey can hold 1 to 2,000 people," Wu Jiangshan replied, supporting his grandfather, his face beaming with laughter. The banter between the grandfather and grandson drew envious glances from Lan Dagǔ, who was traveling with his father. The tickets purchased by the Lan family differed from those of the Wu family, and they had agreed to meet at the exit after disembarking. Once aboard, the scattered seating arrangements necessitated Wu Jiangshan's busy efforts to swap seats with others, ultimately managing to sit together with his father and grandfather. As the train commenced its journey, the grandfather, seated by the window, delightedly observed the scenery whizzing by, his face radiating joy. The father, like a curious youth, surveyed the interior of the train with keen interest. Wu Jiangshan felt a sudden urge to take his family out more often. Not long after the train set off, a conductor wheeled a cart through the aisles, calling out loudly, "Sunflower seeds, drinks, mineral water. Please keep your legs in." Wu Jiangshan stopped the cart and purchased 3 bottles of glass-bottled Coca-Cola, along with a bottle of mineral water. When the father heard that the water cost $1, he refrained from voicing his discontent in front of the conductor, instead nudging Wu Jiangshan with his foot in a silent protest. maintaining his composure. Wu Jiangshan pretended not to notice. After finishing their drinks, they placed the empty glass bottles on the table, awaiting collection. The conductor, expertly uncapping the soda, reminded them to be cautious while continuing to promote his wares. Just a few hours, and we'll arrive. You see, spending a few dollars on water is quite excessive, Wu Xiaodong remarked, genuinely believing his son was being extravagant. Dad, when you're out, don't be stingy. Try some Coca-Cola, it'll lift your spirits. Wu Jiangshan grinned, handing a bottle of Coca-Cola and one of water to his grandfather. Grandfather, give this a taste, it's truly delightful. If it doesn't suit your palate, stick to the water. The grandfather remained silent, having relinquished all decisions to his eldest grandson since leaving their village. After taking a sip of the fizzy drink, his expression transformed, revealing surprise at the carbonation. Wu Jiangshan stifled a laugh and urged his father to try it as well. Since money had already been spent, Wu Xiaodong opened a bottle, took a sip, and felt the carbonation rise, unable to suppress a burp. This time, Wu Jiangshan erupted into laughter. This drink packs a punch. Much like alcohol. Is it good, grandfather? Wu Jiangshan asked. Indeed, it tastes as sweet as syrup, the grandfather replied, his eyes crinkling with delight. Wu Jiangshan mirrored his grandfather's smile, reflecting on the true purpose of earning money, to ensure that his family could enjoy the fruits of life together. Despite being merely a bottle of soda, he recalled how, in his past life, he had never brought even a needle home for his family. Since childhood, he had charmed his grandparents into reserving the best for him, yet he had never savored anything he had purchased himself. It was only as he reached middle age that he began to comprehend the essence of filial duty, but by then, those he wished to honor had long since departed. The phrase "a child's desire to care for their parents is often thwarted by time" truly resonates only with those who have endured such heartache. Even the most novel experiences can become tiresome after several hours, particularly in the sweltering summer heat of the unair-conditioned green train, where opening the windows merely invited hot gusts of wind. The crowded carriage amplified the cacophony, exacerbating Wu Jiangshan's irritation. He had hoped to take his grandfather for a stroll, but seeing the aisles packed with people, he abandoned the idea, recognizing his grandfather's fatigue. Noticing his grandfather's waning energy, Wu Jiangshan stood up, urging his father to sit by the window while allowing his grandfather to rest in the interior seat. Initially reluctant to lie down among so many passengers, the elderly man eventually yielded to the persistent coaxing of his grandson and son, settling his weary head upon Wu Jiangshan's lap, eyes closed in rest. After a visit to the restroom, Wu Jiangshan noticed several men outside indulging in smoke. Tempted, he patted his empty pockets, sensing his desire. A young man nearby offered him a cigarette. Grateful, Wu Jiangshan accepted and lit up, joining the ranks of the smokers. As the clock approached 9 or 10 at night, the noise in the carriage diminished significantly, yet the stifling heat remained, punctuated occasionally by the cries of children from distant seats. After a brief slumber, the grandfather awoke. Feeling rejuvenated and wishing to visit the restroom, Wu Jiangshan accompanied him, navigating through an even more crowded aisle filled with others who had relinquished their seats for family members to rest. After a wait at the restroom, they returned to find Wu Xiaodong dozing off with his head nodding. The grandfather inquired whether Wu Jiangshan felt tired, to which he replied with a cheerful shake of the head. After enduring 4 long hours, the train finally arrived at the station, prompting a flurry of movement as passengers retrieved their luggage amidst a chaotic uproar. The Wu family's belongings were minimal, consisting of a single bag containing a couple of garments and some money, which Wu Jiangshan carried on his back. Navigating through the throngs, Wu Jiangshan, with his tall stature, made sure to shield his grandfather from being jostled. Upon reaching the exit, they spotted Lan Zhangwo and his son waiting in a less crowded area. Outside the station, numerous middle-aged women stood holding signs, offering accommodations late into the night. The nearby skyscrapers illuminated the night with neon lights, and the bright street lamps left the grandfather and father in awe, exclaiming about the extravagant waste of electricity. While in county, they had not thought much of it. But upon arriving in the provincial capital, the stark contrast to Hushan town was undeniable. Grandfather, my son Xiaong is quite unwell tonight. I need to take him to the hospital for registration immediately. If you're not in a hurry, you can find somewhere to stay for the night, Lan Zhangwo suggested. Of course, go ahead. Caring for the child is paramount. Don't worry about us, the grandfather replied. Wu Xiaodong added, quickly go. We'll figure things out for ourselves tomorrow. Very well, then, see you later, Lan Zhangwo said, exchanging farewells with the Wu family before hurrying off with his son, who was drowsily slumped against a flower bed. Wu Jiangshan inquired with several women soliciting passengers, all promoting nearby small inns. They would need at least a double room with 2 beds. The cheapest costing 8 yuan and the most expensive 15 for the night, offering showers and private bathrooms. Wu Jiangshan opted for the 15 yuan accommodation, deciding to assess the surroundings first. Following the woman for about 100 meters, they arrived at what appeared to be a rather upscale complex. She informed them that the inn was located in a row of 2-story buildings across the street. Upon entering, Wu Jiangshan inspected the room, which featured 2 beds, a television, and a fan. The bathroom, equipped with a squat toilet, was tiled and clean, albeit lacking a water heater. Bathing involved a large plastic bucket filled with water and 3 kettles of heated water, along with 2 well-used yet impeccably clean porcelain basins, all appearing to be in acceptable condition. Chapter 43. The unfortunate Lan Yong. After registering outside and paying the fees, they received a key and a kettle of hot water. The 3 of them soaked their feet in warm water, washed their faces briefly, and then retired for the night. The exhaustion from a day spent on the road surpassed that of a full day of agricultural labor, although they initially intended to watch television. The moment their heads touched the pillows, they all fell into a deep slumber. They slept soundly until 8 the next morning. When Wu Jiangshan opened his eyes, he discovered that his grandfather and father had already risen. They were quietly examining the television, trying not to disturb him. As they had no television back home and were filled with curiosity, amused, Wu Jiangshan assisted them in switching it on, only to be greeted by a soundtrack reminiscent of a horror film. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an advertisement for grape wine from the capital, featuring a group of foreigners enjoying the drink. Although the hotel could not possibly have a color television, the black and white image captivated both his grandfather and father. Chuckling to himself, Wu Jiangshan excused himself to wash his face. When he returned, he found his grandfather and father still glued to the screen. At that moment, an advertisement for refrigerators was being aired. His grandfather pointed at the television and remarked to his father, "This refrigerator is excellent. We could store all those fruits your mother has in the cabinet without fear of spoilage." His father nodded in agreement, saying, "Standing here in the summer, it would surely feel cool." Wu Jiangshan laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Grandfather, once I earn enough money, I'll buy you one." The old man chuckled, replying, "Good. I shall wait for my eldest grandson to provide for me." After completing their morning routines, the 3 of them left the room. Concerned that they might be required to fast before their hospital examination, they skipped breakfast. They inquired for directions and hailed a taxi to the municipal hospital. This hospital was considerably larger than the one in their town. The registration hall on the first floor was bustling with people. To receive medical attention, one could not simply approach a doctor. They first had to register. Without a mobile phone to contact Lan Jiangwo, they were unaware of how his and Lan Yong's health was faring. Wu Jiangshan found a corner and asked his father to accompany his grandfather while he queued for registration. Once registered, he led his grandfather and father to the 3rd floor, the cardiology department, where they waited for an additional 20 minutes. The number of patients was not greater than what one would find in a hospital 30 years hence. Rather, each patient spent a considerably longer time inside. At long last, it was the old man's turn. In the course of the morning, he underwent an electrocardiogram, a chest x-ray, and had some blood drawn for tests. The results would not be ready until the afternoon, leaving the 3 of them feeling quite famished. However, both grandfather and father were adamant about not dining at a restaurant, leaving Wu Jiangshan no choice but to purchase a few buns from the hospital cafeteria to stave off their hunger. While waiting for the results in the lobby, Wu Jiangshan spotted Lan Jiangwo arriving to settle the fees. Wu Xiaoning approached him to inquire. Learning that Lan Yong had only been admitted that morning after spending the previous night in the emergency room, the doctor had diagnosed an infection, but they had arrived in good time, and there was no serious cause for concern. A few days in the hospital were necessary. Lan Jiangwo felt relieved, though the previous night had taken its toll on him. Wu Jiangshan could tell that Lan Jiangwo had likely not eaten, so he asked for the ward number and, after informing his grandfather and father, he left to find the cafeteria again. He bought a small basin, 2 spoons, some rice porridge, buns, and pickles, and then stopped at the hospital entrance to purchase some fruit before locating his grandfather and father in the lobby. "Grandfather, father, I believe Uncle Lan and Lan Yong have not eaten either. Shall we bring them something?" he inquired, holding the fruit. Indeed. Jiangshan, what you are doing is commendable," his grandfather praised, following Wu Jiangshan to the inpatient building in search of the Lan father and son. Lan Yong lay in bed, asleep. Within 4 drip in his hand after having received a morning's worth of injections. His fever had subsided, and he was in deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lan Jiangwo was feeling restless with hunger, contemplating whether to buy some food while he had the chance. Just then, the Wu family entered the ward. He quickly rose to greet them, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the large basket of fruit and the small basin of porridge in Wu Jiangshan's hands. "Oh dear. Why such extravagance? The fruit here is quite expensive," he exclaimed. Indeed, it was costly in those times. It was nearly impossible for those in the north to enjoy fruits from the south. Even if transported by air, they were beyond the means of ordinary folk. Fortunately, it was summer, and the fruits Wu Jiangshan had purchased were seasonal delights from the local area: grapes, peaches, melons, and apples. Each variety was modestly represented, gathered in a basket that, while lacking the elegance of future fruit arrangements, was nonetheless charming in its simplicity. "Uncle, please do not stand on ceremony. You haven't eaten, have you? It's well past noon, and I arrived late to the cafeteria, so all that was left were some rice porridge and buns, sufficient to get by." Wu Jiangshan insisted, placing the fruit on the bedside table and setting down the porridge and buns. "Uncle, they are getting cold. Please wake Lan Yong and let him eat as well." Lan Jiangwo was touched by their thoughtfulness, rendered momentarily speechless. His wife had fallen ill and could not withstand the stress, leaving him alone to care for their son. Lan Yong, much like his mother, was not one to handle adversity well. Even the slightest injury would send him into a flurry of distress, unable to bear solitude. Overwhelmed, Lan Jiangwo was deeply grateful for the Wu family's kindness, knowing that he would remember this favor. In the future, should the Wu family require assistance in Hushan town, he would be willing to help in any way he could. After waking Lan Yong, who upon seeing Wu Jiangshan and the others merely blinked in confusion and offered no greeting, Lan Jiangwo fed him the porridge. Although he felt that Lan Yong's behavior was rude, he chose not to reprimand him given his condition. Instead, he continued to praise Wu Jiangshan. Lan Yong, however, felt disdainful, thinking that his father was unaware of Wu Jiangshan's true nature at school. If only he knew that the injuries and bruises that occasionally adorned Lan Yong during his middle school years were inflicted by Wu Jiangshan, would he still praise him so? The ward had 6 beds total, and currently, 4 of them were occupied. A vacant bed beside Lan Yong was just right for seating. Wu Jiangshan observed the burn on Lan Yong's chest. The skin had been scalded off, but the wound was not large and, thankfully, not on his face. So skin grafting would not be necessary. The doctors would administer anti-inflammatory injections, and while scarring was inevitable, it was not a concern for a young man like Lan Yong. The thin layer of gauze covering the burn did little to ease Lan Jiangwo's worry. He lamented that the hospital had no miracle cures and that summertime was particularly harsh for such injuries. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wu Xiaoding inquired, "How did he manage to burn himself on his chest?" Lan Jiangwo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, confessed, "Lan Yong lost the bicycle, and in my anger, I struck him. In the heat of the moment, I accidentally overturned a table, spilling a bowl of freshly cooked porridge onto him." Wu Jiangshan rubbed his nose. Realizing that this incident had some connection to him, he surmised that Lan Jiangwo's anger was likely due to the sight of the pile of scrap metal. Poor Lan Yong. Indeed, fortunately, Lan Yong had no inkling that Wu Jiangshan was involved and merely thought his father's words to be embarrassing, turning his head away to feign sleep. "Uncle, my grandfather and father will keep you company for a while. I'll see if the test results are ready." Though the hospital room reeked of disinfectant, it was far more pleasant than the bustling lobby. Wu Jiangshan left his grandfather and father behind and stepped outside. Chapter 44. A tube of burn ointment. Wu Jiangshan was aware that the test results would not be available promptly, so he left the hospital directly. After inquiring with a fruit vendor at the entrance, he located the nearest fire station. The large iron gate of the fire station stood open, with 2 guards in green uniforms stationed at the entrance. Wu Jiangshan peered inside and noticed several red fire trucks parked directly across the yard. Observing his lingering presence at the door, a handsome and sunlit firefighter in a green vest, seemingly in his 20s, approached him. "Young comrade, do you need assistance?" Wu Jiangshan quickly mustered a smile. "Hello, I have an urgent matter. Could I speak with your supervisor?" Tall and sturdily built, Wu Jiangshan's serious demeanor could be intimidating. However, when he smiled, his eyes squinted in a manner reminiscent of his grandfather, exuding a wholesome innocence. "Please don't rush. You can share your concern with me first. My brother has suffered burns, and the hospital lacks the necessary medication, stating they cannot treat him." Wu Jiangshan rubbed his eyes. "I've heard that your fire station possesses burn ointment. Could you possibly sell me some?" If we cannot treat him, he will be disfigured. He's only a teenager, still a child." As he spoke, he rummaged through his bag and presented a handful of cash, his eyes glistening with hope. "Comrade, I implore you." Were it the Wu Jiangshan from his previous life, no matter how earnest he pretended to be, he could never have feigned such a pitiful appearance. Yet, at the tender age of 18, his youthful visage still bore traces of innocence. He wore a pair of worn black cloth shoes made by his grandmother, their surfaces dusty from days of travel. His attire consisted of an old, buttoned cloth jacket, and he carried a frayed crossbody bag, unmistakably the garb of a rural child. The one inquiring was Xiao Mai, the squad leader of the Provincial Fire Brigade's 2nd Unit. He felt a pang of sympathy for Wu Jiangshan. Yet the burn ointment allocated to the firefighters was state property, designated for their exclusive use. No one had ever approached the station to purchase medication. "I'm afraid we do not sell burn ointment here, nor has there ever been such a precedent." After uttering these words, seeing Wu Jiangshan's eyes welling with tears, Xiao Mai's heart ached with compassion. However, it was against protocol, and he was uncertain how to request an exception. The burn ointment in question was indeed effective, even beyond what hospitals could offer. It was specifically designated for official use, and selling it to individuals was simply out of the question. "I truly apologize. But you must trust the hospital. They will surely help your brother. I am unable to assist you here. I'm sorry." Wu Jiangshan's face fell, clutching the cash tightly. "Is there truly no way to make an exception? I could pay a higher price. I can gather more money if needed. Regrettably, there are regulations in place." Hearing this, Wu Jiangshan lowered his head in disappointment. Xiao Mai sighed and turned to enter through the iron gate. When he reached the courtyard and looked back, he saw the tall young man still standing at the entrance, rubbing his eyes, seemingly on the verge of tears. It is often said that men do not shed tears easily. Pity does not solely belong to the weak. In their brigade, all were stalwart men of iron, and such brotherhood was profoundly moving. Xiao Mai had earned his position as squad leader not merely for his exceptional firefighting skills, but also due to his warm-hearted and kind nature. After standing for a while, noticing that the young man had not yet departed, Xiao Mai, despite his youth, could not resist going back outside. Seeing him return, Wu Jiangshan felt a flicker of hope and hastily rubbed his eyes. "Young comrade, why don't you wait here for a moment? I will go inside and see if I can secure permission from my superior." "Thank you so much." "Not at all. Please wait here." Xiao Mai offered some words of comfort and dashed back into the courtyard, while Wu Jiangshan stood outside the iron gate, craning his neck to watch him as he turned a corner into the building. In this era, even hospitals often lacked essential medications, such as burn ointment. Most individuals were unaware of this, and when burned, they either sought treatment at hospitals or turned to folk remedies. The fire brigade possessed burn ointment, and theirs was particularly effective. This information had come to Wu Jiangshan in his previous life from a regular patron who shared tales of his childhood injuries. The man had once scalded his hand on a boiling pot, resulting in burns akin to chicken feet. His family had managed to procure burn ointment through a connection at the fire station, and his hand had only left a few marks as he grew older. At the time, Wu Jiangshan had laughed, noting that even in those days, there were those who engaged in illicit trade of burn ointment. Yet, individuals of this era were largely sincere and kind-hearted, and the burn ointment was not something everyone could access. In Hushan town, it might have been possible to leverage connections to acquire some, but he was now in the provincial capital. Even in his previous life, he had visited the provincial capital only a few times, and the so-called brothers he once knew were now lost to him. He had come merely to test the waters. To appear pitiable, even if he had to spend some money, it was worth a try. His concern for Lan Yong was not born from newfound affection, nor did he feel responsible for Lan Yong's misfortune. He was not one to possess a soft heart unless it involved those he genuinely cared for. Earlier that day, while accompanying his grandfather for a checkup, his father had mentioned wanting to inquire if Lan Jiangwo could secure him a position at the food factory. This had prompted Wu Jiangshan to reflect. He was certain he could not work at the food factory, knowing it would soon be dismantled and divided into smaller enterprises, all contracted to individuals. Wu Jiangshan was contemplating the prospect of contracting state-owned factories. Such matters were unpredictable, and the future trajectory was uncertain. Nevertheless, assisting Lan Yong in acquiring some burn ointment required little more than verbal persuasion, which could leave a favorable impression on Lan Jiangwo. Whether such goodwill would be reciprocated in the future was a matter of chance, yet it posed no harm. After nearly half an hour, Xiao Mai emerged, drenched in sweat. Wu Jiangshan perceived the expression on his face and sensed that the endeavor had likely failed. However, he had not held out much hope. If it were a family member, He would not have so boldly approached the fire station for medicine. It was far more likely to succeed discreetly through a personal connection. I deeply apologize. Xiaomai truly did his utmost, but the higher-ups had disagreed, and no amount of persuasion could sway them. Noticing the disappointment in Wu Jiangshan's eyes, Xiaomai felt as if he bore the weight of guilt. There's no need to worry, brother. You are a good person. Thank you for your help. I will consider other options. With his shoulders slumped, Wu Jiangshan turned to leave. Xiaomai watched his retreating figure, feeling warmth rise to his cheeks at the compliment. Just as Wu Jiangshan was about to turn the corner, Xiaomai glanced back, sweat cascading down his forehead, and ultimately decided to chase after him. Young comrade, here. He caught up with Wu Jiangshan, placing a tube of ointment into his hands amidst the young man's astonished gaze. Take this and use it. Do not mention it to anyone else. With that, Xiaomai turned and dashed back to the fire station, preparing himself to face the consequences of his actions. Chapter 45. Hospitalization. Wu Jiangshan stood still, gazing at the object in his hand, a white aluminum tube, slightly thicker than his index finger, reminiscent of a toothpaste container. Inscribed upon it were the words "Special Supply from the Fire Department" in small red letters. He raised his eyes to find that the unnamed firefighter had already dashed back to the fire station. Pondering over the ointment, Wu Jiangshan felt a sense of bewilderment. Had he truly obtained a tube of exclusive burn ointment without spending a single penny, simply by feigning pity? He scrutinized the tube for a considerable time, as if something within him had begun to fracture. Carefully placing the ointment into his bag, he exhaled slowly, turned back towards the fire station, and a faint smile crept upon his lips as he hastened toward the hospital. Upon returning to the hospital, Wu Jiangshan first retrieved the test results before seeking out the doctor he had consulted earlier in the day. The elderly gentleman might be suffering from nephritis, a common ailment among seniors, and the doctor recommended traditional Chinese medicine for treatment. Additionally, he exhibited signs of malnutrition and osteoporosis, but could gradually improve his condition with enhanced nutrition at home. Concerning his heart, the doctor confirmed the existence of issues, as the X-ray indicated an enlarged cardiac chamber. This condition was abnormal and could signify underlying heart disease, coronary artery disease, or the progression of hypertension. The doctor advised hospitalization for further observation and detailed examination. After reviewing the X-rays and other test results multiple times, the doctor cautioned Wu Jiangshan, "Your grandfather is over 70, even if diagnosed with heart disease. Only conservative treatment is feasible. Our provincial capital lacks expertise in this area. If you have concerns, you may consider seeking specialists in the capital city, where surgical risks may be lower, though expenses will be considerably higher." I understand. Thank you, doctor. I will proceed to arrange for my grandfather's hospitalization, Wu Jiangshan replied. Indeed. During the hospitalization, we can also address the nephritis, as severe cases may lead to complications involving the heart and brain. This must be monitored closely, the doctor added. Wu Jiangshan nodded repeatedly as he exited, burdened by his thoughts. He went to complete the hospitalization procedures, presenting a letter from the local brigade and paying a 200 yuan deposit. Once the ward was assigned, he sought out his grandfather and father. "Grandfather, father, it seems we will be staying in the provincial capital for a few more days," he announced. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaoding grew anxious and quickly turned to Wu Jiangshan. What did the doctor say? Lan Jiangwo also turned to listen, while the grandfather squinted his eyes, showing no signs of concern. "Rest assured, father. Grandfather has nephritis, which is a common condition among the elderly. We will need to find a doctor for medication when we return home, so it is sensible to complete his treatment here first," Wu Jiangshan reassured. Wu Xiaoding sighed in relief but questioned, "Is nephritis serious?" "It's just a typical ailment of the elderly. Grandfather, you may have to drink a bitter herbal concoction for a few days. I will buy some candy for you to sweeten the taste," Wu Jiangshan replied. Lan Jiangwo hurried to rummage through his large bag. "What are you buying?" "I have plenty here." He produced a small packet of colorful sugar-coated candies resembling small gems. Grandfather chuckled. "These are delightful. I love them during the new year." "Thank you, Uncle Lan." Wu Jiangshan expressed his gratitude. "Think nothing of it. When you return to the town, feel free to come find me for more," Lan Jiangwo replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Uncle, I also have something for you," Wu Jiangshan said, pulling out the tube of ointment and approaching Lan Jiangwo. "This ointment is remarkably effective for burns. Uncle, please let Lan Yang try it. If it works, we can find a way to obtain more tubes later." Lan Jiangwo immediately noticed the words "special supply" from the fire department and grasped the ointment tightly. "Jiangshan, where did you get this? Do you have acquaintances at the fire department?" "Sure, uncle. This must remain confidential," Wu Jiangshan whispered. Understood. Lan Jiangwo replied, excitement bubbling within him. He had not considered that the fire department, frequently in contact with flames, would possess such effective remedies. Jiangshan, I will remember this favor. Lan Jiangwo patted Wu Jiangshan's arm firmly. As the director of a food factory, he was accustomed to receiving flattery from others. Yet, he was genuinely taken aback by the resourcefulness of this young boy. He observed Wu Jiangshan once more, impressed not only by his appearance, but also by his meticulousness in handling matters. As for the patient in the bed, well, perhaps it was better not to draw comparisons. Uncle, while we are away from home, it is only right that we look out for each other. I will take care of my grandfather's hospitalization and escort them over now. We are in the cardiology ward, room 305. If you need anything, just call for me. Very well, go ahead, Lan Jiangwo encouraged. Wu Jiangshan led his grandfather and father to the ward. Lan Jiangwo sighed, clutching the ointment, and discreetly approached Lan Yang's attending physician to inquire about its application. After all, the hospital had its own medications and could not afford any mix-ups. Upon seeing the ointment, the doctor regarded Lan Jiangwo with newfound respect. This is indeed a valuable product. Since you have managed to acquire this after changing the dressing tonight, apply a thin layer of this ointment. With the doctor's endorsement, Lan Jiangwo placed even greater importance on the small tube of ointment. As a leader, he often contemplated various matters, and through these past days of interaction, he had discerned that the Wu family, comprising the grandfather, father, and son, was entirely under the guidance of the youngest member. Today's affair with the ointment was something the elder and father were unaware of. But how could a mere teenager possess the means to acquire such a thing? Even the doctor acknowledged its efficacy. Surely, something must have been exchanged to obtain it. Lan Jiangwo glanced at his son, then moved aside to awaken the sleeping Lan Yong. Father, what are you doing? I barely slept last night, Lan Yong complained groggily. Tell me, how was your relationship with Wu Jiangshan during school? Lan Jiangwo inquired. Wu Jiangshan. Humph, Lan Yong scoffed, falling silent. Having raised him, Lan Jiangwo understood his son well. Seeing Lan Yong's reaction, he realized the two weren't even friends. Young Yong, you are growing up now. Back in school, you were quite young. Let bygones be bygones. Moving forward, you should cultivate a better relationship with Jiangshan. I have a knack for reading people. Father, he is just a country boy. What capabilities does he possess? He only relies on his size and strength to bully others, Lan Yong retorted. Lan Jiangwo felt exasperated. Had it not been for Lan Yong's hospitalization, he would have been tempted to slap him once more. Initially, he had hoped for a cordial relationship between the two, thus avoiding any sense of obligation towards Wu Jiangshan. However, given the current situation, Lan Jiangwo could not remain indifferent and would not wait idly to repay a favor upon returning to Hushan town. He glanced around to ensure the other patients and their families in the ward were unaware of him. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a stack of cash. Deliberating briefly before extracting 10 crisp 100-yuan bills, a total of 1,000 yuan. Lan Yong frowned upon seeing the money. Father, what are you doing? With irritation, Lan Jiangwo replied, I am going to repay a favor. Chapter 46. Wu Jiangshan's self-reflection on Wu Jiangshan's side. Just as he had changed into the hospital gown, Lan Jiangwo arrived. He was carrying a net bag filled with a wash basin, towels, a lunchbox, and under his arm, he clutched 2 rolls of toilet paper. I noticed you hadn't brought anything, so when I was arranging for your hospitalization this morning, I went ahead and bought some essentials. Let me know if you need anything else. Oh, why should you spend money? Jiangshan, quickly, hand over the money to your Uncle Lan. Wu Xiaodang was genuinely taken aback. A factory director was being so down to earth. He had just asked Wu Jiangshan about the ointment, to which Jiangshan had replied he would buy it himself. Wu Xiaodang hadn't considered how much an ointment could cost, and thus had brushed it off, never expecting Lan Jiangwo to bring so many items. Don't pay me back. That would make things awkward, Lan Jiangwo insisted, pressing down on Wu Jiangshan's hand. Good child, that ointment worked wonders. My little Yong is so much better thanks to you. Uncle, you are far too kind. I merely heard about it from others and thought I'd give it a try. It's really nothing much. You are such a good child. When we return to Hushan, do visit my home. That's a certainty. All right, Wu Dagǔ, don't refuse. Take care of your grandfather. I'm worried about leaving home unattended, so I'll head back now. Lan Jiangwo hurriedly made his way out, fearful they would refuse his gifts. Wu Jiangshan escorted him out of the ward, and Lan Jiangwo slipped a small roll of money into his hand. Don't make a fuss. It's not about being distant or repaying a favor. Hospitalization expenses can add up, so take this for now. If you find it insufficient later, just let me know. Uncle, this. Lan Jiangwo waved his hand, cutting off any chance for Wu Jiangshan to refuse, and hurried away. Wu Jiangshan looked down to see a 100-yuan note. He tucked it into his bag. Previously, he had brought 200 to the hospital, and was genuinely concerned that it might not suffice. With this extra 100, he felt a little more secure. Upon returning to the ward, Wu Xiaoting had yet to dare open the net bag. He exchanged a questioning glance with Wu Jiangshan, who shook his head. I paid Uncle Lan. No need to worry. Dad, it's fine. Once we return home, I'll bring some homegrown vegetables as a token. Those 1T be worth much. Why not bring a chicken instead? All right. It's up to you. Wu Jiangshan leaned closer to his grandfather. Grandpa, how is this room? They were staying in a spacious area with 6 beds, but currently, only one patient occupied the space, making it relatively quiet. Yes, this bed is quite soft. Hee. Grandpa, let me buy you some fruit. What would you like? We won't get anything extravagant, just something simple and edible. His grandfather chuckled. You know it's not edible, yet you bought it to give away? It's just for show. I want to eat anything. We'll have some millet porridge for dinner. Very well. Wu Jiangshan agreed verbally, but still went downstairs to buy fruit for his grandfather. This time, he purchased a bunch of bananas and several apples. The bananas were quite expensive. A southern fruit only found in the provincial capital. In their hometown of Hushan, logistics had yet to develop, and no one had considered transporting goods from the south. Though he had the intention, he lacked the means at the moment. While buying fruit, Wu Jiangshan inquired about nearby attractions. He realized that relying on the small stall run by Dagǔ would not suffice in the long term. He had a plan in mind, but needed to investigate further. In truth, Wu Jiangshan still found it difficult to comprehend his rebirth into the year 1986. In his leisure, he enjoyed reading novels about characters who could reincarnate or traverse time, invariably portrayed as geniuses or outstanding figures in their fields. They were often soldiers or CEOs. At the very least, university professors. These characters possessed knowledge, intelligence, and were adept in social situations. In contrast, he was merely an aimless drifter for decades. With a less than stellar reputation, he was just a petty character, surrounded by unscrupulous friends. If asked what he excelled at, could it be smoking, drinking, or the rapid change of partners? Were he to continue such a lifestyle post-rebirth, heaven would surely strike him down and remake him. So, what were his strengths? Indulgence? If that could be considered a strength, perhaps it had its merits, particularly his culinary skills, which he had honed out of passion for food, ultimately leading him to run a food stall and delve deeply into recipes. This very skill had helped him earn his first fortune after his rebirth. Who says a flaw cannot transform into a virtue? Ordinary people remain ordinary. Rebirth does not bestow superhuman abilities, nor does it awaken sudden enlightenment. He merely understood life a few years earlier than before. No one is perfect, nor is anyone entirely devoid of merit. Wu Jiangshan reconciled these thoughts, his steps now lighter, as he headed towards the main building with his purchases in hand. Upon returning to the ward, he found a nurse taking his grandfather's temperature and blood pressure. His father mentioned that the doctor had come earlier, prescribed medication, and instructed him to fetch it, ensuring his grandfather would have it today. Wu Jiangshan set down his items, took the prescription to pay for the medication, then sent the Chinese medicine to be boiled in the traditional medicine room, while the Western medicine was delivered to the nurse's station. Thus, a bustling day passed swiftly. In the evening, the nurse informed them that only one person could stay overnight. Wu Jiangshan prepared millet porridge, eggs, and some pickled vegetables for his grandfather. During dinner, he decided his father would remain with him, as his grandfather didn't require medication that night, and the checkup was scheduled for the following day. His father should manage alone without issue. And where will you stay tonight? Will you go to a hotel? Wu Xiaoting appeared troubled upon hearing that 2 people could not stay in the hospital. Don't worry about me, Dad. I was thinking of exploring the provincial capital. I'll come back first thing tomorrow morning. His grandfather still felt a bit uneasy. Just don't wander too far. What if you can't find your way back? Haha, Grandpa, we have mouths to ask for directions. If that fails, I'll just take a taxi. I'm too big to be lost or abducted, right? Or perhaps they LL take me as a son-in-law. Wu Xiaoting shot Wu Jiangshan a glare. What kind of talk is that? Wu Jiangshan simply chuckled along with his grandfather. After dinner, noting that his grandfather and father were settled, he took his leave from the hospital. He hadn't taken much money with him, leaving 300 yuan for his father and pocketing just a few tens. Wu Xiaoting, clutching the money, sneaked aside like a thief. Wu Jiangshan leaned in to see his father stuffing the bills into his underwear. Oh, you've got a double-layered one. Shoo, don't let anyone see. Your mother sewed a pocket inside. Once Wu Xiaoting hid the money, he pulled down his coat to cover his slightly protruding belly, Smiling sheepishly, Wu Jiangshan gave him a thumbs up. Your mother has foresight, Comrade Wu Xiaodang. You've married a wonderful wife. Chapter 47. Youth playing pool outside the store. Grandparents, parents, all had what could be termed arranged marriages. Someone would propose, and after a mere meeting, they would wed, rarely experiencing any quarrels throughout their lives. The older generation may have been oblivious to the concept of love, yet they understood the weight of responsibility. Once married, they committed to a lifetime together. Of course, there were exceptions like Uncle Heir and Aunt Heir, who frequently found themselves in heated disputes. Nevertheless, the notion of divorce was never entertained, in stark contrast to contemporary society, where divorce has become commonplace. Relationships now ignite and extinguish with alarming rapidity. This does not imply that the newfound courage to pursue personal freedom is a negative development, but it undeniably lacks the profound bonds of mutual support. Wu Jiangshan was acutely aware that, like himself, he was too liberated. Yet he was also cognizant of his own character. He rarely entertained thoughts of marriage. Upon exiting the hospital, the streets were aglow with the first lights of evening. Wu Jiangshan strolled along the roadside, captivated by the cityscape of the provincial capital, momentarily lost in a reverie as if he had returned to a time before his rebirth. Earlier, he had inquired with a fruit vendor about a path leading to a large commercial plaza under construction, where he had been told one could find entertaining spots. Sure enough, after traversing 2 streets, he stumbled upon a sizable plaza, with a towering building nearing completion at its center. This place would eventually transform into the Provincial Capital International Trade Center, the most vibrant and upscale commercial district for the next 2 decades. In the future, a grand street of specialty snacks would grace the opposite side, a destination he would frequent with companions during his previous life. It was astonishing to witness this area before its development, surrounded by iron walls, a precursor to the skyline of high-rise buildings that would soon emerge. The provincial capital was undergoing rapid transformation, while it would take many years for Hushan town to evolve into a similar urban landscape. As Wu Jiangshan wandered near the plaza, he relied on his memory to locate the old cinema. Once a relic, the cinema now appeared quite modern, bustling with a throng of young people outside its doors. A stark contrast to the desolate atmosphere of the cinema in Hushan town. Adjacent to the cinema stood a small shop named Youth Store, featuring 2 pool tables at its entrance, where a crowd had gathered, each game costing just 50 cents. In an era marked by scant entertainment options, even in a bustling metropolis, venues for leisure were few. Wu Jiangshan edged closer to witness the excitement. At one of the tables, a slightly plump young man with a round face, clad in denim and a floral shirt, had just cleared the table of balls, tossing his hair playfully and laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, what do you think? Are you impressed? His opponent's face betrayed annoyance, but conceding defeat, he tossed $1 onto the table and walked away. The round-faced youth pulled a stack of cash from his snug jeans pocket, proudly displaying his winnings for the evening. Who else wants to challenge me? He called. But no one responded. Observers murmured that this young man was remarkably skilled at pool, rarely losing a game. Disappointed by the lack of challengers, the young man pondered moving to another location, having intimidated the patrons of the cinema. Shall I give it a try? Wu Jiangshan stepped forward, examining the table. The young man appraised Wu Jiangshan's appearance, noting his humble attire reminiscent of a country boy just arrived in the city, and initially dismissed him. Do you think you can play? Are you any good? Wu Jiangshan smiled. If I can't, I'll just owe you $1. Hey, just don't try to back out later. The round-faced youth quickly arranged the balls. Do you want to go first, or shall I? Wu Jiangshan inspected the other cue, noticing its rough craftsmanship and crookedness. You go first, I'll take notes. Without hesitation, the young man broke the rack with surprising skill, potting 2 balls, one striped and one solid. He scanned the table and decisively chose to continue with the striped balls. A series of successful shots followed, leaving only 2 balls remaining, both blocked from view. Finally, it was Wu Jiangshan's turn. He circled the table, selecting a relatively easy shot, bending down to position the cue. Observing his stance, the round-faced youth's earlier arrogance faded. This did not appear to be a novice. The onlookers fell silent, eager to witness the first shot from this seemingly out-of-place newcomer. Wu Jiangshan calculated the angle and struck the cue ball, only for it to spin in place and barely graze the intended target. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and the young man chuckled, relieved to find himself unchallenged by a worthy opponent. Wu Jiangshan frowned, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Had he truly lost his touch after such a long hiatus? He inspected the cue tip, now shiny with wear, having found no chalk on the table. In the meantime, the round-faced youth had already pocketed the black 8 ball. How about that? Are you impressed? Wu Jiangshan produced $1, gesturing. The young man, now confident, tossed him some chalk. Still not satisfied? Let us continue. Another game commenced, and Wu Jiangshan managed to pot 2 balls but still lost. The young man pocketed another $2, assuming Wu Jiangshan would bow out. However, Wu Jiangshan produced another $1. Shall we keep going? Huh, you're not afraid of losing? I'm not worried about winning. Wu Jiangshan displayed his cash. If I intend to lose it all, it'll take a while. The round-faced youth, eyeing the substantial amount in Wu Jiangshan's hand, realized he might have a potential windfall. How about we raise the stakes? Fine, Wu Jiangshan replied nonchalantly. How much per game? After a brief hesitation, the young man raised 2 fingers, 20. The noise around them quieted down as the stakes were set. A $20 game was indeed a considerable gamble. The young man tossed his hair back. $1 at a time? I don't have the time for that. Let us play 20 games. Agreed, Wu Jiangshan gestured. Let us proceed. The young man eagerly arranged the balls and broke, and as expected, he swiftly pocketed another $20. Brother, I feel a bit guilty here, he remarked. Wu Jiangshan waved dismissively, pulling out his last 3 larger bills, tucking away the smaller change. I still have 30. One more game, and if I lose it all, I'll head home to sleep. Wu Jiangshan's casual demeanor caused the young man to hesitate. If you lose that money, your family won't come looking for you. Will they? Wu Jiangshan didn't strike one as a wealthy individual. Though tall and robust, he appeared quite young. And it was possible that this money was pilfered from his household. The young man often mingled in this area and didn't relish the thought of trouble. Not at all. This money is mine. You needn't worry. Chapter 48. Winning a pair of jeans. Having secured a guarantee from Wu Jiangshan for a pair of jeans, the chubby boy disregarded everything else and prepared to play. Wait, am I to break this round? He chuckled. All right then. The chubby boy stepped aside, flicking his long hair back and crossing his arms, thinking to himself that with such poor skills, it was only a matter of time before he lost. Wu Jiangshan adjusted the tip of his cue, feeling that he had found his rhythm after the previous 3 rounds. He leaned over the table and skillfully struck the cue ball, sending the ball scattering like blooming flowers, prompting the chubby boy to stand up straight in surprise. With one stroke, 3 balls, 2 striped and 1 solid, sank into the pockets. Without hesitation, Wu Jiangshan chose the remaining 5 striped balls. After pocketing 2 more, he slightly miscalculated and missed the next shot. The chubby boy sighed in relief and approached the table. You've improved quite quickly, but remember, mastering billiards isn't something that happens overnight. As he spoke, the chubby boy managed to pocket 6 balls himself. However, he found the last one completely blocked by the 8 ball and had to concede. Wu Jiangshan was left with 3 striped balls, which he smoothly pocketed. The final 8 ball was awkwardly positioned next to the chubby boy's ball, and recognizing the unfavorable angle, he wisely chose to forego the attempt. Lightly nudging the cue ball to rest against the 8 ball, the chubby boy, seeing that his striped ball was effectively trapped, glanced at Wu Jiangshan, unsure if it was intentional or merely a stroke of luck. After a lengthy deliberation, he attempted a shot but failed, committing a foul and inadvertently granting Wu Jiangshan an opportunity. Wu Jiangshan capitalized on this chance, cleanly pocketing the 8 ball and winning the round. Luck. Thanks, brother. He grinned, collecting his winnings with a smile. The chubby boy, having never played for such high stakes before, felt a surge of indignation, yet with onlookers present, he had to maintain his composure. Reluctantly, he fished out 30 yuan to pay Wu Jiangshan, his heart aching at the loss. He had only seen Wu Jiangshan's 30 yuan winnings and had never considered the possibility of his own defeat. Yet, having just won 22 yuan from the opponent, he realized he had only lost 8 in total. You were truly lucky this time, he conceded. Would you like to play again? Wu Jiangshan inquired. Of course. Why wouldn't I? Are you afraid? The chubby boy retorted. I just won 30 yuan. Why would I be afraid? How much shall we wager this time? Wu Jiangshan looked up at the bright city lights, pondering. It's getting late. How about a final round before I take my leave? The chubby boy, having lost before but never this much at once, felt the pressure of reclaiming his pride, knowing Wu Jiangshan now had 60 yuan in his pocket. Since it's the last round, shall we raise the stakes? He suggested. How much? Wu Jiangshan asked cautiously. 50. Winner takes all. The chubby boy exclaimed. Wu Jiangshan frowned slightly, and the chubby boy, sensing his uncertainty, felt emboldened. Shall we decide who breaks first with rock, paper, scissors? Wu Jiangshan agreed. With the toss, Wu Jiangshan emerged victorious, apologizing as he prepared to break. The cue ball struck perfectly, clearing the table in one go. The chubby boy was left stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. The gathered crowd shared his astonishment, wondering who this remarkable player was. What the? If you can't handle the stakes, then let's forget it, he muttered. Feeling the heat rise in his face as Wu Jiangshan took the 50 yuan, thanking him with a smile before preparing to leave. Wait, who said you could leave? I refuse to accept defeat, the chubby boy shouted. With his declaration, 2 or 3 young men wearing similar jeans and floral shirts stepped forward from the crowd. Wu Jiangshan scratched his neck, noticing a mosquito bite. Do you have another 50? I won't play for less. The chubby boy deflated. Realizing he had no more money to gamble, only a stack of smaller bills. His friends, who had relied on his skills for free meals, awkwardly stepped back. Their pockets equally empty. Look, you've got no money left. What are you still arguing about? Bet what you have, Wu Jiangshan suggested, shaking his head. How about this? Let's keep the 50 wager. If I lose, I'll give you 50 yuan. If you lose, you give me your jeans. The surrounding youths erupted in laughter at the audacity of the bet, imagining the chubby boy losing his pants. Do you have any idea how much these jeans cost? They're worth a bicycle. I genuinely like those jeans, but if you're unwilling to wager, then I must take my leave, Wu Jiangshan said, turning to depart. The chubby boy, irritated, waved him back. Come back. Come back. Wu Jiangshan glanced over his shoulder as the chubby boy, in a fit of determination, began to set up the balls again. I refuse to believe I can actually lose my jeans. A new round commenced, with the chubby boy insisting he break first due to the value of his jeans. A request Wu Jiangshan acquiesced to. However, whether from nervousness or frustration, he managed to pocket only one ball before faltering. When it was Wu Jiangshan's turn, the chubby boy could only watch as he sank 3 consecutive balls, his sweat-soaked hair clinging to his forehead, dripping with perspiration. With high shots, medium shots, low shots, and curved shots, Wu Jiangshan executed every play with finesse. After laying down his cue, the chubby boy finally gathered enough courage to ask, Brother, is this your profession? Talent. Wu Jiangshan replied, approaching the chubby boy and giving him an encouraging pat on the shoulder. You wouldn't default on the bet, would you? The chubby boy's face flushed in embarrassment, and with a resolute exhale, he declared, Fine, I'll take them off. With that, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and removed his jeans, revealing a pair of flamboyant red shorts beneath. The onlookers erupted in laughter, while Wu Jiangshan found himself admiring the chubby boy's spirit. He truly was a man of his word. Handing over the jeans, an overwhelming scent wafted through the air. Wu Jiangshan scrunched his nose, rolling the jeans up in his hand. I want to take your jeans without offering something in return. You have potential, but your technique needs work. Come here tomorrow, and I'll teach you a few tricks. With that, he turned to leave, only to hear the chubby boy call after him. What is your name? I'm Wang Fuguwei. Are you really coming to teach me billiards tomorrow? Wang Fuguwei? Wu Jiangshan chuckled, finding the chubby boy's name quite amusing. He glanced back, noting the chubby boy's disheveled hair, floral shirt, and bright red shorts, revealing his chubby white legs. I'm Wu Jiangshan. Tomorrow, I'll come to teach you how to play. Chapter 49. Collecting junk. Having left the entrance of the youth shop, Wu Jiangshan continued to wander. Clutching a pair of jeans, he contemplated that the area in front of the cinema in Hushan town was even larger than this one, and it could indeed accommodate a few stalls. However, being outdoors, the tables were prone to damage and dirt, and rainy weather would render it unfeasible for business. If only a roof or a tent could be erected over the cinema. Yet, that would be less practical than finding a way to rent a space inside the cinema itself. The interior of the cinema was quite spacious, and since films were rarely shown, if he could secure a lease, there would be ample opportunities for various activities. After circling the expansive square, he arrived at the far end where a 2-story dance hall stood, accompanied by a sign for a skating rink. Wu Jiangshan peered into the dance hall from the entrance on the first floor. The atmosphere was murky and dim, illuminated only by the rotating disco ball when music played. This establishment was hardly suitable for a young man like him, and shaking his head, he decided to leave. He ascended the external staircase to the second floor, which featured a sizable hall with a concrete floor and several hanging disco balls. Upbeat disco music filled the air, and under the kaleidoscopic lights, a group of youngsters donned rudimentary roller skates, gliding in circles. To one side of the hall was a small room designated for shoe rentals, where several individuals were engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Among them, Wu Jiangshan noticed a few girls with voluminous, wavy hair dressed in dresses, adorned with makeup, playfully interacting with the boys nearby. Some even smoked. Perhaps they were among the earliest of the rebellious youth. As Wu Jiangshan approached, he discovered that the small room also sold cigarettes and sodas. It was a makeshift structure built from planks of wood, lacking windows, with a fan oscillating incessantly, dispersing the mingled odors of feet and smoke throughout. "Boss, a pack of cigarettes, please," he requested. The proprietor, a man in his 30s wearing glasses, was busy repairing a broken pair of skates. Without looking up, he gestured towards a shelf against the wall, indicating Wu Jiangshan should help himself. Wu Jiangshan glanced at the selection. "Red Pagoda Mountain, please." 5 yuan, the boss responded, his gaze still fixed on the skates. This price was approximately 50 cents more than outside. Wu Jiangshan took a pack of Red Pagoda Mountain cigarettes from the shelf, noticing a box of matches on the counter. He pulled out a match and lit one, then retrieved 3 yuan and 50 cents from his pocket. Walking over to the proprietor and pulling up a small stool to sit. "Here you go." The boss took the money and nonchalantly stuffed it into his pocket. Returning to his work, as Wu Jiangshan observed, the roller skates were comprised of simple bearings and 4 basic plastic wheels, prone to frequent breakdowns. "Boss, how much is it to rent these skates?" he inquired. 2 yuan per hour for these. If you want the inline skates, it's 3 yuan. "And those?" Wu Jiangshan pointed to a type that required being strapped onto shoes. The boss glanced up briefly. "Those are 3 yuan for unlimited use." Wu Jiangshan nodded. Having no intention of skating, disposable sock covers were non-existent at this time, and the odor of shared skates was unbearable. "Hey, could I get a cigarette?" A girl who appeared to be around 17 approached Wu Jiangshan, having noticed him purchasing cigarettes. He handed her the entire box. She smiled, took one out, and then snatched the cigarette from his lips to light it. As she lit her cigarette, Wu Jiangshan took in her features: slightly tanned skin, curly hair, and blue eyeshadow. "Are you from out of town?" she asked. Wu Jiangshan chuckled. "How did you know?" She pointed at his cloth shoes. "I haven't seen those in years." "Who wears those in the provincial capital nowadays?" Wu Jiangshan smiled but remained silent. Those shoes were crafted stitch by his grandmother, a rarity indeed. "Hey, are those jeans new?" she asked, playfully tugging at the denim on his lap. Wu Jiangshan shook his head. "I can't afford them. They belong to a friend. I'm just borrowing them." Upon hearing this, her expression dimmed slightly. "Want to skate for a bit? If you don't know how, I can teach you." Although Wu Jiangshan appeared somewhat impoverished, his tall stature and spirited demeanor, coupled with a hint of mischief in his eyes, attracted the attention of these bold girls. "No thanks. I'm just going to sit for a while and then leave." Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, the girl lost interest. Just as another young man in jeans called for her from outside, prompting her to turn and depart, Wu Jiangshan was not dismissive of girls with such boldness. He merely found her appearance unremarkable. After all, he had already set his sights on Zhang Danna, and the average girl hardly captivated him. Bending down, he picked up a skate that the boss had just repaired, inspecting it closely. "Boss, these skates seem quite prone to damage, don't they? They break easily, but they're also easy to fix." The boss appeared not to be one for idle chatter and seemed indifferent to the state of his business, focusing intently on his work. "What level of damage renders them unusable?" The boss chuckled. "As long as the parts are intact, they can be worn." "Are new ones expensive?" The boss glanced at him. "Are you looking to start a business?" "Huh, I could hardly afford that. If you have any broken skates, I'd like to collect a few pairs to take back to the countryside." The boss finished repairing another skate, wiping his hands on a grimy rag. Wu Jiangshan offered him a cigarette, and after accepting it and lighting up, the boss finally scrutinized Wu Jiangshan more closely. "Over there in that burlap sack. Feel free to rummage through. If you find anything usable, take your pick." Following the boss's direction, Wu Jiangshan noticed a filthy burlap sack beneath the counter where the skates were stored. It contained skates that were not worth the trouble of replacing parts. Undeterred, he approached and began sifting through the sack, discovering not only broken bearings but also missing wheels. Some skates were so damaged that even a junk collector would disdain them. He emptied the sack onto the floor and sifted through the contents, ultimately finding nearly 20 pairs, though many were incomplete. Squatting down, he examined each one, tossing back those that were beyond repair, until only 2 rusty skate bottoms remained, which he decided to discard as well. "I'll take this bag for 10 yuan. Boss, this sack is only fit for the scrap yard. It wouldn't fetch 5 yuan, and you still have to deal with it. Can you give me a better price?" The boss had initially intended to save it for the junkyard, realizing it wouldn't yield much profit. "I'm too lazy to deal with it. Otherwise, I could at least cobble together 2 or 3 pairs that could be skated on. How about this? You give me 6 yuan. Wu Jiangshan contemplated for a moment, not haggling further, and handed the boss 6 yuan. "Do you have a phone number? If you come across any old roller skates, keep me in mind." "Sure. Selling to Wu Jiangshan was far more profitable than to the junkyard. The boss found a piece of paper and wrote down his phone number for him. Chapter 50. The tomboy having lingered at the skating rink a tad too long. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening when Wu Jiangshan emerged. Dragging a tattered burlap sack along the street, he resembled a rag picker. As he approached the hospital building, he decided against disturbing his grandfather and father in the inpatient department at such a late hour. Instead, he found a spot in the registration hall of the hospital to sit and endure a few hours. These hours were marred by the oppressive heat, the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, and the occasional clamor from the emergency room, making it nearly impossible to rest. In a daze, he sensed someone near him and suddenly opened his eyes to find an old man rummaging through his burlap sack. The denim pants he had won from Wang Fuguwei were already half pulled out. "Put that down," Wu Jiangshan bellowed, startling the old man, who fell to the ground in fright. "Oh no, you're hitting me." The old man, regaining his senses, began to wail. Not only that, but he also clutched Wu Jiangshan's pant leg. "You're hitting me. Oh, I'm going to die. Someone help." Wu Jiangshan scoffed. "How shameless can you be, old man? Stealing and then playing the victim?" He shoved the jeans back into the sack, preparing to haul the old man away. Just then, a tall girl with short hair emerged from the emergency department and rushed over. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting an old man?" Wu Jiangshan glanced at her. She appeared to be around 20, standing approximately 1.75 meters tall. Dressed in blue jeans and a white shirt, her neat short hair gave her a spirited air. Wu Jiangshan, typically gentle toward beautiful women, found himself irked by this tomboy who had jumped to conclusions. "Which of your eyes saw me hitting him?" he retorted, raising an eyebrow. "You two wouldn't be in cahoots, would you? One here to steal from me, and the other crying thief? I've seen it with my own eyes. You hit this old man. Look at you, tall and strong. How can you lack such basic decency?" The girl, clearly with a temper, assessed Wu Jiangshan's unruly demeanor and compared it to the pitiful old man on the ground, quickly concluding that Wu Jiangshan was in the wrong. Observing his disheveled attire and the foul-smelling sack nearby, she instinctively regarded him as a drifter, having barely settled into sleep when this commotion erupted. Wu Jiangshan felt quite vexed and had no desire to argue with her. The monitoring facilities were not quite sophisticated, and he could only chalk it up to misfortune. "You say I hit him. Ask him how I did it. Besides, I was here sleeping. So why did he come over to me? You're grasping at straws." She shot back. "Hey, I could say you're being unreasonable." Wu Jiangshan waved his hand dismissively. "This is a hospital. If you truly believe I hit him, take him for an examination. If it shows I did, I'll take responsibility. But daring to accuse me when he is lying on the ground. Is he even a man?" Hearing this, Wu Jiangshan took another look at her. The tomboy's long, straight legs were indeed impressive. Yet he found himself lingering his gaze on her upper half. When she noticed his prolonged stare, she blushed deeply and exclaimed, "What a lecherous man you are." Infuriated, the girl stepped forward as if to confront him. At that moment, several nurses, drawn by the commotion, intervened. "This is a hospital. Please maintain some decorum." One of the nurses, spotting the still-seated old man, displayed visible irritation. "Oh, it's you again? At your age, can't you save yourself some embarrassment?" Wu Jiangshan's curiosity piqued. He quickly inquired, "Has he stolen before?" Indeed, last time he was caught stealing and delivered straight to the police station. How bold of him to return. What is it about our hospital that attracts him? The nurse's words made the tomboy realize she had mistakenly accused Wu Jiangshan. She glanced at him, noticing he was staring back at her with an expression of bemusement. The apology that was on the tip of her tongue vanished. "Young man, did you lose anything? Do you need to report this?" The nurse, clearly annoyed with the old man, added, "As if we don't have enough trouble with people like him. Anyone visiting the hospital, who doesn't carry money that could be a lifeline? This old man is quite the scoundrel." Wu Jiangshan nodded in agreement. "Exactly, such a disgrace." The old man, frightened into silence, shrank back in an attempt to flee. Wu Jiangshan, however, found it unnecessary to report him. "Forget it, I caught him in time, and I didn't lose anything. Just almost got wrongfully accused of hitting an old man." He then cast another glance at the tomboy, whose face was now resembling that of someone who had just drunk 2 shots of liquor. "You should leave quickly. If I see you again, I won't hesitate to call the police." The nurses ushered the old man out, and Wu Jiangshan returned to his spot beside the burlap sack, closing his eyes to feign sleep. The tomboy had intended to apologize, but upon seeing his demeanor, found it infuriating. After all, she had acted with good intentions, unaware that the old man was a thief. A few minutes later, Wu Jiangshan opened his eyes to find the tomboy had quietly slipped away. He assumed it was merely a trivial incident and that he would never encounter her again. However, to his surprise, when dawn broke and he made his way to the inpatient building, he found her in his grandfather's hospital room. Clearly taken aback, she stood there awkwardly, holding a thermos. Wu Jiangshan ignored her and dragged his burlap sack inside. "Grandpa, did you sleep well last night?" His grandfather, accustomed to rising early, stood by the window looking outside. Upon hearing Wu Jiangshan's voice, he turned with a smile. "Yes, where did you sleep last night?" Noticing the burlap sack in Wu Jiangshan's hands, he exclaimed, "Ah, my dear grandson, what are you carrying?" Wu Xiaonang, who had just returned with hot water, was equally curious. "Ah, nothing much, just some odds and ends I collected. I thought I might fix them up and play with them later." Wu Jiangshan hesitated to reveal the contents, which included a pile of foul-smelling shoes and a pair of dirty pants. Glancing around, he shoved the sack beneath the bed. "Are you hungry, Dad, Grandpa? I'll wash my face and go get some food." "We're not hungry, but if you are, hurry and buy something to eat. Get whatever you like. Your father and I are not picky." Wu Jiangshan chuckled. "That one tea do. You are the priority." As he conversed, he took a towel to wash his face. Glancing at the new occupant in the room, a dignified-looking old man, neatly combed hair, sitting by the bed reading a newspaper. Chapter 51. Every family has its own difficulties. Is this your grandson, big brother? After Wu Jiangshan stepped out, the elderly gentleman in the opposite bed inquired of his grandfather. "Yes, my eldest grandson," he chuckled. The young man was tall and robust, exuding vitality. Compliments directed towards Wu Jiangshan brought joy to his grandfather. Though he recognized such remarks were merely polite expressions, he simply smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning from washing his face, Wu Jiangshan retrieved a lunchbox to fetch some food. Observing this, the false young man asked his grandfather if he felt hungry. "I'm not hungry. Sister Lu will bring the food over shortly. You should head back to avoid missing class," the elder replied. "How can I leave you alone?" Wu Jiangshan insisted. The older man shook his head, declining further discussion, and resumed reading his newspaper. Swiftly, Wu Jiangshan filled 2 lunchboxes with millet porridge, 3 eggs for large steamed buns, and a box of pickled vegetables. On his return, he noticed the false young man was engrossed in a book, unsure if he was genuinely reading or merely pretending. He nodded towards the elder across the bed, extending a polite invitation. "Old sir, would you care for some food? I've prepared quite a bit." The elder was somewhat taken aback but managed to smile. "Thank you, but my family will be bringing food soon." Wu Jiangshan said nothing further, adjusting the bedside table before sharing breakfast with his grandfather and father. "Where did you sleep last night?" Wu Xiaonang expressed concern for his son. Having had a restless night himself, "I found a small inn near the hospital. It was only a few yuan for the night, quite economical," Wu Jiangshan replied. Hearing this, Wu Xiaonang felt reassured and refrained from further inquiries. Cui Jun sat by the empty bed opposite, listening intently to the conversation between father and son. She cast a surprised glance at Wu Jiangshan, pondering why he would deceive his family when he had clearly slept in the main hall. Noting the worn yet clean attire of both him and his father, she surmised their family must be struggling. Recalling her initial impression of him as a vagrant, she felt a twinge of discomfort. However, her pride prevented her from extending an apology, thus she feigned focus on her book while grappling with her inner turmoil. "After we finish eating, I will seek out the doctor. I have some examinations to undergo today," Wu Jiangshan stated, wholly absorbed in his meal, oblivious to the false young man's presence. Upon hearing this, his grandfather set down his chopsticks. "When can we return home?" "What's the matter, Grandpa? Are you homesick? Missing Grandma?" Wu Jiangshan teased with a mischievous grin. "You mischievous child, don't be so cheeky," Wu Xiaonang reprimanded, causing Wu Jiangshan to comply, lowering his head to devour his steamed buns. He had been hungry since the previous night, patiently waiting until dawn for this meal. Noticing this, the grandfather offered Wu Jiangshan a boiled egg. "How much does it cost to stay here for a day? Besides, we are unaware of how your uncles are managing the farm." "Grandpa, we aren't short on money. You needn't worry. My uncles have farmed all their lives. What is there to fret about?" Sighing, the elder replied, "A day without working the fields feels utterly uncomfortable." Wu Jiangshan laughed heartily. "Then you must cooperate with the doctor. If you do well, we can return home sooner." After the Wu family finished breakfast, a middle-aged woman in her 40s arrived to bring breakfast for the elderly gentleman in the opposite bed. Upon seeing her, Wu Jiangshan noticed she had brought a small table laden with eggs and vegetables, and most enticing of all, milk and bread, 2 items unavailable in Hushan town. "Are you full? If not, please help yourself," he offered, reciprocating the earlier kindness. "I'm satisfied, thank you. Please enjoy your meal," the elder responded. After placing the lunchbox down, Wu Jiangshan ventured out to find the doctor. Upon returning half an hour later to escort his grandfather for a checkup, he discovered that the false young man had already departed. After completing the examination around 1 in the afternoon, the elder had eaten and taken his herbal medicine before settling down for a nap. Wu Xiaodong wished to explore the vicinity, leaving Wu Jiangshan to keep watch over his grandfather. Having had little sleep the previous night, Wu Jiangshan's eyelids grew heavy, and just as he began to doze off, new visitors entered the ward. A man in military uniform accompanied a lavishly dressed woman, both appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, likely a couple, and of a similar age to Wu Xiaodong. They entered with numerous gifts, calling out Dad in unison. Cui Leoi, reclining against the headboard with a newspaper, lifted his gaze but said nothing. Dad, why didn't you inform us about your hospitalization? If it weren't for Sister Lu's call, Xiaoi and I would still be unaware. The woman lamented. Would it have made a difference? Would you have had time to accompany this old man? He retorted. The woman pursed her lips, falling silent, while the man, seemingly Cui Leoi's son, appeared resigned to the situation. Dad, please try to understand us, he implored. Cui Leoi waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Xiaojun understands. What does an old man like me need to comprehend? Dad, how can you stay in such a room? I'll speak to the director about transferring you to a private room, the woman insisted, surveying the ward. Upon noticing Wu Jiangshan and his family, she refrained from further comment, though her gaze was less than warm. Cui Leoi scoffed. As a commoner, where else would I stay? Spare me the bourgeois nonsense. Dad, why do you say such things? Xiaoi is genuinely concerned for you, the woman implored. Enough, enough. If you're truly concerned, just leave me in peace, Cui Leoi declared, resuming his reading and ignoring the pair. The woman appeared quite embarrassed, while her brother's face bore a hint of tension. After a long pause, he sighed. Dad, I must leave the provincial capital soon for a mission. If anything arises, you can reach out to Xiaoi. She will look after you. No need. Xiaojun can keep me company, Cui Leoi replied. At this, the man conceded defeat, and after standing for a moment, he led the woman away. Once they departed, Cui Leoi set aside his newspaper, staring at the door for an extended period. Wu Jiangshan had been feigning sleep, yet he was keenly listening. He had long sensed that Cui Leoi was not an ordinary person, and judging by the couple's attire, their family must be quite distinguished. However, regardless of their impressive background, it seemed they were entangled in their own troubles. Every family has its own burdens to bear. After yawning, Wu Jiangshan finally succumbed to slumber. He awoke only when Wu Xiaodong returned, finding it was already past 4 in the afternoon. His grandfather had risen at some point and was now engaged in a game of chess with Cui Leoi. Rubbing his face, Wu Jiangshan inquired about his father's day, who informed him that his blood pressure had been checked in the afternoon and was quite normal. This prompted Wu Jiangshan to grab a banana, munching on it as he approached the chess match. After observing for a while, he noted that Cui Leoi played remarkably well, matching his grandfather's skills evenly. They continued their game until after 5 o'clock, when a nurse entered to administer an 4-drip to Cui Leoi, signaling the end of their match. Cui Leoi suffered from a heart condition more severe than Wu Jiangshan's grandfather's, compounded by diabetes. In these times, diabetes was not commonplace, often referred to as a disease of the affluent, yet Wu Jiangshan understood it could be quite tormenting. While Wu Xiaodong and Wu Jiangshan remained by his grandfather's side, ensuring someone was always present, no one visited Cui Leoi throughout the afternoon. Upon inquiring, they discovered that the woman who had brought food was a caregiver, as Cui Leoi needed to adhere to a strict diet and had returned home to prepare his meals. His granddaughter, Cui Jun, the false young man, was preoccupied with her upcoming college entrance examinations and would arrive only after school. As for his son and daughter-in-law, neither Wu Jiangshan nor Wu Xiaodong had seen them, and Cui Leoi did not mention them either. Chapter 52, Another Outfit One After Dinner. Wu Jiangshan was preparing to leave again. He had arranged to play billiards with a chubby fellow named Wang Fugue. He had won money from the chubby guy yesterday and even took his pants, which made him feel rather embarrassed. Teaching him a few skills didn't seem like a bad idea. Billiards requires finesse, and while the chubby guy had talent, his technique was self-taught, leading to inconsistency in his play. I see the streets of the provincial capital are bustling with cars. Be careful tonight. Go straight to the hotel and rest, Wu Xiaodong advised as he walked with Wu Jiangshan to the hospital's entrance. He then whispered, "The doctor said your grandfather is really okay, right?" Wu Jiangshan shook his head. "Dad, Grandpa's heart condition isn't severe enough to warrant surgery, and at his age, surgery isn't advisable. He mainly needs to avoid overexertion and stress, and he should be fine." Are we staying here for a few more days then? Wu Jiangshan pondered. Tomorrow I'll ask the doctor. We'll follow their advice. Wu Shouting nodded, relieved that his father was all right. After the examination, they could finally feel at ease. Wu Jiangshan shared the same sentiment since his rebirth. His grandfather's health had loomed over him like a ticking time bomb. Now that all the tests were completed, he realized that before his rebirth, his grandfather's heart condition had indeed been exacerbated by his own anger, leading to the unfortunate circumstances that followed. Upon finishing their conversation, Wu Jiangshan stepped outside and unexpectedly encountered Cui Jun, who was returning from school. Neither said a word, passing each other by as if they were unaware of one another's presence. Cui Jun felt a pang of injustice. She thought Wu Jiangshan, being a grown man, was being rather petty. Entering the hospital room, she overheard her grandfather chatting with another elder, realizing Wu Jiangshan was headed to the hotel again. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she contemplated seeking him out later in the lobby to help him secure a room as a way of apologizing. Meanwhile, Wu Jiangshan, having exited the hospital, was no longer concerned about the misunderstanding with the girl. In this moment, he appreciated the warmth of such genuine people. In a few decades, even if he were to physically confront that old man, no one would dare to intervene. Thus, despite the chubby guy's reckless nature, he embodied the innocence and kindness of this era. As he walked towards the cinema, he spotted the eager chubby fellow waiting outside the youth store, accompanied by several friends to showcase his billiards prowess. Upon seeing Wu Jiangshan, Wang Fugue excitedly introduced him. Look, this is the master who won my pants last night. Wu Jiangshan chuckled at the sight of him. Today, the chubby guy wore plain black pants and that same floral shirt, seemingly with only one pair of jeans to his name. Wang Fugue, are you joking with us? Remarked a tall, slender man sporting a black electronic watch, eyeing Wu Jiangshan with disdain. Him? A master? Am I lying? Wang Fugue retorted, visibly annoyed. Guo Xiangqian, if you don't believe me, how about a few rounds with him? Wu Jiangshan remained silent, observing the exchange. He had come to appreciate Wang Fugue's character, someone who could take a loss with grace and had a good spirit, which appealed to him. However, if he could win something more, he was certainly open to the idea. Do you think I'm as useless as you? Guo Xiangqian, with his long hair cascading over his shoulders, tossed his head defiantly, pointing at the billiards table. Let us wager something. Sure, but if the stakes are too low, I'm not interested. I have other plans tonight, Wu Jiangshan replied with a playful smirk. What are you thinking of wagering? Guo Xiangqian challenged, noticing Wu Jiangshan's gaze linger on their pants. In the provincial capital, denim was all the rage, a staple for young people. But purchasing a pair wasn't too cheap. What could be more valuable than pants? Feeling the intensity of Wu Jiangshan's gaze, Guo Xiangqian and his similarly styled companions suddenly felt a chill, as if they were stripped bare. I'll play 3 games, and each game is a set of clothes, Wu Jiangshan declared. A set? Guo Xiangqian raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Wu Jiangshan grinned, his expression mischievous. What? Afraid? At 20-something, who wouldn't have a bit of youthful passion? Guo Xiangqian, fired up by the challenge, strode confidently to the table. Let us go. Wu Jiangshan laughed as he approached, drawing a crowd of spectators eager for the spectacle. After choosing his cue, Guo Xiangqian, now a bit more cautious, recalled how often he lost to Wang Fugue. Given how badly Wang Fugue had fared last night, this tall fellow should be on par, if not better. Oh? Having second thoughts? Wu Jiangshan teased, his expression a challenge. Who said I was backing down? You can ask around. Guo Xiangqian always keeps his word, he boasted, thumping his chest. I'm just asking what the loser gives. I'm not interested in your outfit. Wu Jiangshan scratched his head. How about I give you $50 if I lose? 50? That won't even buy me a single pair of pants. No deal. Then I guess that's settled. I don't have more than 50, Wu Jiangshan shrugged. I can match that, Wang Fugue interjected, slapping 500-yuan bills on the table. Guo Xiangqian, how about 100? Your pants have been worn for over a month. Guo Xiangqian, incensed, realized Wang Fugue was deliberately trying to set him against an outsider. Fine, let's do this. He couldn't believe that someone skilled at billiards would emerge from this provincial capital without a chance of winning. Once the stakes were established, Wang Fugue eagerly set up the balls while Wu Jiangshan and Guo Xiangqian decided the order through rock, paper, scissors, with Guo Xiangqian breaking first. With a loud crack, Guo Xiangqian struck the cue ball, sending the other balls scattering, yet none found their way into the pockets. Wu Jiangshan chuckled. Is that all you've got? He wiped the tip of his cue, circled the table, bent down, struck the ball, and cleared the table with finesse. Today, his touch was even better than yesterday. Guo Xiangqian's face turned pale. Was this guy even human? The crowd fell silent, and even the youth store owner stepped out to witness the unfolding drama. Wang Fuguei burst into laughter, clutching his stomach, shaking with mirth. Wu Jiangshan, hurry up and strip. I was brave when calling the shots. But stripping in front of all these people? I don't have the guts like you, Wang Fuguei. Are you cheating? Wu Jiangshan accused, but Wu Jiangshan merely smiled, prompting Wang Fuguei to mock. You think this is an exam? Show me your cheating skills, Wu Jiangshan. Can't handle the heat? Chapter 53. Teaching Wang Fuguei to play ball. Wu Jiangshan's face was a tumultuous canvas of red and white as he absorbed the provocation. He glanced back at his friends, who were still in a state of shock. At that moment, Wu Jiangshan spoke up, suggesting, if you can't bear to lose, then let's disregard this game. It's all right. Everyone occasionally speaks without sincerity. It's not shameful. Cannot bear to lose? Speak without sincerity? Not shameful? Gu cursed inwardly, feeling the heat rise within him. A moment later, laughter erupted from the youth outside the shop, drawing the attention of passers-by from the nearby cinema. A group of curious girls approached, and upon catching sight of the scene, one of them squealed in alarm, covering her face as she fled. Gu, clad only in his shorts, resembled a comically exposed skeleton. Thankfully, a friend lent him a floral shirt to wrap around his waist, while another offered him a tank top to wear, alleviating some of his embarrassment. However, he could no longer remain there. He wanted to leave with a few parting words. Yet, in his current state, he found it impossible to project any semblance of bravado. Amidst Wang Fuguei's raucous laughter, he and his friends retreated in defeat. Among the remaining crowd, none dared to challenge Wu Jiangshan again, for the stakes had become too daunting. Brother, you are truly formidable. Allow me to call you my master, Wang Fuguei exclaimed, his laughter subsiding. Once the merriment quieted, Wang Fuguei approached Wu Jiangshan with a sheepish grin. But I'm only 19. How old are you to call me brother? Wang Fuguei scrutinized Wu Jiangshan, who embodied a mature composure absent in most young people, and his height further led Wang to assume he must be in his 20s. I'm already 25. So I can't call you brother. However, your skills are undeniable. How about I become your disciple? Wu Jiangshan was taken aback. Was this chubby fellow really 25? His youthful round face belied his age, leading Wu to believe they were closer in years. Well, I can't be your master, as I will be leaving soon. Wu Jiangshan replied, folding Wu Jiangshan's clothes and returning Wang Fuguei's 50 yuan. I'll teach you some techniques. With practice, your skills will surely improve. Wang Fuguei's face lit up at the prospect of learning from Wu Jiangshan, but he refused the money. I, Wang Fuguei, am a man of principles. Even if you teach me a little, I must still call you master. He returned the money, stating, Master, consider this my tuition. At that moment, Wang Fuguei forgot that he had seen Wu Jiangshan with money the previous day, and he was now eager to raise the stakes in hopes of winning more. Wu Jiangshan accepted the money without hesitation, ready to impart his expertise to the eager pupil. Those nearby who enjoyed playing began to listen attentively, hoping to learn as well. Yet Wang Fuguei was not pleased. Having become a disciple and paid his dues, he felt others eavesdropping would be taking advantage of him. Master, I have a case at home. Let us go there. Is it far? Not far. I live nearby. The onlookers who frequently played with Wang Fuguei began to jeer at his stinginess, accusing him of being ungrateful. Wang Fuguei paid them no mind. After all, mastering billiards would allow him to return and win their money. He lifted his chin, clutching Wu Jiangshan's belongings, and led him away. Wu Jiangshan found the situation amusing. This chubby lad reminded him of himself, both unwilling to suffer losses. The previous day had merely been a miscalculation on Wu's part, as he had underestimated his own abilities in an attempt to gain an advantage. Wang Fuguei's house, as it turned out, was indeed close to the cinema, just a couple of blocks away. It was an old courtyard home, modest yet with potential for future redevelopment. My place is a bit small, so please don't mind, he said, unlocking the outer gate and pushing open the courtyard door, revealing 2 rooms cluttered with various items, including a billiard table. Do you live here alone? Yes, my parents passed away when I was young, and I was raised by my grandmother, who passed away last year. Wu Jiangshan fell silent upon hearing this, but Wang Fuguei, unabashed, opened the inner door, switched on the light, and invited him inside. The interior was similarly disheveled, with socks, shoes, and dirty clothes strewn about. The kitchen was dusty, yet surprisingly, a green refrigerator stood in the corner. Wang Fuguei retrieved a bottle of soda from the fridge and offered it to Wu Jiangshan, turning on a fan. Master, where are you from? Are you visiting relatives in the provincial city? Just call me Jiangshan. I'm from Hushan town in An County, accompanying my grandfather to the provincial city for medical treatment. Is it the hospital up ahead? Yes. Wu Jiangshan took a sip of soda and approached a wall adorned with framed pictures. One photograph featured a young Wang Fugue dressed in split-crotch pants, cradled by a young couple. The woman bore a resemblance to him, her face similarly round. After examining the photos, Wu Jiangshan noticed a tape recorder on a cabinet and chuckled. "You have quite a collection of appliances." "Hee. I bought all these with the money I won from playing billiards," Wang Fugue replied, leaning closer. "Master, if you teach me to become a skilled player like you, I can win even more money in the future." Wu Jiangshan remained silent, pondering the implications of his teachings and what Wang Fugue might achieve with them. "Shall we begin? Is there a light in the yard?" "Yes." Wang Fugue flicked on the light under the eaves, cleared the debris from the billiard table, and retrieved a bag filled with balls. Wu Jiangshan examined the balls, noting their worn surfaces, and observed that the table's cloth bore signs of damage yet had been patched up. "Where did you acquire this table?" "Are you joking? 1 dozen simply find such things. I bought it from the youth shop owner for 250 yuan. I practice at home when I have free time." Wang Fugue clearly cherished billiards. After setting up the balls, he wiped down the cue with a serious expression. Seeing this, Wu Jiangshan ceased his inquiries and began earnestly teaching Wang Fugue the intricacies of the game. As they delved into the lessons, demonstrating techniques, and allowing Wang to practice, the hours melted away until midnight. Wang Fugue rummaged through his seldom-used kitchen supplies, discovering half a bundle of noodles, which he boiled for the two of them, mixing in soy sauce for flavor. After stretching and yawning, Wu Jiangshan contemplated that he would just sleep in the common room upon returning home, deciding instead to stay the night at Wang Fugue's. Wang had no objections, quickly tidying the bed for Wu while he continued to practice in the yard. In the late hours of the night, Wu Jiangshan awoke to relieve himself, noticing Wang Fugue still awake, scribbling notes on a piece of paper. Peering closer, Wu saw that Wang had drawn various ball shapes, marking the points Wu had taught him earlier. "Fatty, we don't have billiards in Hushan yet. I plan to bring back a couple of tables." Wang Fugue looked up. "This equipment is quite expensive when new. The youth shop owner told me the imported ones go for tens of thousands. I often wager there, bringing him plenty of business, so he sells me at a discount." Wu Jiangshan pulled out a cigarette, offering one to Wang before lighting his own. He was uncertain about the credibility of the youth shop owner's claims. After all, billiard halls, internet cafes, and ice skating rinks only began appearing in Hushan in the 90s, and while new tables would be expensive, the popularity of billiards had since waned, making any purchase a costly endeavor. "Why not sell me yours? I have a few more tricks up my sleeve and will teach you everything I know, ensuring you become invincible in the provincial city, perhaps even the best in the country." Wang Fugue's eyes widened in disbelief. "You truly know how to extort." Chapter 54. Unexpectedly rescuing the tomboy as dawn broke, Wu Jiangshan whistled cheerfully, one hand clutching a set of clothes won the previous day, while the other held a greased paper bag containing 3 warm oil cakes. This delightful breakfast was purchased from a roadside shop during his morning stroll. Although he had intended to buy soy milk, he had forgotten to bring a bowl, so it remained unpurchased. Upon entering the inpatient department and ascending the stairs, he encountered Cui Jun, who was retrieving hot water. He had assumed this tomboy would not engage in conversation with him, yet she unexpectedly stopped him. "Where were you last night?" Her tone was akin to an interrogation, leaving Wu Jiangshan momentarily stunned. "What's wrong? Did my grandfather or father look for me?" He assumed something had transpired with his grandfather, and was about to dash to the ward when Cui Jun grasped his arm. "No, Grandpa Wu is fine." Upon hearing that his grandfather was unharmed, Wu Jiangshan relaxed slightly. "You didn't sleep in the hall last night. Where did you go? Why does it concern you?" Wu Jiangshan replied, bewildered. You are utterly incomprehensible." Cui Jun felt that every conversation with Wu Jiangshan left her exasperated. Last night, she had secretly ventured to the hall with the intention of giving him money to stay at a hotel, but after several fruitless attempts to find him, she regretted her plan to apologize. Seeing Cui Jun standing there, visibly upset, Wu Jiangshan surmised she might be somewhat unhinged. He chose to ignore her and proceeded into the ward. After completing a heart rate monitoring session at noon, everything appeared normal. As he escorted his grandfather back to the ward, he noticed 2 new patients had joined, along with their family members, creating quite a commotion. To escape the noise, Wu Jiangshan took his grandfather for a stroll near the flower bed outside the hospital. Coincidentally, he spotted Lan Jiangwo and Lan Yang also present. "How has your stay been, old sir?" his grandfather inquired with a warm smile, waving his hand. "I've eaten well and slept soundly, though nothing beats the comfort of home. Don't worry, you seem to be in good health. You should be able to leave soon," Wu Jiangshan remarked. How has Xiao Yong fared? Upon hearing his grandfather's inquiry, Lan Zhangwo's smile faltered as he pulled Lan Yong's hospital gown to show his grandfather. Thanks to the ointment provided by Jiangshan, look at him. After just 2 days, he has improved significantly compared to when he was at home. The doctor said he could be discharged in a couple of days. Just continue applying the ointment at home. Jiangshan, I cannot thank you enough, Lan Zhangwo expressed gratefully. Just glad it works, Uncle Lan. No need for formality. Lan Yong and I are good friends, Wu Jiangshan replied, lightly nudging Lan Yong, who nearly toppled over from the impact. Hearing Wu Jiangshan boast about their friendship made Lan Yong feel uncomfortable. Yet he had to admit that the ointment was indeed effective. After sitting downstairs for a while, chatting amiably, they eventually went their separate ways. Hearing that Lan Yong could return home, Wu Jiangshan's grandfather expressed his desire to leave as well, prompting Wu Jiangshan to inquire with the doctor about his discharge. The doctor, understanding their rural background and the challenges they faced, acknowledged that their prior hospitalization had not been strictly necessary. While Wu's grandfather had an enlarged heart chamber due to his age, it did not warrant surgery. The doctor had taken a cautious approach, keen on conducting a thorough examination for the elderly gentleman. After preparing the day's medication, the doctor provided a discharge order for the following day, allowing them to take the remaining medicine home. He emphasized that the old man should avoid excessive exertion, but encouraged light exercise for his health. Wu Jiangshan nodded with a smile, aware his grandfather would be eager to return to the fields. He planned to ask his uncles to keep a closer watch on him. With a weight lifted from his heart, Wu Jiangshan felt considerably more at ease. He collected the prescribed medications before returning to share the good news with his grandfather. Upon hearing that he could return home the next day, his grandfather beamed with joy. However, across the room, Old Man Chui was less pleased. Though he did not wish to remain hospitalized, he enjoyed the lively atmosphere, having developed a rapport with Wu's grandfather in their brief acquaintance. The noisy presence of new patients and their families was far less comforting than the tranquility of the Wu family. After dining with his grandfather and father and waiting for the doctor to complete his rounds, Wu Jiangshan prepared to explore the area once more, hoping to discover something new before their departure. He bid farewell to his grandfather and father, as well as to Old Man Chui, before leaving the hospital. Outside, the night had fallen, yet the provincial city shimmered with vibrant lights, making travel unimpeded. Instead of heading to the cinema, Wu Jiangshan ventured in another direction to see what awaited him there. The rapidly developing provincial city still had many of its future landmark buildings yet to be constructed. Wu Jiangshan wandered aimlessly, navigating beyond the bustling center near the hospital. Upon encountering a vast expanse of aging buildings, he deemed there was likely nothing of interest and turned across the street to explore elsewhere. At that moment, he suddenly heard a shout, "Ah!" followed by a flurry of commotion, as if the latter part of the cry had been muffled. Turning his head, Wu Jiangshan saw no one. But a patch of greenery less than 2 meters away caught his attention. Beyond it lay a dark area where visibility was obscured. The sounds emanated from that direction, and as he approached, he discerned that it appeared to be a small park devoid of lighting, shrouded in shadows with numerous trees and flower beds. Behind a cluster of trees, something stirred, accompanied by muffled cries for help. Wu Jiangshan thought, could it be that he had stumbled upon an illicit encounter? He shrugged and was about to turn away, wishing to avoid witnessing anything unpleasant. Just as he pivoted, a man's anguished cry emerged from the thicket, followed by a woman's voice, "Help me." Instinctively, Wu Jiangshan dashed forward, recognizing the voice belonged to a familiar figure. As he reached the edge of the thicket, a tall figure burst forth, colliding with him in a tumble. Even in the dim light, Wu Jiangshan recognized it was Cui Jun, the tomboy. She had been thrust out by someone, crashing into Wu Jiangshan, and together they fell in a heap. The assailant, seizing the opportunity, attempted to flee from the opposite side. Without pausing to inquire about what had transpired, Wu Jiangshan swiftly pushed Cui Jun aside and pursued the culprit. After several dozen meters, he finally caught up and forcefully restrained the individual, pinning him to the ground. The man writhed in pain as Wu Jiangshan twisted his arm, and glancing back, he saw Cui Jun limping out of the park. What happened? Wu Jiangshan panted, his tone sharp. His actions had been purely instinctive, a reflexive response where his body reacted faster than his mind could process. Cui Jun, with red-rimmed eyes and trembling, revealed that she had intended to visit the hospital when someone had dragged her into the park. Having trained in boxing with her grandfather and undergone military training with her father, she had always believed herself capable of handling multiple attackers. Yet today, she learned the harsh reality of being caught off guard and having no means of resistance. Still shaken, Cui Jun looked at Wu Jiangshan. Her emotions tangled as she realized he was her rescuer. She opened her mouth to explain, but instead, tears streamed down her cheeks. Chapter 55. The successor of the new era. Wu Jiangshan exclaimed with utter disdain. Could you perhaps cease your weeping for a moment? What precisely is the matter with this individual? What course of action should we undertake now? Shall we deliver him to the police station? Cui Yun nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, sobbing as she uttered, he was behaving indecently. Wu Jiangshan, upon hearing this, promptly scrutinized Cui Yun. Aside from her light-colored garments being somewhat soiled and her trousers covered in mud, she appeared to be in relatively good condition. Her clothing was intact, and her trousers had not been forcibly removed. You possess a rather audacious spirit, Wu Jiangshan exclaimed, forcefully striking the head of the man he was restraining. The man, his face buried in the ground, merely emitted inarticulate cries. His age was indiscernible, though his physique was rather slender. Wu Jiangshan mused that it was fortunate that the man was of slight build. What if he had possessed a physique like his own? No. He had no interest in such tomboys. It was fortunate that this tomboy was tall, requiring some effort to restrain her. Otherwise, she might have been violated. The area was shrouded in darkness, and no one frequented the park at night. Had he not been unfamiliar with the surroundings, he would not have ventured there himself. You are indeed fortunate, young lady, to have encountered me. Wu Jiangshan hauled the man to his feet, twisting one of his arms behind his back. Enough with the tears. We shall escort this scoundrel to the police station. Direct me as to the location of the police station. Cui Yun hastily wiped away her tears and pointed across the road, her voice still tinged with nasal congestion. It is across the way. Wu Jiangshan pressed the man forward. Casting a glance at him, he appeared to be in his 30s, sporting a shaved head reminiscent of a convict. He twisted the man's arm forcefully, eliciting a series of wails. He neither pleaded for mercy nor uttered any other words, being shoved and dragged along by Wu Jiangshan in a staggering manner. Having crossed the road, the police station was just around the corner. The man began to shout incoherently. Wu Jiangshan sensed that something was amiss. He craned his neck to examine the man's face, only to find him continuing to shout nonsensically. Mute? Wu Jiangshan mouthed the word, and the man nodded vigorously, wearing a pitiful expression as he continued to utter monosyllabic sounds. So what if you're mute? Does that give you the right to behave indecently? I shall deliver you to the police station today, Cui Yun exclaimed, kicking him in the leg. She had regained her composure at this point. With Wu Jiangshan by her side, she felt secure, her fear dispelled by anger. She proceeded to rain blows upon the man. The man cried out as he was struck, attempting to hide behind Wu Jiangshan. Wu Jiangshan restrained him, preventing him from moving, and said to Cui Yun with impatience, Enough. You lacked this vigor earlier. We are nearly at our destination. Let the authorities handle it. Cui Yun ceased her assault and stood aside, a look of aggrieved resignation on her face. Wu Jiangshan tugged at the mute man, who suddenly lunged forward with considerable force, breaking free from Wu Jiangshan's grasp and darting away. Wu Jiangshan cursed and gave chase, quickly apprehending him once more. However, as he grasped the man's clothing, the mute man twisted his body and lashed out with his hand. Wu Jiangshan felt a sudden chill in his right arm, where he had been holding the man's clothing. Alarmed, he kicked out with his leg, sending the mute man sprawling to the ground. He pinned the man down with one foot while kicking at his hand with the other. With a resounding clang, a small knife was sent skittering a few meters away. Wu Jiangshan then lowered his gaze to examine his arm, where a deep gash, nearly 2 inches in length, had been inflicted. Damn you! Wu Jiangshan roared, unleashing a torrent of blows upon the mute man, who screamed in agony. Cui Yun was terrified. She had never imagined that the man possessed a knife. She rushed over and saw blood streaming from Wu Jiangshan's arm, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Wu Jiangshan landed a punch on the man's head before dragging him towards the police station like a lifeless dog. After a few steps, he turned back to see Cui Yun standing dumbfounded, staring at the bloodstains on the ground. Move, damn it. Pick up the knife and take it with you. It is evidence. Cui Yun shuddered and hurried to catch up, gingerly picking up the knife with a white handkerchief. The blood on the knife stained the handkerchief, appearing stark even in the darkness. Cui Yun gazed at the figure ahead, her heart filled with a mixture of emotions. Upon arriving at the police station, the officers on duty immediately stood up in alarm upon seeing Wu Jiangshan enter, covered in blood and dragging a man along. Cui Yun forced herself to remain calm and took the initiative to explain the situation clearly, handing over the knife as well. The officers, upon hearing her account, promptly restrained the mute man. Finding him unconscious, they handcuffed him to the back of a chair. They retrieved a first aid kit to stop Wu Jiangshan's bleeding. but the gash was rather long and required stitches. One officer remained to watch over the mute man and take Cui Yun's statement, while another suggested accompanying Wu Jiangshan to the hospital to have the wound stitched. Wu Jiangshan was frustrated and on the verge of losing his temper. He was due to depart the following day, and now this had happened. His grandfather would be worried if he found out. He glanced at Cui Yun, cursing his misfortune for getting involved. Seeing Wu Jiangshan's departing gaze, Cui Yun burst into tears once more. She had not wished to encounter a pervert either. At the hospital, Wu Jiangshan did not wish to disturb his grandfather and father, so he went to the emergency room with the officer and received 10 stitches. When the doctor did not prepare to administer an injection, he insisted on receiving a tetanus shot. Who knew if the mute man's knife was clean? He would be mortified if he were to die from such a trivial matter. After receiving the stitches, Wu Jiangshan returned to the police station with the officer. Cui Yun had already completed her statement and stood up hastily upon seeing Wu Jiangshan's return. She wished to express her gratitude or say something else, but with the officers present, she could not find an opportunity. The officers questioned Wu Jiangshan about the incident once more, and he recounted the events truthfully. During the time he had been away receiving stitches, the mute man had regained consciousness. There was no need for him to say anything, as one of the officers recognized him as a recently released convict. This latest offense would result in a severe sentence. Comrade Wu Jiangshan, your act of valor will be reported after verification. You may be commended for your actions. Wu Jiangshan was taken aback. Oh, an act of valor? I had not considered that. Indeed, as a successor of the new era following the reform and opening up, it is my duty. Oh, a successor of the new era? That is an interesting way to put it. The officer noted the phrase in his report. After completing the statement, the officers allowed Wu Jiangshan and Cui Yun to leave, taking down their contact information. However, Wu Jiangshan was not from the provincial capital and did not have a telephone at home. As he was returning home the following day, he provided the telephone number of the village brigade. Cui Yun secretly memorized the number and address that Wu Jiangshan had provided. As they exited the police station, a black Santana pulled up. The elegant woman who had visited Elder Cui with the man in military uniform hurried out of the car. Your mother has arrived, Wu Jiangshan remarked, causing Cui Yun to display a hint of embarrassment. Shawan, are you all right? The woman rushed to Cui Yun's side, examining her from head to toe. Seeing that Cui Yun was unharmed, she appeared relieved. It is fortunate that you are safe. Your father instructed me to care for you and your grandfather. What would I say to your father if something were to happen to you? I am fine. Cui Yun subtly moved closer to Wu Jiangshan. Wu Jiangshan saved me. The woman then noticed Wu Jiangshan, who was dirty and had his arm bandaged, with bloodstains on his clothing. She offered a polite yet distant smile. Thank you very much. Chapter 56. Apologies and Gratitude. Wu Jiangshan found the interaction between Cui Jun and her mother rather peculiar, and the woman's gaze was unsettling. It's nothing, it's only natural, she replied. After saying this, Wu Jiangshan glanced at Cui Jun and said, since your family has come to pick you up, I shall take my leave. Hey. Cui Jun abruptly grabbed Wu Jiangshan's arm. Where are you going at this late hour? If you head back to the hospital, old master will surely be worried sick. Wu Jiangshan looked at her disheveled appearance and felt a pang of anxiety. Perhaps she could stay overnight at Wang Fugui's place and borrow some clothes? How about you come to my house first? We can go to the hospital together in the morning. Little June, that's not appropriate, the woman interjected hastily, pulling Cui Jun aside to whisper, do you even know him? Even if you do, you can't bring someone like him home. Though the woman attempted to lower her voice, Wu Jiangshan was close enough to hear everything clearly. Shaoyi, I'm taking him to my grandfather's house, not yours. Besides, my grandfather knows him and will approve. Little June. That's not what I meant. You were startled tonight. It's best you come back with me. I can have the nanny prepare some soup to calm your nerves. That's unnecessary. Lu Sa is home. Cui Jun understood the implications of the woman's earlier words. She regarded Wu Jiangshan with disdain, fearing he would tarnish her affluent household. Consequently, she turned coldly, removing the woman's hand from her arm. She then walked directly to Wu Jiangshan. Let us go. Wu Jiangshan cast a glance at the affluent woman before following Cui Jun. Shaoyi stood there for a while, watching as Cui Jun pulled Wu Jiangshan to hail a taxi, her smile fading. Inside the taxi, Wu Jiangshan observed the despondent Cui Jun. Isn't that your mother? How intriguing. Could she be the mistress? Yet, it seems unlikely she would dare to meet old Master Cui. So she must be the stepmother. Cui Jun shook her head, saying nothing. If you're trying to provoke her, there's no need. I have somewhere to go. Cui Jun shot Wu Jiangshan a glance. Can I repay you instead? Sure. Just remember to reimburse me for my medical expenses, Wu Jiangshan replied, raising his injured arm. Humph. Here you go. Cui Jun, exasperated, pulled out a small pink wallet and tossed it at Wu Jiangshan. Is that enough? Wu Jiangshan opened the wallet and rummaged through it, finding about 100 yuan inside. He tucked the wallet into his pocket. Close enough. I won tea quibble over a little less, considering your grandfather. You. Cui Jun turned her face away, thinking him a rogue. Despite having helped her, he insisted on this irritating demeanor. The taxi arrived at a gated community guarded by soldiers in green uniforms, and the driver refused entry. Cui Jun stepped out with Wu Jiangshan, the two exchanging glances. The driver, growing impatient, called out, "Who's paying?" Cui Jun patted her pockets, realizing Wu Jiangshan had taken the wallet, leaving her without funds. Yet, seeing his nonchalant expression as he feigned interest in the gate's plaque, she reluctantly said, "You pay the fare first, and I'll reimburse you later. Had you said so earlier?" Wu Jiangshan replied, producing the pink wallet and extracting some change to settle the fare. The guard at the entrance recognized Cui Jun and let them through, and she led Wu Jiangshan inside. They reached a two-story red brick house and rang the doorbell. Soon, Lu Sa, who had delivered meals to old Master Cui earlier that day, opened the door, surprised to see Cui Jun had not gone to the hospital. Her astonishment deepened upon noticing Wu Jiangshan behind her. "Oh dear, what happened to you both?" Lu Sa ushered them inside, her eyes widening at the sight of Cui Jun, covered in dirt, and Wu Jiangshan, stained with blood. "On my way to the hospital after school, I encountered some thugs. Wu Jiangshan saved me but got injured. Oh my, how dreadful. Xiao Wu, please come in and sit down. Have you treated your wounds?" Lu Sa's expression shifted from gratitude to concern upon learning Wu Jiangshan had rescued Cui Jun. Displaying more sincerity than that woman, Xiao Yi. "We went to the hospital for stitches. I'm fine, Lu Sa. Sorry for the trouble." "Don't say that. The old master will be immensely grateful when he hears this. Please, sit down. I'll brew some calming tea." Lu Sa headed to the kitchen, and Cui Jun urged Wu Jiangshan to take a seat before quickly following Lu Sa. "Lu Sa, let me prepare it. You should visit the hospital to check on Grandpa." "I didn't go tonight. I didn't want him to worry." "Right. The old master should know. But please, don't tell him what happened. Just say I had evening classes and couldn't tea make it." Cui Jun glanced out the window. "Also, don't mention it to Grandpa Wu in the same ward. They have weak hearts, and I wouldn't want to frighten them." "Absolutely. Little Jun, you think of everything. I'll head out now and stay with him tonight." "But you, Lu Sa, this is a military family compound. What is there to fear? Besides, he just saved me." Lu Sa chuckled sheepishly. "I was overthinking it. I'll tidy up and head to the hospital. You should rest well. You have school tomorrow." Cui Jun nodded. "In the morning, I'll go to the hospital with Wu Jiangshan and bring breakfast." While Cui Jun spoke with Lu Sa in the kitchen, Wu Jiangshan surveyed old Master Cui's residence. The living room was not extravagantly decorated. The red brick walls and solid wood furniture exuded a modest elegance. Yet Wu Jiangshan knew that the value of the furnishings alone could purchase an entire apartment. On the front wall of the living room hung portraits of heroic figures. In one corner stood an antique bronze phonograph. As Wu Jiangshan continued to explore, Lu Sa, now dressed for her outing, greeted him before hurrying away. Cui Jun soon emerged, carrying 2 cups. "You've been injured, so isn't advisable. I warmed some milk for you. Drink this first, and I'll find you some clothes shortly." Wu Jiangshan nodded, settling onto the sofa. He took a few sips of the milk, which was sweetened with sugar. Cui Jun went upstairs, returning shortly with a stack of clothes. "These are my grandfather's. Make do with them for now." "All right, where will I sleep tonight?" "We have a guest room. After you finish your milk, I'll show you." Wu Jiangshan remained silent, focused on the milk. This was something he had not enjoyed before his rebirth, yet after returning, he found it hard to obtain. "Is milk accessible for ordinary people here?" he inquired. "Yes, the provincial capital has dedicated dairy factories, and there are deliveries every day." Wu Jiangshan finished the milk, smacking his lips. "Indeed, this is a big city. It's wonderful. Back home, even finding some milk candy is difficult." Cui Jun felt a pang of discomfort as she observed Wu Jiangshan's injured arm. Biting her lip, she said, "Wu Jiangshan, I'm sorry." "Huh?" Wu Jiangshan chuckled. "Shouldn't you be thanking me instead?" Cui Jun lowered her gaze. "I apologize for wronging you that night, and thank you for saving me today." Chapter 57 Artisan. With a chuckle, Wu Jiangshan remarked on the peculiar nature of the girl before him. "No need for formalities. Just nudge them for the commendation a bit more. A mere certificate won't suffice. A financial reward would be preferable." "You truly have a penchant for money," Cui Jun mused. Unable to comprehend Wu Jiangshan's perspective, finding it rather vulgar to exchange such a significant favor for monetary gain. Ah, your words reveal the ignorance of a sheltered young lady. Who among the impoverished does not cherish wealth? Wu Jiangshan stood up, attempting to stretch, but the pain in his arm caused him to frown. All right, where's the room? I'm exhausted and need rest. Cui Jun wished to engage him further, but seeing his demeanor, she relented and led him to the guest room adjacent to Lu Sa's quarters. Although it was a guest room, it was a significant upgrade from the 15 yuan lodgings Wu Jiangshan had previously experienced, complete with a private bathroom for bathing. Is that usable? Wu Jiangshan pointed at the bathtub in the bathroom. It is, but you can't let that arm touch water, can you? If I can't wet my arm, then I simply won't wash it, he replied. Very well, I'll run the water for you. Cui Jun entered the bathroom, cleaned the tub, and filled it with warm water at an appropriate temperature. Watching Wu Jiangshan, she expressed concern. Are you sure you can manage? What if I can't? Can you bathe me? He retorted while unbuttoning his shirt and stepping into the tub. Ugh, you rogue. Cui Jun huffed and hurriedly exited, closing the door behind her. As Wu Jiangshan sank into the bathtub, he sighed in comfort, leaving his injured arm resting outside. He contemplated his future. Such leisurely days were coveted by all. Yet achieving a life where one could soak in a bathtub and enjoy warm milk required relentless effort. The Cui family, residing in a military compound of this caliber, hinted at the complexity of Cui Laozu's status. Though he had inadvertently rescued Cui Jun today, which left her family indebted to him, Wu Jiangshan had no intention of immediately demanding anything. He was not so cunning and understood the value of a favor cannot be cheaply bartered. He lingered in the bath until the water had turned cold, reluctantly rising. Grabbing a towel, he dried off, donned the clothes Cui Jun had procured for him. Though the trousers were decidedly too short, he rolled up his dirty garments, intending to wash them at home later. Collapsing onto the bed, he soon succumbed to sleep. His head heavy, perhaps from the blood loss. Cui Jun, meanwhile, paced outside the guest room, estimating the time he spent bathing. Hearing no commotion, she finally felt at ease and ascended the stairs. After showering and changing into clean attire, she lay in bed but found sleep elusive. She had always believed herself equal to any boy, striving to excel in school and beyond, but tonight's unexpected ordeal had unveiled her vulnerability. The terror she felt when dragged into the park loomed large in her mind. Had she been truly assaulted, her grandfather would have been the first to suffer the consequences. Contemplating her family, tears flowed silently, surpassing the total of the past few years. The more she reflected, the greater her gratitude towards Wu Jiangshan grew. Had he not happened upon her, the consequences were too dreadful to imagine. Eventually, weariness claimed her, and she fell asleep. Waking the next morning with eyes swollen like a goldfish. Glancing at the clock on the dresser, she noted it was already 6:30 and hurriedly dressed before heading downstairs. As she approached the first floor, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Lu Sa, are you back? The only one who cooked in the house was Lu Sa, and Cui Jun could think of no one else who would be busy in the kitchen at such an early hour. Hearing her voice, Wu Jiangshan poked his head out from the kitchen, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Is this how you treat your benefactor? The sun is high, and yet you remain in bed, leaving me to fend for myself. Such an ungrateful girl. After uttering his complaint, he returned to the kitchen. Curiosity piqued, Cui Jun followed, only to find him with a cigarette clenched between his lips, expertly flipping eggs with a spatula in his left hand. You still smoke? She asked, raising an eyebrow. What? Did I ever say I don't smoke? He replied, not bothering to look up, realizing she had overstepped. Cui Jun watched as he plated 2 perfectly shaped fried eggs. Her gaze then fell on the other side, where 2 colorful plates of fried rice awaited. What are you looking at? Take the rice out. He chided, noting her lack of awareness. Wu Jiangshan stubbed out his cigarette in the sink, inserted a spoon into the fried rice, and carried it out. Cui Jun quickly grabbed the other plate and the fried eggs, noticing a clay pot simmering on the stove. She was curious to lift the lid to see what was cooking, but upon touching it, she was met with a sharp burn. That as for the 2 old gentlemen, I advise you not to entertain any thoughts about it, Wu Jiangshan called from the living room. Blushing, Cui Jun exited with the 2 plates, assuring Lu Sa that she would be bringing breakfast despite her late rise. At this point, Wu Jiangshan had already devoured half of the fried rice. Seeing Cui Jun emerge, he reached for the eggs, but after a couple of attempts with the spoon, he found it futile. Just as Cui Jun was about to offer her chopsticks to assist, he set down the spoon and simply pinched an egg, stuffing it into his mouth. Though Cui Jun considered herself a boy in spirit, neither she nor her peers displayed such rudeness as Wu Jiangshan did. That's quite unsanitary, she remarked. Humph, he grunted, too preoccupied with his meal to engage in banter. His mind was troubled by how to explain his arm's condition to his grandfather and father once he visited the hospital. In his previous life, he had been indifferent to the worries of family, but now he longed to spare them any distress, wishing for his grandparents to enjoy their twilight years in happiness, for his parents to worry less, and for his sister to focus on her studies, ensuring a better future for her. Are you going to tell your grandfather the truth when you visit the hospital? Wu Jiangshan inquired. Cui Jun sighed, knowing that Xiao Yi would undoubtedly inform her grandfather and father. After sharing her family details the previous night, Xiao Yi had rushed over, likely prompted by a call from the police station. Cui Jun frowned. There's no way to hide it. Then let us be honest. Wu Jiangshan finished the last bite of fried rice and noticed Cui Jun hadn't touched her food. He pulled her plate closer to him. Hey, what are you doing? That's my breakfast. Didn't you say you weren't hungry? Who said I was hungry? Cui Jun snatched back her plate, quickly scooping a spoonful into her mouth. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she continued to eat, her mouth stuffed with food. This is really delicious. Cui Jun fell silent, focusing on her meal, while Wu Jiangshan rose to check the clay pot, discovering the lean meat porridge was nearly ready. He rummaged through the cabinets for containers and poured the porridge into one, then fried 3 more eggs to complete the meal. When he returned, he found Cui Jun had cleaned her plate, leaving no grain of rice behind, proving herself a dedicated eater. Wow, you look like a bean sprout. But you can certainly pack it away, he teased. Cui Jun chuckled, rubbing her stomach. It's because your fried rice is so delicious, even better than loose sauce. Of course. I am an artisan in my own right. Chapter 58. Discharge. Cui Jun asked for 2 bags, one for food and another for Wu Jiangshan's soiled clothes. Your clothes are filthy. Do you still want them? Cui Jun hesitated to mention their tattered state. What do you know? This is custom-made, and you can't buy it with money. Pack it up. I can wash it and wear it again. Cui Jun perceived Wu Jiangshan as frugal, finding him both annoying and somewhat pitiable. She resolved to buy him a new outfit and called the school to request a leave of absence. By the time they were ready, it was already 7 o'clock. Concerned that the 2 elderly gentlemen might be anxious, they hurriedly hailed a cab to the hospital. Sister Lu stood at the entrance of the inpatient department and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them, accompanying them upstairs. She casually informed Cui Jun that Xiao Yi had visited in the morning but was sent away by the elder, who hadn't even touched the breakfast she brought. Cui Jun's smile vanished at the news. Did my grandfather find out? Sister Lu nodded. I told him you were fine. Nevertheless, he was still worried and called the police station to inquire. Turning to Wu Jiangshan, she added, Little Wu, your grandfather and father know now. Don't worry. I've reassured them that you're all right. Thank you, Sister Lu, Wu Jiangshan replied, knowing that he could no longer keep it a secret and had no intention of doing so. He strode into the ward, greeting, Grandpa Cui, Grandpa, Dad, have you been waiting long? Come here quickly, Wu shouting said, rushing to his side to inspect him. Though the bandages obscured any visible injury. Dad, Grandpa, it's just a minor scrape. Grandpa's face was etched with concern. But he reminded his son that saving lives was commendable, urging him to praise the child instead of scolding him. As long as you're fine. Does it hurt? No, Grandpa. It's just a scratch. Look, it doesn't affect me at all, Wu Jiangshan said, waving his hand dismissively. Grandpa smiled and turned to Cui Jun. Child, were you frightened? Cui Jun quickly approached. Grandpa Cui, I'm fine. It was all thanks to Wu Jiangshan's timely discovery. Grandpa Cui also approached. Jiangshan. Thank you for saving little Jun. No need to be polite. I was just in the right place at the right time. Anyone would have lent a hand. Wu Jiangshan replied modestly. Hearing this, Grandpa Cui's opinion of him improved even more. Good lad, the Cui family owes you a debt of gratitude. Grandpa Cui. Don't say that. Our families being acquainted is already fate, isn't it? Grandpa Cui nodded with a smile, while Wu Jiangshan's father remarked, Cui uncle. The child being well is worth more than anything. Indeed, Grandpa Cui noted, storing this kindness in his heart without further elaboration. It seemed that this matter had passed so simply. After Wu Jiangshan visited Grandpa Cui's home, he understood that the mute man would never emerge again in this lifetime. The 2 elderly gentlemen felt anxious upon receiving news that morning, but seeing the 2 young ones safe and sound truly eased their minds. I brought you breakfast. Hurry up and eat. Cui Jun quickly retrieved the lunchbox. Grandpa, this is the meal Wu Jiangshan prepared. He cooks exceptionally well. Little Wu can cook? Grandpa Wu and his father were intrigued, for Wu Jiangshan had never cooked at home. Hee, just a casual attempt. It's decent enough, he replied. Upon opening the lunchbox, a delightful aroma wafted out, an improved version of lean meat porridge, devoid of century eggs but enriched with bits of fungus and vegetables. Simmered to a thick consistency that was visually appetizing. He had prepared an entire pot, ample enough for Grandpa Chui, his own grandfather and father, to share. Sister Lu observed this and pulled Cui Jun aside, reminding her they were already late for school and urging her to hurry. Cui Jun glanced at Wu Jiangshan, who was conversing with the grandfathers. Sister Lu, I took a leave of absence today. Please stay with Grandpa for a while. I'll step out. Since you've taken a leave, make sure to rest well. Even though nothing happened yesterday, it must have been frightening, right? What do you want to do outside? Shall I accompany you? Sister Lu had worked for the Chui family since Cui Jun was a child, treating her like her own. No need. I won't go to crowded places. If Grandpa asks, just tell him I went nearby to buy something. All right then, be safe, Sister Lu replied. Cui Jun nodded. Hearing Wu Jiangshan discussing discharge procedures within, and hurriedly descended the stairs. In the provincial capital, numerous personal shops had quietly opened. Fearing time constraints, Cui Jun refrained from venturing far to large shopping malls and instead meandered nearby. She had never purchased clothes for a boy before, and gazing at the array of male attire stirred unfamiliar feelings within her, previously perceiving Wu Jiangshan as a drifter. His experience from the previous night had transformed him into someone unconcerned with trivialities. A person like him would likely struggle with formal suits and leather shoes. Cui Jun chose a set of thin sportswear in deep blue with white stripes, and for shoes, she opted for the trendy Hui Li brand favored by the youth. However, a minor mishap occurred while buying shoes. Cui Jun forgot to check Wu Jiangshan's shoe size. After deliberating for some time, the salesperson inquired about his height and approximate weight, ultimately recommending a size 44. It's better to buy a larger size than a smaller one. You can always add insoles, the salesperson reasoned. Cui Jun found this logic sound and selected the size 44. When she held the shoes, they appeared comically oversized, resembling boats. Unable to suppress her laughter, she packed the clothes and shoes into one bag and cheerfully returned to the hospital. At the hospital, Wu Jiangshan completed the discharge formalities and informed Lan Jiangwo. Upon hearing this, Lan Jiangwo intended to proceed with his own discharge as Lan Yong had been receiving treatment for several days. The symptoms from the prior infection had nearly resolved, and he had not experienced a fever since. Moreover, the burn ointment Wu Jiangshan provided had visibly expedited the healing process. With the tube of ointment almost depleted, he had no options in the provincial capital but planned to procure some from the fire brigade upon returning to Hushan. With Wu Jiangshan not departing, Lan Jiangwo and his son also planned to leave the next day, merely a day earlier than intended. As the Lan father and son packed their belongings and arranged for their discharge, Wu Jiangshan returned to his grandfather's side to wait. When they arrived, the three of them had only a small bag, but as they prepared to leave, they were burdened with a filthy large sack, a second bag, and 2 net bags, ensuring that no used bowls or basins would be left behind. Grandpa Chui and Grandpa Wu conversed nearby, with the former gifting his chessboard to the latter. Grandpa Wu continually declined, feeling he had nothing of value to offer in return. Grandpa Chui insisted, Your Jiangshan saved little June. What is this chess set in comparison? Hearing this, Grandpa Wu finally accepted it, stating it was of no consequence and asking Grandpa Chui not to dwell on the matter. Wu Jiangshan observed quietly, appreciating the rare moment of silence. Both grandfathers were honest and unassuming, helping others without seeking reward and bearing minor losses without harboring resentment. In Grandpa Wu's eyes, this chess set represented gratitude for saving a life. Lan Jiangwo approached, indicating that Wu Jiangshan and his party were departing. Grandpa Chui insisted on sending them off, while Sister Lu assisted by carrying items downstairs. Lan Yong awaited his father's bag downstairs, and once the group reunited, they expressed their heartfelt farewells to Grandpa Chui. As they turned, they spotted Cui Jun rushing back in a flurry. Chapter 59. Willingness. Cui Jun was drenched in sweat, her short bangs sticking to her forehead. She panted heavily as she gazed at the large group before her, suddenly feeling a lump in her throat, unable to pass the bag in her hands. I thought you had gone to school, but since you're here, let us send your Grandpa Wu and the others off, said Old Man Chui, glancing at his granddaughter. Take Grandpa Wu to the station and give your uncle's son a call to buy a few sleeper tickets. Understood, Grandpa, Cui Jun replied with a sigh of relief. Uncle Chui, there's no need to go through all that trouble. It's only a little over 4 hours to County, Wu shouting quickly declined. Sleeper tickets can be quite expensive. It's no trouble at all, their family. It's not against regulations for them to help buy a few tickets at the train station, Old Man Chui reassured, patting his brother's hand. Old brother, don't refuse. At our age, we should enjoy the benefits we have. Grandpa had no choice but to smile and thank him. The two old men shook hands, reminding each other to take care of their health before the group left the hospital. Cui Jun escorted them to the train station, first finding a place for Grandpa Wu and the others to sit before heading off with Wu Jiangshan to collect the tickets. Cui Jun's uncle's son was the station master at the provincial train station. Upon seeing Cui Jun, he greeted her warmly, inquiring about old man Cui's health and her studies. When Cui Jun mentioned that her grandfather had asked her to help a friend buy a few sleeper tickets, he personally arranged the tickets and brought over several soft sleeper tickets. He was also exceedingly courteous to Wu Jiangshan, who was by Cui Jun's side. The busy station master helped Cui Jun with her request and hurried off to attend to other matters. Cui Jun handed the soft sleeper tickets to Wu Jiangshan and finally found an opportunity to give him the bag containing clothes. I bought these for you, but I'm not sure if they'll fit. As for the shoes, I didn't know your size, so I got size 44. Wu Jiangshan took a quick glance and chuckled. It's fine. Whatever size you wear, I'll wear too. Thanks. Cui Jun laughed at his jest. You don't need to thank me. You saved me, and I haven't repaid you at all. Oh well, what is the fuss about a bicycle? Thinking he was asking for a bicycle, Wu Jiangshan teased, greedy guts. They returned to the waiting area where they found Grandpa and the Lan family. Feeling shy, Cui Jun quickly bought a variety of snacks and drinks to bring over before leaving. Lan Zhangwo noticed the two soft sleeper tickets Wu Jiangshan had given and curiously asked Wu Xiaodong about the other's identity. Wu Xiaodong, unaware of old man Cui's background, assumed it was merely a gesture of gratitude for Wu Jiangshan saving the girl earlier, stating that the Cui family were kind people who spent so much without hesitation. Lan Zhangwo realized Wu Xiaodong didn't understand the value of soft sleeper tickets, which were not easily obtained even with money. Even if the station master was related to old man Cui, he wouldn't just hand out 5 tickets without an introduction. Lan Yong, who had been ignoring Wu Jiangshan, now approached him, feigning politeness as he inquired about Cui Jun. Wu Jiangshan saw through Lan Yong's intentions and smirked. Don't even think about it. You're not worthy of her. His words flushed Lan Yong's face with anger. When the train arrived, Wu Jiangshan assisted his grandfather to the soft sleeper compartment, where a small room contained 4 bunk beds. Lan Zhangwo and his son were in the adjoining compartment. After settling their belongings, Wu Jiangshan climbed to the upper bunk to rest, deciding to sleep through the 4-hour journey without a phone to pass the time. Meanwhile, Cui Jun, walking towards the hospital, felt that Wu Jiangshan was somewhat greedy, yet she couldn't shake off the thought of what kind of bicycle she should buy him. She pondered how to deliver it to him once purchased. I should have just handed him the money for the bike, she mused. Would have been a light-hearted joke for her weighed heavily on him. Wu Jiangshan slept soundly, perhaps relieved that the matter he had worried about had been resolved, making him feel lighter. However, this caused some concern for his grandfather and father, who occasionally reached out to check if his forehead was warm. In the summer heat, wounds could easily worsen. As they neared the station, Wu Xiaodong woke Wu Jiangshan, who sat up groggily, his legs hanging off the bed. Looking out the window, he estimated it to be around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, perhaps in time to catch the bus from An County to Hushan Town. Jiangshan, are you hungry? Cui bought a lot of food. You should come down and eat something. His grandfather, sitting on the lower bunk, beckoned him with a smile. Wu Jiangshan shook his head. I'm not hungry. Grandpa, why aren't you and Dad eating? You were sleeping so soundly, and Uncle Lan brought over boxed meals. Your grandpa didn't let me wake you. Oh, then let us save it for later. Cui Jun had bought ham sausages, peanuts, and canned goods that wouldn't spoil easily. Wu Jiangshan jumped down, put on his shoes, and stepped out of the soft sleeper compartment to wash his face. Afterward, he squatted in the area between the carriages to smoke. Just then, Lan Yong came out from the restroom, and for some reason, he didn't turn back as he used to. Want one? Wu Jiangshan offered his cigarette pack. Lan Yong hesitated for a moment before taking one. Wu Jiangshan lit it for him, but Lan Yong coughed violently after his first puff. What kind of cheap stuff is this? Wasting it, he scowled, extinguishing the cigarette and tossing it away. Wu Jiangshan ignored him, thinking him just a child. You should ask your dad if you'll be staying overnight in An County or heading back. As Wu Jiangshan turned to leave, Lan Yong called out. My dad said to thank you, Wu Jiangshan. Let us forget about you hitting me before. What is there to forget? Wu Jiangshan replied. If I see you bullying Zhong Dagǔ again, I'll still hit you. What did Zhong Dagǔ do for you that you protect him so? Lan Yong was infuriated and followed him. Because I want to. I find him likable. So what? Wu Jiangshan raised an eyebrow, causing Lan Yong to take a step back in fear. Yet he remained defiant. He stole my bicycle. He is a thief. What good can come from hanging out with a thief? Wu Jiangshan turned back, grabbing Lan Yong by the collar and pressing him against the wall, making Lan Yong tremble in fear. What are you doing? My dad is right here. You dare hit me? Wu Jiangshan looked down on him, pointing at himself. Your bicycle was taken by me, and I dismantled it into scrap metal and left it at your doorstep. Go tell your dad that. With a derisive snort, he released Lan Yong and walked away. The spot on Lan Yong's chest where Wu Jiangshan had pressed him burned painfully. He returned to the soft sleeper compartment. And Lan Jiangwo noticed something was off about his complexion and asked what was wrong. Lan Yong contemplated revealing the truth but hesitated. Recalling how his father had praised Wu Jiangshan in front of him these past few days, mentioning that they were the same age and that Wu Jiangshan could handle himself, Lan Yong didn't want to complain to his dad about a bicycle anymore. However, he realized that he and Wu Jiangshan were destined to be adversaries, and they could never become friends. Chapter 60. A bountiful harvest. The train arrived at Encounty at 4:30 p.m. and the last bus back to Hushan Town departed at 5:30 p.m. However, the earliest they could reach home would be around 7 or 8 p.m. Wu Jiangshan, not wishing to burden his grandfather, proposed that they stay overnight in Encounty. Although the old man was eager to return home, he was touched by his eldest grandson's injuries and agreed to the suggestion. Lan Jiangwo, who lived in Hushan Town, found it more convenient to return home and, having taken several days off work, was in no rush. He decided to leave with his son, reminding Wu Jiangshan to visit their home for leisure in the future. Under his father's insistence, Lan Yong pretended to invite Wu Jiangshan to come and play with him. After bidding farewell to the Lan father and son, Wu Jiangshan, along with his grandfather and father, found a guest house and settled into a room with 3 beds, placing their luggage down. After a brief rest, they went out to dine. By the time they returned to the guest house, it was just past 6. The 3 of them enjoyed ice pops they had bought from outside while watching television. After finishing their treats, Wu Jiangshan opened the bag from Cui Jun and pulled out clothes and shoes. The white shoes with red edges were so appealing that even his grandfather praised their beauty, exclaiming how expensive they must be. His father picked up the sports jacket, feeling the thin, cool fabric. I don't know. Cui Jun bought them for me, and this outfit is from her grandfather, Wu Jiangshan replied. Ah, this is too generous. They have already bought us such expensive tickets, and now they are gifting you clothing. You should refuse, Wu Xiaoting remarked. Wu Jiangshan shrugged it off, stating that such items were not of great significance to them. That may be true, but although we are a rural family and lack the wealth of city dwellers, we must maintain our dignity, his father insisted. Wu Jiangshan chuckled at his father's words. In the past, he would have retorted, but now he simply nodded. Comrade Wu Xiaoting, you are correct. I have deeply reflected on my past mistakes and will henceforth reject all temptations of profit. His grandfather laughed heartily, and Wu Xiaoting joined in, calling him a mischievous child. Dressed in his new attire, Wu Jiangshan felt transformed. The sportswear fit him perfectly, accentuating his tall figure, and with the versatile white shoes, he had shifted from a simple country boy to a dashing city youth. He admired himself in the mirror of the guest house bathroom for a while before stepping out to pose for his grandfather and father. His grandfather beamed with approval, and his father echoed the praise but soon urged Wu Jiangshan to change out of the clothes. Save this outfit for when you're courting someone. You don't want to soil it. Wu Jiangshan laughed. Dad, do you look down on me? Do you think I need to impress someone? What about you? Are you some great figure? Do young ladies flock to you? Not just young ladies, even young wives would do, Wu Jiangshan quipped, inciting his father's irritation as he threatened to discipline him. The two engaged in playful antics within the modest room, while the old man sat on the bed, amused. The heat of the day made them sweaty, prompting Wu Jiangshan to remove his new clothes, folding them neatly for future use. He picked up the old clothes from Chui's grandfather and slipped them on, only to have a cigarette pack tumble out. Wu Xiaoting picked it up and scolded Wu Jiangshan. Have you taken up smoking? This habit costs a fortune. Wu Jiangshan raised his arm to shield himself, but upon noticing the bandaged arm, Wu Xiaoting refrained from striking, albeit with exasperation. In the Wu family, only his uncle indulged in smoking. The other men abstained from cigarettes and alcohol. Wu Xiaoting was understandably upset by his son's behavior. His grandfather interjected, the boy is old enough. Let him be. Wu Xiaoting declared, wasting money on such useless things. I will throw this away. You are not allowed to smoke. He held the pack ready to dispose of it. Wu Jiangshan hurried to sit beside his grandfather, calling out, it costs 350. Wu Xiaoting's hand froze in midair. Angered, he tossed the cigarettes back to Wu Jiangshan. You wasteful child. Wu Jiangshan grinned, stuffing the pack into his pocket as he snuggled up to his grandfather to continue watching television. Wu Xiaodong sighed heavily. He realized he could no longer control his son. During their time in the hospital, he had merely been a companion, with Wu Jiangshan managing everything, including the expenses for his grandfather's hospital visit. All funded by Wu Jiangshan's own money. With this in mind, Wu Xiaodong pulled out 300 yuan and handed it to Wu Jiangshan. Take this, it's untouched. You can earn money now, but don't spend it recklessly. Save it for building a house and for marrying a wife. You are grown now and must be mindful. Wu Jiangshan accepted the money, noting that this hospital stay had not cost much. In fact, he had gained quite a bit. His grandfather had spent 3 days in the hospital, and with the cost of medicine, hospital fees, travel expenses, accommodation, and meals, the total came to about 200 yuan. He had 180 yuan from the chubby Wang Fugue, and with the 50 yuan for tuition, that totaled 130. Additionally, Lan Zhengwo had gifted him 100 yuan, and Cui Jun had also contributed over 100. Not only did he cover his grandfather's medical expenses, but he also ended up with a profit. Moreover, his large bag contained 2 trendy pairs of jeans, a floral shirt, and a collection of old roller skates. The jeans and shirt were meant for Zhong Dagǔ, as the fabric of jeans back then was durable and ideal for him. Unfortunately, Wu Jiangshan could not fit into the pants himself due to his height. Otherwise, he would have kept a pair. Currently, Wu Jiangshan had over 600 yuan on him, which he did not intend to save for building a house, but rather to rent a venue for an ice skating rink. However, he realized that to lease a cinema, connections were essential. He pondered and concluded that he needed to visit Lan Zhengwo to inquire about potential opportunities. Jiangshan, turn back. You should buy something and pay a visit to Director Lan. As Wu Jiangshan contemplated Lan Zhengwo, his father unexpectedly echoed the thought. Dad, you were thinking along the same lines as I am. Wu Xiaodong felt a surge of pride. It's good that you can think of this. Your venture into selling snacks won't last long. We shouldn't impose on your Uncle Lan. Just ask if the food factory is hiring. Wu Jiangshan then realized that his father had a different plan in mind. Dad, how much can one earn at the food factory? It's not as much as in the knitting factory. You need connections to get into the knitting factory too. No, that's not what I meant. I'm saying I want to work in a factory. Dad, I want to start my own business. Look at the provincial city. There are shops everywhere. Since Hushan town is not thriving now, we must seize the opportunity. Chapter 61. The Progress of the Times That Day. Wu Xiaodong wandered for an entire afternoon, but did not dare to stray too far from the hospital. He could not distinguish which establishments were privately owned. He felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of gleaming shops in the provincial city. After hearing Wu Jiangshan's words, Wu Xiaodong found himself somewhat unconvinced, clinging instead to the traditional mindset of the older generation. Would his own endeavors endure? Although the factory wages were not as substantial as those of the current era, they represented a stable livelihood. Following the state was undoubtedly the right path. Wu Jiangshan scratched his head. Dad, why are there so many people in the provincial city running their own businesses? Can you really say that they lack foresight? This is also supported by the government. Everyone aspires to secure a stable position in a factory. How is that different from the past when we all shared resources equally? Seeing that his father remained skeptical, Wu Jiangshan chuckled. Dad, you may not know this, but many state-owned enterprises in the provincial city and county and elsewhere have shut down. Numerous individuals you see running those small shops are former factory workers who have lost their jobs. Can state-owned factories truly go bankrupt? Wu Xiaodong could hardly believe it. Times were evolving. Even farming had transitioned from collective ownership to individual contracts, and the changes ahead would be even more profound. Someone had to take the initiative to explore new ventures. If you venture out on your own, others may accuse you of speculating, of clinging to the remnants of capitalism. Wu Jiangshan laughed heartily. Dad, how can you be even more out of touch than Grandpa? Newspapers, television, and radio are all promoting the idea of becoming a millionaire or a self-employed individual. What you're saying is merely outdated. Wu Xiaodong fell into a contemplative silence. After listening for a while, Grandpa chuckled and remarked, just like how we once could only travel by ox cart, now we can ride in cars and trains. And even small sedans. Hee hee, Grandpa, you certainly keep up with the times. I'll take you on a plane someday. Haha, I may not grasp the concept of trends, but young people should be free to pursue their interests as long as they abide by the law. You youngsters are just unfortunate to miss the best opportunities. You want to study, but have no teachers to guide you. Jiangshan has read extensively. We ought to heed his insights. Wu Xiaodong glanced at Wu Jiangshan and nodded, realizing that he was indeed struggling to comprehend the rapid changes of the times. As the elder, he would now have to heed the wisdom of his son. Henceforth, He decided to relinquish control over Wu Jiangshan's activities in the town. In truth, although Wu Shouting often voiced his grievances about Wu Jiangshan, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart, especially on this trip, as everyone praised his son. How could he not feel a swell of pride? As the conversation waned, the three of them tidied up and retired for the night. They slept soundly until the following morning at 6 o'clock. Finishing the remaining food from their bags for breakfast, Wu Jiangshan borrowed a phone from the guest house to call his uncle back in the village. After waiting for several minutes, his uncle rushed to answer the call, breathless. Wu Jiangshan informed his uncle that they would likely return to the town by noon and asked him to prepare a vehicle to pick them up. His uncle inquired about Grandpa's well-being and, upon hearing that all was well, felt reassured, agreeing to wait for them outside the bus station at noon. The three of them took a bus to the station, and their journey went smoothly. They arrived in Hushan town shortly after 10 in the morning. As they exited the bus station, their uncle was already waiting, helping with their bags and casting a careful glance at Grandpa. Seeing him in good spirits, he smiled warmly. However, he quickly noticed the bandage around Wu Jiangshan's arm and hurriedly asked what had happened. Wu Shouting recounted Wu Jiangshan's act of bravery, narrating it as though he had witnessed it firsthand. Wu Jiangshan then realized that his father could spin quite the tale. They traveled back to Wutuan in an ox cart. Wu Jiangshan was curious to see how Dagǔ had been faring with sales over the past few days. However, it would be remiss to return without first checking on his grandmother and mother. The bumpy ride took over half an hour to bring them back to the village. And upon entering, Grandpa seemed to regain his vitality. He greeted familiar faces along the way, engaging in cheerful conversation. The villagers were well aware of Grandpa's trip to the provincial city, and they teased him about his newfound fortune, having visited a big city, which made him chuckle with delight. Others, however, noticed Wu Jiangshan's injury and pursued the cart with questions. Wu Jiangshan simply explained that he had fallen by accident. In such a close-knit community, secrets were hard to keep, and curiosity ran high. What one person said could spread like wildfire to the entire village. Once they entered their yard, a semblance of peace returned, but as soon as they stepped inside, something felt amiss. Grandma, mother, and aunt were waiting at the door, joyfully welcoming their return, yet Uncle Air's family was conspicuously absent. They had initially taken Grandpa to the provincial city, but Wu Jiangshan returned injured, which caused Grandma to focus her concern solely on him, neglecting Grandpa momentarily. Without regard for household matters, she immediately inquired about Wu Jiangshan's condition. Mother, unable to interject, pulled father aside to speak quietly. Once they were home, honesty was imperative. Grandma would not concern herself with acts of bravery or the potential benefits. She took Wu Jiangshan to the main room, her eyes brimming with tears. Grandson, why did you act so recklessly? You should have called for help instead of rushing in alone. What if that knife had struck a more vital area? I could have lost you. Wu Jiangshan quickly embraced Grandma. It's just a small cut. It will heal in a few days. See, I'm doing just fine. Promise me you won't act so rashly again, she insisted. Of course, Grandma. Just cook me a couple of eggs, and I'll be right as rain. Eggs 1 tea suffice. I'll ask Aunt to prepare a chicken for you and make soup. With that, she hurried out to find Aunt, and the matter was temporarily set aside. Wu Jiangshan followed her outside to seek out his mother, only to discover her in a heated discussion with his father, their expressions fierce and unyielding. Upon Wu Jiangshan's entrance, mother softened her demeanor, and father sighed in relief. If you don't believe me, ask your son. How am I supposed to control him? Mother? What is going on? Song Xiangyuan shot a displeased glance at Wu Shouting, pulling Wu Jiangshan to sit beside her as she lifted the bandage from his arm. Peering at the wound, she saw that there were no cosmetic stitches. The scar looked like a long gash resembling a centipede. A cut of that length is bound to leave a scar, Song Xiangyuan remarked, her expression troubled. A scar is just a scar. I'm not a young girl worried about appearances, Wu Jiangshan replied, chuckling. Seeing him so carefree, Song Xiangyuan playfully swatted his arm. You're never at peace when you're out and about. When will you stop worrying your family? Mother, do you want me to be like Wu Dagǔ? Always glued to home? Would that please you? The mention of Wu Dagǔ, known in the village as the quintessential mama-s boy, sent shivers down Song Xiangyuan's spine. He had been overly attached to his mother since childhood, even sharing a bed with her and his father, much to the villagers' amusement. The thought of Wu Jiangshan becoming like him was enough to make her shudder, and she quickly realized he was trying to change the subject. She playfully swatted his uninjured arm. You can vent your frustrations on me, but it won't change anything. All right, Mother, what was the quarrel with Dad about earlier? Is there trouble in paradise? Wu Jiangshan feigned innocence, widening his eyes in mock concern. You two aren't planning to divorce, are you? Who would I live with? Who would my sister live with? You cheeky boy. How can you speak to adults like that? Just wait until I deal with you. Song Xiaojuan spun around in search of a broom, while Wu Jiangshan burst into laughter and playfully darted away. After Wu Jiangshan's antics lightened the mood, Song Xiaojuan regained her composure. She glanced at Wu Xiaodang and sighed. Heir aunt and the others are planning to divide the family. What do you think? Chapter 62. The subtle thoughts of each household. The two had just quarreled over the matter of Wu Jiangshan's injury, with Song Xiaojuan reproaching Wu Xiaodang. However, upon hearing that Song Xiaojuan also wished to separate their household, Wu Xiaodang found himself irked for the first time. You told mother you wanted to split the family? Do you take me for a second sister-in-law? Do you think you can say anything to anyone? Naturally, she had never disclosed such thoughts in front of the elderly matriarch. She was not a second sister-in-law and still wished to take charge in matters concerning men. Song Xiaojuan contemplated seeking Wu Xiaowei's opinion first. Hence, she did not confide in the eldest sister-in-law, instead choosing to persuade the second sister-in-law. Nevertheless, deep down, she felt that continuing to live together, squabbling over trivialities, brought unrest to their lives. I hadn't finished speaking when you got angry with me. Song Xiaojuan shot a glare at Wu Xiaodang. After all these years, do you still not know what kind of person I am? The second sister-in-law wants to separate because she feels our parents favor us. If we separate, we'll support our parents, and who could say anything then? Wu Xiaodang calmed down, sitting at the edge of the Kong, leaning against the Kong cabinet. His brows furrowed in thought. Is it so easy to split? What will our elder brother and sister-in-law think if we talk about supporting our parents? Song Xiaojuan, now silent, took a seat at the head of the Kong. In their village, there were brothers who had separated, but those with elderly parents tended to stay with their sons. In families with many sons, they would follow the eldest. The three brothers, in principle, ought to stay with the eldest brother's family. Yet the Wu family was somewhat different, as the eldest had no sons. I sense that the eldest sister-in-law does not wish to separate. Song Xiaojuan's desire to split was fueled by the dynamics with the elder brother and sister-in-law. If we don't separate, Jiangshan will bear an overwhelming burden alone. How exhausting will that be? Wu Xiaodang cast a displeased glance at Song Xiaojuan. You think too far ahead. Dad, Mom, dinner's ready. Wu Jiangshan called from the courtyard, prompting Wu Xiaodang to be the first to head outside. As he approached Song Xiaojuan, he whispered, I must inform you, Dad has been diagnosed with heart disease. A separation is out of the question. If the second sister-in-law makes a fuss, I might have to cut her off. Song Xiaojuan gasped slightly. So he truly has a condition? The family gathered in the main kitchen, where a bountiful spread awaited them, steamed rice, buns, and, remarkably, Annie had prepared a chicken. Though no soup was made, as Wu Jiangshan preferred it stewed. With some potatoes and kidney beans, the stew was cooked to perfection, filling the air with a delightful aroma. During dinner, the second uncle's family was absent, having gone to visit the second aunt. The elderly matriarch, avoiding mention of her, handed a large chicken leg to her grandson. My eldest grandson can eat this. Without that meddlesome character around, he can enjoy a few more pieces of meat. Wu Jiangshan happily gnawed on the chicken leg. The old man just returned, glanced at the elder brother's family, and said nothing at the dinner table. The adults were preoccupied with their own thoughts, leaving him to eat without a care in the world. Wu Jiangshan was acutely aware that the family would eventually separate, though he was uncertain if it would escalate to the chaos it had before his rebirth. After the meal, Wu Jiangshan rummaged through an old earthen jar at home, while his father and uncle cleaned up the iron stove they had acquired in previous years. They set up a space in the backyard, lit the stove, and prepared medicine for their grandfather. Only then did the grandmother realize that the old man truly had an ailment. To prevent the elderly matriarch from worrying, Wu Jiangshan endeavored to speak lightly of it, yet considering the family's affairs, he did not conceal the truth, stating that the doctor advised the grandfather to avoid anger and stress. Wu Xiaodang also seized the opportunity to inform the elder brother about their father's illness. The elder brother sighed upon hearing the news, but both brothers shared a common resolve this time. They would not allow the second son to cause a ruckus in front of their grandfather. In the main room, seeing Wu Jiangshan tending to the stove, the grandmother recounted the situation regarding the second uncle's family. Knowing that the old man was unwell, she advised, this matter cannot be concealed from the head of the family. Old man, don't get angry. If the second son wishes to leave with his wife, let them separate. It's better to keep the peace at home. The grandfather, surprisingly accepting, nodded. The children are grown. Eventually, when we're gone, they must live their own lives. Yet, it troubles me that my son, whom I raised with such care, is being controlled by the Liu family. The grandmother pressed her hand against her chest, clearly affected by the second uncle and his wife's departure. Well, what can we do? The second son is nearly 50. Let us not interfere. The grandfather instead reassured the grandmother. Every child has their own destiny. The second son is simply soft-hearted. It's not a grave flaw. The grandmother sighed repeatedly. These past few days, I felt so unsettled. Old man, please don't leave before me. Not a chance. Jiangshan hasn't even started a family yet. That child is more capable than the third son. Let us look forward to enjoying the blessings of grandchildren. At the mention of Wu Jiangshan, the grandmother finally smiled. Indeed, having my eldest grandson is enough for me. The elderly couple exchanged knowing smiles, having spent a lifetime together. A glance was all it took for them to understand each other's thoughts. In rural life, the elderly often lacked formal education, were unable to express romantic sentiments, and did not require constant surprises or passions in their lives. They toiled away their days farming and raising children, loving each other quietly throughout the years. Watching their children grow up safely, marrying off each one, and eventually raising grandchildren, they worked diligently like the old ox in the yard, steadfast and silent. I hope we can live a few more years to see our eldest grandson marry. If I could hold my great-grandson, that would be wonderful. Upon hearing this, the grandfather took the grandmother's hand and gently stroked it. Let us not worry about the children's matters anymore. As long as they are content, that is enough. We can help when we can, but if we cannot, they must find their own way. The grandmother, uncharacteristically shy, withdrew her hand, muttering, "Old man." After stepping out for a moment, "You've grown quite charming." When Wu Jiangshan entered the room with the medicine, he was greeted by the sight of his grandparents smiling at one another on the Kong. "Be careful not to burn yourself." The grandmother quickly got up, took the medicine bowl from him, and placed it on the Kong, pulling Wu Jiangshan's arm to check. "You made medicine for your grandfather. Don't you need to take some yourself?" "Nana, I just need to have the stitches removed at the hospital in a few days. No need for medicine." The elderly lady still wore a concerned expression. Wu Jiangshan pulled out 2 pieces of candy from his pocket, unwrapped one, and placed it in her mouth. "Nana, is it sweet?" "Yes, sweet. Why are you giving this to me? Save it for yourself." "Haha, there's plenty more where that came from." Wu Jiangshan offered his grandfather a piece as well. After drinking, hold it in your mouth for a sweet taste. The grandfather nodded with a smile, lifting the medicine bowl to cool it down, taking small sips. "Shall we take a nap for a while? The journey can be quite tiring." "I want tea sleep. I need to ask my mother to help wash a few garments. I plan to take them to the town tomorrow." Chapter 63. The second aunt wants to split the family. Wu Jiangshan returned with a large burlap sack, which he appended in the courtyard. Song Xianjuan approached, nearly overwhelmed by the pungent odor. "Did you go to the provincial capital to scavenge?" She teased. "Mother, your taste is commendable. This is indeed refuse, purchased with money." She patted Wu Jiangshan's head, bemused. "It doesn't even burn. Why are you speaking nonsense?" With a grin, Wu Jiangshan retrieved 2 pairs of jeans and a floral shirt. "Mom, could you wash these for me?" Song Xianjuan scrutinized them disdainfully. "Whose pants did you pick up? The material is quite sturdy. Aren't they stylish? Once I earn some money, I'll buy you a new one. I won't wear this. It's too peculiar." Despite her complaints, she took the clothes and went to wash them. Wu Jiangshan found a small stool and began tinkering with the skates. There was little technical skill involved. It was merely that he did not know anyone with a lathe who could produce standard parts. He had purchased them from afar, and according to the rink owner, they were not worth the expense. He rummaged through the shed for tools like screwdrivers and began disassembling the skates. Just as he finished one, his mother hurried back, tossing him a pink wallet. "What is this? Where did it come from?" Wu Jiangshan glanced at it. "Oh, it's from the girl I saved. She reimbursed my medical expenses." "You can keep the wallet. Just give me the cash." Song Xianjuan rummaged through the wallet, counted the money, and handed it to him. "Keep it safe. Don't squander it." She examined the wallet, made of genuine leather and still quite new, though the color was too bright for her taste. She decided to give it to Wu Jiangshan. "Perhaps you can give it to your sister." He accepted it, stuffing it into his pocket. "Next time, I'll buy you something better. Your words are sweet." Song Xianjuan pouted and turned to leave. He continued working until after 3 o'clock, managing to assemble 3 similarly sized pairs. He discarded the unusable parts, including the shoelaces, and saved the worn-out leather for the kitchen fire. After setting aside the assembled skates, he went to the backyard for a wash, then rummaged through his grandmother's room for old clothes to wear before sprawling out on the Kong. He glanced at the calendar on the wall, noting it was Saturday, June 28, 1986. The college entrance examination was approaching in early July. He needed to prepare his stall before the students returned to school. His grandfather had gone to the fields, and his grandmother, seeing him lying quietly, thought he had missed his midday nap and brought him a summer quilt made of patchwork. She sat beside him, affectionately stroking his head. Initially, he had no intention of sleeping, but her gentle caress transported him back to his childhood, when she would lull him to sleep. Unconsciously, Wu Jiangshan closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhong Dagǔ wiped the sweat from his brow. He had become even darker from the sun while working in the reed marshes these past few days. Observing the lively fish in his bucket, he smiled, contemplating his earnings. He wondered when Wu Jiangshan would return and envisioned the surprise he would bring. After catching his breath, Zhong Dagǔ secured the bucket to his bicycle and pedaled home as swiftly as possible. Once home, he quickly prepared the fish and set them to stew. Over the past few days, he had sold the previous day's catch at lunchtime and returned to the marshes in the afternoon. After selling in the evening, he would also catch crabs, tirelessly spinning like a top. Yet, as he witnessed his earnings grow day by day, he felt no fatigue. Zhong Dagǔ did not consider the money as his own. He always believed that the stall belonged to Wu Jiangshan. The means to earn was Wu Jiangshan's idea, and he was merely assisting him. However, he was confident that if he ever needed to borrow money, Wu Jiangshan would lend it to him without hesitation. While stewing the fish, Zhong Dagǔ pulled out a cornmeal pancake and squatted by the stove to eat. He wondered how Wu Jiangshan's visit to the large hospital in the provincial capital had gone. Medical expenses must be steep. If Wu Jiangshan lacked funds, he could cover some, though it would delay his own visit to Pingyao to see his father. The fish was ready, filling the house with a delightful aroma. As he prepared to wash the dishes, he heard someone approaching outside. Peering out, he saw Zhang Danna. Danna, clad in a light pink dress with half her hair tied back, stepped in wearing pristine white sandals, radiating beauty. Upon entering the courtyard and spotting Zhong Dagǔ alone in the kitchen, she appeared somewhat disappointed. Is Jiangshan not back yet? Zhong Dagǔ, with wet hands, stood up nervously. He didn't mention when he would return. Danna pouted slightly. Did he not say when he would come back? Zhong Dagǔ shook his head, at a loss for words. With Wu Jiangshan absent, Danna was reluctant to stay and glanced at the muddy bicycle in the courtyard, barely recognizable. I'll clean your bike later. Don't worry about it. Just use it. Disheartened by Wu Jiangshan's absence, Danna waved dismissively and turned to leave. Zhong Dagǔ scratched his messy hair and looked down at himself. His liberation shoes had become sandals that exposed his toes, his pants were indistinguishable in color, and his tattered vest, once worn by his father years ago, was riddled with holes. He rubbed his nose, continued washing the dishes, packed the fish, and pushed his bicycle towards the knitting factory to sell, resuming his previous hustle. Wu Jiangshan awoke just in time for dinner, and as the family settled at the table, the second uncle's family returned. The second aunt entered proudly in a new floral coat, followed by the third sister, Wu Meihua, who greeted their grandparents. The second uncle carried 2 jars of canned goods. Dad, you're back. How did the checkup go? Quite well. No issues at all. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Sit down for dinner. Ah, the second uncle replied, pulling out a stool. The second aunt remained silent upon entering, and when the second uncle brought her a chair, she sat down without taking up her chopsticks. Dad, I heard you were back, and the family is all gathered. The second uncle tugged at the second aunt. Let's eat first. She huffed. Every day is the same bland meal. Who can eat it? Sooner or later, it must be addressed. Why are you pulling me? The second uncle fell silent again, staring down with a pitiful expression. Wu Jiangshan set down his chopsticks. The situation had indeed returned. He looked at his grandfather, who smiled back, maintaining a calm demeanor. Second, if you have something to say, just speak. His grandmother's face was filled with disappointment. Was this truly the son she had raised? The second uncle could not bear to look at his grandparents, feeling torn within. Sitting there, guilt-ridden and silent, the second aunt scoffed at his lack of resolve. Dad, we wish to split the family. Chapter 64. The family dispute. Wu shouting also set down his chopsticks. Second sister-in-law, this household is not yours to command. Our parents are present. How can you declare a division of the family? The second aunt cast a disdainful glance at Wu shouting. The second house cannot take charge. Yet you, as the third, think you can? Second sister-in-law, your words are misplaced. Our parents are here. We ought to heed their wishes, Song Xiangjuan interjected. This remark ignited the second aunt, her voice rising. Your family has no say. We all toil together. Yet the old man and old lady hoard the good things for you. You are eager to avoid division, wanting us to serve as your laborers. Seeing his younger brother silent while allowing his wife to stir trouble, the eldest uncle slammed the table in frustration. Second brother, Are you here to provoke our parents with your wife? The second uncle retorted, I find your words displeasing. How have we angered the old man? It seems you in the third house are colluding to bully us. Wu Jiangshan suddenly stood up, startling everyone. The second aunt's expression stiffened. She recalled how Wu Jiangshan had once beaten the eldest son-in-law of the Zhou family. Fearful of his potential violence, she shouted, What do you intend to do? Will you strike your second uncle and me? Wu Jiangshan ignored her and addressed the second uncle. The doctor in the provincial city has warned that grandfather's heart is weak and cannot bear stress. Whether you wish to divide the family or the possessions, we can discuss it amicably. There is no need to escalate this into a conflict. He then approached his grandfather. Grandfather, let us retire to the inner room. There is little of value here, and we cannot divide it fruitfully. Once they have deliberated, we can await your approval. The old man sighed deeply, appearing older than before. With his grandson's assistance, he rose, glancing at his three sons. He felt a desire to remain uninvolved, allowing them to live as they wished. Yet the prospect of a family division weighed heavily on his heart. If you wish to part ways, do so. Your mother and I are aging and may not have many years left. Remember this. You are all brothers. Though the bones may break, the sinews remain connected. Even if you separate, do not shut your doors to one another. Support each other, lest you become a source of ridicule to outsiders. The second uncle, hearing of the old man's heart condition, was the first to shed tears. Father, I have been unfilial. The grandmother also rose, muttering angrily as she entered the room with the old man, unconcerned about how the three brothers and their wives continued their quarrel outside. Wu Jiangshan remained in the elders' room, keeping the two old folks company. The grandfather sat on the edge of the Kong and requested his wife to bring out their valuables for appraisal. Upon hearing this, the grandmother could hardly suppress her ire towards the second aunt, yet she ultimately complied with her husband's wishes. From the cupboard, she retrieved layers of money, grain coupons, and fabric tickets. As Wu Jiangshan observed his grandmother wiping her tears while counting their meager savings, a pang of sorrow struck him. The old lady had always been frugal, saving diligently to support the entire family. Grandmother, I will take care of you and grandfather from now on. We need not fret over this little money. I can earn more now. He then produced all the money from his pocket. From now on, any earnings I make will be under grandmother's care. The old lady felt warmth in her heart, gently patting Wu Jiangshan's arm. My dear, you have not been a burden, but be careful to hide the money. We wouldn't want that shameless one outside to think it is hers. Wu Jiangshan chuckled, tucking the money away. Let us not be troubled. The land can be cultivated by my father and the others, allowing grandfather to rest. In a few days, I will take you both to the town for a stroll. Good. I shall raise more chickens and ducks to save for my eldest grandson's bride, the grandmother replied. Oh, I eagerly await that. I shall not settle for anything less than a beautiful wife. Wu Jiangshan succeeded in brightening the spirits of the two elderly. Meanwhile, at the dining table in the kitchen, the three brothers reached a consensus. They would wait until the autumn harvest to divide the fields. The houses would remain as they were, with each family residing in their respective quarters. The money and other possessions, which the grandmother typically managed, would await her division. However, a dispute arose regarding the household livestock. The second aunt and the eldest aunt clashed over the chickens, ducks, and cattle. Who do you think has fed these animals? You think you can just take them? The eldest aunt had endured the second aunt's scheming for long enough. Just because you fed them, does that mean we didn't labor to cultivate the land? Do you think they grow just from your effort? The second aunt, her voice like a machine gun, shot back. You sent your daughters off to marry. And when my daughter Meiwa weds, will it be your mother who provides the dowry or you? Why should the chickens and ducks not have a share for my family? I demand the cattle as well. The second aunt's tirade was relentless. The eldest aunt, nearly at her breaking point, retorted, Your Meiwa is lazy, doing nothing but eating. With that attitude, who would want her? The second aunt, having waited long for a chance to defend her daughter, surged forward in fury, seeking to strike. Amidst the chaos, as they clawed and cursed at each other, the two women began to tear at one another, their anger escalating. The table toppled. Strands of hair were pulled from the eldest aunt, and the second aunt's clothing was ripped. Wu Xiaodang and Song Xiangyuan rushed in to intervene, but the second aunt, already displeased with Song Xiangyuan, struck her as well. Song Xiangyuan, incensed, joined forces with the eldest aunt against the second aunt. The second aunt, despite being outnumbered, fought back fiercely, her strength born from years of hard work in the fields. As summer clothing became disheveled in the scuffle, the three brothers could only grasp their wives, hesitant to intervene directly. The uproar outside was unmistakable, with insults flying through the door, clear to Wu Jiangshan and his grandparents. Wu Jiangshan reassured the elderly. I will go and intervene. Grandfather, grandmother, stay inside and do not expose yourselves. Do not let this anger you. It is good to air grievances now, so that there will be no misunderstandings in the future. The grandfather nodded. I am fine. Go and help. Wu Jiangshan opened the door and immediately spotted the second ant tugging at his mother's hair. He strode forward, parting the chaotic crowd, first rescuing Song Xiangyuan and then separating the two ants. In the frenzy, Wu Jiangshan stood tall between them, preventing either from advancing. The eldest and second uncles quickly seized the opportunity to pull their respective wives apart. However, even as they were separated, insults continued to fly. Wu Jiangshan, now thoroughly incensed, picked up a jar of preserved food brought by the second uncle and smashed it to the ground with a loud crash. Instantly, the house fell silent. Chapter 65. The Family Dispute 2. Wu Jiangshan surveyed the chaotic household, observing the individuals squabbling like roosters, and scoffed. Look at this place. Do you see mountains of gold or silver? Is it worth this uproar? Have you no sense of dignity? His words filled the elder uncle, the second uncle, and his father with deep embarrassment. The second uncle's wife tugged at her tattered garment, defiantly retorting, "This is adult business. What do you have to say in it? Do you truly believe this family belongs to you?" Wu Jiangshan, disinterested in further banter, picked up a chair and seated himself. This family does not rest solely on my shoulders, nor on yours. However, should you persist in this uproar and provoke my grandparents to the brink, I will not hesitate to drag you back to Lutan and have a word with your parents. The second uncle's wife unleashed a torrent of curses. Witnessing her insults directed at her son, Song Xiangyuan seethed with rage, ready to retaliate, but was restrained by Wu shouting. As tensions escalated, Wu Jiangshan hurled a broken bowl that clattered at the feet of the second uncle's wife. Test me and see if I will not act. If you wish to divide the family, then cease this disturbance. What is rightfully yours shall not be denied. In addition to the land, the house, grain, and shared funds, I demand the cattle. He turned to the elder uncle and his father. What about you two? Do you wish to divide? He gestured towards the inner room. Grandfather has decreed that today we clarify everything. If division is your desire, we shall calculate how it is to be done. If not, I will allocate the division solely to the second uncle's family, and thereafter, the term division must never be uttered again. The elder uncle and his wife appeared to have reached a consensus previously. Upon hearing Wu Jiangshan's pronouncement, the elder uncle shook his head. I am the eldest. Both daughters are married off. What is there to divide? I shall live with our parents. Wu shouting understood Song Xiangyuan's intentions, but ignored them, stating plainly, I also do not wish to divide. Thus, only the second uncle's family remained. The second uncle, though hesitant to divide, was cowed by his wife's influence. As she had declared before their return, if you do not divide, I will seek a divorce and take Meihua back to my family. The second uncle dreaded the thought of divorce, fearing disgrace and contemplating whether he could remarry at his age. Following the elder brother and younger brother's declarations, Wu Shaodong fell silent, lowering his head. Very well, it appears only the second uncle's family wishes to divide. Let us assess the household's possessions and determine what belongs to the second uncle. Wu Jiangshan recalled the previous division clearly, but resolved not to allow them to dictate terms this time. The room occupied by the second uncle remained his, and the farmland, which comprised several acres, would be split into 4 parts. Why should it be 4 shares? It should be 3. The second uncle's wife protested, arguing that 4 shares would diminish their portion. My grandparents are still alive, Wu Jiangshan retorted, casting a glance at her. If you desire their land, it is contingent upon their willingness to part with it. His words stunned the others. Indeed, they had assumed everything would be divided into 3 shares, leaving the elderly couple with nothing. The family fortune was earned by my grandparents. Without them, there would be none of you. They spent their lives raising 3 children and ensuring you all married well. It does not imply that this household entirely belongs to you. As for the remaining assets, money, grain, the quantities held by my grandmother, you are all aware these too will be divided into 4 shares. Once my grandmother has distributed it, second uncle, you can take your share directly. The remaining livestock, including chickens and ducks, is mine. I will take the cattle. I have no interest in the poultry. The second uncle's wife interjected again, claiming Wu Jiangshan's distribution would lead to even less for them. What delusions you entertain? Wu Jiangshan scoffed. Did you purchase the cattle? I assure you, you will not take a single egg. While Wu Jiangshan desired a peaceful division, the second uncle's wife had become increasingly brazen. Despite his warnings of their grandfather's poor health and the need for calm discussions, she insisted on causing turmoil, leaving Wu Jiangshan unwilling to negotiate further. How dare you bully us? Do you think my family lacks brothers? The second uncle's wife shot back defiantly, hands on her hips. I have 2 brothers and a nephew. Do you think you can intimidate me? Wu Jiangshan chuckled lightly. So, you intend to summon someone to confront me? The second uncle hastily interjected, Jiangshan. How could your second aunt do such a thing? Wu Jiangshan warned, Second aunt, do not push me to my limits. I know Lu Shanshui. Hasn't he mentioned proposing for the third sister? Is the prospective groom from the town? How do you know? Both the second uncle and his wife were taken aback, bewildered as to how Wu Jiangshan had learned of their private conversation. The second uncle's wife surmised it must have been her sister-in-law's loose lips. And what if I do know? My sister Mei Hua is set to marry someone from town. Let me tell you, that family is affluent, with plenty of resources. Wu Jiangshan chuckled again. Though he had no knowledge of where his third sister would eventually wed, he was certain it was not the individual currently under discussion. In his previous life, he had mingled in town, and it was Lu Shanshui who introduced the match for Wu Meihua, which had become notorious. Some were aware of Wu Meihua's origins from Wu Tun and would inquire if Wu Jiangshan was acquainted, turning the tale into a jest. If your third sister is to become wealthy, what do you still covet here? Surely your future son-in-law will honor you generously? Wu Jiangshan observed, noting a glimmer of pride on Wu Meihua's face. He recognized her as lacking discernment, much like her mother, and chose not to enlighten them. Even if my son-in-law honors me, what is rightfully mine in this household must still be secured. The second uncle's wife, intent on claiming the cattle, sought to sell it as a dowry for Wu Meihua, fearing her daughter would appear less than respectable without it. Yet, Wu Jiangshan was resolute in denying her wishes. Over the years, while the second uncle had been diligent, his wife had merely slacked off, bringing distress to the family. Thus, Wu Jiangshan felt justified in not granting her satisfaction. Second uncle, even after the division, you remain my uncle. And you are as much kin to my elder uncle and father. We are still family. I advise you to minimize your interactions with the Lu family. Be wary of my third sister being misled into exchanging her dowry for your son. You're talking nonsense. You insolent brat. The second uncle's wife spat out, cursing loudly at the door. Wu Jiangshan dismissed her entirely, asserting, this is how the division will be, even if we involve the village leader as a mediator. It remains unchanged. You shall not take the cattle, nor will the Lu family dare to come and seize anything. Rising, Wu Jiangshan approached the second uncle. After the division, you will still reside here unless you wish to relocate to Lu Tun as a son-in-law. Otherwise, I suggest you counsel your wife to refrain from creating a spectacle. The second uncle sighed, observing that throughout this ordeal, the elderly couple remained silent, and both the elder brother and younger brother chose not to speak, allowing Wu Jiangshan, the younger generation, to take charge. Indeed, it appeared that Wu Jiangshan was destined to assume leadership of the family. He nodded, displaying newfound resolve. Let us proceed as you advise. After the division, I will continue to care for our parents. I shall ensure the yearly provisions are delivered. Chapter 66. The Family Dispute 3. Upon hearing the news, the second aunt was infuriated. Not merely for the division of assets, but also because they were still obligated to provide sustenance for the 2 elderly relatives. The second uncle, observing her fierce demeanor and the judgmental gazes from his elder brother and younger sibling, felt an unprecedented wave of sorrow and rage swell within him. With a resounding slap, he struck the second aunt, leaving Wu Jiangshan utterly astonished. It was the first time the second uncle had ever raised a hand against her, and she fell silent, momentarily forgetting her wailing. If you continue this ruckus, we might as well cease to coexist, he declared, as if a decade of age had suddenly been added to him, his shoulders sagging under the weight of despair. The second aunt collapsed onto the ground, weeping inconsolably, lashing out at the second uncle for being heartless and ineffectual. Yet no one paid her any heed. The second uncle, indifferent to her outburst, retreated into the inner room, bowing his head before the elderly couple. Father, mother, I have been an unfilial son. Please pretend you never had me. The grandfather sighed, instructing him to bring his wife inside to spare the family from ridicule. He assured them that the money and rations would be sent to their home through Jiangshan. The grandmother remained silent, not even glancing in his direction, leaving him feeling utterly desolate. Tears streaming down his face, the second uncle emerged, pulling the second aunt back into their quarters, with Wu Meihua hurrying after them. The sounds of their quarrel echoed from the second room, but thankfully, with the door shut, the others pretended not to hear. The elder aunt began tidying the kitchen, while their mother, Song Xianjuan, quickly joined in to assist. Her heart ached at the sight of the shattered dishes, yet a glance at her son filled her with joy. The second family had been separated, and though the elder family remained intact, she felt reassured knowing her son could now take the reins of their household. No one had the appetite to eat that evening, as as a somber atmosphere enveloped them. The grandfather instructed the elder uncle to visit the commune the following day to find a mediator for the division of the family assets and to draft a written agreement to avoid future disputes. Once the funds and ration tickets were sorted, the grandmother directed Wu Jiangshan to deliver them to the second family. However, Jiangshan insisted on presenting them in front of the mediator the next day, as the second aunt was unashamed and preferred to have matters addressed openly. "Grandson, are you hungry? I can fetch you some fruit," the elderly woman said, her discomfort overshadowed by concern for her grandson. "I am not hungry, Grandma. You and Grandpa haven't eaten either. Let me prepare something for you. What can you cook? Call your aunt to help." "Never mind, let's not bother them. They are not in the mood. I will prepare a bit more, and we can eat together. There will be better days ahead." Emerging from the inner room, Wu Jiangshan found the kitchen tidy. The light was still on in the elder uncle's room, indicating they had not yet retired for the night. He glanced into the pot, discovering some leftover rice. A few buns had been salvaged after falling to the ground during the earlier confrontation. Reluctant to discard them, he peeled off the outer layer. After scrubbing the large pot clean, Wu Jiangshan greased the bottom with some lard, sliced the buns, and whisked an egg into a batter, adding a pinch of salt and finely chopped green onions. He dipped the bun slices into the egg mixture and pan-fried them until they turned a golden brown. An appetizing sight. Hearing commotion in the kitchen, the elder aunt stepped outside, only to find Wu Jiangshan busy at the stove. "Jiangshan, are you hungry? What can I prepare for you?" she inquired, having changed into fresh clothes and neatly tidied her hair after the earlier altercation. "Here, try this." Wu Jiangshan offered a slice to her, and she accepted it with a shy smile, taking a bite. It's delicious, better than what I make." "Elder aunt, do we have any pickles left at home?" "Yes, wait a moment, I'll get some." She wiped her hands and retrieved a small jar from the cupboard, extracting several pickled cucumbers and a few peppers. "I see there's still some rice left. Let us boil it into porridge and have a simple meal with the bun slices." "Sounds good, you've planned well." Initially, the elder aunt had been miffed at the grandmother's favoritism towards Wu Jiangshan, but after he assisted in dealing with Zhou Libao, her perception shifted. Furthermore, the elder uncle had advised her that the future of the Wu family rested on Jiangshan's shoulders. With no sons and daughters already settled into their lives, they would ultimately find themselves alone if they separated. Thus, it was wiser to remain with their parents, regardless of Jiangshan's future success, at least when they passed away. There would still be someone from the Wu family to honor them during festivals and memorials. Could they rely on their son-in-law's family to do the same? The elder aunt understood this reasoning, and having lived together for so many years, she had grown accustomed to it. She helped swiftly prepare a simple dinner spread. Wu Jiangshan called for his parents, noticing a mark on his mother's face where the second aunt had scratched her earlier. Fortunately, it had not broken the skin. He also summoned his grandparents, and the family gathered around the table, intentionally excluding the second family. These bun slices were fried by Jiangshan. "Just look at that color. They look delightful." The elder aunt praised him, and the grandparents joined in, easing the tense atmosphere at last. Wu Meiwa peeked from the doorway into the main room and turned back to her mother, saying, "Mom, they're having dinner in the main room. And I'm hungry too." The second aunt, still in her disheveled state and fuming at the second uncle, retorted, "Let them eat. Let them stuff themselves." Noticing her mother's attitude, Wu Meiwa approached her father. "Dad, I smell lard. Can you check what they're eating?" "I'm hungry too." The second uncle sat on the edge of the bed, observing the two women, utterly drained of words, his heart heavy with fatigue. The next morning, the men of the Wu family, typically early risers, remained at home. The elder uncle summoned the village head, who, upon learning of the impending division of the Wu family, advised the grandfather to reconsider. Still, the grandfather maintained his cheerful demeanor, asserting that the children had grown and had their own aspirations, they could choose their paths. The village head, of a similar age to the elder uncle, had grown up alongside him and the second uncle. He was well aware of Wu Xiaodong's character and did not hesitate to chastise him, calling him a coward. Though Lu Fang found this offensive, she refrained from retaliating. The process of dividing the family was straightforward. The village head drafted an agreement, converting the grain into ration tickets and dividing the money and other assets into 4 portions. The grandmother followed Wu Jiangshan's advice, ensuring a fair distribution. In addition to the house and land, there were precious few possessions left. Over the years, each grandchild had attended school, incurring substantial expenses. Regardless of whether they were granddaughters or grandsons, the elderly couple supported their education. However, it was evident that the 3 daughters of the elder and second uncles were not inclined towards academics. a fact that left no room for accusations of favoritism towards the grandmother. Ultimately, the grandfather was sympathetic towards his second son, assuring him that now that he would be living independently, they would not require his assistance for sustenance this year. While the elder aunt was reluctant to let the second aunt benefit, she refrained from voicing her objections. The second aunt was ungrateful for the grandfather's kindness, insisting that when they purchased cattle during the famine, they had contributed to the repayment, thus claiming a share in the cattle. Even if they were not to receive the cattle, she demanded compensation in cash. In the end, the grandfather made the final decision to allocate the family's chickens and ducks to them, compensating for the value of the cattle. After pressing their thumbprints, the division of the family was complete. When it was the second uncle's turn, he struggled to leave his mark in the red clay, unable to do so for quite some time, until the second aunt persistently urged him on, causing him to finally shed tears as he pressed his finger down. Chapter 67. Buying clothes. The division of the household had concluded, and compared to the uproar in Wu Jiangshan's memory, this time was relatively mild. The eldest uncle had not divided his share with the family, but had only sent the second uncle away, hoping that life would settle down a bit from now on. With the village chief having departed, the second uncle's family was also preparing to leave, and the second aunt was busy packing the chickens and ducks into cages to take back to her maternal home. The second uncle had become a mere shadow of his former self, devoid of spirit. Whatever the second aunt instructed, he would comply without question. After informing the old man, he borrowed the family's ox cart to transport the two women, knowing he would need to return to tend to the fields afterward. The house fell into a quietude, and the grandfather resumed tilling the land, with the eldest uncle and father accompanying him. Wu Jiangshan understood that such changes required everyone to adapt over time. He decided not to linger at home idly and informed his grandmother and mother before changing into the new outfit that Cui Jun had bought for him. Clad in freshly washed jeans and a floral shirt, along with his repaired roller skates, he set off to the town. Upon arriving in town, it was already midday, and Wu Jiangshan made his way directly to the front of the knitting factory, where Zhong Dagǔ was indeed selling snacks. As Wu Jiangshan approached him, Zhong Dagǔ hesitated to acknowledge him. "What's wrong? Have you forgotten me after just a few days?" Zhong Dagǔ broke into a simple smile, his eyes lighting up at Wu Jiangshan's new attire. "Jiangshan, that outfit looks splendid on you, and those shoes are stunningly white." "Do you think so?" Wu Jiangshan replied. Pleased, Zhong Dagǔ nodded vigorously. "You look like someone from the city. Did you buy this in the provincial capital?" "It was a gift. I brought you something as well. Come on, let us close up and head home to try it on." Wu Jiangshan shook the bag he was holding, glancing at the remaining snacks in the basin, and helped to load them onto the bicycle. "Don't touch it. You'll get the clothes dirty," Zhang Dagǔ protested, quickly taking over and combining the two basins into one. Just as he was about to leave, two women approached. "Little Zhang, have you finished selling?" "Almost, but I need to head back." "Let me see how much you have left." "I'll take all of it." Zhang Dagǔ nodded repeatedly, handing over the remaining snacks for 2 yuan. With 2 empty basins, he easily secured them to his bicycle and pushed it alongside Wu Jiangshan on their way home. "Jiangshan, when did you return?" "I just got back yesterday." "How have you been?" "Zhang Danna came looking for you yesterday." "Just came back yesterday." "How about you?" "Zhang Danna has the day off today." Wu Jiangshan felt a pang of longing for her but hesitated to visit her home, uncertain if Zhang Jun was around. Zhang Dagǔ scratched his head. "Business has been great. I've made over 600 in just a week." "Really? That is impressive." Wu Jiangshan was taken aback. He had only been gone for a week, and Zhang Dagǔ had managed to earn such an amount? Observing Zhong Dagǔ's tattered clothing and seeing how much darker and thinner he had become in just a week, Wu Jiangshan realized that even in his absence, Zhong Dagǔ had managed to catch plenty of fish, shrimp, and crabs on his own. Perhaps even more than when they worked together. "Dagǔ, there's no end to making money, so don't overexert yourself. If you wear yourself out, no amount of money will cover medical expenses. I'm not tired. Just seeing that money gives me energy. I'm just anxious waiting for you to come back while guarding all this money. Why worry? You'll earn even more in the future. By the way, how is your grandfather?" Wu Jiangshan shook his head. "He has heart issues. He needs to rest and avoid getting angry." Zhong Dagǔ nodded, somewhat understanding. As they chatted merrily, they soon arrived at Zhong Dagǔ's home. Wu Jiangshan took out 2 pairs of jeans and a floral shirt, encouraging Zhong Dagǔ to try them on. Zhong Dagǔ hesitated, retracting his hand. "This shirt looks similar to what the other guys wear." "I'd rather not." "Stop being modest. I got this for you. Hurry and try it on." "All right, but I need to wash up first. I'm too dirty." Zhong Dagǔ quickly washed himself with cold water and, after hastily drying off, donned the new clothes. The jeans from Wang Fugue were a bit loose on him, but he found that the pair belonging to the young man named Wu Jiangshan fit him perfectly. Has Wu Jiangshan become so thin? Zhong Dagǔ chuckled, realizing they wore the same size. It fits just right, he said, grinning, while Wu Jiangshan joined in the laughter. You know, these jeans are all the rage in the provincial capital. All the young folks are wearing them. Must be expensive, right? Not really. I won them playing billiards. Just took them from someone. What is billiards? That is a story for another time. Now, let us try on the shirt. Zhong Dagǔ slipped into the floral shirt, and Wu Jiangshan's expression froze. The shirt truly did not suit someone with a darker complexion. You look like an African, Wu Jiangshan remarked, scratching his head as he glanced at Zhong Dagǔ's shoes. Let us go buy you a nice pair of shoes. Jiangshan, there is no need to buy shoes. I have some. Come on, don't be silly. Didn't you earn several hundred? What is the point of saving it? We should look presentable since there are other matters to attend to. Hearing Wu Jiangshan's insistence, Zhong Dagǔ finally agreed. Let us hurry, though. I need to go back to the reeds this afternoon, or I won't have anything to sell tonight. Wu Jiangshan waited for Zhong Dagǔ to lock the door, then playfully draped his arm around his shoulder. Take a break today? No selling. But I could make dozens. Wu Jiangshan pulled out a cigarette, lighting it and offering it to Zhong Dagǔ. Don't worry, in the future, we could earn several hundred in a day. Zhong Dagǔ, with the cigarette in his mouth, struggled to keep his eyes open due to the smoke. Wu Jiangshan laughed heartily, taking the cigarette back for himself. Zhong Dagǔ rubbed his eyes. Feeling that Wu Jiangshan had changed significantly, he couldn't quite pinpoint how, but the gap between them felt increasingly vast. Upon reaching the joint general store, Wu Jiangshan discovered they sold Huili shoes as well, prompting him to ask the attendant for a pair that Zhong Dagǔ could wear. Zhong Dagǔ waved his hands, looking at the pristine white shoes. Jiangshan, if I wear these, they'll be black in no time. No way, I don't want them. Wu Jiangshan glanced around and saw only the old liberation shoes and black cloth shoes, which wouldn't match well. These jeans deserve better. Though Zhong Dagǔ liked the shoes, he felt too intimidated to even try them on. Wu Jiangshan decided to buy a pair of Huili shoes and a pair of black cloth shoes, allowing them to alternate. The two pairs cost 16 yuan, and after paying, Wu Jiangshan went to look at shirts. The floral shirt really didn't suit Zhong Dagǔ. Eventually, he found a white short-sleeved shirt made of good fabric, knowing it would pair nicely with the jeans. As he reached for his money, Zhong Dagǔ abruptly grabbed his arm, stopping him from paying. Hey, let go. Wu Jiangshan yelped as Zhong Dagǔ inadvertently gripped the injured arm. Zhong Dagǔ quickly pulled up Wu Jiangshan's sleeve, noticing the bandage, and stared, bewildered. What happened to you? Wu Jiangshan grimaced in pain, waving his hand dismissively. Just buy the shirt first. I'll explain later. Chapter 68. The Spirited Young Man. Zhong Dagǔ. In the end, Zhong Dagǔ purchased the cotton shirt, and not just one, but two. Wu Jiangshan insisted that he should alternate wearing them to avoid wearing clothes to the point of decay before washing. After buying the shirts, Wu Jiangshan urged Zhong Dagǔ to change into them on the spot, clad in a white shirt, denim jeans, and white canvas shoes. Zhong Dagǔ transformed into a dapper young man. Wu Jiangshan discarded Zhong Dagǔ's worn-out shoes into a nearby stinking gutter. It felt as though all the hardships of his past were cast away along with those shoes. I haven't eaten lunch yet. I walked here from the village. Let's go to a restaurant, suggested Zhong Dagǔ. He waved his hands dismissively. Let's skip the restaurant. I caught a wild duck a few days ago, and I still have it at home. If you want meat, I can prepare it for you. Then, with concern, he glanced at Wu Jiangshan's arm. What happened to your arm? You shouldn't eat wild duck. It's not suitable for you. Come on, I'll take you to have some stewed meat instead. Wu Jiangshan, however, disregarded his advice and led him to the largest state-run restaurant in town. They ordered 2 large platters of meat dishes, a bowl of rice, and a bottle of beer. Zhong Dagǔ felt uneasy under the gaze of the haughty server. As the dishes arrived, he was apprehensive about soiling his new attire and kept his chin perched on the table's edge throughout the meal. Wu Jiangshan poured a glass of beer for Zhong Dagǔ, who had just warned that wild duck was unsuitable for him, yet now showed no concern as he drank. Brother, let us raise a glass. You've worked hard these past few days, Wu Jiangshan said. Zhong Dagǔ chuckled, raising his glass, his face contorting like that of an old man as he sipped. They had previously shared drinks, pooling their meager savings to buy some cheap liquor, often resulting in drunkenness and chaos. This was his first experience with beer. Jiangshan, you went to the provincial city and returned injured? Wu Jiangshan then recounted his story, leaving Zhong Dagǔ astounded. How could someone be so audacious? He then expressed curiosity about the girl Wu Jiangshan had rescued. wondering how she looked. Wu Jiangshan rubbed his chin, reflecting on Cui Jun's appearance, and disdainfully shook his head. She's not short, and her long legs are nice, but her figure leaves much to be desired. She's far from Zhang Danna. Zhong Dagǔ chuckled. City girls must be beautiful. Wu Jiangshan remarked that the girl came from a well-off family, and they were unlikely to meet again in the future. Wu Jiangshan, however, lacked ambition and was primarily focused on earning some money to improve his family's living conditions. By the way, have you seen Qian Jinli these days? Zhong Dagǔ nodded. I saw him. He even brought people to the knitting factory to buy hairy crabs. Ah, Qian Jinli is someone you can count on, Wu Jiangshan replied. The two of them had hearty appetites, and they chatted while finishing all the food they had ordered. Zhong Dagǔ, having dined out for the first time, felt as though his stomach might burst. After leaving the restaurant, Zhong Dagǔ wanted to head to the reed pond. But Wu Jiangshan hesitated and opted to take him to the vicinity of the supply and marketing cooperative, where they found Qian Jinli and a group of young men from Hushan town. These youths had no place to go and spent their days loitering in front of the cooperative. When Wu Jiangshan arrived, Qian Jinli and the others were engrossed in a card game. Hey, Jiangshan, your outfit looks quite impressive. Haha, it's all right, right? Are you all having fun? Wu Jiangshan approached Qian Jinli to watch him play cards, casually offering him a cigarette and sharing with the others. Qian Jinli accepted the cigarette and was surprised to see Zhong Dagǔ in jeans. These aren't cheap. The last time I was in the provincial city, my old man refused to buy me any. Zhong Dagǔ grinned foolishly. Jiangshan brought them back from the provincial city for me. With you two dressed like this, I hardly recognize you, Qian Jinli remarked, resuming his game. After finishing a round, he passed the seat to another observer and stepped aside to speak with Wu Jiangshan and Zhong Dagǔ. You two look so sharp. Are you giving up on your business? Not at all, Wu Jiangshan replied, lighting a cigarette. We rely on that little stall for our meals. We just got back and wanted to take a day off. But we have nowhere to go. Qian Jinli chuckled. Indeed, this place offers little more than existing. Then why don't you leave? Zhong Dagǔ interjected. I went to the provincial city and realized just how vast the gap is between our place and those big cities. Do you think I don't want to leave? Qian Jinli lamented, glancing at the lively card game. A friend of mine went south last year and became a millionaire in a year. With a sigh, he continued. But my old man is strict. He said if I dared to leave, he would break my legs. At this point, he looked at Wu Jiangshan. I see potential in you. If you want to go, my friend can help you. After a few years, you'll have everything you need. Wu Jiangshan sighed. My family is the same. I can't leave. I don't want to farm, so I must find ways to earn a living in town. What can one do here? Your little stall is good, but we lack your skills. By the way, Qian Jinli suddenly remembered something, speaking of which. Have you heard about Sun Yozhong? Wu Jiangshan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Zhong Dagǔ. Zhong Dagǔ hadn't mentioned anything to him at noon, indicating that it wasn't about a conflict. What about Sun Yozhong? He set up a stall similar to yours over by the coal yard. I have a buddy living there, and he said business is quite good, making dozens a day. His food isn't good, though. It has a foul taste. Interjected a young man from the card game. Yes, his dishes lack flavor, agreed Wu Jiangshan, narrowing his eyes. The market over at the coal yard was already claimed, giving Sun Yozhong the upper hand. He was resourceful, having ventured elsewhere to establish a market since he felt unwelcome here. If they want to learn, we can't do anything about it. Wu Jiangshan waved dismissively. Let us not worry about him for now. Qian, do you know anyone at the cinema? The cinema? Qian Jinli shook his head. I haven't been there in ages. They don't even show movies anymore. It's dull. Wu Jiangshan felt a tinge of disappointment. Why do you ask? Want to see a movie? Even if they were showing films, they'd be outdated. If you want to watch a movie, you might as well come to my house to watch a videotape. You have a VCR? What tapes do you have? What is that? Whenever you have time, just come over. After chatting with Qian Jinli for a while and failing to accomplish what he intended, Wu Jiangshan suddenly thought of a business idea, a video hall. This venture had once been incredibly popular when Hushan Town first embraced it, screening films laden with subtle implications from the afternoon until midnight. Young couples flocked there, often watching several films in a row. Chapter 69. Meeting the parents. Wu Jiangshan's desire to acquire the cinema intensified. It was a prime piece of real estate. Once in his possession, he could transform it into an entertainment hub for Hushan Town, surpassing ice rinks, video halls, and billiard rooms. Since he had no connections with Qian Jinli, Wu Jiangshan decided to seek out Lan Jiangwo, who was among the few individuals he could converse with and held a prominent status. In his previous life, Wu Jiangshan had never engaged in such ventures. leaving him completely oblivious on how to proceed. He could only explore the matter gradually. It was Sunday, and perhaps Lan Jiangwo would be at home. Not wanting to waste time, he bid farewell to Qian Jinli and headed to the supply and marketing cooperative. Knowing that Lan Jiangwo's household would have ample food, Wu Jiangshan purchased 2 bottles of white liquor and 2 cans of malt milk. He had Zhong Dagǔ carry the items as they made their way to the hospital. For Wu Jiangshan needed to find someone first. This individual was a wandering barefoot doctor, primarily plying his trade in rural areas, selling plasters and folk remedies. Townsfolk typically opted for the hospital for minor ailments, showing little faith in him. However, Wu Jiangshan was aware of the man's prowess. He possessed a hereditary remedy specifically for burns. Applying his black ointment to a burn could lead to healing within a week. Though currently obscure in a decade or so, he would become sought after in Hushan town and its neighboring villages for his miraculous treatments. Wu Jiangshan only knew this man's surname, Ho, and that he resided near the hospital, but he lacked the full name. After inquiring about several individuals at the hospital entrance with Zhong Dagǔ, they had yet to find the right person when suddenly they heard someone calling. Turning around, Wu Jiangshan was surprised to see Zhang Danna. She had quite an array of skirts. Zhong Dagǔ had seen her in pink yesterday, and today she sported green. She dashed down the hospital steps, her face illuminated with joy. Wu Jiangshan, is that really you? When did you return? I came back yesterday. I was planning to visit you at school tomorrow. What brings you here? My mother works here. Upon hearing Wu Jiangshan wanted to find her, Zhang Danna beamed. It's good to see you remember me. Your outfit looks wonderful. Did you buy it in the provincial city? Her eyes sparkled with delight. Wu Jiangshan, even without dressing up, had always caught her eye. But now he appeared even more vibrant. Hey, what happened to you? She tugged at his rolled-up sleeve, revealing a portion of bandage. Immediately, her face tensed. How did you get hurt? Oh, it's nothing. I just accidentally nicked myself. It'll be fine once the stitches are out in a couple of days. You had to get stitches? Zhang Danna observed the now dull and dirty bandage with concern. This won't do. What if it gets infected? As she spoke, Zhang Danna pulled Wu Jiangshan toward the hospital. I'll take you to my mother. She can change your dressing. Wait, meet your mother? Isn't that a bit too soon? Zhang Danna playfully punched him. What are you thinking? Just say you're my classmate. With no choice but to comply. Wu Jiangshan called back to Zhong Dagǔ, keep inquiring, and find a cool spot to wait for me. Zhong Dagǔ nodded, carrying a bag of gifts, and meandered to a shaded area beside the hospital. He wanted to casually sit down as before, but upon seeing his new attire, he stood up straight. After a short while, he glanced down at his shoes, jeans, and white shirt, a foolish smile spreading across his face. As people passed by the hospital entrance, he felt as though young women were subtly glancing his way. Wu Jiangshan followed Zhang Danna into the hospital, heading straight for the surgical room. Just before reaching the door, she let go of his arm, signaling him to wait. Peeking inside, she saw her mother, Xiao Huiyun, engrossed in writing. The room was empty of patients. Mom, Zhang Danna called out. Xiao Huiyun looked up. Why are you back again? The exams are approaching. You should focus on your studies. Before she could finish, her daughter stepped aside to reveal a tall youth in a blue and white sports outfit, looking clean and spirited. Mom, I'll study at home later. This is my classmate, Wu Jiangshan. He hurt his arm. Can you help him with a dressing change? Hello, Auntie. Wu Jiangshan quickly greeted her with a smile. I'm sorry for the trouble. Xiao Huiyun had never heard of Wu Jiangshan. But since Zhang Danna introduced him as her classmate, she assumed he was also a candidate for the upcoming college entrance examination. Noticing his well-kept appearance, she thought he must come from a good family. A good background and good grades typically led to a bright future. She softened her expression. Come here. Let me take a look. As Wu Jiangshan approached, Xiao Huiyun frowned at the dirty bandage and promptly cut it open, revealing a 2-inch-long, stitched, swollen wound that elicited a gasp from Zhang Danna. As an experienced surgeon, Xiao Huiyun had seen far worse injuries and remained composed. After carefully examining the wound, she noted it was healing well. She applied some ointment, replaced the bandage with a fresh one, and instructed, come back in 4 or 5 days, just before your exams. And I'll remove the stitches. Be cautious not to let the wound get wet in the meantime. Thank you, Auntie. Wu Jiangshan expressed his gratitude earnestly. Xiao Huiyun shook her head. You're classmates with Danna. There is no need to be so formal. Zhang Danna had been watching Wu Jiangshan intently. Once his wound was treated, she pulled him toward the exit. Mom, I'm going home to study now. Thank you, Auntie. I'm leaving. Wu Jiangshan thanked her once more before being dragged out. Xiao Huiyun furrowed her brow slightly. She knew her daughter well, and sensed that Zhang Danna had a different demeanor toward this tall boy. with exams approaching. She was reluctant for her daughter to be distracted by other matters. Standing up, she walked to the back window of the examination room, from where she could see the long corridor of the hospital. Watching the two figures pass the first window, she thought it was a normal pace, then the second window. Xiao Huiyun's gaze landed on the third window, but where had they gone? The distance between the two windows was only about 2 meters, and after waiting for a minute or two, their figures had yet to reappear. Just as she prepared to step outside to check, a patient arrived for consultation. Reluctantly, she had to attend to the patient first. Meanwhile, in the hospital corridor, Zhang Danna blushed and bit her rosy lip. What are you doing? This is a hospital. If someone sees and tells my mom, I'm done for. Wu Jiangshan wiped his mouth, savoring the recent taste. What is there to fear? It's not like anyone saw us. He grinned mischievously. Come here, give me another kiss. Soon there will be more people outside. I want tea. You big pervert. Zhang Danna covered her face and dashed outside, with Wu Jiangshan laughing and chasing after her. Their figures flitted past the window. And by the time Xiao Huiyun finished with her patient and turned to look, they had already vanished from sight. Chapter 70. The Pink Wallet. How did you injure your arm? It seems unlikely that such a long cut could occur by accident. Zhang Danna inquired as they exited the hospital. Well, I apprehended a thug in the provincial capital. On our way, he attempted to flee and slash me with a knife. Nevertheless, I managed to escort him to the police station, Wu Jiangshan replied, his tone laced with pride. What do you think? Impressive, right? Wait, you caught a thug? Zhang Danna exclaimed, her initial shock giving way to admiration as she gazed at Wu Jiangshan with sparkling eyes. You were quite bold, Wu Jiangshan, but also incredibly brave. Haha. Don't be infatuated with me. I'm merely a legend, Wu Jiangshan boasted for a moment, before shifting the conversation. Are you heading home to study? Zhang Danna shot him a glance. Starting tomorrow, it's the final sprint. Today, I finally get to see you. Wu Jiangshan licked his lips, contemplating that the girl seemed to desire a date with him. However, his schedule was tight. He needed to travel to the Longjin country and return to Wutuan by nightfall. I need to run some errands with Dagǔ. You should head back first. Once you finish your exams, I'll take you out for fun. Upon hearing this, Zhang Danna's expression visibly soured, her pink lips slightly pouting. You said the same thing last time. Wu Jiangshan, without a choice, reached into his pocket and produced a pink wallet. I bought this for you in the provincial capital. I intended to give it to you when you were on break. Before he could finish, Zhang Danna had snatched the wallet from his hand. Oh, this color is beautiful, and it's leather. This exquisite little wallet was something not found in Hushan, and Zhang Danna adored it immensely. Her eyes gleamed as she looked up at him. Did you really buy this for me? Wu Jiangshan maintained a straight face. Of course. After such a long trip, how could I not think of you? Cradling the wallet in her hands, she could hardly conceal her delight. Isn't it very expensive? Just around 100 to 180 yuan. I worked hard, caught some fish, and sold them to afford it, he replied nonchalantly. Zhang Danna was genuinely touched. Jiangshan, you are so kind. Since you have treated me so well, you ought to give me a kiss as a token of gratitude. Wu Jiangshan grinned mischievously. Not a chance, with so many people around. Having received her gift, Zhang Danna's minor grievance about Wu Jiangshan's lack of company vanished. She skipped down the stairs, exclaiming, You go ahead with your tasks. I'll head home and come find you during the break. Is that it? Remember you owe me one, he called after her. With numerous people milling about the hospital entrance, Zhang Danna dared not flirt openly. Clutching her new wallet, she covered her ears and dashed away. Wu Jiangshan sighed, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a plume of smoke while gesturing for Dagǔ to join him. Did you gather any information from the people at the entrance? Zhang Dagǔ approached, pointing to where he had stood earlier. The old shoemaker mentioned that there is a man with the surname Ho living in the old houses behind. Let us go check it out, Wu Jiangshan suggested. The two of them made their way around to the back of the hospital, where a row of old tile-roofed houses stood, believed to have been built during the Ming and Qing dynasties, still inhabited by residents today. Wu Jiangshan recalled that after the year 2000, this area had been preserved and marked as a site of cultural significance. They approached a house with an open door and inquired, ultimately locating the man named Ho in a courtyard. He appeared to be in his 40s, slightly balding, and was sitting at the door polishing a wooden cabinet. You must be Dr. Ho, Wu Jiangshan said as he approached. Ho looked up, quickly scanning Wu Jiangshan before returning to his task. It's the first time someone has called me Dr. Ho. What do you want to buy? Do you have burn ointment? Wu Jiangshan asked. Yes, it's inside. There's a box on the floor. Feel free to go in and take it. Black medicated patches, Ho-er replied, diligently polishing. Wu Jiangshan wasn't courteous, instructing Zhong Dagǔ to wait outside as he entered Ho-er's home. Inside was a small living room, and the box he mentioned was indeed on the floor. It was an old lacquered wooden box, the lid hinged for easy opening. Upon opening it, Wu Jiangshan found various bottles and jars, but finally spotted a stack of black medicated patches wrapped in cowhide paper. He pulled them out, revealing thin sheets of medicated plaster, varying in size, evidently handmade. "Dr. Ho, is this what I need?" Wu Jiangshan called out. "Yes. How many do you require?" "Help yourself," Ho-er replied. Wu Jiangshan inquired. "How long does one patch last?" "A patch lasts 2 days. For light burns, 2 patches should suffice. For severe burns, use up to 7 patches," Ho-er explained. After contemplating for a moment, Wu Jiangshan decided that Lan Yang's burn wasn't too severe. "Then I'll take 2 patches." He returned the remaining patches to the box, closed it, and glanced at a nearby display of treasures. It included several bronze artifacts, blue and white porcelain, and other antiques that looked quite impressive. However, as it was his first visit, Wu Jiangshan was cautious about the man's temperament and did not linger. He exited with the medicated patches. "Dr. Ho, how much do I owe you?" 10 yuan per patch, Ho-er replied. Zhong Dagǔ was taken aback. 10 yuan for just 1 patch? Wu Jiangshan didn't haggle, handing over 20 yuan. "Then we shall take our leave." "Thank you, Dr. Ho." As they exited the courtyard, Ho-er finally looked up, surprised that someone would spend 20 yuan on just 2 patches. Such customers were rare. The reason his remedies were not in high demand was due to their steep prices. However, he was no fraud. His remedies were genuinely effective, often more so than those prescribed by conventional doctors. After departing from the old courtyard, Wu Jiangshan glanced at the sun, estimating it was nearly 3 in the afternoon, an ideal time to avoid interrupting anyone's meal. Leading Zhong Dagǔ, they walked for about 10 minutes until they reached the food factory's dormitory, where they inquired with an elderly man sitting in the shade. He informed them that Director Lan resided on the 3rd floor. Wu Jiangshan intended to accompany Zhong Dagǔ upstairs, but he refused. Firstly, he had a contentious relationship with Lan Yong and feared that encountering him might jeopardize Wu Jiangshan's plans. Secondly, he was quite tongue-tied, and being there without speaking would be awkward. Wu Jiangshan noticed his discomfort and didn't press him further. "Then why not head back? Rest well today. I'll return home tonight and come back tomorrow." "All right, since there's still daylight, I'll make a trip to the reed pond and catch as many as I can," Zhong Dagǔ said cheerfully. "Sounds good. If you wish to go, then go ahead. I'll visit you at your home tomorrow," Wu Jiangshan agreed. Having made their arrangements, Zhong Dagǔ handed his net bag to Wu Jiangshan and turned to leave. Wu Jiangshan glanced at his attire, adjusted his clothes, and ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor. He soon found Lan Zhangwo's residence and knocked on the door. After a brief wait, a middle-aged woman answered. "Hello, Auntie. I am a classmate of Lan Yong's. I happened to be passing by and thought I would check in on him. Is Lan Yong at home?" Chapter 71. Establishing a nation in Lanjian. As Lu Shuang opened the door, she was greeted by a spirited young man, brimming with gifts and a radiant smile. "Is this Lan Yong's classmate?" "Oh, he's at home. Please come in." It had been nearly 3 years since Lan Yong graduated, and while others had visited, none had made such an impressive entrance. "Thank you, Auntie," Wu Jiangshan said as he stepped inside, surveying the living room, which was empty save for the sounds of a television emanating from a back room. He handed the net bag he carried to Lu Shuang. "Auntie, this is for you and Uncle Lan. I wasn't sure what you would like, so I just picked up a few things along the way." The beauty of the net bag was that its contents were immediately visible. "Oh, why such courtesy?" Lu Shuang exclaimed as she accepted the items. A cursory glance revealed 2 boxes of milk powder and 2 bottles of fine wine, all selected with care, which made her demeanor even warmer. "Lan Yong, stop watching the video. Your classmate is here." Dressed in a tank top, Lan Yong emerged from the room, wondering who had come to visit. Upon seeing Wu Jiangshan, however, his expression soured. "Come in and sit. It's quite hot today. I'll get you some watermelon, fresh from this morning." While Lu Shuang put away Wu Jiangshan's offerings in the kitchen, she called for Lan Yong to entertain his friend. Wu Jiangshan cheerfully interjected, "Auntie, please don't trouble yourself. I can just sit for a moment." Lan Yong, noticing his mother had retreated to the kitchen, grumbled, "What are you doing here?" "Just to see you," Wu Jiangshan replied, making his way to the dining table and pulling out a chair. "Your injury seems to be healing well." Lan Yong's chest was still flushed with red, smeared with some white ointment that had dried. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, he muttered, but his mother emerged, prompting him to hold his tongue. Auntie, is Uncle Lan not at home? Wu Jiangshan inquired. Ah, your Uncle Lan has taken a few days off. He returned and immediately went to the factory to oversee production, as if the place would collapse without him, Lu Shuang said, her tone laced with pride. Today is Sunday. And he went to report to the factory director. He'll be back shortly. Come, have some watermelon. Don't be shy. Wu Jiangshan felt a twinge of disappointment, but masked it with a smile. I know. I just accompanied Uncle Lan and Lan Yong to the provincial city a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, so you are the little Wu? My husband has mentioned you quite a bit since his return. In recent days, Lan Jianguo had often compared Wu Jiangshan to Lan Yong, which had begun to grate on Lan Yong's nerves. Wishing to escape the incessant comparisons, he announced a headache to his mother and retreated to his room, closing the door behind him. Seeing her son's lack of decorum, Lu Shuang felt unable to admonish him in front of guests and turned her compliments to Wu Jiangshan instead. Little Wu, the ointment you gave Lan Yong has worked wonders. Your Uncle Lan returned with a few tubes after visiting the fire brigade. Lu Shuang's joy was genuine. Had it not been for Wu Jiangshan, they would not have known such an effective remedy. Today, he had come to deliver medicine for Lan Yong. Wu Jiangshan presented 2 high-quality patches he had procured with great effort. Auntie, these are even more effective than the fire brigade's ointment. Apply one to Lan Yong, and in 4 days, he should be nearly healed. Though Lu Shuang eyed the patches skeptically, suspecting they resembled the cheap wares sold at markets. Wu Jiangshan was about to extol their virtues when the door swung open, revealing Lan Jianguo returning with a large fish. Upon spotting Wu Jiangshan, he beamed. Little Wu is here. Wu Jiangshan rose. Uncle Lan, I came to pay a visit. Excellent. I was just thinking of inviting Lan Yong to visit you. Stay for dinner. Don't leave. No, Uncle Lan, you are too kind. I came to deliver some ointment to Lan Yong. Ointment? Lu Shuang quickly presented it to Lan Jianguo. Little Wu claims this ointment is more effective than what the fire brigade offers. Ah, you are still concerned about Lan Yong's injury. I truly don't know how to thank you. Uncle, it's nothing. Lan Yong and I are classmates. We should help one another. Lu Shuang, hurry and prepare that fish. Make a couple more dishes. Lu Shuang readily complied, taking the fish into the kitchen. Little Wu, please sit for a moment. Andy, please don't trouble yourself. I won't be eating here. Lan Jianguo firmly insisted. What does it matter? It's just a meal. You're acting distant. Wu Jiangshan smiled shyly. Well, if you insist. Lan Jianguo urged Wu Jiangshan to sit again and, noticing his attire, inquired about his arm injury. I'm fine. I just changed the dressing at the hospital earlier. In a few days, I should be able to remove the stitches. That's good to hear. I was quite startled when I heard about it. You were quite brave. If it were my Lan Yong, he would have run far away. By the way, how is the old man? Wu Jiangshan nodded. Everyone is well. Maintaining a positive outlook keeps the troubles at bay. The two engaged in light conversation while Lu Shuang listened attentively from the kitchen. Thinking to herself that Wu Jiangshan indeed resembled what her husband had described, a young man who spoke and acted with maturity. As Lan Jianguo conversed with Wu Jiangshan, he speculated about his visit. He knew Wu Jiangshan must have a purpose. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dropped by unannounced. Especially since he had already asked Lan Yong about their relationship at school, which was not particularly close. Taking advantage of the moment to fetch tea, Lan Jianguo had entered the kitchen and noticed the gifts laid out. Lu Shuang informed him they were brought by Wu Jiangshan. And Lan Jianguo understood that Wu Jiangshan must indeed have an ulterior motive. If he was seeking a position at the food factory, Lan Jianguo thought he could find a way to accommodate him. Beyond that, he couldn't think of any other ways to assist. As he emerged with the teapot, Lan Jianguo awaited Wu Jiangshan to broach the subject, but the young man remained silent until it was time for dinner. Finally, Lan Yong appeared, and Lan Jianguo instructed Lu Shuang to apply the ointment to him, having complete faith in Wu Jiangshan's recommendations. The dining table was laden with fish, meat, and stir-fried dishes, quite a feast. Lan Jianguo retrieved the wine Wu Jiangshan had brought. Let us set this aside for now. Next time you come, you must bring something more. Come now. Uncle, this isn't my first visit, is it? My father taught me that one should never arrive empty-handed. If I had come without gifts, I would have faced his reprimand. Lan Jianguo chuckled, shaking his head as he poured a glass for Wu Jiangshan and one for himself. Lan Yong, eager to join, received a sharp glance from his father and refrained from asking. As they raised their glasses, Lan Jianguo suddenly remembered, oh dear. You can't drink with that arm injury, can you? Here, have some soda instead. Not to worry, it's just a minor injury. I can share a drink with my uncle. Chapter 72. The reluctant return home of Uncle Air once Lu Shuang and Lan Yong had finished their meal and left the table. Wu Jiangshan and Lan Jiangwo had already consumed a bottle of white liquor. Uncle Lan, I have a question I would like to ask you. Lan Jiangwo thought the moment had finally arrived. If he didn't speak up soon, he would surely be intoxicated. What is it? If it's something I can assist with, I'm more than willing to help, he replied. Haha, Uncle Lan, I'm considering renting a cinema, and I'm unsure whom to approach. He believed that since Uncle Lan had a wide network, seeking his advice would be prudent. Lan Jiangwo was taken aback. What do you want to rent a cinema for? I'm looking for a place to start a small business. After much consideration, the cinema appears spacious and currently unoccupied. As you know, we only have a few acres of land at home, and since I've been studying, I haven't had the opportunity to farm. I must find a means to support my family in the future, Wu Jiangshan said earnestly. Lan Jiangwo nodded, realizing he had underestimated Wu Jiangshan. He had initially thought the young man sought a stable job at the factory, not considering that he aspired to be self-employed. Lan Jiangwo was not an ignorant villager. Their food factory had been undergoing reforms, and those in leadership positions were required to frequently attend meetings and training sessions. In Hushan Town, there weren't enough jobs available in the factories, and the concept of individual businesses was no longer novel in the county and provincial capital. However, in Hushan Town, setting up a small stall was acceptable, but the idea of renting a state-owned enterprise was likely unprecedented for Wu Jiangshan. The cinema was a ready-made two-story building, vast and several hundred square meters in size. If he had his sights set on such a place, the venture he envisioned could hardly be trivial. After all, he was a young man, bold and ambitious. Lan Jiangwo praised him initially, refraining from inquiring about where Wu Jiangshan had acquired the funds to rent the cinema. After contemplating, he decided not to involve himself too deeply in the matter and introduced him to someone who could assist. For this cinema endeavor, you'll need to reach out to someone at the town government. I don't have much influence there, but I can give you a contact. This person works at the town government and is named Ning Leson. He was my classmate in elementary school, and we occasionally keep in touch. You can give him a call to gauge the situation. Although Lan Jiangwo did not personally call to inquire on Wu Jiangshan's behalf, he had nonetheless pointed him in the right direction. Wu Jiangshan filled Lan Jiangwo's cup again, raising it in gratitude. Uncle, I toast to you. Thank you so much. Without your guidance, I truly wouldn't know where to turn. Lan Jiangwo chuckled, stating that Wu Jiangshan was too polite, as he hadn't really done much to help. They opened another bottle of liquor, and the conversation shifted away from the cinema to various lighthearted topics. Wu Jiangshan was acutely aware that he had exhausted any favors owed to him by Lan Jiangwo, and wouldn't seek his assistance again. After Wu Jiangshan departed, Lu Shuang began clearing the table while muttering, he may not be very old, but he can certainly drink. Not just that. The young man knows how to read the room. I thought he might ask for my help in speaking on his behalf. I truly wonder how that child was raised. Sigh, why can't my son be like that? Lan Jiangwo sighed again. Lan Yong had been observing the outside and, upon hearing his father sigh, stepped outside with a black patch on his neck. Dad, that Wu Jiangshan is nothing but a good-for-nothing. Back in school, he relied on his strength to bully others. Now he associates with that thief, Zhong Dagǔ. Why do you always compare me to him? What do you know? It's precisely individuals like him who achieve success. Look at that fellow. What has he accomplished? Lu Shuang, having overheard, expressed concern. He doesn't seem like a rural boy based on his appearance. Mom, his clothes were given to him when he went to the provincial capital. You didn't see how he used to look. He was like a beggar, all disheveled and poor. Then don't associate with him. Don't let him entangle you. Old Lan, you too. It's just a tube of ointment, and you had to call me over. Xiaoyang, stay away from such people in the future. Don't play with him. It might lead you astray. Upon witnessing his wife and son's shallow judgments, Lan Jiangwo felt exasperated. Why should rural folk be looked down upon? Did his town residency make him superior? As if they wouldn't play with his son. Angry, Lan Jiangwo rose and retreated into the house. Lan Yong, displeased by his father's disparagement, returned to his own room. Wu Jiangshan stumbled as he left the Lan household, feeling slightly inebriated. Yet, his mind was remarkably clear as he meandered towards Wutuan under the soft glow of the rising moon. He knew he would not return to the Lan family. They were simply not of the same ilk. With steady strides, he traversed the path from Hushan Town to Wutuan, flanked by cornfields that appeared particularly dark in the moonlight. Wu Jiangshan was audacious. He had often walked such paths alone since middle school, humming a little tune. He approached the entrance of the village when he suddenly noticed a fleeting shadow by the cornfield. Who was there? Wu Jiangshan shouted, and the shadow seemed to flinch. Taking a few steps forward. Is that you, Jiangshan? Uncle Heir? Wu Jiangshan, startled by the alcohol coursing through his veins, exclaimed, Uncle Heir. What are you doing lurking here at this hour? You could scare someone to death with your cowardice. Uncle Wu Xiaodong kept his head down in silence. The moonlight was too dim for Wu Jiangshan to discern his expression. Uncle, what is the matter? Why aren't you going home? Wu Xiaodong wiped his face. Unsure how to respond, merely standing there and refusing to accompany Wu Jiangshan home. Noticing his uncle's demeanor, Wu Jiangshan narrowed his eyes and walked closer. Finally observing that Uncle Heir's clothes appeared tattered. Aren't Aunt Wu and third sister back yet? Oh, they have something to attend to and will return in a few days. Ah, so you came back by yourself? Wu Xiaodong nodded. Yes, I returned alone. What about the cow? Wu Xiaodong raised his head, and Wu Jiangshan could see 2 scratches on his face, as if he had been clawed by someone. Where is our cow? Did Olu take it? No. Meiwai's uncle wanted to borrow it for a couple of days to haul some things. And then he would return it. Then why aren't you home? Did they beat you? I've never heard of anyone being so brazen when borrowing something. Wu Jiangshan turned on his heel and headed toward Lu Tan. Seeing the situation escalate, Wu Xiaodong hurried after him. Jiangshan, don't go. Uncle will definitely get the cow back. Wu Jiangshan swung his arm dismissively, fueled by the half bottle of liquor he had consumed, his entire being ablaze with defiance. If you could retrieve it, you wouldn't be hiding here, afraid to go home. Wu Jiangshan held little regard for Wu Xiaodong. The Wu family had men who cared for their wives, but none who feared them. In the past, they might have tolerated Aunt Wu's antics. But now that they were separated, who would indulge her whims? Wu Xiaodong trailed behind, struggling to keep pace, perspiration beading on his forehead as he pleaded, Jiangshan. Meiwai's 2 uncles and brothers are at home. You'll be at a disadvantage if you go there. Wu Jiangshan chuckled, glancing back at Wu Xiaodong. I'm actually hoping they'll take a swing at me. Chapter 73, A Midnight Summons for the Ox Under the Cloak of Night. They arrived at Lu Village. The entire hamlet was steeped in an eerie silence, every light extinguished. Despite the late hour, Wu Jiangshan was resolute, brushing aside Wu Xiaodong's pleas. Their destination, the maternal home of Lu Fang. The Lu residence boasted a well-constructed courtyard, enclosed by brick walls and a robust gate, but the gate was bolted from within, signaling that the family had retired for the night. Wu Xiaodong tugged at his nephew's sleeve, imploring, Jiangshan, let's return. Your second uncle can retrieve the ox tomorrow. Wu Jiangshan remained unmoved. If the ox was impounded today, his second uncle would face the same predicament come morning. His gaze swept the surroundings before he selected a stone and scaled the wall with a single bound. Wu Xiaodong, unable to replicate the feat, whispered his concerns from below. A resounding crash shattered the stillness, the sound of glass shattering. The occupants of the house stirred, their startled cries giving way to a flurry of activity. Electric lights flickered to life, casting a revealing glow upon the courtyard. Even the neighboring dogs were roused, their barks echoing through the night. Illuminated by the newfound light, Wu Jiangshan surveyed the scene. The ox was conspicuously absent, only a cart leaned against the wall in the yard's corner. Lu Shanshui, the eldest son, emerged first, his slippers shuffling against the ground. He pushed open the door, his eyes widening at the sight of the imposing figure standing in his courtyard. What's the meaning of this? Who are you? And why did you break my window? He demanded. Wu Jiangshan ignored the outburst, his gaze fixed on the figures emerging behind Lu Shanshui, the elder Lu couple and a middle-aged woman, presumably Lu Shanshui's wife. Soon, 2 younger men and several women joined the throng, revealing the Lu family's considerable size. Wu Meihua emerged from another room, her voice betraying her shock. Wu Jiangshan, what brings you here at this hour? At the sound of the name, Lu Fang's heart skipped a beat. How had this young scoundrel found her? Throwing a shawl over her shoulders, she rushed outside, confirming her fears. Second aunt, Wu Jiangshan began, his voice laced with accusation. Where is my family's ox? My second uncle delivered you here with the ox cart. How is it that he returned alone? Lu Fang stammered. What ox? I know nothing of any ox. Lu Shanshui stepped forward, his eyes sizing up Wu Jiangshan. He had heard tales of the troublesome younger member of the Wu family, and now he was witnessing it firsthand. So, you're the Wu family's Jiangshan? It was hardly appropriate to come here in the dead of night and break a window. My parents were terribly frightened. This matter is far from over. Come morning, I shall be visiting your parents to discuss this. Wu Jiangshan suppressed the urge to strike Lu Shanshui's feigned concern. Lu Shanshui, where is our ox? Watch your tongue, you little rascal. Lu Fang retorted. What gives you the right to address him by name? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Spare me your lectures, Wu Jiangshan countered. Just tell me where the ox is. I intend to take it home. There is no ox here. I haven't seen any ox, she insisted. Now get out before you regret it. One of Lu Fang's nephews brandished an iron shovel, attempting to intimidate Wu Jiangshan. Wu Xiaodong, hearing the commotion from outside, feared for his nephew's safety. He pounded on the door, shouting, "Open the door, Lu Fang! Open the door!" Lu Fang, enraged by Wu Xiaodong's presence, flung open the door and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Wu Xiaodong, what is the meaning of this? Sending your nephew to cause trouble? Do you even want to continue this marriage? Wu Xiaodong, showered with spittle, remained silent. Seeing that no physical altercation had yet occurred, he breathed a sigh of relief and approached Wu Jiangshan, urging, "Let's go home. We can return tomorrow." Lu Shanshui interjected. "Brother-in-law, what is the meaning of this disturbance at this hour? We said we would return the ox cart in a few days. If you had objections, you should have voiced them earlier. Now you come here causing a scene, making us the laughingstock of the village." Wu Xiaodong offered an apologetic smile. "I am truly sorry. Brother, how much do I owe you for the window?" "Hold on," Wu Jiangshan retorted, his patience wearing thin. "Second uncle, first confirm that our ox is even here." Only then did Wu Xiaodong realize the ox's absence. "Brother, where is my ox?" "Oh, I lent it to someone in the village. I will retrieve it tomorrow and return it to you in a couple of days." Wu Xiaodong, at a loss for words, meekly tugged at Wu Jiangshan's sleeve. "Second uncle, are you going to believe everything they say?" Wu Jiangshan demanded, shaking off Wu Xiaodong's hand. Turning to Lu Shanshui, he said, "Tell me to whom you lent it. I merely wish to see it with my own eyes, and then I will leave." Lu Shanshui's eldest son, a burly figure in his own right, had long considered his family the undisputed power in Lu village. Offended by Wu Jiangshan's defiance, he raised the iron shovel and lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of curses. Wu Jiangshan, his anger reaching its boiling point, seized the shovel and retaliated with a swift kick. The two young men grappled, sending the Lu women scrambling for safety. Lu Shanshui, witnessing the struggle over the shovel, hesitated to intervene. Seeing his brother outmatched, another of Lu Fang's nephews joined the fray, 2 against 1. Wu Xiaodong, frantic, tried to break up the fight, only to be shoved aside by Lu Fang, who delivered a stinging slap to his face. Stunned, Wu Xiaodong recalled the change in Lu Fang's temperament since the division of the family. After her visits to her maiden home, she had become increasingly volatile. They had even quarreled earlier that afternoon over poultry. Now, in front of everyone, she had struck him. "Take that little troublemaker away from my family's home," she screamed. Wu Xiaodong, you've truly grown bold. Wu Xiaodong, suppressing his rage, retorted, "Didn't your brother say he merely borrowed the ox? Where is it? What ox? Are the Wu family so impoverished that they cannot survive without a single ox?" She sneered. "Let me tell you, the ox is gone. I sold it to provide a dowry for Mei Hua. What can you do about it?" Hearing the ox had been sold, Wu Xiaodong's mind reeled. "How could you sell it? That ox belonged to my father. How can I face him now?" Wu Jiangshan, fueled by Wu Xiaodong's cries, intensified his assault, leaving Lu's eldest grandson howling in pain. "What are you shouting about?" The elder Lu matriarch confronted her daughter, pointing a finger at Wu Xiaodong. "My daughter has endured years of hardship with you. What's wrong with taking an ox after the family divided?" Emboldened by her mother's support, Lu Fang clutched at Wu Xiaodong's clothes, launching into a tirade about her miserable life and a husband who failed to protect his wife and children. Wu Xiaodong, his head throbbing from the commotion, glanced back to see Wu Jiangshan, and the two Lu youths locked in a bloody brawl. Wu Jiangshan, pinning one of his opponents, rained down blows, shattering the shovel handle. The three figures rolled in a chaotic mass. Lu Shanshui, seizing the opportunity, joined the fray, siding against Wu Jiangshan. Finally, Wu Xiaodong snapped, kicking away Lu Fang and charging into the fray to confront Lu Shanshui. Chapter 74. A disturbance at the police station. The uproar at the Lu household was so cacophonous that it roused the entire village. A group of villagers gathered outside the open door of the Lu residence, witnessing the chaos that had ensued within the courtyard. Old Lu's two grandsons, along with Lu Shanshui and an unfamiliar tall man, were embroiled in a fierce fight, their faces smeared with blood. Lu's wife and Lu Fang were grappling with what appeared to be her son-in-law. Meanwhile, the two daughters-in-law and the elderly patriarch stood aside, scolding and pleading. As for Wu Meihua, she had fled back indoors in fright. The villagers intervened, separating the combatants, while Lu's wife and Lu Fang sat on the ground, wailing and beating their thighs. Wu Jiangshan, clad in new clothes and shoes, looked unrecognizable, having sustained a head injury from a shovel during the turmoil. He wiped his face, smearing the blood further, creating a ghastly spectacle. "Let's call the police," Wu Jiangshan declared, moving to help Wu Xiaodong, who had also been severely beaten. Upon assessing Wu Xiaodong's condition, he noted the deep scratches marring his face. "You sold my cow without a second thought, thinking you could evade the consequences?" He turned to the crowd and shouted, "Who is the village head?" From among the throng, a middle-aged man, who had just been attempting to mediate, stepped forward, clad in a coat. "Let us discuss this calmly. You are all related by marriage, and this ruckus could jeopardize future relations." Wu Jiangshan scoffed. "Do not speak to me of familial ties. A cow is worth several thousand yuan. You cannot simply claim you sold it without repercussions. If the village wishes to resolve this, let Lu Shanshui return my cow. Otherwise, we shall involve the police. Lu Shanshui, consider your options." "We have never had the police intervene in our village before," he continued, aware that the Lu family had a reputation for being unscrupulous and manipulative. As the night deepened, it was clear that the disturbances could not be allowed to escalate further, lest they lead to a tragedy. Lu Shanshui, now more composed, challenged. "Who witnessed me selling the cow?" "I did not sell it. Ask your second uncle about the cow's whereabouts." Wu Xiaodong trembled with anger. "Did you not say you would borrow it for a few days?" "I told you this." Lu Shanshui had completely adopted the role of a rogue. This assertion had originated from Lu Fang, who now felt the weight of blame being shifted to her. She was about to protest when Lu's matriarch, shrewd as her eldest son, pulled her back. "Son-in-law, do not speak lies. You returned with them after taking the cow cart, did you not? How can you fabricate such nonsense?" Wu Xiaodong was astounded by the audacity of the Lu family. During the day, he had returned Lu Fang and her mother home, bringing along chickens and ducks from the division of their family estate. Now, they were glaring at him, weaving a web of deceit. While Lu Fang had insisted on a division of their household, the Lu family had lured Wu Meiwa with promises of a good marriage, even suggesting that if the Wu family could not accommodate her, she could reside with them. Now, they had the gall to falsely claim that they sold his cow. "You are all taking advantage of me," Wu Xiaodong shouted. "Who dares to speak lies? Say it again, Wu Xiaodong." Lu Fang lunged at him like a hen protecting her chicks. Wu Xiaodong, feeling utterly betrayed, resolved not to endure her attacks any longer, retaliating with a swift slap to her face. Lu Fang, known for her fiery temper, quickly regained her footing, and the couple resumed their brawl. Wu Jiangshan refrained from intervening, hoping his second uncle would finally see the Lu family's true nature. With such a second aunt, disputes would never cease, even post-separation. The villagers, entertained by the spectacle, attempted to mediate, but someone discreetly ran to the brigade to alert the police. As Wu Jiangshan and Lu Shanshui continued their heated exchange, Zhang Jun arrived, accompanied by two others on bicycles. "What is happening here? Stand in order." Zhang Jun, wearing a large-brimmed hat and a serious expression, parted the crowd and ordered the combatants to separate. "What is this? A brawl in the dead of night?" Wu Jiangshan felt a sense of dread upon seeing Zhang Jun, cursing his misfortune. Yet, he reasoned that he had never given Zhang Jun any leverage against him, so he had nothing to fear. Zhang Jun recognized Wu Jiangshan vaguely but could not place him, leading him to dismiss the thought. He gathered Lu's family and the Wu uncles to inquire about the incident, but both sides insisted on their versions of the story. "Since that is the case, I will need you all to accompany me to the police station," he commanded. Wu Xiaodong felt a surge of fear at the thought of going to the police, while Wu Jiangshan welcomed the idea, knowing that merely retrieving the cow would not suffice. Ideally, he wished for his second uncle to sever all ties with the Lu family. A large group was assembled, including Lu's wife and Lu Fang, who had not participated in the fight. Zhang Jun and his two officers had arrived on bicycles and could not transport such a crowd. Noticing Wu Jiangshan and two other young men appeared to be injured, Zhang Jun called the police again, and after more than half an hour, a jeep arrived. They were all packed into the vehicle and taken directly to the border police station in Hushan town. Upon entering the station, it was confirmed that no one had sustained serious injuries. Everyone bore only superficial wounds, albeit with some bruises and swelling. Wu Jiangshan, with his face smeared in blood, resembled a frightful apparition. This was the first time Lu Fang and her mother had found themselves in such a place, and they remained silent and compliant. Zhang Jun removed his hat and began questioning each individual. Lu Shanshui adamantly insisted they had never seen the cow, claiming that Wu Xiaodong had lost it and was now blaming them. Wu Xiaodong, agitated, attempted to argue with Lu Shanshui, but Wu Jiangshan restrained him. In this setting, clamoring would solve nothing. When it was Wu Xiaodong's turn, Wu Jiangshan urged him to speak the truth. As Zhang Jun took notes, Wu Xiaodong's eyes welled with tears as he swore that his words were sincere, accusing the Lu family of concealing their cow. Zhang Jun attempted to calm Wu Xiaodong, promising that they would investigate thoroughly. Typically, the police preferred to avoid meddling in domestic disputes. However, this situation transcended mere familial discord. It involved a cow, a valuable asset. And if it had been secretly sold, the implications could lead to criminal charges. Wu Jiangshan, observing Zhang Jun questioning his second uncle and Lu Shanshui, leaned closer to Lu Fang and whispered, "Auntie, that Officer Zhang is the father of my classmate. We share a good rapport. I do not wish to see you and my second uncle divorced. Since the cow sale was meant to provide a dowry for my third sister, let us consider it a loan. You can repay us over time, regardless of whether you acknowledge this. The police will eventually uncover the truth, and if they do, you could face serious consequences." Upon finishing, Wu Jiangshan grinned, his face a painted mask, startling Lu Fang. As he returned to his seat, Lu Fang pulled her mother close, whispering anxiously. The cow had been sold for 1,500 yuan, and the money remained in her mother's pocket. Lu's wife, a typical rural matriarch, was accustomed to being domineering in the village, but felt a wave of trepidation upon entering the police station. The prospect of imprisonment loomed ominously. After all, she had given Lu Shanshui 1,000 yuan shortly after selling the cow. The matriarch feared her son would end up in jail. And since Wu Jiangshan had suggested a gradual repayment, she wondered how many years it would take. Ultimately, the power to decide would rest with them. Chapter 75. Extracting the truth. Zhang Jun had inquired of Lu Shanshui and Wu Xiaodong, and the matter became clear. In this town, within the village, there were no substantial issues. Generally, significant matters were diminished to trivialities. Thus, Zhang Jun advised, "If you can amicably resolve the matter concerning the cow, I shall refrain from filing a case. Should I proceed with the case and subsequently recover the cow, it will be handled according to the law. At that point, anyone caught lying could face detention or fines, and the cow will still belong to its rightful owner." Zhang Jun often employed intimidation as a tactic with these somewhat legally ignorant villagers. Typically, such counsel would prompt most individuals to seek reconciliation, as no one wishes to languish in prison. The news of even one person being incarcerated would swiftly circulate through 10 villages. However, Lu Shanshui was unwilling to relinquish the money from the cow's sale and adamantly denied selling it. At this juncture, Wu Jiangshan interjected, "Uncle Zhang, perhaps we should deliberate further. My second aunt claims the cow was sold for 3,000 yuan. If they are willing to reimburse, we shall not pursue the matter." Lu Fang was contemplating whether to speak the truth when she overheard Wu Jiangshan's assertion about the cow being sold for 3,000 yuan and immediately expressed her discontent. "Wu Jiangshan, you are speaking nonsense. It was sold for only 1,500. Do you expect us to pay back an additional 1,500? Lu Shanshui slammed his palm on his thigh, exclaiming, "You step aside. We did not even see the cow." Wu Jiangshan chuckled, disregarding Lu Shanshui's ire. "Uncle Zhang, did you hear that? They sold our cow for 1,500. Is this theft or robbery? I am unsure. You must arbitrate." Zhang Jun scrutinized Wu Jiangshan anew, then turned his attention to the Lu family, his expression growing stern. "Even at the police station, you dare to lie. Quickly confess, to whom was the cow sold? If you do not speak the truth, I shall detain you until we locate the cow, and then you will face sentencing." Lu Shanshui seethed internally, knowing that his sister had been coerced into revealing the truth. What could he do now? He reluctantly admitted that the cow was sold to someone from Li Tuan for 1,500 yuan, stating that he had 1,000, with the remaining 500 at his mother's house. Upon hearing that their mother had given the money to her elder brother, Lu Fang protested, "Mother, we agreed that the money from the cow would be used for Mei Hua's wedding. Why did you give it to my elder brother?" The elderly matriarch retorted defiantly, "What is wrong with giving it to your elder brother? A married daughter is like spilled water. Should I not allow my son and grandson to spend the money? That is my money. I sold the cow I acquired from my in-laws. Why should they benefit from it? I have raised you. Is it wrong for you to assist your maternal family? You are my only daughter. Will you not eventually rely on your nephews for support?" Lu Fang's two nephews had been beaten by Wu Jiangshan and were in considerable pain, having gained little from the scuffle. They had endured blows and were now faced with losing the money as well. They could hardly bear it. During dinner that evening, they secretly conspired with their grandmother to buy each of them a new bicycle, unbeknownst to their aunt. Now, having been beaten and insulted, they erupted into an argument. Their minds were consumed with money, and in the heat of contention, they forgot they were in a police station. Before Wu Jiangshan could demand compensation, the Lu family had already begun to brawl amongst themselves in the police station. When they finally emerged, dawn had broken, having endured a night of chaos. Lu Fang had suffered greatly at the hands of Lu Shanshui, and the police had nearly intervened. They had privately sold Wu's cow and engaged in a physical altercation in the station, resulting in Lu Shanshui's detention. The sight of Lu Fang's battered condition and the old matriarch's lamentation upon hearing of Lu Shanshui's impending detention was heart-wrenching. Wu Xiaodong, still soft-hearted, pleaded with Wu Jiangshan to let the matter go and simply retrieve the cow. Wu Jiangshan remained silent, merely gesturing to his head where it had been struck by a shovel, prompting Wu Xiaodong to withdraw in silence. The two families had exchanged blows, each sustaining injuries. Wu Jiangshan's scalp was grazed, but not severely, the bleeding having already ceased. However, the outfit that Cui Jun had gifted him was now ruined. His white shoes had turned black, and he was seething with frustration. Yet, the sight of the Lu family's two grandsons was even more dismal. Their clothing was soaked in blood from a nosebleed, and one of them had lost a tooth to Wu Jiangshan's strike. Zhang Jun intervened, mediating between both parties. Wu Jiangshan recognized that fighting and selling the cow were separate issues, and he ultimately chose not to press the matter further, knowing that if they pursued medical examinations, he might end up covering the medical expenses. Zhang Jun successfully extracted the 1,500 yuan from the Lu family and, accompanied by Wu Xiaodong and Wu Jiangshan, proceeded to Lituan to locate the buyers of the cow, successfully reclaiming it. The buyers from Lituan were displeased, but had no recourse against the police, who declared the cow as stolen property, affirming it was not the Lu family's to sell. The bargain of acquiring the cow for a mere 1,500 yuan had dissipated, leaving them disheartened. Both parties had sustained minimal injuries and agreed not to pursue responsibilities further. Zhang Jun assured Lu Shanshui that he would face consequences for his actions. Wu Xiaodong expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Officer Zhang. If the cow had not been retrieved, I truly would not know how to face my grandfather." Zhang Jun observed Wu Xiaodong's scratched face and replied, "This is our duty. In the future, should you encounter similar situations, refrain from acting impulsively and trust in our police force." Wu Xiaodong readily agreed, assuring Zhang Jun that he would heed his advice. As Zhang Jun departed on his bicycle, Wu Jiangshan bid him farewell. "Uncle Zhang, I apologize for the trouble." Zhang Jun had developed a notable impression of Wu Jiangshan and remarked, "I recall you, Wu Jiangshan, a clever young man, yet do temper your impulsiveness. It is inappropriate to vandalize property or engage in fights." "I understand, Uncle Zhang," Wu Jiangshan chuckled, acknowledging his recklessness from the previous night, driven by alcohol to cause a scene. Without such actions, his uncle would continue to be manipulated by the Lu family. Wu Jiangshan was prepared to sever ties with his relatives, yet he could only endure quietly from his grandfather's side. This ruckus had served its purpose. If his uncle were still attached to his wife, Wu Jiangshan would no longer concern himself, focusing instead on earning money to bring his grandparents and parents to town for a quiet life. "Very well, then. You may return home," Zhang Jun concluded. Wu Xiaodong glanced at Wu Jiangshan with worry. "Jiangshan, should I take you to the hospital first?" "No need, it's just a scratch. I can apply some medicine at home. Let us go back. We've kept grandfather waiting all night." Wu Xiaodong nodded, shouldering his bag and walking ahead to lead the cow. "You lie down in the cart for a while. I'll call you when we arrive home." With his clothes already soiled, Wu Jiangshan reclined on the cart bed. The jolting of the ox cart soon lulled the exhausted Wu Jiangshan into a drowsy stupor. In his haze, he heard his uncle say, "Jiangshan, tell me, would it be acceptable for me to divorce your second aunt?" Chapter 76. Uncle Heir contemplates divorce? Certainly. Wu Jiangshan would welcome it. However, he understood that Uncle Heir was rather impressionable, and such a decision would not be easily made. Moreover, could Aunt Heir ever be the type to allow others to live in peace? Even if they were to separate, she would still cause a ruckus. Yet, if Uncle Heir were resolute in his decision, Wu Jiangshan would be willing to lend a hand. The real concern lay in whether Uncle Heir would muster the courage to act, especially with Wu Meiwa caught in the middle. Regardless, Uncle Heir had always been quite indulgent towards his children. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoiled Sanjia to such an extent. "Uncle, when you return, please do not mention what happened at the police station last night." "I know," Uncle Heir replied softly. The two fell into silence, and Wu Jiangshan, swaying slightly, soon drifted into sleep. Upon reaching Wutuan, Uncle Heir called out to awaken Wu Jiangshan, who urged him to drive back home. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, he slipped into his parents' room. Song Xianjuan was at home today, sewing garments. Upon seeing Wu Jiangshan's disheveled appearance, she nearly fainted. "Goodness, where have you been fighting?" she exclaimed. You don't shout. Don't let Grandma hear," Wu Jiangshan interjected as he rummaged through drawers. Mom, could you fetch me a basin of water? I need to wash my face. Seeing his face smeared with dirt, she quickly realized it was blood and began fussing over him. Who did this to you? Your head is all bandaged. I thought you would be less of a worry. Yet here you are, getting into fights again. You just bought this new outfit. And look at it now. As she chastised him, she went out to fill a basin with water. Wu Jiangshan removed his tattered, dirty clothes and washed his face with a vest and shorts, the water quickly turning murky. However, once clean, he appeared less alarming. He found an old set of clothes to wear and checked himself in the mirror. His face looked decent enough, but there was a shallow cut on his forehead, now scabbed over. The area where he had received stitches seemed to have pulled, and the back of his hand bore 2 scrapes, which he deemed trivial. What were you doing out all night? Now that he appeared less frightening, Song Xiangyuan picked up his discarded sportswear, examining it with concern. I went with Uncle Heir to the old Lu's house. Wu Jiangshan plopped down on the Kong, pulling a pillow under his head. Song Xiangyuan quickly sat beside him. I thought I saw your uncle moving by the window, but then he disappeared. Did you get into a fight with the old Lu's family? Indeed. They sold our cow without permission, and I went to retrieve it. Wu Jiangshan recounted the events, prompting Song Xiangyuan to pound her thigh in anger. Your Aunt Heir is truly despicable, bullying your uncle for years. How dare she sell our cow after the separation? The police should arrest Lu Fang. Mom, could you refrain from pounding your thigh? Wu Jiangshan grimaced, rubbing the spot where she had struck him. It's enough to get the cow back. Let us not provoke Grandpa and Grandma further. Song Xiangyuan simmered down, pondering the situation. Living in the same courtyard after a separation, how can there be peace? If your uncle cannot summon the courage to stand firm, who can assist him? As long as they don't disturb Grandma and Grandpa. I'll deal with them if they dare to cause trouble. She then playfully nudged Wu Jiangshan. You're the only one who can. Look at how battered you are. Hey, Mom, that is not fair. Did you not see how those 2 from the old Lu family fared against me? They lost their teeth. Song Xiangyuan, not one to let up, pinched his thigh, eliciting a cry from Wu Jiangshan. He clutched his leg, feeling the pain more acutely than from any fight. Mom, what are you doing? From now on, you are not to interfere with your uncle's matters. He is his own son. Why should his son suffer just because he cannot manage his own wife? Wu Jiangshan sighed and turned over. Fine, fine. I'll earn enough money to buy you a house in town, and then I'll bring over Grandpa, Grandma, and you and Dad. Then we won't have to see each other and feel troubled. Song Xiangyuan, though skeptical, could not hide her delight. You'll just keep dreaming. Moving to town means you'll still have to return to farm. That is quite the distance to travel. Wu Jiangshan laughed heartily. I'll buy you a small car and hire a driver to bring you back every day for farming. You rascal. Song Xiangyuan chuckled. After they had their fill of laughter, she noticed Wu Jiangshan's eyes closing. Quickly, she nudged him. Don't sleep just yet. Get up and go to the clinic to put some ointment on those cuts. We can't have you getting infected in the summer heat. Oh, I'll survive. These little scratches will heal on their own. What nonsense are you talking? Hurry up. Reluctantly, Wu Jiangshan got up, pocketed some change, and slipped on a pair of sandals. Meanwhile, Song Xiangyuan took his dirty clothes and shoes outside to wash them. As she rummaged through his pockets, she discovered a stack of money and a flattened cigarette case with only 1 cigarette remaining. This little rascal has started smoking. Just wait until I get my hands on him, she fumed, gritting her teeth. The clinic in the village was adjacent to the village committee. Outside, a row of elderly men and women sat. Among them was Wu Jiangshan's grandmother. Upon spotting her grandson, she hurried over, only to be alarmed by the cut on his forehead. Wu Jiangshan could not bear to worry her and claimed he had simply fallen off his bicycle. This explanation caused her great distress as she fussed over him, asking if it hurt. She accompanied him to the clinic, where some ointment was applied, and a small bandage was placed on his forehead, free of charge from the clinic staff. With her grandson injured, Grandma lost interest in chatting with the other elderly women and returned home with Wu Jiangshan, leading him to lie down in the main room. Grandpa and the others were not at home, and Uncle Heir seemed to be either working in the fields or hiding in his room. Wu Jiangshan pulled out his small pillow and soon fell sound asleep. He slept peacefully until lunchtime when Grandma woke him up. Upon entering the kitchen, he found Uncle Heir with a bruised face, sitting with his head bowed on a stool. His elder uncle was smoking, while his aunt and mother huddled together whispering. His father's face was filled with fury, while Grandpa sat with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. The table was laden with dishes, yet no one had touched the food. Wu Jiangshan sensed the tense atmosphere. It was evident that Uncle Heir had shared everything. Dad, Mom, I think I should divorce Lu Fang. From now on, I will care for you in your old age. This matter was too delicate for both his elder uncle and his father to broach. Grandma sat beside Grandpa, berating Lu Feng and her family as unworthy. Grandpa gently patted her hand. "Heir, you must think this through. What will happen to Mei Hua if you divorce?" Grandpa's question silenced Uncle Heir once more. And Wu Jiangshan could see that he had yet to make a firm decision. "Oh, think it over. When you have the chance, talk to Mei Hua's mother. After all these years together, who do you think will fare better after a separation?" Grandpa continued to advocate for reconciliation rather than separation, while Uncle Heir lowered his head, wiping away tears. At his age, if he divorced, he would be left alone and lonely. Yet, if he did not separate, he had grown weary of the constant bickering. While others may have quarreled in their youth only to soften with age, why did it seem that he was experiencing the exact opposite? Chapter 77. Chessa's life. As for the matters concerning second uncle, he remains perplexed. Grandfather advised him against impulsiveness, emphasizing the necessity of careful consideration regarding marriage and divorce. Even the most befuddled individuals harbor some semblance of affection, and grandfather still hopes for a harmonious life between second uncle and second aunt. Listening to his gentle words of counsel, Wu Jiangshan felt as though all those troubling matters were rendered inconsequential. While grandmother expressed her dissatisfaction with second aunt, she never engaged in disputes with grandfather, contenting herself with a few nagging remarks. It is often said that having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. In this household, there are two such jewels. Wu Jiangshan merely wishes for their health and longevity, hoping they remain untroubled by the concerns of their descendants. The family enjoyed a quiet lunch, after which Wu Jiangshan joined grandfather for a game of chess using the new board gifted by old Master Cui from the provincial capital. Wu Jiangshan concentrated deeply, yet ultimately suffered a defeat, scratching his head and contemplating a rematch, only to find grandfather already gathering the pieces. "Jiangshan," grandfather said, "life is akin to chess. There are gains and losses. However, one must contemplate beforehand what can be gained and what may be lost. A chess game can be replayed after a loss. But in life, impulsivity can lead to irreversible consequences." Grandfather carefully stored the chessboard away, affectionately ruffling Wu Jiangshan's hair. "You stood up for second uncle and reclaimed the cattle for the family. That brings me joy. But should you find yourself in trouble over a single cow, or worse yet, end up in prison, I would find no joy in that, nor would your grandmother, or your parents, who would all be worried. Do you see the reasoning in that?" Grandfather's soft-spoken words pierced through Wu Jiangshan's heart. "I understand, grandfather," he replied, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Good, just remember that. Now go play. I shall rest for a while." Grandfather chuckled as he retreated indoors with the chessboard, leaving Wu Jiangshan on the porch, exhaling deeply. Even if he were to be reborn 10 times, he doubted he could possess the profound mindset and wisdom of his grandfather. After a brief pause, observing the clothes his mother had washed hanging on the line in the yard, and noticing his 2 shoes, now pristine white, resting against the fence, he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Donning the outfit he wore when stepping out, still the light fabric jacket and layered black cloth shoes handmade by grandmother, Wu Jiangshan exuded an air of superiority akin to that of a high-fashion brand. Amidst his mother's gentle scoldings, he bid farewell to his family and set off for the town with a cloth bag slung over his shoulder. Meanwhile, in the town, Zhong Dagǔ found his business thwarted that afternoon. A female worker, who had purchased 2 boxes of spicy fried river shrimp from him the previous evening, returned home only to spend the night in distress. When Zhong Dagǔ arrived to set up his stall, the woman's husband had already overturned his table. 3 baskets brimming with fish and shrimp, along with 2 baskets of spicy crab, lay scattered on the ground. A scuffle ensued between Zhong Dagǔ and the man, only to be separated by factory workers. As the heat of the day intensified, even a sip of cold water could upset one's stomach. It was solely the shrimp sold by Zhong Dagǔ that could cause such discomfort. The factory workers had been purchasing his fish and shrimp for some time without any complaints. After all, a mere 1 yuan for a full box was both economical and delicious, prompting many satisfied customers to intervene and separate the 2 men. Seeing the support from the crowd, the husband departed in frustration, while Zhong Dagǔ suffered a loss of several dozen yuan. Upon arriving at the town, Wu Jiangshan noted it was past 1 in the afternoon and surmised that Zhong Dagǔ was likely at the reed marshes. However, upon reaching Zhong Dagǔ's home, he discovered the doors and windows wide open, with pots and pans gleaming in the sun, drying everywhere in the yard. "Are you conducting a major cleanup? What prompted this sudden diligence?" Wu Jiangshan inquired. Zhong Dagǔ, engrossed in his chores, turned around. "You've come. I'm tidying up. By the way, what happened to your head?" "Oh, don't mention it," he replied. "Why did you suddenly decide to clean the kitchen?" Zhong Dagǔ, with a hint of dejection, explained. "Someone came looking for me today, claiming that my shrimp caused his wife to have an upset stomach. And then?" Wu Jiangshan prompted. "He overturned my stall. And I earned not a single cent today, wasting my seasonings and oil in the process." "Who is it?" Zhong Dagǔ shook his head. "I don't know. He said his wife bought my shrimp yesterday and spent the night in distress." Wu Jiangshan frowned slightly. In the food business, such incidents are inevitable. There was no altercation. Was there? No. The factory workers intervened. Zhong Dagǔ reassured him. "As long as there are no issues, let us call it a day." Wu Jiangshan patted Zhong Dagǔ on the shoulder. "Is there anything left to clean?" "I can help." Zhong Dagǔ emptied the dirty water from the bucket. "There is nothing left. It's all done. I made sure to clean thoroughly this time. The fish and shrimp are fresh, and I can't afford to have any complaints." Wu Jiangshan remained silent, aware that even the utmost cleanliness would not suffice against those who seek to cause trouble. "Jiangshan, are you free now? Perhaps you should sell instead. I'll just focus on the reed marshes. I have other matters to attend to. Come, let me show you around." Wu Jiangshan smiled, pulling Zhong Dagǔ to his feet. They locked the gate and rode off on Zhang Danna's bicycle. Wu Jiangshan took Zhong Dagǔ to the cinema, which stood eerily vacant, its doors firmly shut. The building exuding a sense of desolation. Riding around the cinema, they found a series of uneven bungalows and haystacks behind it. Two small doors flanked the sides, one of which was ajar. Wu Jiangshan secured the bicycle and led Zhong Dagǔ through the open door. Inside was a dim corridor where sunlight failed to penetrate. As they ventured deeper, a shirtless man emerged, appearing somewhat impatient upon seeing them. "What do you want?" "There is no movie today. You need to leave." Wu Jiangshan smiled. "Uncle Shen, we're not here for a movie. We wish to inspect the cinema." "What cinema?" "It's closed. Get out. You can't drive me away." "I was sent by the town government." "The town government? Which official?" "Ning on. I'm here to assess the current facilities in the area as the government plans to reopen this venue." The middle-aged man looked skeptical, claiming he hadn't received any notification. Wu Jiangshan maintained his friendly demeanor. "Uncle, would you kindly show us around? We merely wish to get a general idea and may have a few questions." The man, unable to discern the truth of Wu Jiangshan's words, reluctantly agreed to lead them further inside. "Uncle Shen, you've been on this watch for nearly 2 years, right? How much do you earn in a month?" Shen Hongxing, uncertain of who Wu Jiangshan was, noted that the young man seemed familiar with his name and tenure, which alleviated some of his suspicion. Chapter 78. A visit to the cinema now. A monthly fee of 32 yuan and 50 cents is still rather low, especially considering that factory workers have seen their wages increase. "Uncle Shen, you have made the cinema your home, haven't you? You must also be responsible for its maintenance and repairs, which must be quite taxing." Wu Jiangshan feigned authority, as though he were conducting an inspection. As they made their way to the first-floor screening hall, they found it shrouded in darkness. Shen Hongxing turned on a large light on the wall, illuminating the dense yet orderly rows of seats before them. Wu Jiangshan proceeded towards the grand curtain, with Zhong Dagǔ following closely behind. Although he was unsure of Wu Jiangshan's intentions, he was never one to speak out of turn. Before the curtain lay a sizable stage, approximately 2 meters high, with stairs leading up on either side. The entire stage and stairs were wooden and had been maintained quite well. Wu Jiangshan recalled that during their school days, they had once attended a performance by labor reform prisoners here. Standing on the stage, Wu Jiangshan turned to gaze at the cinema hall. This old-style single-screen cinema was divided into 2 levels, with the lower level covering about 300 square meters, and the upper floor being half that size. If they were to clear the seats on the first floor, it would be the perfect space for an ice skating rink. And the second floor could accommodate a few billiard tables, creating an ideal venue. He inquired of Shen Hongxing how often films were screened now, to which Shen Hongxing replied that they showed a film once or twice a year, exclusively organized by the school for elementary students to watch nostalgic red films. Wu Jiangshan understood the situation. The cinema was underutilized, and the ongoing costs for maintenance and staff wages were leading to significant losses. This condition would only worsen, and the cinema was on the brink of closure. He remembered that before his rebirth, this place had been idle for many years, only being leased to individuals in the late 1990s, and it was rumored to have been converted into a KTV after the year 2000. The more he thought about it, the more hopeful he became about acquiring the cinema. "Uncle Shen, may we take a look at the projection room?" Wu Jiangshan asked. Shen Hongxing nodded and led the way. The trio exited the first-floor screening hall, passing through the ticket sales hall until they reached the main entrance of the cinema. Ascending the side staircase, They arrived at the projection room, which contained a simple wooden table and a row of shelves holding 3 or 4 boxes of old film reels, each labeled with the film's title. A projector faced a square window opening, through which films would be projected onto the screen in the hall below. On the wall hung a work log, and as Wu Jiangshan flipped through a few pages, he found only Shen Hongxing's signature. "That's enough for today? Thank you, Uncle Shen," Wu Jiangshan said after surveying the space. As he prepared to leave with Zhong Dagǔ, Shen Hongxing hurried to catch up. Are you truly from the town government? Uncle Shen, do you have something to discuss?" Wu Jiangshan replied vaguely. "How will the cinema be utilized? Will films no longer be shown?" Shen Hongxing expressed his concerns. Though his salary was modest, he had ample free time both day and night. It was he who had learned to operate the projector from the rural film projectionist, which had helped him secure this job. If the cinema were to close, he would have no choice but to return to farming. "Rest assured, Uncle Shen, the town government is currently deliberating on this matter. Even if there are alternative plans, they will prioritize the existing employees." "Oh, that's a relief, indeed." After reassuring Shen Hongxing, Wu Jiangshan and Zhong Dagǔ exited the cinema and rode off on their bicycles. Zhong Dagǔ was somewhat bewildered by the situation. "What is going on? How did Jiangshan become part of the town government? Did you just lie to him?" "Indeed," Wu Jiangshan admitted. Zhong Dagǔ fell silent, unsure of what to say next. Wu Jiangshan, carrying him on the bike, found a general store with a public telephone. Realizing he had no cigarettes on him, he sent Zhong Dagǔ inside to buy a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes while he dialed the number given to him by Lan Zhengwo. After a few rings, a woman's voice answered. "Hello? Hello, I would like to speak with Ning Lesan. The deputy town head is in a meeting upstairs. Please call back in half an hour." The deputy town head? Wu Jiangshan had assumed that the person Lan Zhengwo was introducing him to was merely a clerk at the town government. But it turned out to be the deputy town head. He hung up the phone, and Zhong Dagǔ returned with the cigarettes. Wu Jiangshan took one and offered it to Zhong Dagǔ, who shook his head. "Too expensive. I don't smoke. Smoking is not a commendable habit." And Wu Jiangshan did not pressure him to try it. As for himself, he was quite the smoker in his previous life, more accustomed to the habit than addicted to it. He placed the cigarette in his mouth only to realize he had no lighter. So he instructed Zhong Dagǔ to buy matches and a soda. Zhong Dagǔ returned with a single soda and a large pack of matches, explaining that his home was running low on matches. With half an hour until the next call, Wu Jiangshan decided to wait there. The two found a shady spot to sit, with Wu Jiangshan smoking and drinking half of the soda, leaving the remainder for Zhong Dagǔ. "How much money do you have left?" 676 yuan and 40 cents, Zhong Dagǔ replied with a silly grin. "I spent a bit on seasonings." "Well then, when we return, lend me 600, and I'll pay you back once I earn some money." Zhong Dagǔ quickly waved his hands. "What loan? Isn't that all yours?" Wu Jiangshan looked at Zhong Dagǔ in surprise. "Are you foolish? Once I head to the provincial city, you will be the one managing everything. Why should the money you earn belong to me? That's true stall, and besides, if you hadn't taught me how to do it, I wouldn't know anything." "Haha." Wu Jiangshan patted Zhong Dagǔ on the shoulder. "We are good friends, inseparable, sharing everything, but we must strive to earn big money together. It is essential to be clear about these matters. Have you heard the saying, blood brothers should settle accounts clearly?" Zhong Dagǔ shook his head. "Jiangshan, I don't know anything. Just tell me what you need me to do, and I'll manage with whatever meal money you give me." "Very well." Wu Jiangshan took a long drag from his cigarette before flicking the butt away. "Then I want to borrow that 600. From now on, that stall is yours. I'll find another place to set up." "No, that's not what I meant." Zhong Dagǔ grew anxious. "Jiangshan, listen to me. I am all alone. As long as I can feed myself, I won't worry about anything else. You still have to take care of your family." Zhong Dagǔ clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly, squatting on the ground and staring at his shoes. "I just feel that I don't know anything. In the hardest times, you brought food from home for me. When others bullied me, you were the only one willing to stand by me. And you, what are you trying to say? Do you wish to repay me?" Wu Jiangshan shot Zhong Dagǔ a sideways glance. "You're not some pretty girl. Don't say such nauseating things. I enjoy hanging out with you simply because I find you agreeable, not out of any sense of gratitude." Wu Jiangshan lightly tapped Zhong Dagǔ on the head. "I consider you a brother, a true brother, understand?" Zhong Dagǔ, with his dark and thin face, forced a smile that looked painful. "I understand. All right, from now on, don't say such things. You don't know anything. Just listen to me. Whatever I say is yours, it is indeed yours." Wu Jiangshan stood up and kicked Zhong Dagǔ lightly before turning back to call the town government again. Chapter 79. The exclusive hairstyle for spirited youth Ning Leshan returned to his office, clutching a stack of documents. He had barely seated himself when the phone rang. Upon answering, he discerned that the voice belonged to a young man. "Hello, is this Mayor Ning? This is Ning Leshan. May I ask who is calling?" "Greetings, Mayor Ning. My name is Wu Jiangshan. I wish to lease the Fox Mountain Cinema, and I obtained your office number through Director Lan Jiangwo." "Lease the cinema?" Ning Leshan was taken aback for a moment, his gaze drifting to the stack of documents he had just retrieved. "It might be difficult to convey all the details over the phone. When would it be convenient for you? I would like to visit and discuss this matter further." The young man's tone was calm and courteous. After a moment's thought, Ning Leshan responded, "Let us meet tomorrow after 1 in my office." "Very well. I look forward to our discussion." "Thank you, Mayor Ning." After hanging up, Ning Leshan sat back down, contemplating the documents again. The first page bore the announcement that the State Council had decided to implement various forms of operational contracting responsibility systems, granting operators substantial autonomy. This certainly seemed fortuitous. Just earlier, he had discussed similar topics with the town mayor, yet considering the economically disadvantaged state of Fox Mountain Town, most residents still relied on state-owned enterprises for their livelihoods. The personal contracting system would likely take time to gain traction, prompting him to contemplate temporarily closing the cinema to conserve government expenditure. Yet now, someone had suddenly emerged with the intention of leasing the cinema? Fox Mountain Town had never seen a precedent for privatizing state-owned enterprises. If this were indeed feasible, it could mark a promising beginning. Ning Leshan pondered the families in town capable of taking on such a lease, but none bore the surname Wu. After some reflection, he shook his head, setting the matter aside for the time being, preferring to address other affairs first. Ultimately, he would have to wait until their meeting to discern how the leasing would unfold. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Leshan had begun to anticipate their meeting with growing eagerness. Meanwhile, Wu Jiangshan hung up the phone, feeling a surge of excitement. Thus far, matters had progressed smoothly. The other party was willing to meet for an in-depth discussion, indicating interest. The only hurdle remained the issue of funding. Together with Zhong Dagǔ, they could barely scrape together over 1,000 yuan, a sum utterly inadequate for leasing a cinema. However, Wu Jiangshan had already devised a plan. Whether it would succeed depended on his performance tomorrow. He rode his bicycle home with Zhong Dagǔ, who unearthed the money hidden beneath a tattered mat, carefully laid out. The bills, regardless of their condition, were handed over to Wu Jiangshan, who counted out 600 yuan, leaving the rest untouched. The 3 pairs of roller skates previously stored at Dagǔ's house were also retrieved, and Dagǔ sheepishly confessed that he had secretly tried them on at home, nearly injuring himself in the process. Wu Jiangshan laughed heartily. "Once our skating rink opens, I'll teach you, and then you can instruct the young ladies. Who knows? You might even charm someone special." Dagǔ, upon hearing this, grinned bashfully, his face glowing with embarrassment. As he prepared to visit the town government the following day, Wu Jiangshan decided to tidy up at home. He instructed Zhang Dagǔ to refrain from going to the reed fields today, assigning him the task of cleaning the roller skates and airing out the bedding outside, ensuring the house was tidy, regardless of whether he could secure the cinema lease. The skating rink must certainly open. If all else failed, a makeshift stall would suffice. Having ridden away on the bicycle, Wu Jiangshan reached home in just a few minutes. His mother was busy preparing dinner and, upon seeing him return on a bike, promptly inquired whose it was. "I borrowed it from a classmate, Mom. I went to Uncle's house to get a haircut." He pushed the bicycle into the barn and turned to leave again. Song Xiangjuan chided from behind. "I thought you wouldn't be back tonight. Honestly, if you're coming back, you should let me know sooner." While she murmured this, she hastily added more rice to the pot. Once she finished her scolding and saw Wu Jiangshan exiting the yard, she rushed out to call after him. "Make sure you come back after your haircut. Don't go mooching a meal." In this village, where everyone was interconnected, Wu Jiangshan had never known shyness. His charm was undeniable, and he often ended up enjoying free meals during his visits for haircuts. Song Xiangjuan felt embarrassed, yet Wu Jiangshan remained unabashed. Now that he was grown, it was hardly appropriate to behave in such a manner anymore. Uncertain if her son had heard her words, Song Xiangjuan returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. Wu Jiangshan strolled leisurely along the path, greeting several villagers he encountered with warmth and enthusiasm. Uncle's house was situated right in front of Wu Jiangshan's, adjacent to the vegetable garden. In the village, children seeking haircuts invariably turned to Uncle, renowned for his skill. With just a few words about the desired style, he would skillfully wield his clippers, scissors, and comb to achieve the perfect result. "Uncle, are you busy?" Wu Jiangshan entered the yard, finding Uncle shucking corn. "Ah, Jiangshan, I saw your uncle earlier and thought you were in town. Indeed, my hair has grown long. No one in town can cut hair as well as you, so I specifically came to you for this. Haha, Wu Jiangshan, you're quite the charmer. At that moment, Uncle's granddaughter emerged from the house with a scoop, her laughter ringing out at Wu Jiangshan's shameless words. Is Xiaofan at home? Jiangshan, it's been a while. You've grown quite tall. Hey, what good is that? Who would admit to being foolish? As Xiaofan joined them, Uncle retreated indoors to fetch his tools and brought out a stool. Come sit here. Wu Jiangshan positioned himself on the stool, facing Wu Xiaofan, while Uncle draped a plastic cover over him, ready to start. Wu Jiangshan quickly interrupted him. Uncle, this time, please just shave the sides and leave the top this length. He gestured to indicate about an inch. What? Shave the sides and leave the top? As Wu Xiaofan continued shucking corn, she giggled. Doesn't tea that resemble a pot lid? Wu Jiangshan laughed as well. Exactly. Uncle, give me a pot lid hairstyle. Just make the lid a bit thinner. Uncle hesitated. Does your dad allow you to get such a strange haircut? Oh, it's not strange at all, Uncle. You wouldn't understand. It's all the rage in town. With wide eyes, Wu Jiangshan fibbed without a hint of remorse, thinking to himself, what pot lid? This was clearly the exclusive hairstyle for spirited youth. All right then. However you want it. With swift motions, Uncle's razor glided through the hair, completely shaving the sides, while the top was trimmed with scissors. Wu Xiaofan, still shucking corn, observed that although the style was odd, Wu Jiangshan actually looked quite handsome with it, his features more defined and appearing quite spirited. In town, the current trends among young men involved long, flowing hair, perming, bell-bottom trousers, and flamboyant shirts, styles that Wu Jiangshan could hardly appreciate. Once the haircut was finished, Uncle fetched a scoop of water, and Wu Jiangshan, shedding his shirt, bent over the wall to have the hair clippings rinsed away. After cleaning up, Wu Jiangshan admired himself in the mirror for a moment, delighting in his reflection, before playfully pretending to reach for his wallet. Chapter 80. The aroma of others' homes. Uncle would certainly not accept money from Wu Jiangshan. Rather, Wu Xiaofan was peeling corn kernels to fry them as a snack. Upon learning this, Wu Jiangshan camped by her stove, assisting her in tending to the fire. Once the corn kernels, sautéed with oil and sugar, were ready, Wu Xiaofan generously filled a large bowl for Wu Jiangshan to take home. This was precisely what he had been waiting for, and he embraced the bowl without any pretense. Though Wu Jiangshan indulged in both eating and taking, his charm rendered him endearing rather than bothersome, far more pleasant than those who feign modesty while coveting a taste. This child, Jiangshan, would surely achieve great things in the future. After Wu Jiangshan departed, Uncle took an oilcloth and carefully wiped down the hand plow, wary of rust. Just him? He only excels at fighting, he mused. Wu Xiaofan chuckled. Grandfather, during our elementary school years, we would often watch him play the fool. The teachers never called his parents. Even his grandmother shielded him from reprimands. I heard from her third sister that his performance in high school in town is quite poor. Humph. The only one in his family with potential is Wu Jiangshan. What are you, little girl? No. Just wait and see. Praised by others. Wu Jiangshan sported a newly styled haircut, feeling rejuvenated with his youthful visage, convinced of his newfound handsomeness. Upon returning home, he found the family gathered after their day in the fields. He entered his grandparents' room with the large bowl in hand. Grandma, Grandpa, he exclaimed. Oh, my dear grandson. What happened to your head? The elderly lady chuckled at Wu Jiangshan's bowl-cut hairstyle. Did your uncle give you that? Wu Jiangshan, unfazed by her lack of appreciation, grinned and asked, Grandma, just tell me if it looks good. It looks good, but it's my grandson who is handsome, she replied. Grandpa glanced at Wu Jiangshan's hair but said nothing. What has your uncle been busy with at home? Not much, just peeling corn for my sister Xiaofan. Making fried corn snacks, Wu Jiangshan replied, shoving a few kernels into his grandmother's mouth. Sweet, I assent it, Grandma. Sweet, but I can't bite it. You eat it yourself. If you like it, ask your mother to fry some for you. We have corn at home. Wu Jiangshan shook his head. The corn from others' homes is more fragrant. Grandma playfully slapped him. This child during dinner, the whole family gathered around the table, yet second uncle was absent. Neither the eldest uncle nor his parents spoke. With the family divided, it was expected they would cook for themselves. Second uncle likely felt too embarrassed to join, given the turmoil caused by his wife at home. Grandpa sighed. Jiangshan, go call your second uncle to come eat. Wu Jiangshan stood and left the main house, heading towards second uncle's room. Upon entering, he found second uncle still in his muddy, tattered shoes, lying on the bed with dirty clothes scattered about. Second uncle. It's time for dinner. Second uncle opened his eyes, recognized Wu Jiangshan, and sat up. I'm not hungry. I want to eat. Come on, if you don't eat. How will you have the energy to work tomorrow? Hurry up, Grandpa is waiting. Wu Jiangshan pulled second uncle off the bed. Second uncle, can you truly live alone and shut the door behind you? Second uncle remained silent, allowing Wu Jiangshan to lead him back to the main house. Zhong Danna served the food, and as Grandpa traditionally did, he said, "Let us eat." Everyone began to eat in silence, the only sound being the clatter of chopsticks against bowls and plates. After the meal, the men headed to the backyard to wash up, while the women cleaned the kitchen. Grandpa called second uncle aside for a brief conversation, and Wu Jiangshan, not eavesdropping, only noticed second uncle leaving with reddened eyes. Suddenly, Wu Jiangshan felt a twinge of pity for second uncle, an honest farmer married to a woman who lacked clarity, causing domestic unrest. Caught in the middle, he faced a dilemma with no resolution. The situation at second uncle's house remained stagnant, as it seemed the Liu family was embroiled in their own chaos, neglecting him. That night, Wu Jiangshan slept in his grandparents' room, listening to music from the radio before drifting off. He inquired about Grandpa's health, who assured him he was diligently taking his traditional medicine and carrying the doctor-prescribed quick-acting heart pills. Wu Jiangshan worried that the troubles in second uncle's house might affect Grandpa's mood, even if it wasn't outwardly apparent. Grandpa, please don't let second uncle's matters upset you. If second uncle's wife doesn't return, we'll simply treat it as if we no longer share a household. We will never abandon second uncle. Grandpa chuckled. Your eldest uncle and your father are not the type to hold grudges. I want to get upset. Reassured, Wu Jiangshan smiled. Grandpa, tomorrow I'm going to negotiate a significant business deal, meeting with a high-ranking leader. Do you think I can succeed? Grandpa, unfamiliar with business dealings and only knowing the village committee secretary as the highest authority, didn't grasp the nuances. Nevertheless, Wu Jiangshan sought his encouragement, believing it would bolster his confidence. Regardless of the endeavor, sincerity and integrity will lead to success. Grandpa gently advised, if it doesn't work out this time, don't be anxious. We can try again next time. There will always be an opportunity for success. With a sigh of relief, Wu Jiangshan felt his apprehension about tomorrow's visit to the town government dissipate. Grandpa was right. Nothing was insurmountable. If one attempt failed, there would always be another. As long as there was a will, a way would present itself. Even in failure, there was no shame. If one door closed, another would open. After a restful night, Wu Jiangshan donned the sportswear his mother had painstakingly washed and polished his little white shoes to perfection. Standing before the large cabinet mirror in his mother's room, he admired his reflection, a young man radiating charm. Zhong Dagǔ, observing his vanity, looked upon him with disdain. Wu Xiaoting frowned even more, regarding Wu Jiangshan's hairstyle as ostentatious and attention-seeking. Get that all shaved off. What kind of appearance is that? Wu Jiangshan touched his head. Dad, are you sure you want me to shave it all off? Like a convict? Wu Xiaoting glanced at his son, picturing Wu Jiangshan bald, and indeed, he resembled a convict. Despite both siblings sharing similar eyes, Wu Mingshu's beautiful almond-shaped eyes appeared lovely, while on Wu Jiangshan, they exuded a roguish charm, hinting at mischief. Fine, just this once. Once your hair grows out, you're not allowed to style it like this again. Wu Jiangshan readily agreed. We'll see when it grows back. Hearing he was headed to the town, Zhong Dagǔ handed him 10 yuan. Take this to your sister. She needs to prepare for the exam. Let her eat well, and buy anything she might need. Mom, I have money, Wu Jiangshan declined. After having breakfast with his grandparents, he bid them farewell and rode off on his bicycle. Chapter 81. Sketching the future. Wu Jiangshan rode his bicycle to Hushan town, first visiting the supply and marketing cooperative. He purchased 2 pounds of peach crisps, a delightful snack that could be enjoyed dry or soaked in water, and served to stave off hunger. Unfortunately, there was still no milk available, so Wu Jiangshan bought a bottle of malted milk powder for his sister. After some contemplation, he also bought a pack of cigarettes to tuck into his pocket before heading to Hushan No. 1 Middle School. The school's gate was firmly shut. The palpable tension of the final week before the college entrance examination permeated the campus. Wu Jiangshan did not enter. Instead, he walked straight to the small booth of the gatekeeper. Old Su? The gatekeeper, Old Su, looked up as Wu Jiangshan tossed him a pack of cigarettes. Upon inspecting the pack, Old Su chuckled upon noticing Wu Jiangshan's peculiar hairstyle. What brings you here at this hour? You're not taking the exam, so don't go in and distract others. Just delivering some items for my sister. Wu Jiangshan handed the peach crisps and malted milk powder through the window and, in front of Old Su, slipped 10 yuan into the paper bag containing the peach crisps. Please deliver this to my sister, Wu Mingshu, in Class 1. Old Su accepted the items with a knowing smile. I certainly recognize your sister. Don't worry, I'll deliver them during the break. All right, I'll take my leave now. Wu Jiangshan rode his bicycle directly to the home of Zhong Dagǔ. Along the way, his appearance and hairstyle attracted numerous curious glances. While others might feel embarrassed, Wu Jiangshan simply whistled with carefree joy. Zhong Dagǔ had risen early as well. He changed into some old clothes and, following Wu Jiangshan's suggestion, tidied up both the inside and outside of his home. Usable clothes were soaked in a large basin, while those that were beyond repair were stuffed into a large sack. There were also scattered bits and bobs cluttering the yard. When Wu Jiangshan arrived, he was taken aback. I've stayed at your house for so long and never realized you had so much stuff. No wonder the saying goes, a broken family can be worth a fortune. Zhong Dagǔ chuckled, revealing a bright smile reminiscent of the logo on a certain brand of toothpaste. It's all just junk. I might as well clear it out. Noticing Wu Jiangshan's new hairstyle, Zhong Dagǔ found it appealing rather than strange. After I finish my errands this afternoon, I'll take you to get a haircut. With plenty of time left. Wu Jiangshan rolled up his sleeves and helped with the cleaning. By the time they had tidied up, it was already noon. After a quick bite, Wu Jiangshan checked the time and decided it was time to head to the town government. He arrived precisely at 1 o'clock and knocked on Ning Leshan's office door. Ning Leshan had just woken from his afternoon nap and called for him to enter. A tall young man with a composed smile walked in. Good afternoon, Mayor Ning. I am Wu Jiangshan. We spoke on the phone yesterday. You're quite punctual. Please, have a seat. Thank you, Mayor Ning. Wu Jiangshan confidently took a seat at the desk opposite Ning Leshan, relaxing his body while maintaining a straight posture. Ning Leshan's initial impression of Wu Jiangshan was favorable. The young man was cleanly dressed, unlike many of his peers, and exuded an aura reminiscent of a military individual. However, he was rather young. What capital could he possibly have to lease a cinema? If I may ask, what does your family do? Wu Jiangshan replied with a smile, Mayor Ning. My family is from Wutuan, and we have been farmers for generations. Upon hearing this, Ning Leshan felt even less optimistic. So, the idea of leasing a cinema is solely yours? Yes, it is my personal aspiration. Ning Leshan shook his head. In that case, I must be frank with you. Although the cinema is not performing well, the leasing fees are not insignificant. After this statement, Ning Leshan expected Wu Jiangshan to back down. But to his surprise, Wu Jiangshan remained seated confidently. Mayor Ning, I understand your concerns. Given the current state of Hushan Town, where there are hardly any individual businesses, few possess the capability to lease a cinema. Wu Jiangshan smiled. Of course, I do not have the resources to pay such a large sum up front. However, I have a better proposal, and I wonder if you would be willing to hear it. Ning Leshan smiled in return, intrigued to discover the source of this young man's confidence. Then please, go ahead. If the town government is willing to lease the cinema to me, I propose to incrementally submit profits to the town government based on the cinema's existing earnings. Wu Jiangshan spoke slowly, his confident smile illuminating his face. Ning Leshan pondered for a moment before grasping the idea. So, you mean to say that you want to use the cinema first and pay after you earn money? Wu Jiangshan confirmed, embellishing his words slightly. Mayor Ning, I come to you with absolute sincerity. This is not a mere ploy to take advantage of the situation. You've articulated my thoughts perfectly. If that is the case, anyone could make the same claim. Why should I lease it to you? Wu Jiangshan shook his head, his expression earnest. Because I believe I can make a profit where others cannot. Ning Leshan burst into laughter. Since you are so confident, may I ask what you intend to do with the cinema once you lease it? Without hesitation, Wu Jiangshan unveiled his comprehensive vision for the cinema, carefully choosing his words to enhance their appeal. He painted a vivid picture of a splendid entertainment and leisure center, a vibrant future that could not only resolve the town government's financial issues, but also stimulate the entire town's economy and development. Had Ning Leshan known that the young man before him, so eloquently articulating grand ideas, possessed only a little over 1,000 yuan to his name, he might have found it laughable. The scale Wu Jiangshan described was far beyond what his current finances could accommodate. However, the concepts Wu Jiangshan introduced were fresh and innovative, familiar to Ning Leshan but hard to envision in Hushan. Imagination is a beautiful thing, capable of infinite exaggeration. Although Wu Jiangshan was not a commercial elite in his previous life, he tossed around professional jargon he had encountered, captivating Ning Leshan's attention. They conversed for a full 2 hours, during which several individuals came to see Ning Leshan, all of whom he postponed. Ning Leshan began to reevaluate this young man named Wu Jiangshan, regardless of whether he was speaking hyperbolically. The composure and audacity he displayed at such a young age earned him Ning Leshan's respect. Although Ning Leshan did not provide an immediate answer to Wu Jiangshan, he promised to discuss the matter with the town mayor and other government leaders. He also requested Wu Jiangshan to leave a contact method and assured him to await further news, personally escorting him out of the office. Chapter 82. The letter from Cui Jun. Wu Jiangshan stepped out of the town government courtyard, slowly exhaling a breath, habitually reaching for his cigarette pack. He discovered his pockets were damp. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. It was the first time in his life, even after 30 years of existence, that he had been so earnest in his endeavors. It was also the first time he had boasted so grandiosely. Clenching a cigarette, he walked a few paces before realizing he had left his bicycle in the courtyard. Hastily, he turned back to retrieve it and made his escape. The outcome of the cinema project was ultimately beyond Wu Jiangshan's control. However, as his grandfather had said, with sincerity and effort, he need not dwell on the rest. He visited Zhong Dagǔ's home, where the two exchanged their tattered garments for several buckets and made their way to the reed pond. Under the limited circumstances, they aimed to accumulate some funds. The money was never enough for anything substantial. Running an ice rink required more than just 3 pairs of skates. For the next 2 days, Wu Jiangshan did not return home, knowing that news from Ning Leshan would not arrive swiftly. He and Zhong Dagǔ spent their days and nights fishing and crabbing, even setting up separate stalls. Zhong Dagǔ remained at the knitwear factory entrance, while Wu Jiangshan stationed himself by the food factory. During this time, he encountered Lan Jiangwo, whom he insisted on treating to his small basin of spicy stir-fried river shrimp. Lan Jiangwo did not inquire whether Wu Jiangshan had contacted Ning Leshan, nor did Wu Jiangshan mention his visit to the government. By the 3rd day, Wu Jiangshan could no longer bear staying in town. He changed back into his clothes, preparing to return home, intending to take Zhong Dagǔ along to visit his uncle for a haircut. Zhong Dagǔ declined, saying he would wait until Wu Jiangshan had sorted out his matters before celebrating. Zhong Dagǔ was aware of Wu Jiangshan's ambitions regarding the cinema and understood it would require substantial funds. Over the past 2 days, Wu Jiangshan had been more industrious than ever, sometimes struggling to sell even a single item at his stall, pushing his bicycle along the street. He called out to potential customers, and within 2 days, the pair had earned over 300. Though Wu Jiangshan did not voice his urgency, Zhong Dagǔ sensed his desperation for money. Thus, he refrained from broaching the topic of borrowing funds to visit his father until Wu Jiangshan had secured the cinema. Wu Jiangshan remained oblivious to Zhong Dagǔ's father's long imprisonment, never imagining his friend would suddenly wish to visit. Otherwise, he could have easily lent Zhong Dagǔ 200 or 300 for the trip. Upon returning to Wutuan, Wu Jiangshan first inquired at the brigade about any calls for him. To his surprise, there was indeed a call from the provincial capital, relayed through his father, Wu Xiaodang, as he was not at home. Upon hearing it was from the provincial capital, Wu Jiangshan had a hunch about the caller's identity. In a small town, news travels swiftly, and it was unheard of for Wu Xiaotang's family to have relatives in the provincial city. After pressing for details, Wu Xiaodang revealed that his son had received a commendation for bravery after apprehending a thug in the provincial capital. As Wu Jiangshan made his way home from the brigade, he was playfully teased by neighbors about being a hero. Even the thick-skinned Wu Jiangshan felt his ears flush with embarrassment. In the evening, when his family returned, Wu Jiangshan inquired further. Lu Gong'an informed him that he had received a commendation for bravery, which would arrive by mail in the coming days. Just a certificate? No monetary reward? Wu Jiangshan felt a tinge of disappointment, pondering why there wasn't a cash prize. However, he was well aware that the police station lacked the authority to issue monetary rewards unless his act of bravery was officially reported to the provincial government, which would require a formal evaluation for any potential compensation. Wu Jiangshan did not regard the certificate as significant, but his grandparents and family were overjoyed, considering it a matter of great honor. His grandfather even suggested framing the certificate to display in their home, almost implying they should set off firecrackers in celebration. The family rejoiced, and even his second uncle wore a smile. Wu Jiangshan pondered the weight of honor in this era, realizing that the certificate might not be without its merits regarding his cinema ambitions. After waiting 2 additional days for a call from the town government, Wu Jiangshan's hope began to wane, sensing that the project might be failing. Nevertheless, he did not remain idle. During these 2 days, he collected 2 old bicycle wheels and refurbished them simply. Using leftover wood from a construction project, he crafted a rudimentary cart. Initially, he considered dismantling Zhang Danna's bicycle to create a rideable tricycle but ultimately hesitated. On July 5th, a Saturday, after delivering the cart to Zhong Dagǔ, Wu Jiangshan received a letter mailed from the provincial capital. As he felt the envelope, thick with contents, he suspected it contained more than just the commendation. Upon opening it, he discovered a letter from Cui Jun nestled among the papers. The commendation itself was a simple A4-sized sheet, emblazoned with the words bravery in bold red, and his name was handwritten. The document bore the stamp of the Zhangjiang police station in the provincial capital. Song Xianjuan, eager to frame it, was halted by Wu Jiangshan, who insisted it might prove useful. Despite several days passing without news from Ning Leshan, he decided to wait a little longer. In his grandparents' room, he opened Cui Jun's letter, only to find a stack of money inside. No wonder it felt so hefty. 50 crisp bills of great unity left his grandparents astounded. Weren't we told there was no monetary reward? His grandmother, gazing at the money, felt not joy but a hint of trepidation. Why such a sum? Wu Jiangshan chuckled. Grandma, this isn't from the police, it's from the girl I saved. His grandfather remarked, Cui Jun has purchased us 5 sleeper tickets and even bought you a new outfit. This additional cash feels excessive. I understand, Grandpa. I'll see what this means first and then return the money, Wu Jiangshan casually replied, though in truth, he had no intentions of repaying it. Yes, that is the right mindset. We may be poor, but we cannot be overly demanding of others for small favors. That would be inappropriate. Wu Jiangshan unfolded the thin letter, admiring the neat, elegant handwriting. Cui Jun mentioned in her letter that when Wu Jiangshan had jokingly asked for a bicycle, she found it too cumbersome to buy and deliver it to Hushan town. Busy preparing for her exams, she lacked the time to select one herself and thus sent him 500 yuan to purchase a bicycle of his liking. Wu Jiangshan was puzzled. When did I ask her for a bicycle? After ruminating, he suddenly realized that perhaps his jest about needing a bicycle had been misinterpreted. Amused, he tucked the money away just as he heard someone outside calling for him. A phone call awaited him at the brigade. Wu Jiangshan dashed outside, his long legs propelling him swiftly, leaving the messenger far behind. Upon arriving at the brigade, he took a moment to steady his breath, striving to sound composed before answering the phone. Hello, this is Wu Jiangshan. On the other end, Ning Leshan's voice resonated. Wu Jiangshan? Regarding your proposal to lease the cinema. After discussions with the town head and other officials, it has been approved. You may come by next Monday morning for a personal confirmation of the details with Mayor Li. Chapter 83. Does your grandfather know? Successfully. Wu Jiangshan hung up the phone, his fist hitting the table with force. He stood still for a moment, attempting to calm his exhilarated heart, yet a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Jiangshan, what good news has you in such high spirits? The village chief inquired, hands behind his back, approaching with a jovial demeanor. Higi, a friend is coming to visit me. Uncle, I need to make another call. Go ahead, go ahead. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Jiangshan dialed the number of the chubby Wang Fuguwei in the provincial city. Wang Fuguwei's family lacked a telephone, so he had provided Wu Jiangshan with the number of the youth hostel. Once connected, the noise on the other end was bustling. Wu Jiangshan asked for Wang Fuguwei, and indeed, he was there. Within 2 minutes, he picked up the phone. Hello, this is Wang Fuguwei. Who is calling? It's me, Wu Jiangshan. Master? Haha. What brings you to call me? Are you coming to the provincial city for a visit? Wu Jiangshan recognized Wang Fuguwei's feigned ignorance and decided to get straight to the point. Wang Fuguwei, I need your assistance. Hey, master, whatever you need, just say it. Wang Fuguwei, will surely deliver. All right, Wu Jiangshan chuckled. First, could you transport that billiard table from your home? Right now? Is there a problem? Higi, the table is fine, but moving it might be a hassle. Wu Jiangshan pondered for a moment. Then first, could you help me gather some ice skates? Collect about 20 or 30 pairs. As long as they are complete. How much will that cost? Just let me know, and I will send you the money from the post office. Master, have you secured a location over there? Yes, it's all settled. Once you gather the items and bring them over, we can nearly open for business. All right, I'll start collecting the skates. As for the billiard table, I'll see if anyone else can help. If not, I'll just hire a vehicle. After hanging up, Wu Jiangshan glanced at the large clock in the room. It was past 4 in the afternoon. He wondered if Cui Jun was home. Nevertheless, he decided to make a call. Lu Sa answered the phone, and, upon learning it was Wu Jiangshan, expressed her delight and quickly summoned Cui Jun. Cui Jun presumed that Wu Jiangshan had received the letter and thought he might be calling to thank her. However, after exchanging a few pleasantries, she found herself quite frustrated. Wu Jiangshan, did you receive the letter? Yes, just received it. I am grateful for Miss Chui's generous gift towards the bicycle. Humph, Now that you've mentioned it. If I were to refuse, wouldn't that be ingratitude? Wu Jiangshan felt something was amiss and decided to play along, chuckling. So, are you saying that if I ask, I can have you do anything for me? Perhaps Wu Jiangshan's tone was too playful, leading Cui Jun to misinterpret his words. Wu Jiangshan, you scoundrel. Wu Jiangshan was taken aback before bursting into laughter. I say, little rascal, your thoughts are quite impure. Does Grandpa Cui know about this? Ugh, Wu Jiangshan. Do you have something to discuss or not? If not, I shall hang up. Hey, wait, I do have something important. Fearing that his joke had gone too far and genuinely upset her, Wu Jiangshan swiftly transitioned to serious matters. He first inquired if she could assist in transporting large items to Hushan and then explained his plan to open a billiard hall. The reason he sought Cui Jun was that he had no other connections in the provincial city. Considering the small favor he had received from the Cui family, he felt it was reasonable to ask for assistance, as he wouldn't be requesting more in the future. With a mindset of not wanting to take advantage of others, Wu Jiangshan boldly entrusted the transportation task to Cui Jun. If you can help, I want to buy the bicycle. I'll send you the money as transportation fees. How does that sound? Cui Jun's teeth itched at the thought of using her own money to hire herself, realizing Wu Jiangshan's audacity, yet she replied, just give me your friend's address. I'll have Grandpa think of a way. I have exams coming up. Hearing a glimmer of hope, Wu Jiangshan quickly provided Wang Fugui's address and proceeded to praise Cui Jun profusely. Little rascal. I've discovered that although you may be a bit lacking in stature and not the most attractive, your loyalty and spirit truly shine. If you ever come to Hushan, I shall treat you to drinks. Hello? Hello? Cui Jun, incensed, hung up the phone, leaving Wu Jiangshan to set the receiver down. Noticing a few idle villagers eavesdropping on his call, he chuckled and lit a cigarette, dispersing the smoke in the air. Upon returning home, Wu Jiangshan dashed into Wu Mingshu's room, rummaging for paper and pen, and began sketching out his ideas for the cinema renovation, listing out the necessary items. Once the cinema was emptied, the available space would be substantial. The first floor would serve as an ice rink, the cement floor requiring no modifications. Although several long poles would need to be secured to the walls for support, iron or wood would suffice, but they must be sturdy and smooth. There was wood at home. He could have a carpenter shape it, sand it down, and paint it for minimal cost. The ice rink would need to be partitioned into a small area, akin to what he had seen in the provincial city, complete with racks for skate storage. These tasks could be accomplished by himself without incurring significant expenses. Sound systems, colored lights, and a resting area were essential. Additionally, a signboard would be ideal, preferably one with a light box. The second floor's billiard lounge ought to feature sofas and a bar, serving beer and refreshments. The ticketing hall was spacious enough to transform into a small video room. The screen and projection equipment wouldn't come cheap. And he still needed to procure some interesting videotapes. Wu Jiangshan rubbed his temples, laying out all his money on the table, creating a small pile. It appeared substantial. Yet it was far from sufficient. Many items were unavailable in Hushan. He would need to venture into the city to acquire them, which would be time-consuming and taxing. Song Xiaojuan returned with a scoop of last year's corn cobs, noticing the door to the small room ajar. She peeked inside. What are you up to? As she approached the table, she glanced at the money. Is this a lot? Did you earn all of this? Wu Jiangshan sighed, feeling overwhelmed by financial worries and reluctant to engage in conversation. What are you writing? Song Xiaojuan set her scoop aside and picked up the paper, attempting to decipher it. Having attended elementary school, she recognized a few characters but could not make sense of the notes. I'm asking you a question. Oh dear. I'm just figuring out what I need to buy. Soon, I plan to open an ice rink in town. Ice rink. Song Xiaojuan was unfamiliar with the term, but she noticed Wu Jiangshan's agitation and refrained from probing further. Is that what you need so much money for? Is this enough? Wu Jiangshan shook his head. Not nearly. Song Xiaojuan placed the scoop on the bed, sitting at the edge to shell corn kernels. When you returned from the provincial city, your father mentioned you didn't want to work in a factory and preferred to start your own business. Is this the venture you wish to pursue? Oh, Mom, you wouldn't understand. Please don't disturb my thoughts. I need to concentrate. Song Xiaojuan turned and left with her scoop, and Wu Jiangshan glanced back, biting his lip, pondering whether he had been too harsh with his mother. However, it wasn't long before Song Xiaojuan returned, placing her items on the table before Wu Jiangshan. Here. If you sell these, will it be enough? Chapter 84. Parental love on the table. Song Xiaojuan placed a small handkerchief, within which lay a golden ring and a pair of gold earrings. The ring was delicate and small, and the earrings were likewise modest in size, both circles slightly misshapen. Collectively, their weight barely amounted to a few grams. Mom, Wu Jiangshan looked at his mother with astonishment. Where did you acquire these precious items? I've never seen you wear them. Would you ever catch a glimpse? I work tirelessly every day. What would happen if they got damaged? Song Xiangjuan replied. A smile playing on her lips, tinged with pride as she recounted, the earrings were secretly gifted by your grandfather when your father and I wed. As for the ring, your father bought it for me just 2 years ago, saving a little from his odd jobs whenever he had spare time. Listening to her, Wu Jiangshan felt a warmth mixed with a pang of regret. The warmth stemmed from the realization that his seemingly unromantic father had saved in secret to surprise his mother. The enduring affection between his parents stirred both admiration and self-reproach within him as he recalled his past life, where he had devoted himself to providing a home for every beautiful girl he encountered. Mom, please take these back. I have no need for them. What? Is this not sufficient? Far from it, but I have my own means to manage with little. Wu Jiangshan stood up, playfully wrapping his arms around his mother's shoulders. Mom, when I earn a fortune, I'll buy you something beautiful too. You? Song Xiangjuan scoffed. I wouldn't dare rely on you. Why do you doubt me so? Why then do you bring me these? With a sigh, Song Xiangjuan replied, when you eventually start a family, these will be yours. It's only a matter of time. If you squander them now, you'll have to figure it out yourself later. Hey, if you give these to me, what will my sister think? She'll think you're biased. You mischievous child, taking advantage and then acting innocent. Your sister will surely surpass you, and I won't have to worry about her. Song Xiangjuan, with a hint of disdain, pushed Wu Jiangshan away and carefully re-wrapped the golden items. Are you truly certain you don't want them? Absolutely not, especially the ring. It symbolizes my father's love for you. You must cherish it. What love and sentiment are you talking about? Nowadays, who speaks of such things? Couples are too shy to even hold hands in public. Song Xiangjuan blushed at her son's words, scolding him playfully as he dodged her attempts to swat him. After their playful banter, realizing that her son genuinely did not want the items, she decided to keep them for herself. I still have a few hundred yuan saved. Planning to reserve it for your sister's college expenses. If you find yourself in need, just let me know, and I will lend it to you. When your sister requires it, I can borrow a little from your grandfather's family. Before leaving, Song Xiangjuan added with concern. But you must promise not to take any shortcuts for money. Mom, do I look like that kind of person? Song Xiangjuan scrutinized Wu Jiangshan's hairstyle and seriously nodded. Indeed. With this playful interruption from his mother, all of Wu Jiangshan's previous worries dissipated. If funds were short, he would simply take it step by step. Even a humble venue could yield profits. He shook his head, recognizing that he had become somewhat distracted by the developments concerning the cinema project. One cannot expect to achieve great success without a solid foundation. Forcing grandiose ambitions without proper support would only lead to personal suffering and worry for his family. Before dusk, his sister, Wu Mingshu, returned home. It seemed she had been diligently studying, as she appeared noticeably slimmer. She had come home to gather her belongings for a night, as she would be taking a school-organized bus to An County the next afternoon for her examinations, which would last 3 days. Sister, how are you? Are you feeling nervous? During dinner, Wu Jiangshan served his sister some meat, as their aunt had taken away the chickens and ducks from the house. Their mother had hurried to the market to buy 2 pounds of pork. Wu Mingshu shook her head. I'm not nervous. I've studied everything I needed to. I just need to perform normally. Their grandfather, rarely vocal at the dinner table, chimed in, Mingshu, do your best in the exams. Our village has never had a university student. If you succeed, I'll host a feast and invite everyone in the village. Their grandmother added enthusiastically, yes, yes. A celebration lasting 2 days, and we must set off firecrackers. Their uncle and aunt also praised Mingshu for her promising future. Feeling embarrassed under the spotlight, she replied, I haven't even taken the exams yet. I will surely strive to do well. Absolutely, we'll celebrate, and perhaps collect a little gift money as well, Wu Jiangshan jested, shaking his head with a greedy expression, causing everyone to laugh. Wu Jiangshan was genuinely untroubled, knowing his sister was a top student at her school. If she failed, it would be a shock, as no one else would likely succeed either. However, while preparation was crucial, the state of mind on the examination day was equally significant. Though he had not heard of any issues during her previous examinations, he remained cautious. After dinner, he went to Wu Mingshu's room. Observing her as she packed for her trip, did you bring the malted milk and peach crisps I asked for? Of course, and I also have 10 yuan. Did old Su not give you anything? He did, Wu Mingshu replied, meticulously folding her clothes and placing them in her bag. What have you been busy with lately? Just wait until your exams are over. I'll take you to see he teased. Wu Mingshu shot him a playful glance. You're so mysterious. By the way, sister, where will you be staying in county? Probably at a guest house. Will you be sharing a room with several others? Wu Jiangshan speculated that a private room was unlikely. Wu Mingshu shook her head, uncertain. Sister, make sure to bring enough money. If the school doesn't arrange for single rooms, you should pay for one yourself. You need to rest well at night. Wu Jiangshan pulled out some money, counting out 50 yuan. Take this. Avoid cold food, cold water, and seafood, as they can upset your stomach. Wu Mingshu chuckled at her brother's continuous admonishments. It's only been a few days. I see you've matured. Don't you dare bully me. We were born together. The next day, Wu Jiangshan volunteered to accompany Wu Mingshu to school. As they arrived at the school gates, they spotted Zhang Danna and her father. Wu Jiangshan, Zhang Danna exclaimed joyfully, before recalling her father was nearby, quickly adding, Sister Mingshu. Though Wu Mingshu was not well acquainted with Zhang Danna, both girls were notable figures at school, Wu Mingshu for her academic prowess and Zhang Danna for her beauty. Upon hearing Zhang Danna's warm greeting, Wu Mingshu politely nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Jiangshan quickly greeted, Hello, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Jun nodded in return. His impression of Wu Jiangshan still vivid from their encounter at the police station. After dealing with the matter in Lu village, he had recalled seeing the boy before. Zhang Jun's initial impression of Wu Jiangshan had not been favorable. He had witnessed the boy's cleverness in misleading his aunt, which only solidified his perception of Wu Jiangshan as untrustworthy. Consequently, he felt a greater aversion to his innocent daughter associating with someone like him. Chapter 85, Contracting the Cinema for Wu Jiangshan. The situation with Zhang Jun was no different, even if they were to relive their lives. The entanglements of the past would remain absent. Yet, the memories lingered vividly in his mind, and he harbored an intense desire to avoid any encounter with him. Logically, Wu Jiangshan should have ceased to provoke Zhang Danna, thus eliminating any ties with Zhang Jun. However, the allure of desire emboldened him. Zhang Danna was entirely to his aesthetic liking. Particularly, in his previous life, she had been his first woman, an indelible mark in his heart that no one else could touch. Thus, when it came to Zhang Jun, he could only curse internally while wearing a cheerful facade. He even found himself curious about the expression that would grace Zhang Jun's face when he openly sat in the living room with his daughter in his arms. After handing the bag to Wu Mingshu, Wu Jiangshan watched her enter the school gates and turned to speak to Zhang Danna with utmost candor. Danna, I wish you success in your exam tomorrow and hope you achieve excellent results. Wu Jiangshan beamed brightly, and upon hearing his encouragement, Zhang Danna's cheeks flushed as she nodded shyly. Given that her father was still present, she refrained from saying more. Wu Jiangshan's demeanor was unreserved, and Zhang Jun found it difficult to voice any objections, hastily urging Zhang Danna to go inside. He watched her until she disappeared into the building before turning to leave. Wu Jiangshan, too, felt no lingering attachment and rode off on his bicycle, knowing that there would be many days ahead. The following morning, Wu Jiangshan tidied himself impeccably, even brushing his teeth in extra time, and took his commendation certificate for bravery to the town government. He first visited Ning Leshan's office, and with Ning Leshan's company, he met the head of Hushan Town, Li Jilan. One might assume from his name that he was a woman, but in reality, he was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, sporting a full beard, his eyes reflecting the trials of life. Dressed in a simple, crisp white shirt reminiscent of those Wu Jiangshan had purchased with Zhong Dagǔ, he remarked, You are Wu Jiangshan? You appear much younger than I had imagined. As Lishan mentioned, you are indeed a spirited young man. Greetings, Mayor Li. I am Wu Jiangshan, and I appreciate you taking the time to meet with me amidst your busy schedule. Wu Jiangshan quickly stepped forward to shake hands with Li Jilan. Haha. No need for such formality. Please, have a seat, Li Jilan replied, gesturing to the chair opposite him, and Ning Leshan joined them at the table. Perhaps due to his busy nature or simply his straightforward character, Li Jilan wasted no time. As soon as Wu Jiangshan was seated, he handed him a document for review. It contained the upper government's plans for future state-owned enterprise contracts, along with 2 pages detailing Wu Jiangshan's proposal for the cinema. Please review it carefully. There are a few modifications to your proposal. I prefer to be direct. If you can accept what's on this paper, we can collaborate. Li Jilan lit a cigarette and offered one to Wu Jiangshan. Do you smoke? Wu Jiangshan, not one to decline, replied, I indulge occasionally. The cigarettes were inexpensive, costing only a few cents a pack, and Wu Jiangshan felt somewhat embarrassed to produce his own brand in the presence of the town's chief. They smoked together, and even with the window open, the smoke caused Ning Leshan, who did not smoke, to frown. Wu Jiangshan placed his rolled-up certificate beside him. examining the document with one hand while holding the cigarette with the other. Ning Leson glanced over, intrigued. "Oh, what's this?" "Ah, during my previous trip to the provincial city, I apprehended a rogue attempting to assault a young woman and sent him to the police station. I was surprised to receive this commendation for bravery," Wu Jiangshan replied, smiling modestly. "It seems you are quite the hero," Li Jilan remarked, picking up the certificate for a closer look. "Haha, Mayor Li, I cannot accept such a title. It was merely a spontaneous act. Anyone would have done the same in my position. Our Hushan town needs passionate young individuals like you to invigorate our economy." Li Jilan handed the certificate to Ning Leson. "Leshan, please find someone to frame this. It would be a shame to leave it unadorned." "No trouble at all," Wu Jiangshan insisted as he stood up. Ning Leson chuckled. "It's no bother. You focus on discussing the cinema project with the mayor. I'll arrange for the framing." He added, "This commendation deserves to be displayed prominently once your entertainment center opens. Indeed, it holds educational value, so please, do not hesitate," Li Jilan remarked, his tone becoming more amiable towards Wu Jiangshan, who had earned the mayor's respect through his commendable actions. In truth, Wu Jiangshan's entertainment center project was not the most advantageous choice for the town government. However, given that he was the only one willing to take the initiative, Li Jilan, burdened by the town's chronic financial deficits, recognized the necessity of supporting such daring young entrepreneurs. With no funds, how could the town government foster the development of Hushan Town? Despite being merely a personal commendation issued by the provincial police station, supporting a young individual with such honorable deeds was far more advantageous than backing an ordinary person devoid of any merits. Ning Leson soon returned after delegating the framing task, guiding Wu Jiangshan to continue reviewing the document. Wu Jiangshan read swiftly and contemplated intently. The adjustments made by the town government primarily concerned the profit-sharing arrangement. To be frank, our town cinema has been operating at a loss since its inception, yielding no profits whatsoever. This baseline suggests a progressive increase of 5% of your annual profits. What do you think? After Li Jilan spoke, Ning Leson promptly added, "The contracting proposal has been implemented in various other regions for several years now. Our Hushan Town, being remote and impoverished, requires young leaders like you to drive its economic growth. Rest assured, the town government will fully support you." Wu Jiangshan smiled. "I appreciate the trust from both of you. I believe that under the town government's guidance, Hushan Town will prosper." While 5% may seem insignificant at first glance, the annual increments were somewhat daunting. Nevertheless, Wu Jiangshan paid little heed to this. He was confident in his capabilities and believed he could change venues if necessary. Presumably, Li Jilan shared this perspective, which is why they agreed on a 3-year term, an arrangement deemed suitable for both parties. Seeing Wu Jiangshan's swift agreement brought joy to Li Jilan, who promptly instructed someone to draft the contract. Although it sounded simple, finalizing the agreement involved numerous signatures, seals, and intricate details. By the time the cinema deal was entirely finalized, it was already past noon. Throughout this time, Wu Jiangshan also requested 100 cinema seats and other necessary items, to which Li Jilan readily consented. Wu Jiangshan wished to invite both men to a restaurant for a meal, but Li Jilan declined, instead leading Wu Jiangshan to the town government cafeteria. The cafeteria served standard communal fare, and Li Jilan and his colleagues ate the same as the other staff members. Once the formalities were concluded, the atmosphere at the dining table relaxed. Li Jilan, assuming a paternal role, inquired about Wu Jiangshan's family and reminisced about his own experiences in rural areas. Chapter 86. Leaving Shenhoshing after lunch, a beautifully framed certificate arrived. Wu Jiangshan, filled with excitement, bid farewell while clutching the certificate and the duly stamped contract. From this moment on, the cinema belonged to him. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he hurried to the home of Zhong Dagǔ, only to find the door locked and the water bucket missing, indicating that he had gone to the reed marsh again. It was truly disheartening to have such joyful news to share yet find no one to share it with. Wu Jiangshan hastily pedaled his bicycle back to Wutuan, eager to find someone. To his surprise, the first person he encountered was his second aunt. She appeared haggard and, upon seeing Wu Jiangshan's unusual expression, turned and retreated into the house. After securing his bicycle, Wu Jiangshan felt his earlier enthusiasm wane significantly. He first checked in on his parents, but found no one there. So he proceeded to the main room where his grandmother was rummaging through boxes. "What are you doing, Grandma?" he inquired. "Oh my eldest grandson has returned," she exclaimed, resuming her tidying. "It's nothing, just organizing." Wu Jiangshan placed the framed certificate on the cabinet, and his grandmother's face lit up with joy as she insisted on finding a place to hang it. "Grandma, whatever happened to my second aunt?" he asked. "You saw her, didn't you?" "Humph, that troublemaker. She wasn't welcome back at her own family and had to return here with her tail between her legs." "The Liu family can be quite ruthless," she retorted. "What did my second uncle say?" Wu Jiangshan pressed. Upon hearing her grandson mention him, the old lady's irritation flared up. "What could he say?" "Oh, how did I end up with such a spineless son?" Wu Jiangshan embraced his grandmother, attempting to lighten the mood. "Come now, Grandma. Let's not dwell on anger." "Yes, no need to be angry. You're still my good grandson," she replied. That evening, the family of his second uncle did not join for dinner. Wu Jiangshan noticed his second aunt picking vegetables from the garden and returning to her room to cook. After dinner, his elder aunt could no longer contain herself. "What about our chickens and ducks? Have they all gone to her family?" His uncle urged her to refrain from asking, but his elder aunt, not one to back down, declared loudly at the main house door, "Why shouldn't I ask?" Those were divided among the family, not just given to the Liu family. It was uncertain whether his second uncle and aunt heard her, as there was no response. His grandparents chose not to intervene in the disputes between their daughters-in-law. And under Wu Jiangshan's daily persuasion, especially as his grandmother had come to terms with the situation, she decided that once things were divided, it was best not to concern themselves with how others used their share. After dinner, his grandfather played chess with Wu Jiangshan while his grandmother busied herself making shoes for him. The white sneakers looked appealing, but they were impractical for the dirt roads of the town and village. They would be covered in grime after a day's wear. The traditional cloth shoes made by his grandmother, however, were comfortable. Observing his second uncle's ostrich-like attitude, Wu Jiangshan understood that divorce was unlikely, and he felt relieved that his grandparents were not upset, thus he chose to remain uninvolved. The next day, before dawn, Wu Jiangshan arose and informed his family that he might be away for several days. The town government was sending people to dismantle and remove the chairs from the cinema. He intended to oversee the process and salvage as many usable items as he could. First, he visited Zhong Dagǔ's home and roused him from sleep, cooking a few wild duck eggs for breakfast as they made their way to the cinema. Upon arrival, Shen Hongxing, the doorman, seemed to have received the town government's notification the previous day, as he had already opened the cinema's doors early. "Uncle Shen, we're back," Wu Jiangshan exclaimed, wheeling his bicycle into the corner of the ticket booth and locking it up. Shen Hongxing greeted them with a serious demeanor, likely aware that he had previously been deceived by these two youngsters. However, now that they had taken over the cinema, he felt he had no right to ask them to leave. "Uncle Shen, I was worried you wouldn't let us in again. I apologize for that. Here, have a smoke," Wu Jiangshan said, offering him a cigarette and lighting it for him. Taking a deep drag, Shen Hongxing remarked, "The youth of today are truly capable." "Oh, Uncle Shen, please don't say that. We may be young but lack experience. If we've done anything wrong, please don't take it to heart." Wu Jiangshan replied amiably, and Shen Hongxing had nothing more to say. After yesterday's visit, he had been informed that once the cinema was handed over to Wu Jiangshan, he would effectively be unemployed. It was impossible not to feel a tinge of bitterness. Yet what could he do? He was still obligated to heed the directives of his superiors. Zhong Dagǔ, feeling like an invisible observer, could hardly believe that such a large cinema truly belonged to Wu Jiangshan. The trio sat in silence at the entrance of the cinema, waiting until around 10 in the morning, when a group of people arrived driving a large truck to haul away the items. Shen Hongxing remained indifferent, exhibiting a lack of motivation, while Wu Jiangshan busied himself running about. They left behind 100 sets of seats and some usable cabinets and tables, while the remaining items required 3 or 4 trips to transport. The large screen was also retained, along with the projector and several reels of old film. Shen Hongxing was busy disassembling and packing these items for delivery to the town government. After working diligently for half the day, covered in dust, Wu Jiangshan approached Shen Hongxing in the projection room and offered him a cigarette. "Uncle Shen, with the cinema closing, do you have any plans?" he inquired. Shen Hongxing shook his head. "What plans could I have? I only know how to show films. Without the cinema, there's no need for me. And I'll just return to farming. How about this? You stay on to help me, and I'll pay you," Wu Jiangshan proposed. Shen Hongxing was taken aback. "But if there are no films, what would you want me here for?" "Well, it's a large space, and the two of us can't manage it alone. Just like before, continue living here and help keep an eye on things. As for salary, I'm just starting out. How about 40 a month for now? Once we stabilize the business, I'll increase your pay each year." "Are you serious? Don't play tricks on me," Shen Hongxing responded. "Haha, Uncle Shen. I assure you this time I'm not fooling you. If you're not at ease, let us sign a contract. Shen Hongxing's mood fluctuated. He had thought he was unemployed and would have to return to the fields in middle age, yet unexpectedly, he was offered work again. How long will you employ me? He asked. Wu Jiangshan smiled. As long as nothing unexpected occurs, you can work for me for as long as this business runs. Finally, a smile appeared on Shen Hongxing's face. All right then, from now on, I'll work for you. I'll call you, boss. Please, just call me Xiao Wu. Wu Jiangshan replied. Let us consider today our official start. Before the opening, we must prepare everything ourselves. Uncle Shen, I appreciate your effort. Once things are in order, I'll treat you to a meal. Absolutely. I'm familiar with the cinema, Xiao Wu. Just tell me what to do, and I'll get it done. Retaining Shen Hongxing was something Wu Jiangshan had considered from the outset. He and Zhong Dagǔ could hardly manage everything alone, and the cinema needed someone like Shen Hongxing to oversee operations. Moreover, Shen Hongxing was not merely adept at showing films. With him on board, he could handle maintenance and repairs as well. Hiring a versatile veteran for 40 was indeed a bargain. Chapter 87. Understanding Min Shen Hongxing and Zhong Dagǔ were cleaning the cinema. After the seats were removed, the dust that had accumulated over the years had formed into clumps. Requiring a shovel to painstakingly remove it, Wu Jiangshan rode his bicycle back and forth between Wutuan and the supply and marketing cooperative. All the old rags usable at home had been bagged up and taken by Wu Jiangshan to be used as cleaning cloths. Grandfather, upon hearing that what was needed to build cabinets, instructed his elder brother and father to gather the remaining wooden tools from home and load them onto an ox cart to be sent to the cinema in town. Mother Song Xiangjuan, upon learning that cleaning was needed, felt that relying on a few men would not suffice for a thorough job. Thus, she decided to join them, secretly wishing to see what her son's business truly entailed. Upon arriving at the cinema entrance, uncle and mother and father looked on in disbelief, as the entire building now belonged to Wu Jiangshan. With the assistance of family members, the first-floor hall was rapidly transforming into a clean and tidy space. Wu Jiangshan went to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase laundry powder and soap, where he coincidentally encountered Qian Jinli and his group. Hearing that Wu Jiangshan had contracted the cinema to create a fun venue, Qian Jinli expressed his keen interest and insisted on visiting immediately. A large group of 15 or 16 young men, clad in bell-bottom pants, followed Wu Jiangshan to the cinema. Instead of enjoying the anticipated fun, they found themselves laboring all afternoon. Fortunately, Qian Jinli had a cassette player, which streamed disco music throughout the spacious hall, making the work seem less tedious. Wu Jiangshan's renovation of the cinema was in full swing. Meanwhile, the highly anticipated college entrance examinations were taking place in county and other regions. Concurrently, far away in the provincial capital, Wang Fugui emerged from a skating rink, carrying a large bag. He had just acquired 4 pairs of used roller skates, which the owner had initially been reluctant to sell. After negotiating with friends who frequented the rink, he managed to purchase them for 30 yuan each, half paid and half gifted. These were not the shabby items Wu Jiangshan had collected. Each pair was about 70% new, albeit with minor defects, which justified their price. The roller skates featured iron bearings, red leather, and striking yellow accents on the toes and heels, each pair heavy with quality. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Wang Fugui displayed the roller skates he had gathered over several days on the billiard table, 6 pairs of boots, 11 pairs of bindings, and nearly 10 pairs of worn-out skates that required major repairs. This was all he could manage to acquire. The roller skating craze had only recently taken off in the country, and there were merely 3 skating rinks in the provincial capital. Further purchases would necessitate acquiring new skates. But Wu Jiangshan's philosophy was to save money. Since no one in Hushan knew how to skate, he planned to start with intermediate equipment and, if successful, directly source new ones from manufacturers. Wang Fugui understood Wu Jiangshan's terms and initially used his own funds for the purchases, contemplating that if Wu Jiangshan reimbursed him, it would be great. If not, it was no matter. After all, the skills Wu Jiangshan had taught him were genuinely effective, and after practicing tirelessly overnight, he felt nearly invincible at the billiard tables in the provincial capital. Just as he finished organizing the skates, there was a knock at the door. Wang Fugui opened it to find 2 men in green military uniforms standing outside. "Are you Wang Fugui?" one asked. Startled, Wang Fugui thought, "What have I done wrong?" "Yes, I am Wang Fugui. A person named Wu asked us to transport a billiard table. We informed you in advance, correct?" "Oh, is it Wu Jiangshan?" "Yes." Wang Fugui hurriedly welcomed them into the courtyard. "The billiard table is right here." The 2 soldiers entered, took a quick look, then signaled for a few more people to join them. Efficiently, they lifted the billiard table and carried it out. Wang Fuguwei quickly grabbed the cues and balls to follow them outside, where he noticed a military green truck parked, bearing the provincial military district's license plate. Once the table was loaded onto the truck, the soldier who had knocked thanked Wang Fuguwei, and the group swiftly departed. Standing at the alley's entrance, Wang Fuguwei felt a sticky sensation on his skin. He stood there for a while before suddenly sprinting to the nearby phone booth to call Wu Jiangshan. He was eager to know how Wu Jiangshan managed to enlist the army's help for transporting the billiard table. Unfortunately, Wu Jiangshan was not home, leaving Wang Fuguwei unable to reach him and left to ponder the situation alone. Meanwhile, in Hushan town, Wu Jiangshan was unaware that Cui Jun's affairs had progressed so swiftly. As night fell, the group that had toiled all afternoon was utterly exhausted. However, the results were striking. The first-floor hall was nearly cleaned out, with the cement floor restored to its original color, although the areas where the seats had been installed required patching due to the holes left by screws and cement nails. The group led by Qian Jinli had helped without expecting payment, and Wu Jiangshan felt too embarrassed to send them home empty-handed. As darkness descended, he decided to treat them to a meal at a restaurant. Uncle, along with mother and father, felt reluctant to spend money and refused to go, opting instead to ride the ox cart back to their village under the cover of night. Song Xianjuan, having scrubbed the walls, railings, and doors of several hundred square meters, was exhausted and could hardly stand straight. Yet, she felt a pang of concern for Wu Jiangshan, fearing he might not have enough funds. Before leaving, she stubbornly pressed 50 yuan into his hand, urging him to treat his friends to dinner. Wu Jiangshan initially declined, but her insistence forced him to accept the heavy sum. With the cinema's front door locked, the group set off for the largest state-run restaurant in town, filling 2 tables. Wu Jiangshan did not hold back on expenses, ordering an array of sumptuous dishes, including seafood and various spirits, laid out abundantly. Among the large crowd, aside from Shen Hongxing, who was the eldest, the rest were all young men in their 20s. The atmosphere was lively with laughter and chatter as they feasted. Wu Jiangshan understood that these individuals would eventually become the primary consumers and promoters of his skating rink and billiard hall. As the wine flowed and the dishes circulated, Shen Hongxing, unable to join in the youthful revelry, expressed his gratitude to Wu Jiangshan and excused himself to return to the cinema. Qian Jinli, puffing on a cigarette, sat beside Wu Jiangshan to converse. I see you still have many things to acquire. It won't be ready anytime soon. Wu Jiangshan, having toasted each person at the table, felt the effects of the alcohol. His face flushed. Take it slow. Every long journey begins with the first step. If you need anything, just speak up. Qian Jinli squinted through the smoke, chuckling. I'm looking forward to your opening day. I want a place to have fun. By the way, Brother Qian, can we find colored lights in town? You know, the kind that hangs from the ceiling and spins. Qian Jinli pondered for a moment. It seems we don't have those here, but perhaps In County does. They might have them in the big dance halls. Then I'll take a trip to In County when I get the chance. Wu Jiangshan took a deep drag from his cigarette, deciding to hold off on the large neon sign for now, prioritizing the essentials. You don't need to buy a cassette player. You can use mine for now. Later, I'll ask my friend in the south to find you some big speakers. They're cheaper there. That would be fantastic. Thank you so much, Brother Qian. Is it possible to buy videotapes? Videotapes? Sure. What kind do you need? I still have a few at home. Wu Jiangshan grinned and leaned in, whispering into Qian Jinli's ear. Qian Jinli shot a sideways glance at Wu Jiangshan. If what you say is true, I'll buy them for you and consider it an investment. Just make sure I can take the girls to watch the videos without charge later. With that, the two shared a knowing chuckle, their faces reflecting an understanding that only men possess. Chapter 88. This time is different after chatting for a while. Wu Jiangshan was once again pulled away by his brothers from Qian Jinli to drink. Ultimately, he only remembered taking out a handful of money and giving it to Zhong Dagǔ, instructing him to settle the bill. He had no recollection of how Zhong Dagǔ brought him home afterward. Upon waking up, he found that Zhong Dagǔ was no longer at home. He got up and saw 2 large bowls covered on the stove, revealing that Zhong Dagǔ had left him some food. After satisfying his hunger, Wu Jiangshan washed his face and rode his bicycle to the cinema. Indeed, Zhong Dagǔ was already hard at work there, and even his parents had come, accompanied by 2 uncles from the village who were skilled carpenters. Listening to the villagers jokingly calling him the big boss and praising his success, Wu Jiangshan realized that once these 2 returned home, the entire Wu village would know about his contract for the cinema. Wu Jiangshan did not plan to build a shoe-changing room in the lobby like the ice rink in the provincial city. Such a small room would be poorly ventilated and unpleasant. Instead, He decided on an open space, right at the corner on the right side as one enters the lobby. He arranged 2 rows of shelves against the wall for shoes, set up 2 counters, and placed a row of benches along the wall by the entrance as a resting area. Today, he intended to first construct the handrails on all 4 walls and apply paint, allowing them to dry outside. The remaining wood was pieced together to form a grid cabinet measuring 1.5 meters high and 3 meters long, still far from what Wu Jiangshan envisioned. Wu Shouting suggested that if they needed to produce more, they should directly find a carpenter to make it and bring it over. He also had some leftover scraps, which Wu Jiangshan asked his uncles from the village to make into 2 sturdy wooden racks. When wider boards were found, they could directly place items on them. While the wooden frames were being constructed, Wu Shouting assisted Wu Jiangshan in leveling the uneven ground with cement. Zhong Dagǔ had become Song Xiangjuan's assistant, climbing up and down to continue tidying up the second floor. Shen Hongxing was also busy. She had already cleared away the clutter that had accumulated by the side doors and was now carrying buckets of water to wash everything down. The walls of the cinema were already quite worn. Reapplying putty would be too time-consuming and labor-intensive. Wu Jiangshan pondered for a moment and decided to invite a few talented art students to create a trendy graffiti wall. A whole day of bustling activity passed. Seeing Wu Jiangshan covered in dust and sweat, Song Xiangjuan urged him to go home, take a shower, and change his clothes. Wu Jiangshan thought it would be fine to go back. He planned to visit in county in the next few days to check out the lights. Zhong Dagǔ, feeling somewhat dirty himself, hesitated to return alone, so Wu Jiangshan invited him along. Zhong Dagǔ felt embarrassed and repeatedly declined, but after spending the day working with Song Xiangjuan, she seemed to have taken a liking to this quiet, diligent young man. When she heard her son mention that he was staying at Zhong Dagǔ's home, she assumed he was mooching off him. She insisted that Zhong Dagǔ come back with them and even asked if he wanted to inform his family. Upon hearing the word family, Zhong Dagǔ awkwardly smiled, and Wu Jiangshan pulled him onto the bicycle, riding toward Wu village. Wu Jiangshan's bicycle was much faster than an ox cart. Upon arriving home, his grandparents had left food for them. When they saw guests had arrived, they called over Andy to add a plate of scrambled eggs. Zhong Dagǔ appeared somewhat shy and reserved, feeling quite out of place. When Wu Jiangshan's parents returned, he sat down at the table, feeling too embarrassed to eat with them. He only began to eat after Wu Shouting and Song Xiangjuan returned. After dinner, they showered in the backyard, and that night, Wu Jiangshan and Zhong Dagǔ slept in Wu Mingshu's small room. They discussed the cinema for a while until Grandma pushed the door open, holding 2 jars of peach preserves. Eat a little more before sleeping. I heard your mother say that your place is quite large, and you're having a tiring time cleaning it up. No, Grandma, I'm full. Wu Jiangshan shook his head. Full. You 2 young men can't possibly have had enough with just this. After speaking to Wu Jiangshan, Grandma smiled as she handed another jar to Zhong Dagǔ. You eat too. You should feel at home here. You must be tired after these past few days, so come visit us more often. Thank you, Grandma. Zhong Dagǔ replied with a nervous laugh. Grandma did not linger long, reminding them to sleep early before leaving. Wu Jiangshan tapped the bottom of a jar, twisted it open, and handed it to Zhong Dagǔ. You eat. I don't like it. Zhong Dagǔ chuckled, sitting up to take a big gulp of the sweet syrup. Jiangshan, your family is truly kind. Then, as my grandma said, come often. Zhong Dagǔ smiled shyly. I can't just impose. Come on, don't be shy, Wu Jiangshan teased. Noticing the curtains were drawn, he pulled his pants over, took out a cigarette, and lit it, leaning against the edge of the bed to smoke. He had spent quite a bit in these past few days and had yet to purchase any major items. Wu Jiangshan sighed. I'll head to county tomorrow to check out the colored lights. How about you? Want to come along? Zhong Dagǔ shook his head, hugging the jar. I think the cinema is almost ready. I'll go to Weidang tomorrow. I haven't set up my stall in days. Every little bit helps. Wu Jiangshan squinted, remaining silent as he seemed to be lost in thought. Zhong Dagǔ continued eating while surveying the small room. Aside from the bed cabinet, there was a large wooden table on the floor, and a considerable number of books were piled against the wall. Is this your sister's room? Yes, when I come back. I usually sleep in my grandparents' room. Then the bedding we're using is your sister's? Wu Jiangshan playfully tapped Zhong Dagǔ's head and joked. What are you thinking? I borrowed this from my grandma's room. I consider you a brother, so don't think about being my brother-in-law. Zhong Dagǔ laughed heartily and finished the jar. Satisfied, he lay back on the bed, rubbing his stomach, and suddenly said softly, Jiangshan, having a home feels really good. Wu Jiangshan turned to look at Zhong Dagǔ and lay back down as well. Once the ice rink is ready and business is stable, I'll accompany you to see your father. Zhong Dagǔ sprang up. How did you know I wanted to see my dad? We've known each other for nearly 6 years. Right? How could I not know what you're thinking? In truth, Wu Jiangshan remembered that in his previous life, Zhong Dagǔ had been sentenced to 1.5 years for theft, and during that time, he had cried and expressed regret for not visiting his father while he was in prison. Don't rush it. Once we open, we'll go. Tell your dad to reform well in there, and hopefully he can reduce his sentence and come out sooner. By then, you'll have a family too, right? Upon hearing Wu Jiangshan's words, tears streamed down Zhong Dagǔ's face. Jiangshan, I'm truly fortunate to have a good friend like you in this life. Wu Jiangshan reached for the light cord by the wall and pulled it, plunging the room into darkness. In the shadows, Zhong Dagǔ could weep freely, while Wu Jiangshan lay with his eyes open, enveloped in darkness yet filled with peace. In this life, they were both fortunate. This time, they would work diligently, and surely, things would be different. Chapter 89. Do not disgust others at the break of dawn the following day. Wu Jiangshan was roused from his slumber by the early rising Zhong Dagǔ. After sharing a hearty breakfast, they noticed Wu Jiangshan's father was still busy harnessing the ox cart, prompting them to intervene. Father, it's nearly ready over there. You and mother need not go. Rest at home instead. When you have time, please ask the carpenter to help me build a cabinet and send it directly to Uncle Shan once it's done. There are still many areas that require cleaning. Are you sure I shouldn't accompany you and your father? Song Xianjuan worried that her son might tire himself out, thinking she could take on more work to alleviate his burden. Once everything is installed, we can tidy up afterward, she reasoned. Wu Jiangshan's aunt approached with a smile. Jiangshan, if you require assistance from your uncle and me, just let us know. Wu Jiangshan nodded with a grin. Certainly. Once the business is up and running, Aunt, you and Grandpa should come for a visit. After selecting a set of clean clothes, Wu Jiangshan gathered his meager belongings and prepared to ride his bicycle back to town with Zhong Dagǔ. Just then, his second uncle emerged from the house. Jiangshan, your third sister is idling at home. Why not ask her to lend you a hand? Wu Jiangshan glanced through the window and spotted Wu Meihua peering outside. He held great respect for his second uncle, but was reluctant to involve his aunt and third sister, fearing it would be bothersome. Uncle, let's wait until I'm truly overwhelmed before involving my third sister, he replied, not bothering to gauge his uncle's reaction as he departed with Zhong Dagǔ. Inside, Wu Meihua overheard the conversation and couldn't help but pout. What's so impressive about him? Lu Feng, upon hearing this, refrained from her usual sarcastic remarks. During the past couple of days, she behaved herself, avoiding the main room and not even stepping outside to work in the fields. She even sent Wu Xiaodong to fetch firewood. Her elder brother had been detained, and her parents along with her sister-in-law had turned against her. When she attempted to take the chickens and ducks, her two nephews nearly assaulted her. They were harsher than the Wu family. As for the suitor intended for Wu Meihua, Lu Shanshui had also been imprisoned, and her maternal family had decided to cut ties. Returning home in disgrace, Wu Xiaodong demanded a divorce. This left Lu Feng in a state of fear. Where could she go if divorced? She pleaded and cried, even kneeling to swear to Wu Xiaodong that she would behave, which ultimately softened his heart. However, old habits die hard. After a brief period of peace, Lu Feng learned that Wu Jiangshan had secured a sizable cinema in town. Jealousy brewed within her. How could he possibly acquire such wealth to lease an entire cinema? To her, it was evident that the two elderly relatives had provided him with the funds. During the division of assets, they claimed to be broke. Yet now Wu Jiangshan was pursuing a private enterprise with apparent capital. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Nonetheless, she was aware that Wu Xiaodong's affections for her had not yet reignited. Last night, she had to plead with him to inquire whether Wu Jiangshan could allow Wu Meihua to work at the cinema. Unexpectedly, that little brat refused even to consider his second uncle's request. As Lu Feng simmered in her frustration, Wu Xiaodong entered, stating, Jiangshan said he would call for Meihua when he is busy. You shouldn't just sit around all day. You need to prepare some meals so you can work in the fields. Father, shouldn't you ask how much they would pay? If there is no compensation, I want tea work. Wu Meihua retorted. Wu Xiaodong's expression hardened. Why expect payment for helping family? But we have divided our assets, haven't we? She countered. So what if we have? Just because we divided doesn't mean you cease to be a Wu. Lu Feng quickly sent Wu Meihua to another room. What are you yelling at our daughter for? Wu Xiaodong glared at Lu Feng. She has been spoiled by you. Have you heard what others say about her? No other girl is like her. She wishes to find a partner in town, but she lacks the qualities. Wu Xiaodong, what do you mean by that? Is it right for a father to belittle his own daughter? Lu Feng retorted angrily. How can she possibly have the qualities? Our daughter is beautiful and capable. Why can't she be a city girl? Wu Xiaodong, with a tongue less sharp than Lu Feng's, found himself caught between his parents and his wife. Living in the same courtyard, while his brothers led stable lives, he felt as though he was trapped in an untenable situation. Sleepless at night, Wu Xiaodong reflected on his circumstances. He believed he treated Lu Feng well, allowing her to dictate matters and controlling the finances. Despite having a daughter, they had not had another child. He cherished Wu Meihua dearly, but if Lu Feng insisted on keeping her from working, then she simply would not. Yet here they were, raising a 20-year-old who couldn't even wash a single dish. In a village where connections mattered, who could possibly be unaware of her laziness? No one in the countryside would want a daughter-in-law who couldn't contribute, let alone someone from the city. Were the townsfolk fools? In recent days, Wu Xiaodong felt the heat rising, blisters forming on his tongue. He realized he could only blame himself. When living with the Lu family, he felt as if his heart had turned to ice, certain he could not continue with Lu Feng. Yet, at night, the emptiness of the bed left him feeling unsettled. When Lu Feng returned, pleading and crying, he found it impossible to cast her out. The household was divided, and she should not expect to benefit from his success. Regardless of Wu Jiangshan's achievements, they were no longer connected. If they could lead a stable life, they would. If not, she could leave if she wished. Having said this, Wu Xiaodong skipped breakfast and went out to work the fields, wielding a hoe. He understood that such soft words would not ease Lu Feng's mind. It was a cycle of mutual dependence, and he wondered how he had become so ineffective. Wu Jiangshan made a trip to An County, yet returned empty-handed. The rotating disco lights necessary for dance halls had to be ordered from the south, and no local shop stocked them. At this juncture, the electronic and appliance industries flourished in the south, while their region focused on heavy industry and textiles, making such purchases inconvenient. Traveling south was prohibitively expensive, and Wu Jiangshan found himself constrained by finances. Since his rebirth, a month had passed, excluding the 500 yuan provided by Cui Jun. He and Zhong Dagǔ had managed to earn around 1,000 yuan, having secured a substantial venue, which was a decent pace for profit. However, commencing a legitimate business without any foundation, relying entirely on self-made means, proved exceedingly challenging. Today was July 10th, the third day of the college entrance examination. Wu Jiangshan had no knowledge of Wu Mingshu's examination venue or lodging, so he did not plan to seek out his sister, assuming the same was true for Cui Jun. Even if Cui Jun were not taking the exam, Wu Jiangshan felt uncomfortable asking for her assistance. One could not continuously exploit the same resource, after all. He contemplated and decided to call Wang Fugui, only to find out from the shop staff that Wang Fugui had not been present in recent days. Wu Jiangshan returned home, frustrated, and had no choice but to return to Hushan.